Once upon a time, you were my lofty aspiration, yet now you have become so feeble. Why did Frieza hastily seek the Dragon Balls to make a wish? It is simply because he sensed my threat. What is a one-star dragon? Merely a piece of trash. Indeed, in this world, you are the only one capable of challenging me. Come forth, Super Gogeta. Chapter 1, Transmigration. Zhu Long meandered through the fossil exhibits of the museum, not out of any profound appreciation or culture, but rather because friends had spoken of the numerous beauties here. The prospect of an unexpected encounter with one of them was a tantalizing thought. Although a member of the Saiyan, Zhu Long still harbored an extravagant hope for a love story that could captivate the world. Naturally, this was merely a fantasy. For someone whose monthly salary barely exceeded 2,000 yuan and who was left with less than 500 after paying rent and utilities, the allure of beautiful women was always a distant dream. Even when he did gaze at the screen of his phone, it was only in fleeting moments, and as a stammering fellow when conversing with girls, one could hardly expect much of him. After wandering for about 10 minutes in the fossil museum, Zhu Long had yet to encounter his ideal goddess. He did see a few striking young women, but regrettably, each was accompanied by a handsome man, and he found no desire to make a fool of himself. Perhaps I should just give up and head home for some sleep. There's nothing more comfortable than resting in bed. Why waste time wandering here? Zhu Long pondered, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, the ticket cost over 20 yuan, and leaving empty-handed would indeed be disheartening. Maybe I should casually peruse these fossils, just to enrich my knowledge? With no other option, Zhu Long sought a justification to linger. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the fossils here were indeed plentiful, justifying the ticket price, featuring not only various ancient creatures, but also a diverse array of renowned dinosaur fossils. Suddenly, Zhu Long spotted an unusual, elongated fossil, measuring dozens of meters in length, reminiscent of a long-dead serpent. Yet, it possessed two forelimbs. Could it be a fossil of an ancient dinosaur unknown to him? After circling the fossil, he finally found the exhibit description at its head. On a slab of black marble, intricate characters were engraved. Dating back 19 million years, this specimen does not belong to any recognized dinosaur type, but its form resembles the legendary Huaxia Shenlong. Zhu Long murmured the words inscribed on the marble. This is absurd. Huaxia Shenlong? Surely, it must be an unrecognized species of serpent that scientists have yet to discover. It is the 21st century, and yet there exists a museum with such nonsense. Zhu Long shook his head in exasperation, his initial interest in observing the exhibit completely dashed. He raised his gaze to the serpent's skull, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Huaxia Shenlong, what a farce. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden purple light emanated from the dark eye sockets of the skull, piercing through Zhu Long's mind and vision. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens had opened. Zhu Long could no longer perceive himself, vanishing from this world. Beneath a crimson sky, the clouds appeared more vibrant, yet this breathtaking scene went unappreciated. The people below, clad in identical protective suits, busied themselves, strangely differing from ordinary humans. However, many bore no significant difference from humans. If one were to insist on a distinction, it was merely that they sported an extra tail and possessed more robust physiques. In the highest hospital of Mulan City on the planet Gogeta, a mother gazed tenderly at her child while donning a protective suit. Lady Rueli, do you truly not need a rest? You have just given birth, a green-skinned alien expressed, seemingly intimidated by the woman before him, hesitant to intervene in her reckless decision to leave so soon after childbirth. Enough with the pleasantries. I am not one of those lowly warriors. I possess the blood of a noble lineage, and this minor situation has no bearing on me. Just help me find out where Closa is, Rueli replied without a hint of concern, gently placing her infant into the cradle beside the bed. Understood, Lady Rueli. Lord Closa is on the Mobin planet in Sector 45. Would you like to head there immediately? I can prepare a spacecraft for you. The green-skinned alien responded, promptly retrieving a device to notify the necessary parties. By the way, I forgot to ask, what is my son's battle power? And has a name been decided? Rueli completed her preparations, slipping on a final pair of gloves, feeling quite well. Apologies, Lady Rueli, but the battle power of a newborn cannot be measured immediately. We must wait a day for his condition to stabilize before conducting the test, otherwise the results will be inaccurate. As for the name, it will also be randomly generated by the computer, and that too will need to wait until tomorrow, unless you wish to decide one now, the green-skinned alien patiently explained. Very well, we can discuss the name upon my return. Naming can be quite troublesome. Conveniently, we will reserve the battle power as a celebratory gift for our triumphant return. I leave my son in your care. I must take my leave. Really glanced at him before turning to depart. Within 10 minutes, a miniature spacecraft departed from the planet Gogeta, heading towards the Mobin planet. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yet, for the Mobin planet, this half-month felt like an eternity. The once prosperous and bountiful Mobin planet had become a desolate wasteland. The true culprits are merely 5 individuals, one of whom is a woman. These 5 warriors, renowned as the mightiest fighting race in the universe, have brought about this situation. Although there are practitioners on Mobin planet with certain abilities and technological standards, they appear woefully weak in the presence of the formidable Saiyans. Killua, I hear your son has been born. It seems that upon your return, we shall inevitably be treated to a drink, remarked a bald Saiyan, standing atop a colossal beast carcass, occasionally slicing off a piece of tail meat with his hand, seemingly unbothered by the blood, and directly consuming it, all while engaging in jovial banter with a long-haired man nearby. Indeed, my son Killua is destined to be a powerful warrior. However, recently, King Frieza has assigned quite a number of tasks, and I suspect my stay upon returning will be brief before another mission arises, the long-haired man said, resting upon a rock, seemingly uninterested in the meat. The only female Saiyan, squatting nearby as she tended to a fire for roasting food, suddenly turned and remarked, "Yes, I rushed over here as soon as he was born, but it's been a month, and still no name has been settled. I wonder what that boy's combat talent is like. My expectations are above 80 points. I hope he does not disappoint me." Killua smiled slightly. "Rui Li, you need not worry. With my noble lineage, this child's combat power cannot possibly be low. After all, I am of a much higher caliber than you. Having been born for a month, I expect his power to have increased, and upon my return, I hope to see a little rascal with a combat power exceeding 150 points. That would truly be worthy of being my son." Rui Li shot a glance at Killua and replied, 150 points? I advise you not to set your hopes so high. Exceeding 120 points within a month of birth is already a rarity among geniuses. Be cautious. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Haha, Rui Li is right. Killua, you should temper your expectations. My little brat only surpassed 300 points at the age of 6, and that was already considered impressive. Chimed in another bald Saiyan, enjoying the roasted meat by the fire, passing a piece of meat to Killua while echoing Rui Li's sentiments. Did you not hear the rumors? Killua responded, taking a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Rumors? This inquiry piqued the interest of the others. Killua swallowed the meat with a vigorous gulp and declared, I have heard that Prince Dar possessed a terrifying combat power, exceeding 500 points at birth. 500? Are you joking? Killua, that is impossible. Such a talent is utterly astonishing, exclaimed a slightly plump Saiyan who had been napping on the ground, suddenly springing to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief and shock. The news detonated like a bomb, leaving not just the plump Saiyan, but the others equally stunned into silence. It is worth noting that until now, the highest recorded combat power at birth on Gogeta planet was merely 219 points, making Prince Da's rumored 500 points utterly unbelievable. Rui Li gasped. 500? That is the combat power of a noble child at 7 or 8 years old. Killua, I finally understand why you expect so much from our son. Living in the same era as such a powerful talent truly places immense pressure on us. It's nothing. I have faith in him. I believe our son will undoubtedly become a mighty warrior. After all, he is my son, Killua, he said, pulling Rui Li close, gazing into the distance at the approaching aliens, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Having just finished their meal, the prospect of post-dinner exercise presented itself, much to Killua's satisfaction. Everyone, prepare for battle. As the aliens drew near, not only Killua but also the other Saiyans sensed the impending threat. Hey Killua, should we transform into great apes? The enemy's combat power is no small matter. We have detected 3 individuals with powers exceeding 5,000, the slightly plump Saiyan remarked, glancing at the data displayed on the detector, his brow furrowing. Though they belonged to the noble class, they were merely mid-tier nobles of Gogeta planet, with the lowest combat power just above 5,000 and the highest not surpassing 7,000. Yes, for you, it might be a bit tricky. For safety's sake, you should transform. However, the skies are covered with dark clouds. Transform in midair and then descend. Killua, as the leader, deemed it prudent to have them transform in light of the formidable combat power of their adversaries, which could threaten the lives of the team members. And you? Aren't you going to transform? Rui Li inquired, gazing at Killua curiously. Killua shook his head, explaining, my combat power is already approaching 10,000. Although I have surpassed my youthful peak, there is still room for growth. If I can leverage these adversaries with decent combat power, To push myself further, I can easily surpass 10,000. All right, then be careful, Rueli said, following the others as they soared into the sky. Within half a minute, the air echoed with thunderous roars as great apes descended one by one. This wave must represent the last remnants of resistance from this planet. My detector has not registered any other Moban beings. Therefore, let us quickly finish here and return. I am quite eager to see how my son is faring, Kalausa declared, unleashing a fierce aura as he charged towards the three strongest foes leading the charge. After a brief interval, 5 small spacecraft lifted off from Moban planet, accelerating and vanishing into the fringes of the universe. Chapter 2. The fleeting power of 50,000 outside the best hospital in the capital city of Mulin on planet Vegeta, Krosa stood before the nursery, gazing at his son with a contented smile. What name did the computer randomly generate? Safit? It is quite a decent name. Krosa mused as he looked at the name tag above the nursery. Has my son's combat power been tested yet? The inquiry was directed at the green-skinned caretaker who had previously attended to Riley. The caretaker, Kark, responded with utmost respect. Lord Krosa, not yet. According to tradition, the initial revelation of a child's combat power is typically the privilege of the parents. Thus, we have refrained from testing him for the past half month, awaiting your return to disclose the results. Apologies, the report department's results have just come in. I will retrieve the child's other examination results for you shortly. I see. Krosa then aimed the detector at Safit and pressed it lightly. 50100200. It's still increasing. This is impossible. It has already surpassed 1,000 and shows no sign of stopping. Over 10,000. Good heavens, this cannot be true. The instrument must be malfunctioning. The astonishing combat figure on the detector left Krosa in a state of sheer astonishment. 50,000. A newborn infant possesses a combat power of 50,000? Impossible. It must be a device error. Krosa switched off the detector, then restarted it, directing it once more at Safit. 100-150-210. It has stopped. Huh, I knew it. The instrument was certainly faulty. In that fleeting moment, Krosa was so astounded that he failed to notice the cold sweat trickling down his body. How do you feel, Lord Krosa? Are you satisfied with your son's combat power? The green-skinned caretaker approached Krosa, softly inquiring while holding Safit's examination report. If the parents are exceedingly pleased with their child's combat power, the caretaker can expect a generous reward. Overwhelmed by shock, Krosa was initially oblivious to the caretaker's approach, but soon he regained his composure and burst into laughter. Elated, of course. Kark, please head to the mission hall to collect 50,000 bice. Just inform them that it is I, Krosa, who sent you. Oh, thank you for your generosity. May I inquire what Lord Safit's combat power is? You seem quite delighted. The green-skinned caretaker, experienced in his duties, offered compliments that undoubtedly lifted Krosa's spirits even further. Moreover, Krosa's lavish reward amounted to nearly a year's salary for the caretaker, which brought him immense joy. 210 points. Please record this in the computer file. I want everyone to see the extraordinary talent of my son. Krosa, he declared, thoroughly pleased with the figure. His initial expectation had merely been above 150 points, which had been greatly exceeded. At that moment, Riley and several others from her team approached, indicating that the mission had been successfully concluded. How'd it go? Riley glanced at the nursery, her brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, Safit? Safit? Krosa turned to her. What is it? Do you dislike it? If so, suggest another name, and I will have them change it immediately. Riley shook her head and said, forget it. It sounds quite good, and naming is always the most troublesome task. This name shall suffice. From now on, my son will be called Safit. She then turned to Klosa and inquired, you must have already assessed this child's initial combat power. Correct? Are you satisfied with the results? Klosa smiled slightly and replied, of course. As my son, how could he possibly be inept? This little one possesses remarkable combat talent. He has already achieved over 200 combat power just a month after birth. It brings me great joy, though he still lags behind the prince. Nonetheless, he is exceptionally formidable. Is that so? Then we ought to celebrate. Rueli extracted a card from her pocket and handed it to Klosa. Here is 50 million Bebi, the reward for conquering Moban Star. I have already distributed the other 50 million, so let us use my share of 10 million for the celebration. Very well. Arrange these matters accordingly. Remember, the banquet for the birth of my son Klosa must be flawless. I want all the great nobles to be present. As for the invitations to the prominent nobles and King Saya, I shall personally handle that. After exchanging pleasantries with a few others, Klosa turned to leave, for he had much to attend to and could not linger. Hey Pose, did you hear that? The bald Saiyan asked his equally bald companion. Did you catch the combat power Closa mentioned for that little guy? Rio, did Closa just say over 200? The two Saiyans stared at each other in disbelief. BB, the slightly plump Saiyan standing nearby, remained calm and conducted a scan with a detector. Although he was mentally prepared, the revealed combat power still astonished him greatly. Rueli burst into laughter and patted the bald Scion's shoulder. Rio, my son is indeed impressive. Remember to train that Naba well when you return, lest you bring shame upon yourself. After all, he hails from noble lineage. If he does not reach elite warrior standards by adulthood, it will be quite embarrassing. Observing Rio's dejected demeanor, the others erupted in laughter. Although they recognized that Rio's son Naba had decent potential, he was notoriously lazy and seldom trained, resulting in his consistently mediocre combat power. Rest assured, Naba will not have it so easy upon my return, Rio thought with determination. He resolved to train Naba diligently, for if he wished to be alongside Safit, Closa's son would undoubtedly become a significant figure among the Saiyans, with a combat power exceeding 10,000. In the future, he would surely hold a distinguished position, basking in the shade of a great tree. Originally, Rio had followed Closa. If he desired Naba to accompany Safit, he would need to exert considerably more effort. The group observed Rio deep in thought and silently wished for young Naba a success. In the year 732 of the Age of the Universe, a remarkable genius emerged on the planet Vegeta. Born as Prince of Vegeta, Darl possessed an astounding battle power exceeding 800 from the moment of his birth. The news of his exceptional prowess sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire planet, prompting King Saya to grant a 10-day holiday for all, celebrating this momentous occasion. Meanwhile, the gifted Sapphite found himself overshadowed by the brilliance of the prince, garnering little attention. Only after the grand banquet hosted by Crosa did whispers circulate among the nobility, merely acknowledging Crosa as fortunate offspring with decent talent. On the other hand, the unfortunate Naba remained oblivious to the reasons behind his father's sudden whim to conduct an unexpected inspection of his training progress over the past 2 months. Deep down, Naba recognized that he had only visited the training grounds twice during that period, each time for no more than a morning. Unsurprisingly, the results of this surprise evaluation were less than favorable. Initially anticipating a joyous holiday in celebration of the prince's birth, he instead found himself subjected to rigorous training, leaving him quite despondent for several days. Nevertheless, this intense regimen did yield significant improvement in his abilities, ultimately dispelling any inclinations towards laziness. 3 years later, after an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, Zhu Long gradually emerged from a state of confusion, becoming aware that he was nestled within a warm, soft space, which enveloped him in a comforting embrace. However, he soon realized a troubling predicament. He seemed unable to leave this serene sanctuary. Gradually, he came to accept that perhaps remaining in this space was not such a misfortune. Even without the need for breath or sustenance, he felt vibrant and robust. Yet, one fateful day, he sensed an inexplicable force compelling him to depart. That once familiar warmth began to manifest a sense of repulsion, and the surrounding space constricted around him, as if intent on suffocating him. Why? Why must this be? Was he destined to perish? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. Seizing this last opportunity, Zhu Long fervently pushed towards the light, engaging in a desperate struggle for freedom. With unwavering determination, he exerted every ounce of strength, refusing to yield, until at last he escaped from the very space he had once cherished but now found stifling. "My lord, you have given birth to a son," came the announcement, "and this child possesses the potential to become a formidable warrior." Upon his sudden arrival in this new world, Zhu Long initially felt a sense of disorientation. However, as time passed, he gradually acclimated to his surroundings. Most astonishingly, he discovered that he had entered the legendary realm of the Dragon Balls, and he was now part of the Saiyan race, renowned as the mightiest warriors in the universe. This revelation ignited within him a fervor that kept him awake for several nights, leading him to diligently pursue combat training from a young age, much to Crosa's delight. 3 fleeting years have passed, and now Zhu Long has blossomed into a 4-year-old, who is now to be called Safit. After a few years of adaptation, Safit has resolved to embrace the name of a Saiyan, believing it would alleviate many inconveniences. Although he has yet to enroll in a noble academy for systematic combat training, he has already acquired a considerable amount of knowledge from his father, Closa, being of high nobility, and unlike the lower-tier Saiyans, those like him endowed with exceptional combat talents, are nurtured with utmost care rather than being cast to lesser planets to develop at their own pace. Since Safet turned 2, Clowosa ceased to accept missions from the Conquest Hall, dedicating himself instead to the meticulous training of his son. Originally, really intended to remain and offer guidance. But ultimately Clowosa could not shake his concerns, believing that his own tutelage would yield the best results. Meanwhile, Riley and Leo continued to undertake various conquest missions, albeit at a slightly lower level of planetary conquest due to Clowosa's absence as a principal force, resulting in diminished rewards. Nevertheless, there were few grievances among the others, for, to the Saiyans, earning money was secondary. The primary joy resided in the thrill of battle. Throughout the year, Clowosa devoted himself to imparting a wealth of combat experience and techniques to Safet. As expected, the fruits of their labor were not in vain. Safet's combat prowess surged from a modest 200 at birth to over 800. Although this achievement is remarkable compared to others, Clowosa remained dissatisfied. Just yesterday, he received the news that Prince Dal's combat power had surpassed 1,500, a revelation that weighed heavily upon Clowosa's heart, instilling a sense of despair. He resolved to train Safet tirelessly for an entire day, striving to elevate his strength, even if only marginally. Safet bore no complaints. Influenced by his Saiyan lineage, he discovered an increasing affinity for battle and an insatiable desire to grow stronger. Regardless of the hardships and fatigue, he willingly persevered, buoyed by a mindset befitting one in their 20s, far removed from the laziness of other children. After several days of rigorous training, Safet began to acclimate to the demanding regimen. However, upon rising early this morning, he was surprised to find his father, Clowosa, not clad in combat attire, but rather dressed in casual wear. "Father, is there no training today?" Safet inquired, observing Clowosa leisurely reclining with a beverage in hand. Clowosa shook his head and replied, "It is not that we shall not train today, but rather that there is a more pressing matter for you to attend to. Now that you have reached the age of 3, it is time for you to enroll in the Noble Academy. I am also uneasy leaving your mother alone on the front lines, so I plan to travel there tomorrow to lend my support. I have already deposited your living expenses and other fees onto your school's electronic card." Clowosa paused, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance in his eyes, before producing a card. "Take this. It contains sufficient funds for your needs." Safet quietly accepted the card. Over the years of shared existence, though he was no longer easily swayed at the age of 20, he could always feel the profound concern and affection surrounding him. Suddenly, "My son, Safet Crosa," called out loudly. After years of rigorous training, Safet swiftly responded, standing at attention. "Yes. Do you possess the confidence to become the most exceptional and powerful warrior?" "Yes, father. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will become the strongest Saiyan warrior." As he gazed at the receding, small spacecraft, Safet found himself lost in thought, realizing he ultimately had to rely on himself. The planet Vegeta still existed. It must still be early days. Safet had read the Dragon Ball manga when he was quite young, and though many years had passed, he could scarcely recall the intricate details of the plot, retaining only a vague memory of several adversaries. He knew that Goku's birth coincided with the destruction of planet Vegeta, but he could not quite remember what Goku was called among the Saiyans. The names he faintly remembered included Piccolo, Dal, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. However, he was now confident that his strength had surpassed that of Piccolo for many years hence, leaving him unconcerned, while Dal remained the immediate target he aspired to surpass. He recalled that Frieza was the notorious perpetrator behind the annihilation of planet Vegeta, and at that time, Dal had been quite young, though the specifics of his age eluded him. Presumably, it must have been just a few years ago. Contemplating this brought an invisible pressure upon Safet, making it difficult for him to breathe. Frieza still loomed as an unattainable height in his current state. However, it seemed that Dal had been born in the same year as he. He shook his head, determined not to dwell on such convoluted thoughts. He simply wished to grow stronger, continually fortifying himself until he could confront Frieza, who was undoubtedly his most formidable adversary at present. Suddenly, Safet paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. "With my current combat prowess, I might not even qualify to be Frieza's opponent," he mused. Sensing his own inadequacies, a deeper yearning for immense power surged within him. Gazing at the prestigious school admission card in his hand, Safet murmured, "Father, rest assured, I shall become stronger, relentlessly stronger, until I am the mightiest Saiyan." Chapter 4, Enrollment. He hailed a vehicle to the esteemed Saiyan training institution, Vegeta First High Combat Academy. Although Safet had never been to this establishment, it was already well known to him. This academy gathered the highest nobility of the Saiyans and the most exceptionally gifted warriors. The standards for enrolling new students were exceedingly stringent. Despite the existence of over 1 million Saiyans on the planet, only 500 were admitted every 3 years. Most who attended this school were prodigious warriors born with a combat power exceeding 100 or descendants of high-ranking noble families. However, the Saiyans hold power in the highest regard. Although the offspring of the elite may join freely, a child born into nobility typically possesses a combat power exceeding 60, as they carry the most untainted Saiyan bloodline. Even the weakest among them would not exhibit excessively low battle capabilities. Sapphire vaguely recalls the peculiar data at Goku's birth, which astonishingly registered a mere 2. Yet, he understands that both Goku and his father Bardock belong to an exceptional category. Generally, lower-class warriors are born with combat powers ranging from 5 to 15, and such children are often dispatched to lesser planets for life training. If they meet an unfortunate demise, it is hardly regarded as remarkable. Previously, Sapphire had encountered information indicating that the survival rate for these children hovers around 30%. Most lower-class warriors are retrieved from planet Vegeta by the age of 15 to undergo combat training and partake in missions involving the conquest of planets, at which point they attain a degree of independence. Progressing further, we encounter the lower nobility, whose offspring typically boast combat powers between 15 and 30. While these figures may not be impressive, they represent the backbone of their society and cannot be easily discarded. Thus, they usually receive education in lower-tier institutions until they reach the age of 10, at which point they possess enough combat prowess for self-defense before being allowed to venture out for training. The survival rate for noble children is significantly higher than that of lower-class warriors, maintaining an approximate 90% survival rate. Next in the hierarchy are the middle nobility, whose combat power ranges from 30 to 60, while the elite nobility starts at a minimum of 60. The royal family of planet Vegeta has consistently maintained a combat power of no less than 100, ensuring that each generation produces the strongest warriors. Sapphire himself hails from the ranks of the elite nobility, with his father, Crosa, being a renowned figure among the highborn. However, elite nobles are scarce. Among over 100,000 Saiyans, there are scarcely 100 elite families. Most attendees of the foremost combat academy are from elite backgrounds, with a few exceptional middle nobility among them, whereas lower nobility are virtually absent. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. Occasionally, a particularly gifted lower noble or lower-class warrior may be selected, though such children are exceedingly rare. The nature of the Saiyans dictates that they cannot quietly save her life, and children, too, are raised in a manner that fosters independence, equipping them with the ability to care for themselves. As Sapphire gazes at the splendor of the academy from a distance, with towering edifices that, though unfamiliar in architectural style, exude an enchanting charm, he muses that they are likely a product of otherworldly ingenuity. After all, he does not believe that most muscle-bound Saiyans possess such artistic sensibilities. As he gradually approaches the first academy, he notes a stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of other institutions. It appears rather desolate, with only an occasional child absorbed in their information, resolutely stepping into this esteemed establishment. It is indeed a curious situation, with only 500 individuals admitted every 3 years. The atmosphere, despite just a single day of enrollment, feels remarkably desolate. Furthermore, the majority of adult Saiyans are engaged in battles abroad, leaving the presence of these children's parents conspicuously absent. After all, for beings of such maturity to still rely on parental care is, for Saiyans, a matter of considerable shame. As Sapphire entered the academy, he did not experience the sensation of stepping into an esteemed institution of learning. Rather, he felt a fervent excitement akin to that of entering a battlefield. Instead of discomfort, he found himself relishing this sudden surge of emotion. Perhaps it was the blood of the Saiyan lineage stirring within him, but one cannot deny that Sapphire was intensely eager for combat. Today marked the inaugural day of the academic year, and the entrance of the academy was already thronged with extraterrestrial beings awaiting to extend their hospitality. While planet Vegeta primarily hosts Saiyans, a significant number of immigrants from various other worlds have made their home here, though the Saiyans undeniably hold the highest status. Consequently, many trivial tasks that might be beneath a Saiyant's dignity are delegated to these otherworldly attendees. Upon noticing Sapphire's approach, the extraterrestrial attendants, recognizing his noble lineage by his distinctive tail, hurried to greet him. One of them, introducing himself as Phil, stated, "I am one of the receptionists at this esteemed academy. Please address me as Phil." I am here to serve you during your stay at the academy. Allow me to escort you to the registration office and assist you in procuring some essential supplies. Sapphire nodded in acknowledgement and, upon glancing in the direction Phil had come from, observed a line of similarly attired attendants standing with solemn expressions, evidently well-trained individuals, each awaiting the arrival of the next student. Each scholar is assigned a specific servant by the institution, responsible for gathering information and handling various tasks, thereby allowing them ample time to hone their combat skills. After a bustling morning spent following Phil, Sapphire finally completed all necessary formalities. Although the Academy's regulations and oversight were exceedingly rigorous, the facilities were impressively comprehensive, leaving Sapphire genuinely impressed. One could surmise that such efficient management is a product of the talents from various planets. Nevertheless, regardless of the abilities of others, the Saiyans remain the most esteemed on planet Vegeta. Even those who slay other races face little consequence, often receiving mere compensation. As Phil animatedly described the layout of the academy and various points of note, it became evident he had learned the young Scion's name, Lord Sapphire. Just around the corner lies your private villa. For your initial entry, you must use your card to unlock the door. I apologize for my inability to accompany you. Just as Phil was engrossed in his explanations, he inadvertently failed to notice a few individuals approaching from the opposite direction and collided with them. Looking up, he found himself face to face with another Scion child, accompanied by several peers, presumably his companions. However, the strikingly upright, tower-like hairstyle of this child was quite distinctive, complemented by a confident smirk that had now faded, revealing a hint of displeasure regarding the recent collision. Phil reacted swiftly, bending at a 90-degree angle, placing a single hand upon his chest and performing a deep bow. I beg your pardon, my lord. It was my oversight that led to my unintentional collision with you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The diminutive leader scoffed coldly and turned away from Phil. With courteous demeanor, Phil stepped aside, allowing them to pass. The other Scions followed the small one, but the last among them turned back to spit at Phil, unabashedly hurling insults. Pah, trash. Chapter 5. Archenemy Vegeta. Sapphire observed everything with a detached gaze. The respectful expression on Phil's face and the subsequent apology held no significance for him. As a member of the Scion nobility, he was fully aware of his standing, and this behavior seemed entirely customary. However, the words of the last individual struck a nerve. Was he implying something about himself? Regardless, the remark crossed Sapphire's threshold of tolerance. Scions were not known for their temperance, and even an unintentional slight could ignite his fury. Stop! Sapphire, who had initially turned to yield, pivoted back toward the offender, barking his command. The rather unremarkable Scion halted, glancing back at Sapphire and inquiring, "Are you speaking to me?" "Apologize to me, and I may let you off," Sapphire replied coldly. He was already aware from Phil's earlier introduction that combat was commonplace within the school. As long as one did not kill their opponent, there would be no repercussions, and in fact, such confrontations were often encouraged. Apologize? You think I would bow to a mere newcomer? The young man dismissed Sapphire entirely. As a student from the previous year, he possessed greater time spent in studies and combat experience, leading him to believe his fighting prowess far surpassed that of Sapphire. Sharing the same noble bloodline, he could not fathom that his strength was inferior. I will count to 5. If you do not apologize by then, you will learn that my fists are beyond your capacity to endure, you presumptuous brat. Sapphire regarded him with disdain. His father had once claimed that aside from the unparalleled genius of the prince, he was virtually invincible among all under 10 years of age on the planet. Scions matured rapidly in their early years, yet their fighting capabilities did not see swift enhancement until they reached the age of 10, when their power would dramatically increase over the following decade. Typically, most Scions possessed a battle power of 800 at 10 years old, which could escalate to 8 to 12 times that by the age of 20. Though strength would gradually improve during the pre-adolescent growth phase, it would not surge as dramatically as during puberty. Thus, Sapphire, with his 800 battle power, regarded the 7 or 8-year-old before him with utter indifference. As most high-ranking nobles would reach a battle power of 500 to 600 by the age of 10, soaring to over 5,000 upon reaching adulthood. Before him stood a child of no more than 7 or 8 years, possessing a mere 400 units of battle power. In contrast, the formidable Sapphire boasted 800. Despite the disparity in their combat experience, the years Sapphire had trained under Closar mitigated any significant gap between them. Upon hearing Sapphire's audacious proclamation, several of the child's companions halted their advance, turning back to observe the unfolding drama, seemingly devoid of any intention to intervene. Instead, adopting a demeanor akin to spectators at a spectacle. How foolish, courting death with such reckless abandon. The Saiyan's volatile temperament was unmistakable. With a sudden leap, a rival lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, aiming directly at Safit's face. Rather than succumbing to panic, Safit's expression revealed eager anticipation. As the combat instinct within him surged to life, igniting his fervor. Unperturbed, he awaited the oncoming assault, dismissing his opponent as if they posed no threat. As the adversary barreled closer, the force of their charge was disappointingly sluggish, prompting Safit to remain firmly planted in place. Seeing Safit stand motionless, seemingly unfazed, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered within the adversary. The inexperienced child had likely been paralyzed by his own intimidation. Observing with calm resolve as the foe approached, the opponent's left fist coalesced with formidable energy, propelled by a gale-like force, aimed directly at Safit's face, intending to impart a profound lesson to this audacious youth. Closer and closer it drew, mere centimeters from impact, with the fierce wind from the punch ruffling Safit's hair. In that critical moment, an unexpected hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the relentless fist and halting its advance. A smirk crept upon Safit's lips as he casually dismissed the foe. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Perhaps you should retreat and devote a few more years to your training. Infuriated by the contempt, the child, despite recognizing the disparity in their powers, was undeterred by the Saiyan's defiance and unleashed his most potent technique, an energy blast. As the white shock wave surged toward him, Safit merely tilted his body slightly, adopting an ambush stance, his gaze fixed intently. When the energy wave reached him, he swiftly swung his arm, obliterating the opponent's furious strike in an instant. With a deft movement, Safit appeared before his adversary, delivering a powerful hook to the abdomen. No, this cannot be. The defeated child crumpled, his eyes filled with indignation. Yet no amount of defiance could withstand the overwhelming disparity in strength. A faint applause echoed from behind, though Safit did not turn to acknowledge it. He knew only the boy who had led the group, of similar stature, would dare to applaud so calmly in his presence. Turning to face this observer, Safit met his curious gaze, which was laced with a hint of disdain. After a prolonged silence, it was Safit who finally broke the stillness. You are quite strong. Thank you for the compliment, but in my opinion, you are no different from the trash around you. The little one seems oblivious to the concept of humility. Such arrogance irks Safit deeply. Is that so? Just now, I merely showcased a fraction of my prowess. You wouldn't presume that was my utmost limit, would you? If your strength is inferior to your bravado, I shall break your jaw. Safit understood that Saiyans rely not on mere words, but on tangible power. Despite recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, Safit, raised with a mentality of resilience, would never cower before a battle. Oh, are you implying a challenge? The little one wore a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, his arms crossed, showing no inclination to fight. Come now. I believe Saiyans do not shy away from challenge. Safit, lacking his scouter, was unaware of his opponent's true strength but sensed a powerful energy emanating from him, indicating he was indeed a formidable adversary. Upon hearing that Safit was truly willing to challenge, the others burst into laughter, a scarred Saiyan in the back sneering, "Humph. What an overreaching fool. Standing before you is the strongest genius in our clan's history, the Prince Darl." Chapter 6. A Disastrous Defeat. Darl? A prince? Safit gazed at the little one with curiosity. Though it had been many years, the resemblance to the spire-headed figure of his memories was unmistakable. Humph. Now that you know he is a prince, do you still dare to speak so boldly? The scarred man chuckled derisively. It appears that he truly is Prince Darl. My father has long told me that among my peers on planet Saiyan, only Prince Darl could surpass me in combat. I had previously doubted this. But now that fate has brought us together, I would be grateful for the prince's guidance. Safit held little reverence for Darl. Saiyans revered strength above all, and until Darl demonstrated sufficient power to impress him, he would not show any sign of respect. On the contrary, he was eager to engage, thirsting for a battle. Darl silently observed Safit for a few moments before suddenly turning away, preparing to depart. Tisich, not interested. What? Is Prince Darl fleeing? Does he not dare to face me in combat? To think that Prince Darl is merely a coward who shies away from battle. Safit had long heard various legends about Darl from his father, Crosa, and had trained tirelessly, yearning for the day he could prove himself against Darl in front of his father. Although he understood that Darl's combat prowess exceeded 1,500, far surpassing his own, he still desired a confrontation to gauge the disparity between them. After listening to Safit's words, Darl halted his steps and turned back. Though your attempt to provoke me is rather tedious, I must congratulate you. You have successfully roused my ire. Since you wish to experience the despair of such a gap in strength, I shall deem it a kindness to grant you this opportunity. Darl stood firmly, hands on his hips, displaying no signs of preparation for battle, much like how Safed had treated the little one earlier. Seeing that Darl had no intention of revealing his true abilities, Safed felt a flicker of irritation, yet he maintained his composure, recognizing the necessity of a calm mindset in the heat of battle. Assuming a commonly adopted combat stance, Safed's gaze was fixed intently upon Dar, eager to identify a fleeting vulnerability for a decisive, impactful strike. Although he understood that this challenge was likely destined for failure, was this not the essence of Saiyan? Regardless of the adversary, they dared to engage, finding honor even in defeat. Dar, I advise you to take this seriously. Otherwise, being bested by me could prove quite embarrassing. Safed cautioned, which Dar interpreted as an underestimation of his prowess. As the two prepared to engage, onlookers cleared a spacious area for the impending clash, with spectators from both the upper class and newcomers of Safed's year gradually gathering. Lacking knowledge of the intricacies of energy manipulation, Safed adhered to Krosa's teachings, relentlessly concentrating his power and striving to elevate his spirit for the optimal strike. A potent and formidable aura emanated from Safed's form, prompting gasps from those surrounding him. Yet, Dar remained unfazed, standing calmly in place, utterly unaffected by Safed's imposing presence. Hey, you have some potential. Why don't you make the first move? Otherwise, once I strike, you won't have a chance to counter, he taunted. In a swift motion, Safed vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Dar, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at his neck. However, his hand passed through Dar's form as if it were merely an illusion. Damn it, a mere afterimage. Safed cursed inwardly. Is this all you have? You'd better step up your game, or I shall be deprived of my amusement. Suddenly, Dar's voice resonated from behind him. Realizing the peril, Safed swiftly prepared to defend, but was met with an overwhelming force from behind, akin to being struck by a train. The impact rendered him immobilized for several seconds before he crashed to the ground, rolling multiple times before managing to brace himself against the earth to halt his momentum. With a sharp kick, Safed felt a trickle of crimson fluid escape from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the wound, he quickly raised his head to locate Dar, only to find him vanished. Is this all I can do? The haunting voice echoed again. Instantly, upon hearing it, Safed began to move at high speed. In the very moment he evaded, a side kick sliced through the space he had just occupied. Had he been a fraction slower, he would have been sent flying once more. Upon reappearing, a prickling sensation of danger coursed through his body. After a year of battling alongside his father, Krosa, he had developed an acute sense of impending threat. The moment that sensation emerged, he disregarded his injuries and forcibly executed another evasive maneuver. Hey, not bad with the speed. Dar's distinctive taunting voice came from behind, but Safed could afford no distraction. He moved again, vanishing once more. He continued to evade, his stamina depleting rapidly. Yet Dar's intangible menace lingered, relentless and persistent, akin to a relentless parasite. How infuriating! The speed I once took pride in seems utterly ineffective. After Safed evaded several times, he realized that if he continued like this, he would inevitably exhaust his strength. It would be wiser to turn and counterattack. Perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, Safed sensed a sudden gust of wind approaching from above. He quickly lowered his head and executed a sweeping kick backward. Dar's gaze was sharp, and his speed far surpassed Safed's. He was not at all surprised by Safed's sudden attack, nor did he panic. Instead, he nimbly leapt aside. With a single hand, a pearlescent aura coiled around his palm. With a thunderous shout, Dar unleashed a white shockwave from his hand, the powerful ripples moving at an incredible speed, so fast that Safed had no time to react before it struck. Seeing the shockwave barreling towards him, Safed thought to himself, "This is bad," yet his body was incapable of executing a hasty dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the shockwave collided with him. With a resounding explosion, Dar wore a triumphant smile. Though the outcome was anticipated, the encounter had added a modicum of amusement to his otherwise mundane school days. "All right, time to leave," Dar declared, having lost interest in continuing. After the blow he just delivered, Safed was surely incapacitated. Dar had every confidence in his control over his power. Wait a moment. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, to Dar's astonishment, Safed still stood, albeit in a disheveled state. His recently assigned battle attire lay in tatters, and his right arm appeared severely injured, hanging limply at his side. "What? Do you still wish to continue? Even if you possess such willpower, it seems your physical condition no longer permits it. Perhaps it is best for you to lie down. You could never hope to compare with a genius like me. Dahl remarked, surveying Safit. He could tell that Safit was barely managing to remain upright, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Breathing heavily, Safit felt overwhelming fatigue wash over him, threatening to lull him into unconsciousness. Yet, he clung to his willpower. The slightest relaxation would surely cause him to collapse. Dahl, I must concede that you are formidable, but I have come to understand the chasm that lies between us. If you continue to adopt this nonchalant demeanor, next time, I shall leave a lasting impression, he vowed. Wait for it, Dahl. Only a genius like you could be deemed my worthy rival, Safit declared, leaning heavily on his knee, feeling his strength waning. Dahl paused, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a mocking smile. After a brief silence, he turned and departed. Just you wait, Dahl. I will surpass you, Safit called after him. Chapter 7. The Freshman Competition. As Dahl disappeared from view, Safit finally let his guard down. Unable to support his battered body any longer, he collapsed onto the ground, repeatedly murmuring, I will surpass Dahl, surpass Dahl. The recent skirmish transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing his master's taunt from the so-called strongest warrior of the past centuries, he was engulfed in profound regret. In his perspective, all the turmoil stemmed from his own carelessness, which inadvertently jeopardized his master. Initially dazed by the unfolding events, he rushed to Safit's side upon witnessing her collapse. In a flurry of activity, he managed to transport her to the medical room. At that moment, Safit lay incapacitated on one side, her internal organs seemingly gravely injured. However, the medical facilities at this esteemed institution were remarkably advanced. With just an hour of immersion in the healing fluid, her injuries would be mended. Phil, thank you, Safit uttered weakly, her gaze fixed on Phil, who anxiously awaited outside the medical room. The callous stares of the Saiyans from earlier weighed heavily on her thoughts. Yet, she was acutely aware that the school's arrangement of such attendance was akin to having personal slaves. On planet Vegeta, the lives of aliens were deemed worthless. It is my duty to serve you, but I urge you not to challenge Prince Dargan. You cannot hope to defeat him, Phil stated with utmost sincerity, though his words struck Safit as harsh. Mind your own business, Safit retorted, unwilling to engage further, and closed her eyes to rest. Beep. Time passed, though it felt interminable, until the medical machinery finally emitted the sound indicating the end of treatment. To Safit, that simple sound was akin to a celestial melody. Remaining idle in the recuperation room was sheer torment. Once dressed, Safit donned a specially configured detector handed to her by Phil. This device was of moderate quality, capable of detecting combat power up to 25,000, a far cry from Safit's current limit of merely 1,000. After facing Dar, I expect my power to increase significantly. If I could surpass 900, that would be splendid, she mused, activating the detector and silently setting the target to herself. Prior to the battle, her combat power stood at over 860. If she could elevate it by 40 points or more, her aspirations would be fulfilled. Beep. As the detector beeped, the figures on the screen began to rise steadily. Safit felt a flicker of anticipation regarding her own combat prowess. I've surpassed 800, 850, splendid. But wait, she thought, her eyes widening as the detector displayed a combat power exceeding 900, still climbing. Finally, the readings stabilized at 1128, prompting an astonished exclamation from Safit. I can't believe it has increased so much. The unexpected enhancement from this battle astonished her. And Phil delivered another crucial piece of news. The freshman competition was imminent. Before entering this institution, Safit had gleaned from various sources that a competition awaited every new student, a means for the school to assess their innate talents. The freshman contest was mandatory for all newcomers, and Safit was no exception. However, she believed that ranking was a foregone conclusion. Apart from that prodigious prince, no one else would pose a challenge to her. It is not that Safit holds himself in high regard. Rather, based on the combat capabilities of previous newcomers, it is exceedingly rare to find anyone surpassing the threshold of 500. With the emergence of two extraordinary individuals, Dar and Safit, it is unlikely that anyone else will exceed that limit. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the campus square was already teeming with onlookers. There were 8 arenas designated for the competition, where participants would vie for dominance through challenges over the course of 3 days, commencing each day from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening. During this time, the holders of the arenas must confront any challengers, and they are required to remain on the platform for more than half of the day to demonstrate their commitment to defending their title. Should a challenger appear and the arena's champion fail to arrive within 2 hours, they would forfeit by default. Importantly, any physical injuries sustained during battles could be treated in the infirmary, allowing participants to recuperate before returning. The most severe injuries typically required no more than an hour of treatment, thus providing ample time for the champions to re-enter the fray. Upon grasping the fundamental rules, Safet displayed no particular reaction, instead gazing out the window at the ongoing battles. After a prolonged silence, he coolly remarked, "How utterly tedious. Low-caliber combat offers little to captivate the senses." Phil, having outlined all the regulations, anticipated that his master would showcase his prowess in the arena. It seemed that Safet lacked significant interest. "My lord, do you not wish to compete for the arena?" Phil inquired, his curiosity piqued. Such subpar battles hold no thrill for me. Attending would merely squander my time. Look closely at the 8 arenas. Even Dar has yet to appear, likely sharing my sentiments." Great minds think alike. Having observed for a moment and finding it rather dull, Safet reclined to rest. Today marked merely the first day. The true experts had yet to emerge, and the most intense clashes would likely occur on the final day. It would be prudent to conserve energy and avoid wasting time waiting for challengers. While Safet remained disinterested, his servant Phil was entirely engrossed. It made sense, for even as an adult extraterrestrial, Phil's combat prowess paled in comparison, even to the young Saiyans, making these battles appear quite sophisticated to him. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Safet refrained from adhering to his previous rigorous training regimen, opting instead for a well-deserved respite. As lunch hour passed, Safet sprang to his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. "At last, the time has come to demonstrate my abilities. Phil, bring me my battle attire. Today, I intend to engage in a formidable duel." With a flourish, Safet loosened his slightly languid body and unleashed a flurry of punches into the air. A subtle nod confirmed that this warm-up was just right. Phil closely followed in Safet's wake, fully aware of his master's formidable strength. Anyone bold enough to challenge the illustrious Prince Dar was undoubtedly no weakling. While Phil lacked a clear concept of just how powerful Safet was, today he would finally have the opportunity to witness his master's might firsthand. As Safet stepped into the square, his gaze was immediately drawn to Dao, who stood upon the first arena. The man who had dealt him his inaugural defeat, the one he had vowed to surpass, the figure towering above him. Although Safet had indeed gained strength since that fateful encounter, he possessed the wisdom to refrain from approaching and subjecting himself to humiliation. Instead, he turned towards the second arena, where a robust individual with a fierce countenance stood, exuding an aura of intimidation that ignited a fire within Safet's spirit. "Very well. My first battle shall be against you." Chapter 8. Seizing the second arena for a long time, Safet had assumed that the students within this institution were of considerable talent, albeit lacking in combat experience, much like himself. Despite having engaged in numerous battles with his father, each encounter had been tempered, with his father deliberately restraining his power. There was no palpable bloodlust in those exchanges. However, the imposing boy before him was different. From a distance, Safet could sense an intangible ferocity emanating from him. This lad had undoubtedly emerged from the crucible of battle. Resolute in his assessment, Safet squinted as he observed the boy, who seemed to sense his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. In that moment, Safet felt a tremor coursing through his body, an exhilarating thrill that made him shudder involuntarily. With a leap, he effortlessly ascended the arena. "State your name. You are worthy of falling beneath my hand." Pravidi hailed from a low-ranking noble lineage among the Saiyans. Orphaned in his early years by the deaths of both parents in battle, and born with initially low combat power, he was dispatched to a remote planet, much like other low-tier warriors. Perhaps it was fate that spared him. On that distant world, Pravidi self-taught various combat techniques, compelling himself to hone his skills through direct combat rather than transforming into a giant ape and wreaking havoc. This dedication led to a rapid enhancement of his fighting abilities, and by the tender age of 4, he had remarkably vanquished all the inhabitants of that planet. Such extraordinary prowess caught the attention of several mid-ranking nobles, who not only restored his noble status, but also facilitated his entrance into this esteemed academy. Pravidi proved to be formidable, overcoming numerous challenges and trials to finally arrive at this pinnacle of education. He was a firm believer in his own strength, intent on reclaiming the honor that was rightfully his, with no one capable of obstructing his path. Yet before him stood this slender, underdeveloped boy, one whose muscular contours had yet to fully take shape, daring to claim the right to fall at his hands? After a moment's contemplation, Praviti surmised that those who reached this academy were no mere novices. Anyone bold enough to utter such audacious words must possess a certain confidence. However, Praviti had held the second arena for a day, fending off countless challengers, each a formidable contender, and, unsurprisingly, he had not once needed to visit the infirmary. His combat prowess was evidently formidable. With such audacity, I shall not hold back, and I will certainly leave you in ruins. Praviti raised his hands, adopting a stance that balanced offense and defense. This was his customary approach. First, to familiarize himself with his opponent's fighting style, then to seek out vulnerabilities, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. As he sensed the rising momentum from his opponent, Safit found himself unexpectedly admiring Praviti. However, he maintained a posture of indifference, arms crossed over his chest, showing no signs of readiness. How about this? If I win, you will follow me from now on. Upon hearing this proposition, Praviti furrowed his brow, convinced that his opponent lacked the ability to defeat him, and promptly declined. That's not acceptable. It appeared that my offer was not enticing enough. Very well. If I manage to defeat you without sustaining any harm, I shall require you to serve as my subordinate. Confidence radiated from Safit, based on his extensive observation. He estimated Praviti's combat power to be well over 400, but certainly not exceeding 500, instilling him with a sense of assurance. Praviti felt a surge of anger. The terms presented were less a challenge than an affront. Let us see if you possess the capability. He launched an initial shockwave, a white energy blast hurtling towards Safit's face. Safit smiled slightly, recognizing this energy projectile as merely a test. He chose not to evade, opting instead to demonstrate his formidable strength in preparation for accepting Praviti as his subordinate. With his right hand positioned at his side, as the energy blast approached, Safit swung his arm forcefully, deflecting the projectile. Suddenly, Safit realized that his opponent had vanished from sight, a sense of caution igniting within him. Just then, a voice echoed from behind, too late. Safit felt a force strike his waist, propelling him forward. Though it was not particularly strong, it was painful nonetheless. His body soared through the air, still somewhat rigid from the impact, when Praviti reappeared before him, delivering a powerful kick. With a thud, Safit was sent flying into the air, his body carried upwards by the force. In an instant, Praviti materialized above him, hands together, and brought them crashing down upon Safit's head. With a resounding crash, Safit was struck to the ground, lying sprawled in a star shape, motionless. Huh! Is this the extent of your prowess? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Truly disappointing. Praviti laughed heartily. Safit's earlier bravado had indeed irked him. But following that flurry of ferocious strikes, Praviti felt confident that even against an opponent with superior strength, he could inflict sufficient damage to diminish their combat capabilities. Amidst Praviti's astonished gaze, Safit gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire. Hey, what were those moves called? Do give my back a rub. It certainly helped to loosen my legs, just the right amount of force. This is impossible, Praviti exclaimed in terror. There is nothing impossible. There is too great a disparity between us. I graciously accepted your gift, and now it is my turn, Safit remarked, relishing Praviti's astonishment. Are you ready? I shall make my move now, he added, noticing that his opponent still seemed dazed. As Praviti remained in a stupor, murmuring incomprehensible words, Safit paid little heed to his state. Although defeating an opponent devoid of fighting spirit offered little satisfaction, the rules of the arena dictated that one must vanquish the adversary until they concede or are rendered unable to continue. After a series of meaningless blows, the severely injured Praviti was escorted to the infirmary by his servant, while Safit stood proudly atop the arena, having secured his position. Turning to his right, he beheld the first arena, where Darl had effortlessly dispatched a challenger with a few strikes, standing nonchalantly as he cast a casual glance in Safit's direction. Accompanied by a faint smile, Safit clenched his fists tightly, mentally proclaiming, Darl, the humiliation you have bestowed upon me shall be repaid by my own hand. As the subsequent hours unfolded, challengers became scarce. Those still standing in the arena were the finest warriors of this generation, each boasting combat prowess exceeding 400. Undoubtedly, Darl remained unchallenged in the first arena, while Safit stood resolute in the second, having unquestionably claimed its title. With his newfound prominence, Safit achieved fame. For this tournament served not only to select the most exceptional combatants, but also to grant these prodigies the necessary prestige to form their own teams. Most Scion squads began their camaraderie in childhood, bonded through shared battles. With only the deceased members being lost, the emotional ties forged in such an environment surpassed all others. Thus, for Scion, the members of a team were akin to true family, an irreplaceable presence. Initially, Safit had contemplated inviting that fierce young boy to join his team. However, the boy's disappointing performance, unable to withstand even the slightest setback, led Safit to abandon that notion. The recent freshman tournament had just concluded, with rewards yet to be distributed. While each iteration of the competition featured its own unique prizes, ranging from specialized training to unique techniques or guidance in energy manipulation, Safit remained indifferent. Having already absorbed much knowledge from his father, Crosa, as the freshman tournament drew to a close, it was followed by the upperclassmen competition. Safit sat in the training room, pondering whether to observe it, when Phil gently knocked and entered. "What is it?" Safit's tone was brusque, having explicitly instructed Phil not to disturb him during training unless it was of utmost importance. Perhaps there was indeed a significant matter at hand. As Safit patiently awaited Phil's explanation, otherwise he would have swiftly ejected him. Phil, bowing slightly, had served Safit for several days. Yet the temperament of this formidable scion remained somewhat inscrutable to him. He had never perceived Safit as a mere child. Each encounter with him evoked a sense of suffocation. A scion arrived at the door, introducing himself as Pravaitai, a subordinate of yours. Should I allow him entry? Phil endeavored to maintain a gentle and submissive tone, anxious not to provoke discontent. Pravaitai? I have not heard of him. Send him away, for I have no time to entertain him. Safit continued his rigorous training without pause, then pondered if he might be the fierce young man from yesterday. After a moment's contemplation, Safit resolved to extend an opportunity. After all, those who excel in this academy are certainly not of mediocre caliber. Even if he possessed certain flaws, Safit was confident in his ability to transform him. Very well. Show him to the parlor to await my arrival. Casually, Safit exited, donning a shirt over his sweaty physique, unperturbed by his disheveled appearance as he made his way to the parlor. Upon entering, he found Phil already guiding Pravaitai to stand there. You seek me? Safit initiated the conversation. Captain, Pravaitai began, but was swiftly interrupted by Safit. I'm not your captain. Your performance yesterday was profoundly disappointing. You lack the merit to be my teammate. Although Safit's tone was not elevated, to Pravaitai, it struck like thunder. A scion holds honor above life itself. Having been effortlessly bested by Safit the previous day, he had harbored immense respect for him and instinctively acknowledged Safit's superiority. However, today he found himself demeaned once more, a crushing blow to his pride. I demand a duel, a fight to the death. The echoes of Pravaitai's roar reverberated through the villa, his fury having obliterated his rationality. Consumed by a singular desire to vanquish the one who dared to insult him so brazenly. Undeterred by the anger radiating from Pravaitai's eyes, Safit approached him slowly, observing his taut muscles poised for combat. A faint smile graced Safit's lips as he patted Pravaitai's shoulder, nodding in approval. Now, this is the spirit befitting a member of my team. Pravaitai, taken aback, struggled to comprehend Safit's intentions, despite his commendable fighting prowess. What? You must be curious as to why I treat you this way, yes? Safit circled Pravaitai before settling onto the sofa. Indeed, I do not fully grasp your meaning. Do you accept me as your teammate? Pravaitai inquired, somewhat bewildered yet earnest. If one does not dare to challenge me, what right do they have to call themselves strong? Such individuals are not worthy to be my teammates. They're not only cowards but also a disgrace to the Scion race. Safit's eyes narrowed, seemingly recalling something. After a moment of silence, Pravaitai relaxed, then knelt on one knee, his right arm resting on the ground with his fist touching the earth while his left arm shielded his chest. He proclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Please accept my loyalty, Pravaitai. However, should there come a day when you are inferior to me, I shall still strive to defeat you. For those who do not possess greater strength have no right to lead me." Safit was taken aback, well versed in Scion noble etiquette. He comprehended that Pravaitai's gesture was the highest form of respect among Scions, a tribute reserved for the most formidable of adversaries, even surpassing the decorum expected in the presence of the Scion king. Taking a deep breath, Safit spoke with utmost seriousness. I, Safit, accept your loyalty. He then raised Pravaitai with both hands and declared, "Good brother, our name shall resonate throughout the universe. I shall undoubtedly become the strongest Scion." Pravaitai, without hesitation, stood up and asserted, "So shall I. I am the strongest Scion. Now, We require one more team member to form our fundamental trio. Provitai, you shall seek out the last Saiyan, and if she is a woman, I want the strongest female Saiyan of this generation to join our team. Can you handle this? Safit spoke in a deep voice. A female Saiyan? Why not recruit another male Saiyan? After all, men are generally endowed with greater combat talents, Provitai questioned, perplexed by Safit's intent. Do not underestimate women. My Aunt Hanasia possesses a battle power exceeding 11,000, surpassing even my father. Although women may fall short in some aspects, you must do as I say, Safit replied with discontent. Very well. I hope you won't lament about our team's strength later on, Provitai muttered as he exited, uncertain of his reliability in fulfilling the task. With Provitai's departure, Safit re-entered the training room, knowing he could not afford to relax for even a moment if he wished to surpass Dar. The next day, Provitai successfully brought forth the strongest female Saiyan of the generation, an outcome that surprised Safit. Their sudden arrival astonished him, as he had anticipated it would take some time to recruit her. The name of the strongest female Saiyan was Ella, and from the moment Provitai and she entered, Safit could not take his eyes off her. I am curious. Why did you choose to join my team? I heard you initially intended to join Dar's squad. As one of the contenders, you should have been easily accepted by him, Safit remarked, having just concluded his morning training regimen and taken a moment to bathe before their arrival. Upon receiving them, Safit learned that the short-haired girl had indeed approached Dar. Yet for reasons unknown, she had not joined his team. As a contender, it seemed improbable that Dar would look down upon her. I had initially joined Dar's squad, but his arrogance was unbearable. I could not tolerate it, so I left. Is it truly that simple? Safit inquired. Indeed it is, Ella affirmed with certainty. Observing her earnest expression, Safit chose to trust her words. In fact, I have suffered a crushing defeat at Dar's hands. Do you not feel it would be an indignity to follow me? Safit candidly admitted his loss to Dar, which took Ella by surprise. Ella paused momentarily before responding. Actually, I was present when you challenged Dar. To be honest, even now, I lack the courage to face him. The pressure he exudes is overwhelming, and standing against him renders me incapable of making a move. Is that so? He is undeniably formidable, incredibly powerful. Yet I am resolute that one day I shall surpass him. Safit has consistently encouraged himself in this manner while diligently honing his skills, and he has indeed felt his strength continually augmenting. Welcome to my team. However, as you have only just joined, we are still unfamiliar with each other's capabilities. Would you care for a sparring match? The recent training calls for a battle to solidify our skills. Although I am uncertain of your strength, I surmise it to be akin to that of Praveti. While we may not engage in a full-fledged battle, it should suffice for a warm-up. With pleasure. Shall we head to the combat arena? Here, the Saiyans, regardless of gender, are fiercely combative, and Ella is no exception. As Safit and his companions prepared to venture to the Academy's combat arena, Phil entered from outside, saying, Master, the Academy has just notified us that the champions are to promptly proceed to the library to receive their rewards. Rewards? What could possibly be of value? Safit replied, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Any interruption to his duel would inevitably vex him. My apologies, Captain, but let us first visit the Academy. The rewards may prove enticing. While Safit remained unimpressed, the other two were quite hopeful. Praveti desired to go, for Safit understood that his background precluded him from possessing any remarkable techniques. However, Ella, being of noble descent, should not lack in such skills. Under Safit's puzzled gaze, Ella shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. My parents have never taught me combat techniques. They perceive my prospects as dim compared to my brother S. And since my combat power was not exceptional at birth, they believe my talents are lacking. Hence, they have never taken me seriously. I have solely relied on my own exploration of combat methods. Very well, let us postpone the duel for a while and see what the Academy has to offer. Safit found it difficult to refuse and could only concede slightly. After all, it was merely a visit that would not consume too much time. Upon arriving at the library, they found that most of the volumes comprised the battle experiences of their predecessors, transcribed by others through oral accounts. Although the essence could not be fully captured, it conveyed some meaning, and given that Saiyans are a warrior race with exceptional comprehension of combat, understanding was not a challenge. Entering the library, the first floor was filled with books, yet the crowd was sparse, comprising only a few individuals perusing works on the cosmic races or powerful civilizations. The second floor featured videos on combat, which attracted a larger audience, as the experiences of their predecessors against formidable beings were indeed rare and invaluable. Proceeding to the third floor, Safit and his companions spotted a room ahead where several individuals were gathered, notably the new champion contenders. Safit recognized a few of them, but did not see Dao among them. You are the champion of the 6th arena, correct? Here is your reward. After you receive it, dedicate yourself to training and become a powerful Saiyan warrior. Do not bring shame upon our kind. A middle-aged Saiyan, appearing to be in his 40s, said as he handed a box to a tall, slender boy. The tall, slender boy took the item, expressed his gratitude, and exited, greeting Safite before departing. Hello, we are here to collect the reward. Safite politely addressed the battle-scarred middle-aged man before him. Which arena? The 2nd. Are you Safite? Indeed. The middle-aged Saiyan slowly ascended, retrieving the reward belonging to Safite from the elevated platform behind him and placing it before him. Noticing Safite's unwavering gaze, he smiled and inquired, "What? Are you curious about my missing legs?" Safite, well aware from his father of the formidable strength that such a middle-aged Saiyan once possessed, felt a pang of caution. Although the man before him had lost his legs, underestimating him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Unsure of the man's temperament, Safite opted for humility in the presence of a senior. It's nothing really. I simply lost my legs in battle against an extraterrestrial being with a power level exceeding 11,000. They were shattered by a shockwave, leaving no chance for recovery. Otherwise, I would still be gallivanting on a battlefield, the middle-aged Saiyan reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Yet, he acknowledged that his body was no longer suited for combat. Caring for the next generation was a worthy pursuit. The 2nd arena? Huh? It's unfortunate, really. The 1st arena's rewards are the finest. Alas, you are competing in the same era as Prince Dar, a prodigious talent. To share a time with such a monstrous genius is indeed a tragic fate, the middle-aged man remarked, mistaking Safite's silence for shock at his appearance. He shifted the conversation to divert attention to Prince Dar. It's nothing. One day I will surely defeat that guy, Safite retorted, his irritation palpable as his brash personality shone through. The middle-aged man smiled knowingly, interpreting Safite's words as a means of bolstering his confidence. He then opened the box and said, "Considering the unique circumstances of this generation, the reward for 2nd place is quite commendable, nearly equivalent to that of the previous 1st-place rewards." Receiving the scroll from the middle-aged man's hand, Safite noticed the bold inscription, Sky Cannon. Chapter 11. The Wedding of Hanasia. Within the opulent villa, Safite had just completed 2,000 push-ups and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Taking a moment to rest, he decided to examine the reward he had just retrieved from the library. Although he had never heard of it before, the notion of a technique being offered as a reward suggested it must possess remarkable qualities. Unrolling the scroll, he found it densely filled with intricate text. The initial lines detailed various applications of energy and essential precautions to heed. Initially dismissive, Safite's perspective shifted as he delved deeper into the content. Is it possible to employ it this way? Safite exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The description of the Sky Cannon was unequivocal. Once mastered, its release could enhance his power level by a factor of 1.5 to 2. Such an exponential increase in strength promised to be a game-changing asset. However, it has been mentioned that achieving double the explosive power is exceedingly challenging. Thus far, only 3 individuals have accomplished this feat nevertheless. Safite is undeterred by such statistics. To him, even a modest increase of 1.5 times in combat strength would suffice to arm him with the capability to challenge Darl. Initially troubled by the slow pace of his power enhancement, he now feels a glimmer of hope in his ability to defeat Darl. Setting aside other matters, mastering the Sky Cannon has become his foremost priority. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed, and Safite has grown increasingly adept at controlling this energy. However, today was not dedicated to training or honing his skills. A day prior, he received news that his parents would be returning. After some contemplation, Safite decided to welcome them, reasoning that it would not consume too much of his time. On his way to the planetary landing station, Safite pondered the extent of his gap in strength compared to Darl. Although he had made some progress, he could not guarantee a victory over Darl, as he remained unaware of Darl's true power. Following his previous defeat, Darl had not exerted his full capabilities. While Safite had formed some estimations in his mind, he could not be sure that Darl was not concealing further strength. The planetary landing station was vast, and fortunately, Closa had informed him in advance to proceed to the 2nd platform. There, Safite occasionally observed small spacecraft landing or departing, carrying Saiyans who were either embarking on missions or returning home. Typically, if extraterrestrials visited planet Vegeta, they arrived aboard large spaceships. The smaller spherical vessels were predominantly utilized by combat personnel. Sapphire had not lingered long when he noticed 5 small spherical spacecraft approaching the designated area, descending with a thunderous roar. Thankfully, the landing site was cushioned with a soft protective layer, which absorbed the immense impact as if it were striking cotton, dissipating it entirely. The 5 individuals exited their craft. His father, Closa, appeared unscathed, while the others, including his mother, really, bore minor injuries, clearly indicative of their conquest of a higher-tier planet. Father, mother, Uncle Pose, Uncle Rio, Uncle Kafusa, welcome back, Sapphire said with a slight bow. Closa surveyed him with a few approving glances and nodded in satisfaction. Well, it seems you have not been idle in my absence. Your combat power has improved significantly. Of course, I aspire to be the strongest Saiyan. How could I possibly be lazy? Sapphire replied confidently. Humility? Don't be ridiculous. In Planet Vegeta, being humble only invites disdain. He gently taped a detector. Eager to assess Sapphire's data. Wow. Only a few months apart, and this little rascal has increased his power so much? 1,247. You're not yet 4 years old. Hearing Rio's astonished exclamation, Sapphire felt no pride, merely pouting in dissatisfaction. Humph, what is there to be proud of? I estimate that Darl's combat power has likely surpassed 1,800 by now. What? Are you lacking confidence? Such a terrifying talent, even if you cannot surpass it. I shall not blame you. You remain my most proud son, Crosa. Crosa ruffled his hair, faintly recalling that just a few months prior, he had a battle power of barely 800. The considerable increase in his capabilities has left Crosa exceedingly pleased with Sapphire's performance. How could that be? I will surely surpass Darl. One day, I will personally trample him beneath my feet, Sapphic declared with unwavering confidence. Assessing the recent surge in his own battle power compared to Darl, he felt optimistic about his prospects of surpassing him, hence his resolute demeanor. Very well, my son. I believe in you, Crosa replied, though he harbored doubts about the feasibility of surpassing Darl. The likelihood seemed too minimal to warrant concern. However, using this motivation to inspire his son to continually strive for greatness was indeed a preferable approach. There is no need to worry that Sapphic would become lax in his training after earning the title of the strongest among the younger generation. By the way, father, how many days will you stay before embarking on your next mission? Although Sapphic did not possess a strong attachment, he hoped they could spend a little more time together. This time, our return was somewhat expedited. There are still remnants of the indigenous people on Asha planet, so the evaluation of this mission may not be particularly high, and the rewards may be scant as well. It seems that the merchants always find reasons to withhold some compensation. The reason for our swift return is that your mother's dear friend, Hanasia, is getting married, and we have been invited. I must admit, even the most formidable woman on Vegeta's planet deserves some recognition, Crosa chuckled. I am more curious whether that man can endure taking orders from her in the future. He added with a laugh. Vegeta's planet operates on the principle of strength above all. Even in marriage, the more powerful partner wields greater authority. Is it possible that father does not know who is marrying Aunt Hanasia? Sapphic questioned with a hint of disdain, finding it somewhat unsatisfactory that his father was unaware of such details. I'm not quite sure, but there have been rumors circulating recently that Hanasia has been close with a low-ranking warrior. I cannot ascertain the truth, Crosa replied, refraining from further commentary. Meanwhile, Sapphic mother, Rueli, interjected, noting that as good friends, the two women likely knew more about the situation. Enough of that. We shall discover the identity of the groom at the banquet, Croesus said. Sapphic, do not return to the academy in these few days. Inform them and stay here instead. It will provide me an opportunity to assess the results of your recent training. Crosa, a quintessential battle enthusiast, often spoke of little else. All right, I understand, Sapphic replied, eager to gauge his progress. Upon exiting the planetary docking station, Crosa waved goodbye to his comrades, while Sapphic returned to the academy to request leave. The group parted ways, agreeing to reconvene 3 days later at Hanasia's wedding. Chapter 12, Goku? Sapphic unleashed a powerful punch, aimed at Crosa's head, but was met with the absence of contact, as his charged strike landed in empty space, inadvertently exposing a vulnerability in his stance. Crosa, seasoned in combat experience, swiftly seized upon this minor opening, delivering a kick to Sapphic unguarded right chest. The beleaguered Sapphire was sent sprawling like a ball, tumbling several times before landing over 10 meters away. Struggling to rise, he seemed intent on continuing the fight, yet the fatigue and severity of his injuries rendered such aspirations futile. Sapphire now appeared woeful, his body marred with numerous wounds, splattered with blood and bruised flesh. Closa dissipated his gathered aura and reached out to assist the still struggling Sapphite. Enough, let it be. Do not overexert yourself. Sapphite, in a state of dejection, surrendered to the circumstances. Battling against his father proved exceedingly difficult. No matter the strategy employed, it seemed as though each maneuver was anticipated, yielding no tangible results. Such intense combat was indeed too demanding for Sapphite, whose youthful spirit was undermined by a body that was still that of a mere child. Alas, he had yet to land a single blow on his father. After resting for a few minutes and regaining some strength, he rose from the ground, glancing at Closa, who remained unscathed, with a hint of regret. Haha, you are still too immature. Our disparity in combat prowess is still vast. Once you reach adulthood, you should be able to challenge me, and I have no doubt you will surpass me, Closa remarked, pleased with Sapphite's performance over the past 2 days. His combat instincts and abilities had shown considerable improvement, though he still lacked certain elements. However, Closa harbored no worries. He believed it would not be long before these traits manifested, such as the intense killing intent that every Saiyan must possess. All right, let us conclude today's battle. Go wash up and change. Your mother seems somewhat impatient. We must honor the occasion with Hanasia, so it is best to arrive early, Closa expressed, thoroughly satisfied with Sapphite's progress. Now, his son boasted a battle power exceeding 1,000, and he eagerly anticipated the exponential increase that would accompany his son's adolescence. Closa envisioned the moment when his son would flaunt a power level surpassing 20,000 before him. Nodding, Sapphite donned a new battle outfit and followed Riley and Closa to Hanasia's villa. Saiyan weddings are not overly elaborate. They merely gather friends as witnesses and enjoy a meal together to mark the occasion, devoid of intricate rituals. How peculiar, Riley mused, observing the assembly of guests, which included not only many high-ranking nobles, but also a number of lower-tier warriors. Their demeanor clearly indicated they had been invited. It seems my earlier speculation was correct. Hanasia's husband must indeed be a lower-tier warrior, likely the Bardock you mentioned, she asserted as Closa chimed in, savoring a fine wine. Perhaps. I wonder what kind of man could win Hanasia's heart. Riley laughed heartily, looking forward to meeting Bardock with great anticipation. Sapphite found himself languishing in boredom, disinterested in their tedious chatter, although he was aware that he had entered the world of Dragon Ball. It had been nearly a decade since he last indulged in the series. Now, only vague memories of the main characters lingered, while much of the plot had faded from his mind. In this moment of ennui, he endeavored to recollect, but alas, nothing of significance surfaced. He faintly recalled that those formidable beings from later arcs possessed the power to obliterate a planet with a single blow. Sapphite clenched his fist, harboring confidence that he could indeed annihilate an island with a single strike. If his power level exceeded 10,000, surely he could also destroy a smaller planet. By this reckoning, it seemed those later fighters must have had battle powers exceeding 50,000. Shaking his head, Sapphite felt a profound distance from such prowess. If it came to it, he could always flee. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudges against them, nor did he face the threat of pursuit. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he beheld a child of similar age standing before him, though he had no recollection of the boy. "What is it?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I heard you challenge the prince and were quite thoroughly defeated in front of everyone. It seems a tad presumptuous," the child remarked. Sapphite felt a surge of irritation, yet upon reflection, he had indeed lost and had no justifications to offer. Speaking further would only worsen matters. It was better to let his actions speak for themselves in the future. With a dismissive sniff, Sapphite turned away, refusing to engage with the boy. Quite the temper, yet regrettably lacking in skill. "I wager your challenge to the prince was merely an attempt to gain notoriety. How disappointing. I wonder if your parents still dare to acknowledge you," the boy continued. This child, a peer of Sapphite's, had long aspired to join Dal's team, hoping to attach himself to that esteemed figure, but it seemed fortune had not favored him. Dal had overlooked him during recruitment. His attempt to leverage Sapphite's situation was simply a ploy to capture Dal's attention. Initially, Sapphite wished to ignore such an individual, but the boy pressed on, and Sapphite, not known for his patience, retorted, "Is that so? It seems the prevalence of trash like you among the Saiyans is why their overall standards remain stagnant. Well, you certainly have a sharp tongue. Are you brave enough to match your skills against mine? I am eager to see if your prowess matches your bravado," the boy challenged. With a battle power nearing 400, he was considered an elite among his peers, a formidable presence for the average fighter. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Before Sapphite could respond, the boy charged at him. Sapphite stood rooted, his gaze fixed on his challenger. As the boy approached, he swiftly unleashed a kick. Whoosh thud. A shadow darted over the heads of onlookers, forcefully pinned against the wall. Humph, quite the appetizing distraction, Saiyan mused, having landed his strike. He chose not to pursue further, surmising that the boy, having taken the blow directly, would find it difficult to rise again. The young man indeed possesses considerable ability, and Saiyan underestimated his tenacity. Observing the battered figure, riddled with numerous wounds, yet resolutely standing, Saiyan suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. With a swift kick, he propelled himself towards the young man, determined to bring him down with a single blow. Those who dared to provoke must face the consequences. Just as Saiyan's fist was about to strike that loathsome face, a large hand unexpectedly reached out from the side, firmly grasping his wrist. "Hey kid, I do not appreciate disturbances at my wedding. Otherwise, I may lose my temper." Following the direction of the voice, Saiyan's gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome man, exuding a rugged masculinity, with black, split hair. Apart from that charming smile, he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. Saiyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Goku?" Chapter 13, Crisis. The moment the words escaped his lips, Saiyan realized that although this man bore a striking likeness to Goku, he was undoubtedly not him. Upon reflection, he recalled that Bardock was indeed Goku's father. With a huff, Saiyan reluctantly retracted his fist. After all, this was his territory, and he did not wish to appear entirely devoid of dignity, especially considering the opponent's superior combat prowess. It was prudent to let the matter rest, lest he incur the wrath of Hanasiya, even with Crossa's protection. However, this incident had certainly drawn the attention of most present, and not far away, Dahl observed the commotion, which only served to diminish his opinion of the young man further. Without any further antics, the wedding proceeded smoothly, and it wasn't long before the news of Hanasiya's pregnancy spread, bringing joy to all. 7 months swiftly passed, during which Saiyan made little progress. His combat power had seen a slight increase, yet it remained unsatisfactory, barely nearing the threshold of 1500. During this time, his father Crossa's team undertook 2 relatively simple missions, completing them in just a few months. For the past several days, Crossa and Riley had stayed home, partly due to Saiyan's disappointment in his recent lack of progress and his desire to seek advice from Crossa, and partly because Hanasiya was due to give birth, and they did not wish to miss the arrival of her baby. "Father, why has my combat power shown such minimal increase lately? I have been diligently training for months, yet my progress is nowhere near as rapid as it was in the earlier months. Do you have any insight?" After completing 3,000 push-ups, Saiyan seized a moment of rest to inquire of Crossa. Crossa pondered for a moment before shaking his head in helplessness. He too was perplexed. He beckoned to Saiyan. "Come at me. Let me see what you are lacking." Familiar with each other's fighting styles from previous encounters, Saiyan felt confident in his ability to best his father, were it not for the significant disparity in their power levels. Both assumed optimal battle stances, and after scanning for any weaknesses, Saiyan, after a brief moment of calm, suddenly charged forward, opting for his most proficient hand-to-hand combat style. Realizing he could not find any vulnerabilities to exploit, he decided to strike first and seize the initiative. Saiyan thrust his right fist forward, the swift speed and immense power creating a white ripple in the air, a formidable force surging forth directly towards Closa's face. With a resounding thud, Closa extended his left hand, firmly catching Saiyan's punch. Undeterred by the misstrike, Saiyan retaliated with his left fist, targeting Closa's ribs. A sharp crack echoed as Closa secured Saiyan's left wrist, who persistently exerted strength in an attempt to overpower him. However, the disparity in their strength was vast, yielding minimal results. "All right, release your grip," Closa remarked, as Saiyan was poised to change tactics, but abruptly halted upon hearing his father's words. "Your combat skills, awareness, and strategic thinking are commendable. You possess a relentless momentum and do not falter in the face of stronger opponents. Yet, what you lack is the ferocity of a killer." Closa's analysis was astute. "Thus far, you have not undertaken any planetary missions. A Saiyan who has not slain millions cannot become a true warrior. It is time to set aside your training and seek an opportunity to apply for a planetary assault mission at school." "Understood," Saiyan replied earnestly, nodding. The notion of killing sparked an odd sensation within him. Despite knowing that, as a Saiyan, such acts were inevitable, he felt an inexplicable thrill, mingled with the constraints of his earthly upbringing, leaving him with an ambiguous emotional turmoil. "Right, I understand." Saiyan acknowledged his path forward, resolute that no one, not even himself, could hinder his quest for strength. "Oh, by the way, Aunt Hanasiya is due any day now and should give birth in the next few days. You might want to hold off on that mission until after the child is born." I hear it's a boy, and given her lineage, one can only assume he will possess considerable fighting prowess. Close amused while tidying up his dirty workout clothes. Sure, I got it, Saphit responded nonchalantly. Although his battle power had been increasing slowly, he recognized that cultivating a killer instinct was not an urgent matter, and his mindset required adjustment, affording him ample time in the coming days. Saphit turned to inform his two teammates at school. Among them, Protagonist, born of a low-tier warrior lineage, had supposedly destroyed a planet in infancy, making the act of killing trivial for him. Conversely, Era, like himself, hailed from a highborn family. Although her current combat prowess was modest, experiencing the thrill ahead of time would not be detrimental. Wait a moment, Hanasea is about to give birth to a son. Her husband is Bardock, which means Goku is about to arrive. Saphit suddenly envisioned a magnificent, radiant red star in his mind. Almost immediately, the star shimmered with an aurora. An entire planet began to crack chaotically, culminating in a blinding explosion of white light. Oh no, does this mean Frieza will soon annihilate Planet Vegeta? Saphit felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Although he was aware of his identity as a time traveler, he possessed sufficient self-awareness not to rashly challenge Frieza merely due to his unique status. The chasm between them was as vast as the horizon, an insurmountable divide. The only viable option was to flee. He must escape. Time was of the essence. If his memory served him correctly, the impending destruction would occur just days after Goku's birth. With Hana's due date already upon them, he had at most 10 days left. Taking a deep breath, Saphit resolved to immediately apply for a mission to conquer a low-level planet, determined to escape Planet Vegeta within 5 days. He hurried back to the academy at a swift pace, instructing Phil to summon Provitai and Ella to his villa with the utmost urgency. The two arrived quickly, uncertain of Saphit's intentions, yet their camaraderie had grown strong over the past few months. Captain, I haven't completed my training tasks yet. Even if you're worried about me surpassing you, is this really the time to disrupt my training? Are you afraid? Provitai joked as he entered. Ordinarily, Saphit would have taken the opportunity to enlighten him about their disparities, but at that moment, he lacked the inclination to engage in conversation. Noticing Saphit's serious demeanor and his disregard for Provitai's jest, Provitai sensed something was amiss and opted to sit quietly, awaiting Ella's arrival for the captain to reveal the situation. As Ella stepped inside and greeted them, she too noted Saphit's lack of response, feeling a sense of unease. Now that everyone is here, I have decided to undertake a mission to conquer a low-level planet in 3 days. We must apply for this task at the academy immediately. Chapter 14. Saphit's prediction. What? Who said it was not allowed? Saphit exclaimed, pounding his fist on the table with a resounding thud. He had anticipated a straightforward process, only to be halted by the staff, who informed him that he and his team did not meet the requirements for the application. Lord Saphit, as a member of the noble class, you understand that we, mere mortals, cannot afford to offend you. Please forgive us. The Academy has a rule that requires all members of a team applying for such missions to possess a combat power exceeding 800. While you are indeed formidable, the alien attending to Saphit appeared distressed. This was Planet Vegeta. He could not afford to offend a noble, yet approving their application would also implicate him in dire consequences. Thus, he could only implore Saphit to abandon the mission. Open your eyes and see clearly. My combat power has long surpassed 800. How dare you utter such nonsense? Saphit's body tensed, his energy flaring, overwhelming the attendant. Why yes, I understand you are powerful. Could you please temper your aura? The attendant, witnessing the readings on the scanner approaching 1300, was astounded, yet the earlier display of power had unequivocally demonstrated Saphit's terrifying strength. While your performance is undoubtedly commendable, your two companions fall significantly short of the standard, one with a power level barely exceeding 400 and the other not even reaching 600. Such a combat capability results in an alarmingly high mortality rate during missions, which is intolerable for the Academy. Despite Saphit's piercing gaze rendering him unable to meet her eyes, he found himself compelled to explain, Be silent. We Saiyans are born to battle. Even in death, there lies a certain glory. To shy away from combat simply due to inferior power is the true disgrace of Saiyan. Do you perceive us as mere bullies, preying on those weaker than ourselves? With a swift motion, Saphit grasped the alien's neck with one hand and barked, Do you wish to perish? The alien, now gasping for breath and turning a shade of deep purple, dare not show any sign of disrespect. Saphit declared, releasing him as if discarding refuse into a corner. While it was of little consequence to eliminate such an attendant, the mission held precedence, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Listen closely. We Scions thrive in the face of adversity, relentlessly challenging mightier foes. Even when confronted by a stronger adversary, we never retreat. Those who fear death do not deserve the title of Scion. Do you understand? Suddenly, an elderly Scion materialized unnoticed by Sapphire, his hair streaked with gray. To a Scion who experienced an extended period of youth, this signified a considerable age, which explained his presence within the academy rather than on the battlefield. Thank you for the praise. Though I merely speak the truth, Sapphire replied, slightly bowing. His father had solemnly instructed him that every Scion who fought into old age without sustaining any physical injuries was exceptionally formidable and should never be underestimated. Very well. I have been informed of the recent events. You are Sapphire, son of Crosa, correct? The elder Scion appeared well acquainted with Sapphire. Indeed, though your mission to conquer a lesser planet seems somewhat ambitious, I shall grant my approval. Issue them a permit. I trust Crosa's son will not bring shame to his lineage. The elder Scion spoke with an air of authority, prompting the previously anxious alien to regain composure, disregarding his injuries, and hastily proceed to complete the necessary procedures. The processing was remarkably swift. What typically required a day or two was arranged within the afternoon. Thanks to the elder Scion's intervention, Sapphire's team acted promptly. Shortly after receiving the notification, Sapphire led his companions in departing Planet Vegeta. He was keen to avoid any delays, as time lost could lead to unforeseen changes, and he dared not wait. 3 small spacecraft soared towards their destination. Although the target was a lesser planet, Sapphire's thoughts were far removed from that concern. He was preoccupied with devising a way to extricate Crosa and really from Planet Vegeta. With impending destruction looming, Sapphire was determined not to allow his parents to vanish so abruptly. After all, their years of companionship had forged a profound bond. You both must be quite curious as to why I am so eager to hasten your departure from Planet Vegeta, aren't you? Confronted with the inquiries of the two, Sapphire found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he resolved to disclose the truth to them, irrespective of whether they believed it or not. For reality would ultimately vindicate itself. Haha, regardless of the captain's intentions, I shall follow in your footsteps, although I cannot fathom your motives. I am certain you have your own plans, so why should I inquire further? Pravaitai, possessing a rather open-minded disposition, had lived a solitary life since childhood. Upon recognizing Sapphire's leadership, he had steadfastly followed him without falter. Ella, however, shook her head in resignation at the sentiments expressed by the towering figure. While she held considerable trust in Sapphire, it had yet to reach such a profound level. Captain, though you have your reasons, it will be beneficial for us to be informed to better align with your actions. Sharing the details is not an issue, but first, please deactivate the remote connection on the communicator and switch to a private channel for the 3 of us. The matters ahead are of utmost importance. Not a whisper of information must escape. Sapphire exhaled, uncertain if the weight of this revelation would be too much for the two to bear. They awaited Sapphire's elucidation with utmost seriousness. As far as I am aware, Planet Vegeta will face destruction shortly. Sapphire's tone was grave, his demeanor earnest. Upon hearing this, both were tempted to mock what seemed an absurd claim, yet the seriousness of his voice rendered laughter impossible. Finally, it was Ella who spoke first. Captain, this jest is hardly amusing. I am not jesting. Do you not understand my character? I would never trivialize such matters. Although the prevailing narrative may suggest planetary destruction due to a collision, the truth lies with Frieza. Frieza, you say? Both exclaimed in unison. What of Frieza? In recent years, Frieza's dissatisfaction with our Scion race has grown increasingly apparent. It was only a matter of time before he sought our eradication. I have merely gleaned a fragment of information, Sapphire explained, albeit vaguely, providing a semblance of clarity. While I have heard from my parents that the upper echelons harbor grievances against Frieza, it cannot be that severe. I have heard that in recent years, Frieza has intensified his recruitment of us Scions, offering greater rewards. This hardly suggests a plan to eliminate us. Moreover, we possess a considerable number of Scions with battle powers exceeding 10,000. We are not to be underestimated. If Frieza intends to act against us, he must weigh his options carefully. Ella, hailing from a noble lineage, articulated her analysis with confidence. Sapphire inhaled deeply, striving to convey his thoughts. Even at this juncture, skepticism lingered in their minds, and he had no means to substantiate the truth of his claims. While I cannot ascertain Frieza's full strength, it is my understanding that his power level far surpasses that of the Scion King, conservatively estimated to be above 50,000. Moreover, his 2 bodyguards are undoubtedly formidable fighters with power levels exceeding 10,000. 50,000? Chapter 15, The Mishap. After an extensive discussion, the matter ultimately remained unresolved. Safet was acutely aware that both harbored lingering doubts regarding his assertions, yet he was not in a hurry to provide further clarification. At present, Safet is consumed with the concern of how to extricate his parents from planet Vegeta. Although waiting for Hanasiya to give birth before embarking on a mission is an option, the impending doom looms uncertainly, and he cannot ascertain the exact day. The risk of inaction leading to their simultaneous annihilation is far too great for Safet to bear. He articulates his worries, but the two companions, after a moment of contemplation, offer little in the way of sound advice. Pravaitai, lacking parents, displays an air of indifference upon hearing the news. Having spent little time on planet Vegeta, he feels no strong sense of belonging. On the other hand, Aero explains that her parents are utterly neglectful, and even if she were to voice her concerns, they would not take her seriously. Thus, she has chosen to disregard them altogether. Safet taps his head in frustration, realizing that consulting these two was a misstep. He would be better off spending time devising a solution alone. At that moment, Safet's detector alerts him to an incoming call, and upon seeing the caller's identity, he is overwhelmed with a desire to bash his head against the wall, struggling to suppress the impulse to crush the communicator. Reluctantly, he presses the answer button. "Hello, Dad." Safet greets with a melancholic gaze directed at Krosa. The screen flickers to life, revealing Krosa's handsome visage. "Why the rush? Didn't we agree you would wait until your aunt has given birth before leaving?" "Ah, Father," Safet replies, "I can't shake the feeling that as a Saiyan, I must never rest. Every moment should be dedicated to self-improvement. Moreover, Aunt Hanasia's childbirth is not my concern. If I wish to see the child, it would be prudent to attend to this mission first." As he finishes, Safet himself finds the excuse rather flimsy. "Ah, is that so? Very well then. The sooner you depart, the sooner you can resolve this matter. Just be cautious not to get injured. This mission involves a low-tier planet. We wouldn't want to tarnish the Saiyan reputation," Krosa advises. Safet's eyes widen in disbelief. He cannot fathom that Krosa actually believed him. "Oh, understood. Rest assured," he replies dismissively before ending the call, only to immediately regret not having mentioned the impending destruction of planet Vegeta. Sighing, Safet laments the task of fabricating excuses. He despises it, especially since he must ensure his parents are convinced. The planet designated for this mission is not far from planet Vegeta. With the speed of a small spacecraft, it can be reached in merely 3 days. During this time, Safet scarcely sleeps, his mind preoccupied with this dilemma. Yet he remains devoid of a plausible excuse. With only 2 hours until arrival, he prepares for landing. The mission briefing clearly states that the strongest combatant on this planet should not exceed a power level of 500, and even if there are some, they will be exceedingly rare. The estimated population is over 100 million. It seems he will have to engage in combat for an extended period. Safet remarks as he reviews the information on the mission scroll. "It is merely 500. There is no cause for concern. The planet of my birth and training bears a striking resemblance to this one, and I single-handedly vanquished it. Confronting such worlds presents no challenge whatsoever. Only a lowly warrior like Praveti, born of humble origins, could utter such words. Though his bravado is considerable, it is indeed rooted in truth. Even with comparable combat prowess, Saiyans possess a significantly greater advantage in battles against other races, not to mention our overwhelming strength. TCH, there is no need for you to fret over my well-being. After all, I hail from a prestigious lineage and shall not bring shame upon the Saiyans. Even if peril arises, we have our captain to lead us." Era, brimming with confidence, though not particularly seasoned in combat, recognizes that this mission is precisely for such encounters. Once Safet concluded his introduction, his thoughts wandered back to crafting an excuse regarding what to say to the other two comrades, having paid them no heed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "What if I claim to have encountered a formidable enemy during the mission and request my father's assistance? Would they believe it?" A splendid notion indeed. He resolved to adopt this rationale. With his mind made up, the tension that had gripped him for days finally began to ease. Yet, in less than a minute, Safet succumbed to slumber. Is it acceptable for the captain to sleep at such a critical juncture before battle? Praveti gazed at him incredulously. In the communication device, Era shook her head, wearing a resigned expression. "Never mind. The initial skirmishes shouldn't be overly intense. Let him rest for a while. I suspect the captain is merely suffering from a headache brought on by his own chaotic thoughts. Whatever the case, the absence of the captain may be advantageous. It spares us the trouble of having him vie for glory against formidable foes." Praveti, indifferent, had never placed much weight on this mission. Safet remained in slumber for a full 3 days, undisturbed even as they landed on the target planet. Ah, what blissful rest! He stretched, feeling rejuvenated, the weariness of the past days dissipating entirely. Upon exiting the small spacecraft, Safet discovered the surroundings had been ravaged. The landscape was littered with crumbling edifices and remnants of destruction. The sight of numerous corpses elicited no disgust from him. Rather, it felt all too familiar, surprising him slightly as he had anticipated a period of adjustment. Now, to lure my father out, he mused. The connection to planet Vegeta remained intact and undestroyed. But time was likely of the essence. Scanning the area, he located a corpse and smeared several layers of blood across his face, rendering himself grimy and disheveled. He then activated the communication link to Klosar. Beep beep. Within seconds, the connection was established. Before Klosar could utter a word, the blood-smeared Safet feigned weakness and implored, "Father, help me. There are foes on this planet with battle powers exceeding 5,000. But before he could finish, Safet discreetly crushed the communicator, feigning an interruption as though he had been attacked. Reflecting on his previous arrangements and performance, Safet could not help but exclaim with applause, "Perfect. Father will undoubtedly rush over. And Mother, unable to remain at ease, will likely accompany him. Perhaps the entire squad will join as well. In such a scenario, I shall save all these familiar faces, even if planet Vegeta has yet to meet its demise. I could easily fabricate an excuse to delay matters by a month or two." Having resolved this issue, he promptly decided to assist his beloved teammates in battle. Safet activated his scouter to locate their positions. He found them over 3,700 kilometers to the southwest. Quite surprising given their swift progress. With a surge of energy, Safet propelled himself into the sky, declaring, "Oh, the fervor of battle. I am on my way." After nearly 2 hours of continuous flight, Safet finally reached the location of Ella and the others, who were currently engrossed in a fierce skirmish. Provitai and Ella were besieged by hundreds of foes, each boasting battle powers exceeding 100. Although the two were struggling in combat, they were not in immediate peril, bearing only minor injuries thus far. Without a hint of doubt, Safet's arrival swiftly decimated the opposing forces, restoring tranquility in mere moments. Once the battle concluded and during their respite, Safet proudly recounted his recent deception of Klosa. "Hey, Captain, are you certain your assumptions hold merit? If not, I fear your father may punish you severely." Ella, reclining on the grass, remarked, feeling fatigued from the earlier exertion and in need of rest. Safet, brimming with confidence, believed that Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta was inevitable. Although he lacked the power to alter this fate, he could at least save some Saiyans, ensuring they would not fade into history. "Well, do as you wish." When Klosa inquires, "Provitai," and "I shall feign ignorance to avoid drawing attention," Ella replied. By the way, news from planet Vegeta yesterday indicated that Hanasia had given birth to a son, albeit a lower-class warrior. It is said that the name has already been determined, Raditz. Upon hearing this, Ella adopted a nonchalant demeanor, recognizing that this was a decision made unilaterally by the captain. As expected, Safet smirked at Ella's news, feeling a sense of triumph, as it appeared his actions had not been in vain. Surely, his parents must have set off by now. Wait, what name did I just hear? Raditz? Isn't it the name Goku uses? It sounds quite familiar. Hold on, Raditz. Isn't that Goku's brother? Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. This means the day of Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta has not yet arrived. How careless of me. Suddenly, Safet recalled his father, who was anxiously en route. He could vividly picture himself explaining his misjudgment to Klosa. Grabbing the scouter from the ground, Safet took off in a frenzy, maximizing his speed and heading straight for the location of the small spacecraft. The captain and Provitai were perplexed by Safet's sudden actions, but quickly followed suit, hastening after him. Alas, it seems I am doomed this time, ensnared by the old man, and my life hangs by a thread. As Safet soared through the air, he incessantly muttered to himself, disregarding the shouts of the two individuals behind him. He promptly returned to the small spacecraft, preparing to initiate its departure. "Captain, what is the situation? You must at least clarify things for us." Provitai, determined to prevent Safet from fleeing, grasped his arm. "The specifics can wait. We must leave this planet first," Safet replied, dismissively. He was disinclined to elaborate, believing that evading his father was the priority. As for the mission, to hell with it. Nothing was more vital than his own life. Chapter 16. Safet, I shall strip your skin from your bones. Klosar was in high spirits today. Yesterday, his friend Relai's companion, Hanasia, had given birth to a son. Although it was a moment worthy of celebration, The festivities were dampened by the news that the newborn was predicted to be a low-level warrior. Reflecting on his own son, Klosar felt immense pride. Thus far, Safed had provided no cause for disappointment. While he did not fully comprehend Safed's hasty departure for training, as a parent, should he not encourage his child to grow stronger? Therefore, Klosar chose to remain unconcerned, allowing his son to pursue his path, confident that the low-level planet posed little danger. A few more trials would only aid in Safed's development. Initially, Klosar intended to visit the mission hall in search of a worthwhile assignment, but was interrupted when his communicator displayed an incoming call from Safed. Upon answering, he was taken aback by the sight of his son, bloodied and panting, appearing exceedingly weak. Before Klosar could inquire further, he heard Safed's desperate plea. "Father, save me. This planet harbors beings with combat power exceeding 5,000. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Klosar's veins as Safed's frail voice echoed in his mind. "Father, save me." Gazing at the now black screen of the communicator, Klosar felt an overwhelming urgency. "Curse you, whoever you are. If you dare lay a hand on my son, I shall reduce you to mere pulp." Enraged, Klosar bolted from the villa, racing towards the departure platform, disregarding the no-fly regulations. Meanwhile, Relai, who was exercising in the gym, sensed something was amiss upon hearing Klosar's roar. Rushing outside, she saw Klosar speeding away in a frenzy. Quickly activating her communicator, she relayed the situation. "Klosar is in a rage and heading to the departure platform. You all must make haste to get there. I will follow closely and inform you of our destination. Get out of my way. I am Klosar. This is an urgent matter. Clear the path." Having taken flight mere moments ago, Klosar encountered dozens of Saiyans attempting to halt his progress. However, upon hearing his esteemed name and recognizing the urgency of his declaration, they promptly parted to allow him passage. Klosar was indeed a figure of notable repute among the Saiyans. His speed was remarkable, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the departure platform. Upon arriving at the departure platform, Klasa observed several Saiyans preparing to embark on a mission. Boarding a small spacecraft, ignoring the frantic calls of the staff, he forcibly seized one individual, declaring, "I am Klasa. In light of the urgent circumstances, I am requisitioning your ship. You can sort out the departure procedures later. If there are any objections, I shall address them upon my return." Without further ado, Klasa entered the vessel and shut the hatch, disregarding the protests from outside. He swiftly adjusted the coordinates for Safed's location and initiated the launch sequence. Anxiously, Klasa accelerated to maximum speed as soon as he breached the atmosphere. Excellent. At this velocity, he would reach his son in half a day. He implored, "Hold on. Father's coming. Just wait for me." Klasa roared within the spacecraft, wishing desperately for even greater speed. "Beep beep. Klasa, what on earth is happening? Why are you so agitated? Silence. Your son is on the brink of death, and you dare question me?" Klasa seethed at Riri's inquiry, recalling the frustration it stirred within him. How could this happen? Did they not venture to a low-tier planet? It should pose no threat. Even if they encountered significantly stronger foes, he should be able to handle it after transforming, Riri remarked, perplexed. She knew well that her son's combat power exceeded 1,000, making him comparable to an adult low-tier warrior, if not stronger. Even with limited experience, he should not be in mortal danger. But what if they face an adversary with over 5,000 in combat strength? Klasa countered. While transformation can amplify abilities tenfold, the sheer size of the body often prevents the true potential from being realized. He might only manage to defeat enemies 3 to 4 times his original strength. Given Safed's current power, he stands no chance against anyone with over 4,000. Klasa's frustration reached a boiling point, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. It was all the fault of the intelligence division. Their colossal oversight could cost his son dearly. If anything were to happen to Safed, he vowed to hold them accountable. "Calm down, Klasa. I've already notified the other team members to come swiftly. Safed is resourceful. He'll be all right," Riri reassured. Though her heart was heavy with worry for her beloved son, unlike Klasa, she maintained a level head, knowing that panic was futile. Perhaps Riri's words soothed him, or perhaps Klasa managed to regain his composure. His tone grew significantly steadier. "I hope so." After Safed and his 2 teammates hastily fled the mission planet, they found themselves at a loss for where to go. Initially intending to hone their skills, they never anticipated such chaos. They had once believed themselves to be invincible, only to realize they had overestimated their capabilities. The trio navigated their small spaceship at a sluggish pace through the cosmos, now embroiled in this mess. Safed was too frightened to return. Having spent considerable time with his father, he understood his temperament well. If something had indeed gone awry, his father would be frantic. Yet the thought of his father discovering he had orchestrated such a ruse sent shivers down his spine. Captain, is it truly wise to have fled in such a manner? The initial mission ended in failure, leaving Provitai deeply dissatisfied with the captain's irresponsible conduct. What was anticipated to be an exhilarating battle turned into a hasty retreat before the thrill could even be savored. Silence. I would rather accept the failure of our first mission than return to face my father's terrifying visage, Safed exclaimed, still shaken. No matter the circumstances, he resolved not to return until several months had passed, allowing his father to forget this incident. Ella shook her head in resignation, fully aware that once Safed made a decision, it was immutable unless he recognized it as erroneous, a highly unlikely scenario. Captain, where shall we go now? We cannot simply drift aimlessly through the cosmos, she inquired. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Safed as images of the Dragon Balls flashed before his mind. With a smile, he declared, I know exactly where we should head. 3 days later, Krosa and his companions scoured the entire planet. Yet they found neither trace of Safed nor the individual he had described with a power level exceeding 5,000. Their attempts to communicate with Safed were met with silence. And in a fit of frustration, Krosa obliterated the planet with a single blast. There is no need for concern. The absence of his presence indicates that Safed is not dead. He must have been injured and returned to planet Vegeta in a small spacecraft. Let us head back and check. I will continue to attempt contact, so do not worry, really reassured the visibly disheartened Krosa. I'm Fine. Let us return to our home planet. Perhaps what you suggested is true, Krosa replied wearily as he set the coordinates for the ship and collapsed into slumber. That morning, while still in a stupor, Safed was abruptly awakened by the beeping of the communicator attempting to connect. Groggily, he tapped the button and grumbled, Who is it? Seeking death at this early hour? Safed, where have you been? Speak to me. Riley's piercing voice cut through the haze, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Safed had initially assumed it was Ella or Provitai calling due to some urgent matter, so he had been indifferent. Why was it his mother? He recalled having disabled long-range communications, leaving only internal connections active. Caught off guard, Safed could only blink in bewilderment, searching for an explanation. Safed, answer me. Where are you right now? Riley, relieved to see that he appeared unhurt, still harbored grievances over his sudden disappearance. With a sheepish smile, Safed replied, Mother, it was merely an accident. I was joking. I intended to clarify things shortly, but alas, the communication device malfunctioned, and it has only just been repaired. See, we are connected now, aren't we? Please do not fret. As soon as I ensure Father is not angry, I will return promptly. Riley regarded him with a bemused expression, her gaze fixed upon him in a manner that sent a chill down his spine. Mother, I acknowledge my fault. Yet upon my return, I shall undoubtedly apologize to Father. Please rest assured and refrain from divulging my whereabouts to him. Safed is under the impression that Riley is unwilling, and thus seeks alternative means to continue his pursuit. Oh, is that so? Who are we to keep in the dark? What was once Riley's profile picture has unexpectedly transformed into that of Krosa. Gazing at Krosa's furious countenance, Safed felt a surge of perspiration envelop him. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted, and with a seemingly innocent smile, he said, Hi, Dad. It has indeed been a long time. I have pressing matters to attend to. My apologies. Farewell. With a trembling hand, Safed pressed the button to sever the communication, allowing himself to relax and exhale deeply. Then, recalling something, he activated the internal communication and called out to Ella and the others. Hurry, my father will undoubtedly track our location via the locator. He shall arrive shortly. We must flee. Without further hesitation, he accelerated to the utmost limit, soaring into the distance. Krosa, his face a mask of rage, shouted at the now darkened communication screen. Safed, if you possess any courage, do not return. Otherwise, I shall flay your skin. Krosa, we have pinpointed their location. Proceed immediately, came the voice of Rio through the internal communication. Returning to the home planet, that brat is unlikely to remain stationary while we approach. I refuse to believe he won't head back. The fuel in his ship will only permit him to linger in space for 2 years. Let us see if he returns. Krosa snorted coldly, initiating the ship's launch towards planet Vegeta. Chapter 17, Arrival at Namek. The spacecraft surged into hyperspeed, drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. For the past few days, Safed had engaged solely in searching for the location of Namek through his network. This was partly due to their current proximity to planet Vegeta. Landing haphazardly on any planet could easily expose their entry and exit records, making it simple for Krosa to locate them. Safed recoiled. Lacking the courage to confront his father, and opting for a more distant destination. Moreover, having contemplated the possibility of utilizing the Dragon Balls to make a wish, a journey to Namek became imperative. Safit recognized that brute force would not suffice in dealing with the current situation on Namek, but it was worth a try. Captain, there is no combat now, and I feel utterly discomfort. This predicament is entirely your doing, insisting on predicting the destruction of Planet Vegeta. I suspect you simply concocted this as a pretext for amusement. You must take responsibility for this matter. Though Provitai dutifully obeyed Safit's commands, he was undeniably displeased with Safit's actions, as this arrangement could have allowed him to engage in battle and significantly enhance his combat prowess, only to be thwarted by Safit's interference. Though this battle has been forfeited, fear not. You shall be compensated in the future. However, we are not aimlessly wandering. I have conceived a splendid idea. There exists a place that should bolster our strength considerably. Safit spoke with unwavering confidence, believing that even without the Dragon Ball's wishes, assistance from Namek's extraordinary abilities could substantially enhance their prowess. Very well, he said, but if we do not achieve a substantial enhancement this time, you shall owe me for the advantage I gained from poverty. Safit felt a wave of frustration. This fellow was truly audacious to think so grandly. Originally, he merely desired a swift progression in his own cultivation. Captain, we have located the coordinates of Namek. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 3 months to reach it. However, if we travel at full speed, we could arrive in 20 days. From the onset, Safit assigned the task of pinpointing Namek's location to Ella, who excelled in this area among the three of them. Let us not rush. We can proceed at a regular pace, Safit decided, eagerly anticipating their journey to Namek. But that will take a full 3 months. I'll become rusty. Praviti's loud voice began to irritate Safit, leading him to decisively disconnect the call. Ignore that fool. We can practice on some planets along the way. Let us select a few that pose a challenge. If they are anything like the useless amalgamation we faced during our last mission, I have no interest, Safit declared. He relished the thrill of contending against formidable opponents, and the prospect of danger was not a concern for him. Conquering that planet will require considerable effort. Only the captain would deem that place a mere amalgamation of the inept. If it were any stronger, it would indeed be quite taxing, he mused. Though that planet posed no threat to the two of them, the battles would not be trivial. However, Safit's combat prowess had already surpassed theirs significantly, placing him in a different league altogether. Thus, Safit's statement prompted only a few grumbles from Ella. Very well, I will be cautious. However, I believe we should first journey to Namek. My power will surely increase substantially there. Oh dear, Namek truly is a splendid place, with a magnificent environment, albeit somewhat desolate. Ella surveyed her surroundings, where verdant hills met crystal-clear waters, occasionally disturbed by a fish leaping from the depths. Indeed, but we are not here merely to fulfill a mission. If I recall correctly, Namek was purchased from our Saiyan ancestors at a premium price. Given our purpose in coming here, Safit dedicated several days to researching Namek's characteristics, including the habits and preferences of its inhabitants. The warriors of Namek possessed formidable power. Typically, an adult warrior boasted a battle power nearing 1,000, with some particularly robust individuals reaching 2,000. They were recognized as a superior race in the universe, yet they cherished peace and held little interest in conflict, which contributed to their relatively low profile. To be honest, I was quite startled upon first reading these reports. Captain, wherever you choose to go, you always encounter these commendable beings. Regardless, can you finally disclose our objective? I doubt you came here merely to conquer or to learn, as that would contradict the teachings of our ancestors. Frankly, I cannot fathom your purpose for being here, Ella remarked, feeling exasperated by a captain who, despite agreeing to arrive here, remained silent about his intentions. Are we finally on the verge of battle? It is truly delightful, after spending several months aboard the spacecraft. I am nearly weary of it. I need not look outside. The sound alone reveals that it is the battle maniac Praviti. Silence, you fool. The purpose of our visit to this planet is not for combat. If you jeopardize the captain's affairs, prepare yourself for his rigorous training. Ella covered her face, already regretting her decision to join this team. Why is there not a single rational companion among us? The captain is one, and this fellow is another. Enough of this nonsense. Let us seek out the Namekians. After such a long journey, it will be a great loss if we do not achieve tangible results. Safit activated the detector to begin searching for life energy. 500 kilometers to the south, there are several responses. This is the nearest group of inhabitants. Let us proceed to that location. Before departing, Sapphire borrowed a superior detector from his father, which boasted significantly enhanced features. He soon pinpointed the location of the Namekian village. I will communicate with them. You two should refrain from speaking, especially you, Pravidi. If things go awry, you shall face dire consequences. Knowing Pravidi's volatile temperament, Sapphire deemed it prudent to issue a precautionary warning. Pravidi ducked his head slightly, fully aware of the weight of Sapphire's serious admonitions. He nodded earnestly, reassuring Sapphire, "Yes, Captain, I will remain silent. I leave everything in your capable hands." After a few minutes of analysis, they could see from a distance several uniquely shaped oval houses of varying sizes scattered across the flat landscape. Nearby flowed a crystal-clear river, with green-skinned Namekians tirelessly laboring, their faces occasionally illuminated by warm smiles. "All right, we have arrived. Let us descend," Sapphire remarked, observing the village growing larger before them. As they landed, they attracted the attention of numerous Namekians. After a few seconds of mutual gaze, a middle-aged Namekian stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 18, Meeting the Elder. Greetings. We are Saiyans, and we have come to this place seeking the use of the Dragon Balls. We hope the esteemed Namekians will grant us this favor. Sapphire spoke with great politeness, as one ought to do when addressing others. Saiyans? The Namekian was taken aback, and upon closer inspection of the trio, he noted their characteristic tails. His expression shifted immediately. The leader of the Namekians coldly replied, "Namekians do not welcome blood-soaked Saiyans. You are not welcome here. Return whence you came." Before Sapphire could respond, Pravidi erupted, "What did you say? Do you look down upon us, Saiyans? You are courting death." As he finished his words, he braced himself for a charge, only to be swiftly restrained by Sapphire. "You fool! Do you not recall what I said upon our arrival?" Pravidi was halted, yet his anger remained, his gaze still fixated on the Namekian. "Esteemed Namekian, we mean no offense. Although our approach may be abrupt, we sincerely hope you can assist us. We are in dire need of the Dragon Balls. It is unacceptable, although I do not perceive any malice from you. The Dragon Balls are certainly not to be entrusted to you." The middle-aged Namekian is exceedingly obstinate, refusing to relent no matter what Sapphire argues. If my understanding serves me correctly, the Dragon Balls were not created by you, were they? Furthermore, you are not the Grand Elder of Namek. I believe it would be more prudent to consult with your Grand Elder, and I must trouble you to lead the way." Having faced constant rejection, and despite all attempts to reason, even a figurine has its limits, let alone a Saiyan known for their fiery temperament. Even if Sapphire might be considered an anomaly, he too could not withstand such provocations. Initially, the middle-aged Namekian assumed that a confrontation with Pravidi was inevitable, yet to his surprise, Sapphire's demeanor remained unchanged, seemingly lacking any intent to engage. He was acutely aware that, based solely on his race's capabilities, it would be impossible to contend with the Saiyans. Although the group that arrived consisted entirely of young Saiyans, one could not discount the possibility that they were merely the vanguard. Upon reflection, the Namekian felt it more appropriate to let the Grand Elder handle the situation. "Very well, I shall escort you to meet the Grand Elder. However, I must clarify in advance that even upon meeting him, it is impossible for you to borrow the Dragon Balls," he stated with utmost certainty. Yet to Sapphire, this seemed merely a ode of bravado. If they existed, then the likelihood of acquiring them remained. The Grand Elder's abode lay quite a distance away, and under the guidance of this Namekian, Sapphire and his companions soon found themselves before the fabled Grand Elder. However, contrary to Sapphire's expectations upon their arrival, the Grand Elder was found resting within a village, intermittently imparting special skills to some young Namekians. "Ah, it appears we have guests. You may step outside." The Grand Elder greeted the three standing at the door with a calm demeanor. "Greetings, Saiyans." "Salutations, esteemed Grand Elder. It is evident that you are aware of our purpose here. Once again, I must inquire whether we might borrow the Dragon Balls for our use." Sapphire noted the Grand Elder's imposing stature, which set him apart from other Namekians. Though somewhat aged, he appeared robust, leisurely pacing within the dwelling. "Indeed, I understand your purpose in visiting. You seek to swiftly augment your power, is that not correct?" The Grand Elder articulated the intentions that had been agreed upon prior to their arrival, yet Sapphire found himself unaccustomed to such scrutiny, feeling as though he were being seen through. "Precisely. I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. I assume this minor request would be easily resolved by them. Therefore, could we receive a response regarding our request to borrow the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder nodded slightly, but then shook his head, leaving Sapphire momentarily perplexed regarding his intent. While the Dragon Balls can indeed fulfill wishes, Strength must be cultivated through one's own efforts. Such matters cannot be resolved by the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder elucidated. Is that so? That is quite disheartening. Nevertheless, I still believe it would be preferable to borrow the Dragon Balls. To be honest, from the moment that Namekian first spoke, Sapphire had harbored doubts about their reliability, dismissing the Grand Elder's explanation entirely. Unless he could personally test it, he would never relent. No, it's not feasible. The Dragon Balls require a significant recovery time after each use, thus serving as our safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. I apologize, but I truly cannot lend them to you. The Elder paused, as if struck by a thought, and continued, however, while I cannot provide you with the Dragon Balls, I can assist you in enhancing your combat prowess. Sapphire, initially incensed by the notion that the Dragon Balls were unavailable, was taken aback by the Elder's subsequent words. What do you mean? We Namekians possess many unique abilities. If you do not mind, I can help you unlock your potential, which should significantly bolster your strength. The Elder smiled, witnessing the grin that spread across Sapphire's face. A clear indication that he had met Sapphire's expectations. A significant increase, you say? If it does not exceed 30%, I shall not be satisfied. Sapphire had come seeking enhanced power, and such a promise evidently aligned with his goals. Rest assured, it is uncommon for individuals to experience less than a 50% increase. The stronger the potential, the greater the augmentations, and there are even prodigies who can nearly double their strength. Sapphire nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Let us commence with my enhancement. Quickly, elevate our potential. The Elder ceased his pacing, gently resting his left hand atop Sapphire's head. Sapphire felt a surge of nervousness. His fists tightly clenched, his body tense. He had never experienced a potential increase of 50% before. If this succeeded, he could rival Darl, perhaps even surpass him. The thought ignited a fervor within Sapphire, envisioning himself as the unrivaled genius of the Saiyans. A strange vortex began to coalesce around Sapphire, swirling with increasing velocity, drawing ever closer to his form. Suddenly, it surged into his very being. Sapphire felt an upward pull, a sudden surge of energy flooding through him, unleashing a formidable aura. Such strength. It is truly overwhelming. Chapter 19. Surge of Power. Ha ha ha. What incredible power. Sapphire laughed maniacally. The torrent of strength coursing through him unlike anything he had ever felt before, and he could no longer contain his exhilaration. Next to him, Ella and Pravati were staggered back by the sheer force, their faces reflecting astonishment. They had not anticipated that a single enhancement from the Elder could result in such a dramatic increase in strength. This power seemed to rival that of seasoned elite warriors, truly terrifying. Ella was in disbelief. She had never hoped for such a significant boost from this endeavor. Yet the results were astonishing beyond her expectations. The Elder exhaled slowly, observing the exhilarated Sapphire throwing punches and kicks with fervor, a smile gracing his face. It is indeed remarkable. Your potential is astounding. I have never encountered such a degree of potential before. I eagerly anticipate the heights you will reach. Thank you, esteemed Elder. Consider this a favor owed to you. Should I encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, I shall not hesitate to summon assistance to Planet Vegeta. Sapphire felt a surge of happiness, as such a promise provided him with a sense of reassurance. It is conceivable that if Namek were to face an overwhelming adversary, I could extend my aid to repay this debt of gratitude. I kindly request your two companions to step forward, allowing me the opportunity to enhance their abilities. The Elder nodded and gestured towards Ella and Pravati. Allow me to proceed first, Pravati implored, upon sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Sapphire after his enhancement. He was struck with awe. Had the captain not been engaged in dialogue with an Namekian Elder, he would have eagerly sought the Elder's assistance himself. He yearned to discover just how potent his own potential truly was, and whether he could stand toe-to-toe with the captain post-enhancement. Initially, Pravati harbored disdain for the Namekians, yet now he found himself filled with profound respect for the Elder's capabilities. He approached the Elder's seat and said, I appreciate your assistance, Elder. The Elder smiled faintly and placed his hand upon Pravati's head. Within mere moments, a tempestuous force erupted from Pravati's being. Huh, how formidable. I feel as though I could now contend with those average elites, Pravati exclaimed joyfully. After he withdrew, Ella took a deep breath and stepped forward, perhaps lacking confidence. Though she was certain of her significant enhancement, she felt it unlikely she could rival the captain. It seems that once I reach adulthood, the title of the first female warrior of the Saiyans shall undoubtedly belong to me, Ella declared, elated, as she donned her scouter and directed it toward herself. 4,108? Ella gasped in astonishment, having achieved an increase of more than ninefold. How incredible. 5,372. Huh. Captain, I wonder if you have the time for a sparring match with me? Surely, you wouldn't shy away from this challenge? Pravetti's confidence soared. The prospect of besting the captain was an exhilarating thought. Very well, you are always welcome to challenge me. I hope you do not regret your decision. Safit replied with a slight smirk, glancing at the scouter's reading of over 10,000 in battle power, eagerly anticipating the impending duel. Suddenly, Safit recalled something and turned to ask, by the way, Elder, this enhancement does not come with any adverse effects, does it? Will it impede our ability to further increase our power in the future? If that were the case, the consequences would indeed be dire. For I am acutely aware that this battle power of over 10,000 is merely a fraction of what is possible. Rest assured, this merely unlocks capabilities that you could not have attained through training alone. Furthermore, with consistent training over the coming months, your combat power will see substantial growth. It is akin to possessing a potential of 100, yet utilizing only 1/10 of it. Now, I have elevated that potential to 1,000. Thus, your 1/10 translates to 10 times your previous battle power. Yet this is still merely a fraction of your ultimate potential. Should you manage to train to 1/5 of that potential, your power will increase significantly. The Namekian Elder illustrated with an example to ease the minds of the trio. Thank you for this journey to Namek, which has truly been a delightful experience. We will not impose any further. Safit has accomplished his objective and is eager to depart for other planets to explore his own strength. Having just received the Elder's generous favor, it feels rather inappropriate to cause havoc on this planet. The Elder shook his head and said, if there are no pressing matters, I believe it is best for you to remain on Namek for a while longer. As I mentioned, your potential has only just begun to unfold, and there remains a significant portion of your abilities yet to be developed. If you dedicate the next few months to training, you will undoubtedly experience considerable growth. Oh, is that so? However, our Saiyan methods of enhancement and training predominantly involve combat with one another. If we inadvertently damage the environment of Namek, that would not be ideal. Safit glanced at the eager Pravetti, feeling the embers of combat igniting within him, yearning to find a suitable location for an exhilarating battle. That is of no concern. You may seek an open area, provided that my kin remain unharmed. Namek is vast, and with your combat prowess, as long as you exercise a modicum of caution, destruction can be avoided. Additionally, I have a request that I hope you will consider. The Elder, unfazed, continued, while Saiyan battles can indeed be destructive, they do not inflict irreversible damage. Is that so? Please do share. If it is within my capacity, I, Safit, shall not hesitate. I hope that one day, should Namek face an unstoppable foe, you will lend your strength to aid us in our defense. The Elder's words were somewhat enigmatic, yet Safit readily agreed. If a formidable enemy were to arise, Safit would undoubtedly charge forth to confront them. Driving them away or vanquishing them would be merely incidental. Very well. I hope you will remember your promise. For the time being, allow Nero to host you well, the Elder said with a smile. Introducing a young Namekian who had been silently standing behind him, overlooked by Safit and his companions. Nero is the only combat-type Namekian we possess. If you seek a worthy opponent, I believe he can meet your expectations. The Elder appeared to hold immense confidence in Nero. Oh, un combat-type Namekian? Safit mused, scrutinizing Nero for several moments before stating with a smile, indeed, quite remarkable. I suspect I shall not find myself lonely on this planet. However, before that, Safit turned to Pravetti, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Pravetti, in turn, raised his energy to match Safit's as an impending clash loomed. Moments later, both surged forth, soaring into the sky. Ah, these two madmen, Ella sighed resignedly. Well then, I shall take my leave. Nero, will you join us? Nero nodded and followed Ella in pursuit of Safit's direction. Chapter 20. Safit, never aid me in retribution. Safit concentrated the last vestiges of his energy in his right hand, utilizing his remaining strength to unleash a sphere of energy directed at Nero. With a resounding explosion, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, heralding the conclusion of their battle. Not far from where Nero fell, Ella and Pravetti lay on the ground, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. Were it not for the occasional rise and fall of their chests, one might presume they had succumbed to death. At that moment, Safit too appeared in a pitiable state, his body smeared with blood and riddled with injuries of varying severity. One arm was rendered useless, and he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Finally witnessing Nero unable to rise after his last strike, Safit exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as he too succumbed to the ground. After a significant interval, A Namekian descended from the distance, observing the three before hastily placing his hands upon them. Following a brief shimmer of faint golden light emanating from his palms, they all rose once more, their injuries fully healed, their strength completely restored, as if nothing had transpired. Were it not for the desolate surroundings and the remnants of blood upon them, one might find it hard to believe a fierce battle had once unfolded here. What close call, Captain! You were ruthless. I felt my consciousness fading, Pravaitai exclaimed loudly, voicing his discontent. I warned you long ago. You insisted I give it my all. Why not experience the disparity between us firsthand? Safit replied, comfortably seated upon a rock after regaining his composure. Pravaitai had no retort. Prior to this battle, it was he who had urged Safit to exert his full strength. Even though he had suffered a severe defeat, he bore no resentment. His earlier frustration was merely a reflection of his own unwillingness to accept defeat. Captain, you faced 3 opponents this time. Had it not been for Nero holding the line, we might have been defeated long ago, Ella observed keenly. Since unlocking their potential with the Elder, their combat prowess had surged dramatically, and she was thoroughly satisfied with her current abilities. As for the captain, there was simply no comparison. The gap continued to widen, and no amount of effort seemed capable of bridging it. To be honest, Nero, your combat strength truly astonished us at first. During our initial encounter, you exhibited a power level of 23,000. I recall that we were swiftly overpowered by you, Safit remarked, patting Nero on the shoulder. The trio had spent nearly a year on Namek, engaging in countless skirmishes during that time. Initially, Nero had overwhelmingly dominated their battles. But as the frequency of their encounters increased, Safit and his companions accelerated their growth, soon matching Nero's strength. They then began to engage in team battles. However, in the past month, after Safit surpassed a power level of 30,000, this method of splitting into teams became ineffective, as it often resulted in Safit single-handedly battling against the other 2. Subsequently, Ella proposed that the 3 of them take on Safit, who initially suffered more defeats than victories. Yet, in recent days, Safit had managed to secure an unbroken string of victories. It seems we have reached our limits, Haven Tiwi. Safite sensed that he was approaching his limits, uncertain whether it was due to the Elder's ineffective potential development or if he was genuinely nearing his own threshold. The gradual enhancement from recent battles felt less pronounced. Pravati and Ella shared his sentiments, nodding in agreement. Nero, thank you for your care during these days. I believe it is time for us to depart. Let us part ways here, and please extend my regards to the Elder. I also appreciate your healing, which has been remarkably effective. With that, Safite and his companions soared into the sky, expressing their gratitude before preparing to leave. They had been there for quite some time and longed to return to Planet Vegeta. Another individual who had assisted them in their healing was a Namekian. Despite their multiple interactions, they were not well acquainted, having never even inquired about his name. With no excessive farewells, Nero felt a kinship with these straightforward yet formidable youngsters. As their rapport was quite harmonious, though it seemed the 2 Namekians were not particularly adept at communication. Soon enough, the trio activated their small spacecraft, setting a routine speed toward Planet Vegeta. Wow, I wonder what kind of reception awaits us upon our return. My power level now exceeds 15,000, excluding the captain. I believe I can claim the title of the foremost Saiyan, Pravati exclaimed excitedly, never having anticipated such a significant gain. Accompanying the captain had indeed led him to a remarkable place. That makes me the first Saiyan female warrior. The current title holder, Hanasia, has merely a power level of 12,000, so I have surpassed her. Ella chimed in, equally exhilarated. Safite leaned against the wall, smiling at their enthusiasm. Despite their impressive power, they were still just children. Although Safite possessed the physique of a child, his spirit was that of a mature adult nearing 30. While he was pleased with the increase in power, he did not share their level of excitement. He pondered whether his father's anger had subsided. Given the time that had passed, he hoped he would no longer bear any grievances. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber, having endured a year of relentless battles without proper rest. This return journey would provide the perfect opportunity for a few months of recuperation. 3 months later, Safite stretched lazily. That was a delightful sleep. Beep beep. Oh, we will reach Planet Vegeta in just 3 hours? He glanced at the ship's display, then decided to wake Pravati and Ella. We're almost there. I eagerly anticipate the expressions on everyone's faces when they see us. Surely, everyone will admire me now, Pravati declared enthusiastically. Indeed, that sounds delightful, Pravati replied, having grown up in humble circumstances and yearning for recognition. This was undoubtedly his golden opportunity. Beefefete, narcissist, ella scoffed, pretending not to notice. Beep beep. Wait, we have an incoming communication? Is it from my father? Sapphire remarked, glancing at the alert with curiosity. Since the return of the three from Namek, the communicator had lifted its blockade. However, it was unfortunate that his family had not contacted him during these 3 months. As he pressed the connect button, the familiar visage of Klosar appeared, but Klosar appeared momentarily stunned. In the months preceding Sapphire's disappearance, Klosar had intermittently attempted to reach out, but to no avail, eventually resigning himself to the belief that Sapphic would eventually return when he was weary of his escapades. Yet this time, it was merely a final attempt, devoid of high hopes, and he was taken aback that it had indeed connected. "Father, I'm back," Sapphic exclaimed joyfully, opening his arms wide, hoping Klosar would reciprocate an embrace. "Back," Klosar echoed, suddenly erupting with a ferocious intensity. "Get back to planet Vegeta. Remember, do not return to planet Vegeta." "What is wrong with you?" Sapphic questioned, bewildered, for he had never witnessed such a countenance on his father before. Before he could finish his thought, Klosar brusquely interrupted. "Silence. Listen to me. My time is short. You must heed my words. Wander the cosmos. But under no circumstances return to planet Vegeta. I, Klosar, am about to undertake a significant endeavor that concerns our kin. If successful, I will summon you back. If you have not received word from me in 3 days, then never return." Sapphic was utterly confounded, at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "Sapphic, my son." Klosar addressed him formally, reminiscent of 2 years prior. Sapphire's reply echoed the same as it did 2 years ago. Klosar's gaze softened suddenly. "Sapphic, remember, never harbor thoughts of vengeance." Then, the screen went black, and Klosar's visage vanished. "Vengeance? What vengeance?" Sapphic pondered, as a realization struck him. He hastily activated the spacecraft. Shouting to the others, "Quickly, return to planet Vegeta." The 3 spaceships surged forward, speeding towards planet Vegeta. Father, please be safe." Sapphic felt an unprecedented anxiety. Chapter 21. Escalation of conflict 3 days prior. A furious roar echoed through the vast hall. That despicable Frieza is increasingly dismissive of us Saiyans. He has the audacity to leave Darl with him under the pretense of training my son. King Vegeta's enraged fist shattered the stone table before his throne, sending tremors through the ground, even causing the steel to crack. This cannot continue. Otherwise, one day, the entire Saiyan race will fall into Frieza's enslavement. King Vegeta gazed into the distant sky from the palace hall, appearing somewhat lost in thought. "Damn that Frieza! How is it that I, a noble of the Saiyan elite, am outmatched by a lowly alien? What does Frieza's judgment signify? Is he blatantly favoring that extraterrestrial? Is it possible that in Frieza's eyes, we Saiyan nobles are inferior even to a cosmic scum with a battle power of merely 1,000? Regardless of the circumstances, we have fought valiantly for him across vast territories for many years. How can he treat us in such a manner?" Recently, Frieza's demeanor towards the Saiyans has become increasingly malevolent, inciting growing discontent among the noble class of the Saiyans, while the lower-tier warriors remain largely unaffected. Esteemed king of the Saiyans, many nobles stationed far away have perished under mysterious circumstances, with mortality rates soaring, yet the precise cause remains elusive. The perpetrator appears to be an experienced hand, leaving no trace within the Grand Palace. An elite Saiyan warrior rushed in to report the alarming situation. Is that so? The Saiyan king seemed to have anticipated this, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is there truly no hint of the culprit? No, this is indeed our greatest clue. Think carefully, within our Saiyan territory, who possesses the capability to silently eliminate so many of our esteemed nobles? The elite warrior paused, suddenly realizing could it be. Indeed, only Frieza possesses such power. It is unfathomable that we, the Saiyans, have remained unwaveringly loyal to him, never once defying his commands. Yet he is still turned against us. The Saiyan king sighed in resignation, but then an extraordinary aura erupted from him. Does Frieza truly believe that the Saiyans are to be taken lightly? Does he think he can extinguish us so easily, even in death? I shall ensure he loses 3 teeth. Spread the word. Let all high-ranking nobles hastily return to planet Vegeta. Those on our home planet are to arrive at the palace by tomorrow night, the Saiyan king declared with a decisive wave of his hand, already formulating a plan in his mind. "Frieza, let me see if you truly deserve your title as the ruler of the universe," murmured King Vegeta, aware that this battle was unavoidable. Those who obstruct the Saiyan's path to progress must be eradicated. "Ah, is that you, Kaban?" I didn't expect you to receive orders as well. Ah, is that light one? It seems this is quite a significant matter, as the king has summoned you too. Hey, Closar, do you have any idea why the king has called us? I don't know, but this summons carries the highest level of urgency. Everyone present is among the elite of the Saiyan nobility, nearly half of planet Vegeta's upper class, all with battle powers exceeding 8,000, have gathered. I wonder what could be so severe. Who knows? Whatever our objective, it surely spells trouble for us. Closar nodded in agreement, and upon seeing King Vegeta emerge from the back of the hall, he immediately ceased his conversation with others, awaiting the king's words in silence. All present are the pillars of our Saiyan race. Today, I have summoned you because we are on the brink of a significant crisis, and it is imperative that you partake in this decision that will shape our future, King Vegeta stated calmly. What is it? Why is it so serious? Murmurs of curiosity and skepticism rippled through the crowd, with varying opinions expressed. King Vegeta raised his hands to signal for silence, and then gestured for a guard behind him to present a collection of items, distributing them before the gathered nobles. This is the list of noble deaths within the past 3 months. Please examine it closely for any discrepancies, and once you have finished, direct your inquiries to King Vegeta, who observed the puzzled expressions of those present. Everything was anticipated. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the Grand Hall. How could so many nobles have perished in just 3 months? Is there someone covertly targeting us, Saiyans? As more individuals perused the report, a cascade of gasps and sharp intakes of breath filled the air. The fact that nearly 20% of the high-ranking nobles had died within this brief span was enough to unsettle anyone. Who, I demand to know, has slain my dear friend? Who dares oppose us Saiyans? We shall eradicate them. A middle-aged Saiyan bellowed upon recognizing a familiar name on the list. In this vast expanse of stars, who possesses the ability to evade our scrutiny and pursuit? Whoever has that capability is undoubtedly the culprit. King Vegeta seemed unperturbed by the rising emotions, instead responding with a nonchalant query. The entire assembly fell into silence until someone finally uttered the 3 words King Vegeta had long awaited. Frieza. Why, oh why, has Frieza turned against us? We have diligently served him. Why would he betray us in such a manner? Though no one could comprehend the rationale, these words resonated as the collective sentiment of all present. I do not know the reason behind Frieza's actions, but I am well aware that if anyone dares to strike against us Saiyans, we cannot simply stand idly by. We are the mightiest warriors in the universe. Frieza's actions surely stem from fear of us one day threatening his supremacy. Since he has chosen to attack us, why should we not take the initiative? In 2 days, Frieza will return the young prince and inspect Planet Vegeta. That will be our prime opportunity to strike. King Vegeta explained breathlessly. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, and the assembled warriors yearned to rush forth and slay Frieza. However, I understood that we lacked knowledge of the universe tyrant's true combat prowess. Yet his 2 attendants, Dodoria and Zarbon, possessed battle strengths exceeding 10,000. Thus, we must assemble the strongest team to launch a surprise attack from our spacecraft. Should we succeed, we shall usurp Frieza and claim the title of Cosmic Emperor. If we fail, we will destroy the ship and perish alongside Frieza, becoming mere dust in the universe. Who among you is willing to join me in this endeavor to eliminate Frieza? King Vegeta called out loudly. Every individual present eagerly raised their hands, yearning to be part of the mission. Each Saiyan was a fierce warrior, and at that moment, the conflict between the Saiyans and Frieza erupted with full force. Chapter 22. The future is yours. 2 days swiftly passed, and the high-ranking Saiyan nobles once more convened within King Vegeta's Grand Hall. Despite the considerable number of attendees, an air of unity prevailed. The previous disarray had vanished. The assembly instinctively arranged themselves into 4 squads based on their combat strength, while King Vegeta stood before the throne, upholding the last vestiges of his authority. The Saiyans are on the brink of the greatest crisis in centuries, yet we shall not waver. Even in our decisive battle against the Zephyrians, we did not falter. We are the mightiest warriors of the universe, and we shall undoubtedly vanquish Frieza. Vegeta's impassioned rhetoric ignites the fighting spirit of our warriors. This marks the Saiyans' final stand. I possess the historical strategies employed by our royal lineage in facing such formidable adversaries. We have encountered insurmountable foes before, yet the Saiyans have persevered. But why? Vegeta paused, observing the puzzled and expectant expressions on the faces of his kin before he nodded and continued. It is because whenever we Saiyans confront an overwhelmingly powerful presence, we require a leader to bear the honor and humiliation of our people, guiding a select few to safety. We Saiyans do not need the cowardice of retreat. Those who fear to confront Frieza should remove themselves from our ranks. The atmosphere became chaotic, a tumult difficult to suppress, and even Vegeta found it challenging to instill order. He understood well that the Saiyans hold their dignity as sacred. Death does not instill fear in them. However, their treatment of cowards is merciless. Each deserter must face annihilation. For them, avoidance is the highest disgrace, and such shameful entities have no place among us. I recognize this as an affront to our Saiyan pride, yet as king, I must make a choice: survival for the tribe or enduring the humiliation of glory. I would rather bear all indignities than allow our race to perish. I shall not allow the Saiyans to become mere footnotes in history. Vegeta's tone was grave. He needed to sway these obstinate warriors. He was acutely aware that facing Frieza would likely result in more losses than victories, yet he could not permit the Saiyans to reach a rash conclusion. I know you are all heroes among the Saiyans, fearless warriors, the most formidable fighters. Nevertheless, I have made this decision, and I do not wish for anyone to oppose it. The Saiyans must endure, even if it means bearing shame, to shoulder the responsibility of our resurgence. With heartfelt sincerity, Vegeta hoped to quell dissent among his esteemed peers. Gradually, under Vegeta's hopeful gaze, many Saiyans bowed their heads in acquiescence, though a few remained. Their faces a portrait of anger directed at their king. All excuses of cowards. Even against Frieza, our multitude of elite Saiyans can assuredly triumph over a robust, square-faced adversary. One Saiyan scoffed at Vegeta's words, dismissing them entirely. He had battled across the cosmos, never encountering a rival. Even opponents of comparable strength were swiftly dispatched after his transformation. Thus, he was convinced that the Saiyans had no truly unbeatable foes. To him, Frieza was merely a petty tyrant, a landowner capable of hiring 2 warriors with over 10,000 battle powers. And he never believed a man so steeped in avarice could possess true strength. Very well. Can you endure the sight of Saiyans who flee from battle? Vegeta retorted. The Saiyan spoke resolutely, asserting that useless beings should not exist. When asked if he would lead the last group of Saiyans in their escape, he simply replied, "Of course not. I would rather perish in battle than flee." Vegeta chuckled and turned to the other bowed Saiyans, inquiring if they deemed these numerous Saiyans as cowardly miscreants unwilling to confront Frieza. Upon witnessing the Saiyan shake his head, King Vegeta continued, "Indeed, they're the elite of our race, valiant warriors. Yet they understand my intent. They fear humiliation and would rather die in battle than become deserters. However, enduring humiliation to ensure the survival of our lineage is the mark of a greater hero. I believe every Saiyan present here is unafraid of death, but we must select an elite to guide the remaining Saiyans out of this predicament." As he observed the proud heads gradually bowing in submission, King Vegeta finally exhaled in relief. "I know you all wish to confront Frieza, so let us determine who will bear this humiliation through a drawing. I hope everyone will honor this last strong warrior who departs with shame. He is undoubtedly the hero of our Saiyan race, our greatest leader. Now, let's commence the drawing." King Vegeta produced the box for the drawing that he had prepared in advance, and the numerous Saiyans lined up orderly to participate. Aware of the impending battle, Krozar felt inexplicably agitated and suddenly yearned for his son, though he knew the boy had been missing for nearly a year. He activated the communication device and initiated a connection. Suddenly, the familiar visage of Safed appeared, and Krozar momentarily struggled to comprehend. "Father, I have returned," came Safed's familiar voice, evoking a wave of nostalgia for the days of guidance and mentorship. Suddenly, a thought struck Krozar, and his expression shifted. "Get lost. Do not return to Planet Vegeta. Stay as far away as possible." With a multitude of emotions swirling within him, Krozar knew his son generally obeyed his wishes, except for that one incident of mischief. He reasoned that with such a fierce tone, the boy would certainly deduce that something significant had transpired and would not return, which assuaged his worries. "Krozar, come quickly for the drawing. We are finally going to fight side by side to eliminate Frieza," called out one of Krozar's friends. "Frieza?" Krozar murmured, and the mere mention of the name filled him with an unprecedented sense of dire threat, akin to death itself. "Safed, my son, please do not seek vengeance." Krozar whispered softly, instinctively shutting off the communication. "Well, I trust many of you are familiar with Krozar's character. He is certainly not a coward on the battlefield. I believe there should be no objections to this outcome," King Vegeta declared, personally inviting Krozar to ascend the throne. The assembly nodded in agreement. Krozar held a commendable reputation among the Saiyans, and none would believe him to be a coward. However, as Wong Kiloosa reached out to speak further, he was silenced by King Vegeta. I understand your desire to confront Frieza. Fear not. If we emerge victorious, we shall return. Should we fail to come back, I will endeavor to provide you with Frieza's combat data, hoping that one day you may lead our kin in avenging us. Taking a deep breath, King Vegeta knelt on one knee before Kiloosa. King Kiloosa, I hope you can guide the Saiyans toward a new era of glory. The other Saiyans, witnessing this, similarly knelt. Please, King Kiloosa, lead us onward. Kiloosa, the future of the Saiyans rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 23, Assassination. After selecting the right individuals, King Vegeta instructed everyone to remain in the Grand Hall while he led Kiloosa to his secret base. Here, we have gathered the most gifted among our Saiyan race, totaling 2,000 individuals of various ages. I hope you can lead them to escape Frieza's domain and seek out a suitable planet for our revival. King Vegeta gestured toward the group standing beneath the spaceship. Kiloosa felt somewhat dazed. He could now comprehend King Vegeta's earnest intentions, yet the prospect of leading them was daunting. Do not worry. The members of your team are already there. However, I regret to inform you that I could not locate your son, Kiloosa. I apologize, but I must exercise caution, as many aliens on planet Vegeta are Frieza's spies, and I cannot entirely eliminate that risk. King Vegeta seemed to have orchestrated everything so meticulously that Kiloosa found it impossible to refuse. Very well, I understand. Kiloosa sighed deeply, realizing he could no longer decline. Nevertheless, my king, I will activate one-way communication today. If you succeed, please remember to inform us of your return. King Vegeta nodded. Hurry, time is of the essence. Frieza has summoned all Saiyans to celebrate, crossing the threshold of 3,000 battle power with my son. Apart from your son's team and my own, only a handful of exceptional Saiyans remain. The rest have returned to planet Vegeta. Before long, Frieza will arrive, and it seems he intends to eliminate us all at once. The vile Frieza ignited Kiloosa's fury, yet he felt powerless. He understood that his own combat power was not among the highest. If those within the hall could not defeat Frieza, his presence would be insignificant. Lest depart, he urged. Although he had never directly battled Frieza, the pressure he experienced during their previous encounters was immense. Conservatively estimating, Frieza's power might lie around 100,000. Thus, he held little hope for this assassination. When King Vegeta uttered Frieza's name, his demeanor was exceptionally grave. That kind of pressure is something you cannot comprehend unless you have experienced it. Is that so? Above 100,000? Kiloosa gasped, realizing his battle power of merely over 10,000 rendered him a frog in a well, utterly incomparable. Without further ado, let's depart. My ominous premonition grows ever stronger, urged King Vegeta incessantly. Just moments ago, news arrived from the space station. Frieza would descend in a mere 5 hours. If we do not leave promptly, we risk drawing Frieza's attention. Klosar nodded, wishing them a successful endeavor. He then began to usher the over 2,000 individuals aboard the spacecraft. Fortunately, King Vegeta had meticulously arranged everything, alleviating any additional concerns for Klosar. As Klosar's grand vessel gradually took to the skies, King Vegeta finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Frieza is indeed on his way. Silently observing from the watchtower of the Great Hall, King Vegeta clenched his fists in determination. Let us go and pay our respects to our Lord Frieza. Among the nearly 100 Saiyans, the strongest warriors were already primed and ready, awaiting King Vegeta's command to storm Frieza's spacecraft and deal a decisive blow. The group followed King Vegeta aboard the prearranged ship. After pinpointing Frieza's location, they steered their vessel toward him. Bear in mind this mission. If we can slay Frieza in one strike, that would be ideal should we find ourselves at a severe disadvantage. Remember to destroy the ship. We vow to perish alongside him. Observing the fervent spirit of these elite warriors, King Vegeta felt a surge of confidence, as if he glimpsed the dawn of hope. After merely 2 hours of flight, the king's ship encountered Frieza's vessel and sent a signal, hoping Frieza would grant them entry. Aligning with the ship's docking interface, they slowly followed Frieza's attendants aboard. Once all had entered Frieza's ship, the vessel that had carried King Vegeta and his companions gradually departed from the scene. Ah, my legs are so weary. Which way is Frieza again? I seem to have forgotten everything in my exhaustion. A purple-skinned alien lamented, dragging out his shrill voice as he brazenly solicited favors from King Vegeta and the others. In his view, this entourage visiting Lord Frieza would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with him, for he considered himself a close confidant of Frieza. holding status far superior to these wild monkeys. As anticipated, upon receiving a card respectfully presented by King Vegeta, the purple alien scrutinized it and exclaimed, 10 million. I didn't expect these wild monkeys to be quite so affluent. Ah, now I remember. The Lord is currently overseeing the smoothness of the voyage from the command center. I shall lead you there. The purple alien nodded with satisfaction, beckoning the Saiyans to follow. Oh, is that so? I appreciate your assistance, but it is unnecessary for you to guide us, King Vegeta replied with a hint of coldness. For a moment, the purple-skinned alien was taken aback. Why? Because you are free to perish. The chilling voice pierced through the alien's eardrum, as a wave of energy simultaneously shattered his heart. Follow me to the command room to slay Frieza, King Vegeta bellowed, prompting the multitude of Saiyans to spring into action, charging through every corridor, dispatching any of Frieza's minions they encountered with lethal precision. In this smoothly unfolding scene, the confidence of the onlookers soared. After approximately 10 minutes, a Saiyan bellowed, "We have located the command room. Gather here." Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within the command room, shattering the heavily fortified steel door and violently striking the shouting Saiyan. His protective suit crumbled like fragile paper, and the force pierced through his chest, slamming him against the wall behind, leaving only a torrent of blood and a gaping wound behind. Curse it, everyone attack! King Vegeta, witnessing the demise of his kin, rallied his comrades to charge forth. Lord Frieza, I apologize for the inconvenience regarding your ship, but may I take care of these insignificant fish? A corpulent figure with red skin, adorned with spikes, respectfully inquired from behind Frieza. Feel free to do as you please, but spare that King Vegeta. He may still prove useful, responded a diminutive alien with a purple hue, lying languidly in an oval incubation pod, his tail swaying gently, exuding an air of frailness. Yet his gaze was piercingly fierce. Thank you, my lord. The red behemoth bowed deeply before swiftly departing the command room, observing the Saiyans valiantly battling on the monitors. Frieza felt no trepidation. Rather, he savored a sip of red wine, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 24. Despair Doria, the rotund red figure, unleashed his speed and strength instantaneously. His rapidity caught an elite noble off guard, his right hand clamping around the noble's throat with such force that he pinned the Saiyan against the wall, disregarding the flailing elbows as he tightened his grip, rendering the noble unable to breathe or even cough. Just as the noble was on the brink of suffocation, an energy wave surged toward Doria, attempting to compel him to release his hold. However, Doria seemed to anticipate this, swiftly retracting his massive head to evade the attack. The energy blast soared past them, detonating against a distant wall. Fortunately, being within the confines of the ship meant that even a breached wall would not impede their movements. Damn it, our target is Frieza. Their combat strength is formidable. Do not engage too long with this brute. Send a few to distract him while we head to the command room. King Vegeta was acutely aware of their ultimate objective, knowing that Frieza's two guards were exceedingly powerful, requiring several Saiyans to have a chance against them. Although he had yet to see the other guard, he surmised that they were likely stationed beside Frieza. Could it be that Frieza possesses no combat capability? Otherwise, he would not require such protection. King Vegeta felt a flicker of hope. If Frieza truly were as weak as he appeared, victory might be within their grasp. He left behind a mere 10 or so to assault Doria, simultaneously rescuing the elite noble who had been struck down. King Vegeta stood before the command room, flanked by his companions, gazing at the calm and smiling Frieza and Zebo within, his heart ablaze with unquenchable fury. Frieza, perish! King Vegeta's furious roar resounded, and the multitude of Saiyans behind him surged forward in response to his command. At that moment, it seemed as though time itself had slowed. Dozens of the mightiest Saiyan elites encircled their target. In the next instant, King Vegeta envisioned the scene of Frieza's skull shattering. Victory was within reach. Frieza, however, gazed calmly at the ever-approaching fist, a smile still gracing his lips as he leisurely savored a sip of red wine. It was not until the colossal fist hovered perilously close to his head that a glimmer flickered in his eyes, yet he made no move to evade it. Even his companion, Zebon, remained motionless, as all the surrounding Saiyans were sent sprawling through the air, blood gushing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground with a muted thud. In an instant, all the elite warriors were annihilated, leaving only the solitary figure of King Vegeta, who stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding carnage, as though the very gates of hell had been unleashed. Captain, is this truly wise? This ship belongs to Frieza. Praveti voiced his apprehension, scanning the area only to find it devoid of life. Enough with the incessant chatter. If you're too cowardly to follow, then leave. Safit retorted with irritation, his voice lowered to a whisper as if fearing detection. As they advanced a few paces, they stumbled upon a fallen alien, blood pooling around it. The attire indicated it was one of Frieza's subordinates, a sight that felt eerily familiar to Safit. Continuing their march, more lifeless bodies came into view. "Captain, come quickly," Praveti called out, unable to suppress his voice as he pointed toward a corpse. Safit was taken aback upon seeing the body. How could there be one of our kin aboard this vessel? Were those earlier aliens our own people doing? A sense of foreboding washed over him as a familiar sensation enveloped the ship. "Hurry! I suspect our Saiyan elite are engaged in battle with Frieza. With our current strength, we might be able to assist," Safit exclaimed, hastily abandoning the corpse and rushing forward. "Wait up!" Aira shouted, hastening to keep pace with Safit. After meandering for a while, Safit realized he had lost his way. Although corpses litter the ground, most belonged to other aliens, with only a scant few being Saiyans. Suddenly, an idea struck him. There must be others who could guide them, for such a fierce battle would not go unnoticed by the surrounding aliens. After much wandering, Safit eventually discovered a group of aliens within a workshop. They did not appear to be fighters. He was about to seize a few when their mocking words caught his attention. "Haha, those wild monkeys are truly audacious. How laughable that their pitiful strength dares to challenge the cosmic overlord, King Frieza. Let it be known, King Frieza possesses a power level of 530,000. How could these mere beings with power exceeding 10,000 even compare? They dare to rush into the command room, seeking death." One particularly tall alien with greenish spots jeered. "Indeed, it seems that the Saiyan race has been nearly eradicated, with only one king remaining," remarked a shorter figure with a grin. "Just one king left." At that moment, Safit felt a surge of power coursing through his veins, his mind consumed with a singular thought: to obliterate Frieza. The vile Frieza. "I shall make you pay dearly for your transgressions." With a fierce determination, Safit was poised to charge into the command room for a confrontation with Frieza, but was abruptly halted by Protatai and Ayla. "Let go, or I shall eliminate you both," Safit roared, disregarding their attempts to restrain him. He was about to unleash his brute strength to break free when, unexpectedly, Ayla released her grip. "Umph, you know better than to impede me," Safit declared, forcefully breaking free from Protatai's hold. Protatai, visibly displeased, shouted, "Ayla, if you truly wish to avenge your father, then go. We shall accompany you to your demise," Ayla said, lowering her head in tacit agreement with Safit's reckless fervor. Destruction and vengeance consumed Safit, his eyes bloodshot, wrestling within himself, yet unable to reach a resolution. With a sudden, furious punch, he struck the ground. "Damn it!" Ayla exchanged a knowing glance with Protatai, and together they hastily guided Safit back to their small spacecraft. Is that not King Vegeta? Come, join me for a drink." "I wonder if King Vegeta was satisfied with my recent performance," Frieza remarked, casting a casual glance at King Vegeta, his expression dripping with mockery, igniting the king's fury. Disregarding all caution, King Vegeta launched another attack, only to find Frieza effortlessly flicking his finger, unleashing a shockwave that pierced through Vegeta's abdomen. Kneeling on one knee, King Vegeta struggled to support his own weight. His gaze locked onto Frieza. "How amusing. You wild monkeys are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. I imagine you are eager to learn just how powerful I truly am. Well, allow me to enlighten you. My battle power is 530,000, Frieza articulated deliberately, each word driving King Vegeta deeper into despair. Chapter 25, The Dazzling Fireworks. Frieza casually tossed aside an object in his hand, carelessly throwing it to the side where Zabo stood, who, despite his evident disgust, had no choice but to catch King Vegeta's severed head. "Master Frieza, shall I keep it for my collection?" Zabo, who took great pride in his appearance and preferred cleanliness, found himself burdened with the bloodied trophy and hastily inquired, eager to dispose of it. Frieza glanced over nonchalantly and replied, "No need. This is hardly worthy of my personal collection. Dispose of it as you wish." Zabo smiled faintly, tossing the head into the air, energy coalescing in his palm, and aimed to obliterate it. With a swift motion, the head was vaporized, vanishing without a trace. Frieza, unfazed, turned to the ship's crew and inquired, "How long until we reach planet Vegeta?" "Only 10 minutes remain, Master Frieza," came the reply. Upon hearing the reply below, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Zabo and said, "Zabo, Come here and join me in admiring this splendid display of fireworks. Such breathtaking moments are rare, and I imagine the brilliance of their eruption will be utterly exquisite, don't you think? Graciously, Zabo bowed slightly, and then walked slowly to stand behind Frieza. Your Majesty Frieza, as you commanded, I have eliminated those wretched traitors. They proved to be quite troublesome, particularly one female Saiyan. I exerted considerable effort to bring her down. Dodoria reported, bloodied and slightly injured, yet still appearing remarkably formidable. Oh, you have truly labored hard, Frieza remarked approvingly. Hearing Frieza's praise, Dodoria felt a swell of pride and promptly responded, serving Lord Frieza is the duty of subordinate. Very well, as a reward, come and witness the beautiful fireworks that will result from the destruction of planet Vegeta by the collision of planets. Frieza observed the losses with a hint of approval, remarking, I did not expect those wild monkeys to be so capable, to have cost us nearly half our manpower. Originally, the spaceship had 3 levels, with the command center located on the 2nd level, which was also the most populated. The Saiyans had stormed from within, nearly obliterating the 2nd level, leaving fewer than 50 survivors. Lord Frieza, this operation should not be adversely affected, correct? Zabo inquired as he wiped his hands clean with a handkerchief and carelessly tossed it aside, knowing someone would soon collect it. Not at all. The Saiyans have surprised me greatly this time. To commend them, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. As for the losses, the Saiyans ultimately assisted me in ridding myself of a batch of worthless rabble. They have indeed fulfilled their duty, Frieza said, covering his mouth with a hand while smirking with satisfaction. He had never cared for the lives of those subordinates. Such weak beings, with combat power barely exceeding 1,000, were abundant throughout the universe. Understood. I shall immediately open the hatch, allowing you to dispense judgment. Zabo bowed and began instructing his subordinates to open the top of the spaceship. I never anticipated that there would still be resistors among the Saiyans. Yet all their defiance is in vain, Frieza remarked, observing a Saiyan, battered yet relentlessly charging forward. He could only scoff at this ignorant resistance, for indeed, the Saiyans were a stubborn lot, deserving of their fate. The defiant Saiyan roared, my fate, the fate of planet Vegeta, and Kakarot's fate, all hinge upon this strike. Drawing upon the last remnants of his strength, the injured Saiyan hurled his final attack towards Frieza's face. Bang! Contrary to expectations, there was no lethal impact or even the anticipated explosion. Frieza's head seemed to be encased in a formidable shield, effortlessly deflecting Bardock's final counterattack into the vastness of space, where it collided with other warriors accompanying Frieza on his campaign. The energy blast triggered a massive explosion, obliterating dozens of warriors in an instant. With this strike, Frieza's attention was momentarily drawn to the Saiyan before him. As the ruler of the universe, he regarded such a being with utter disdain. He gently raised his index finger, and a crimson energy sphere began to coalesce at its tip. It swelled, growing larger and larger, the speed of its inflation surpassing that of a balloon being filled with air. Within mere seconds, this red orb of energy had attained a size comparable to that of a small planet. Disperse, Frieza commanded with a subtle flick of his finger, causing the energy sphere to accelerate at a languid pace. It was driven by Frieza's eager anticipation, crushing all obstacles in its path, be it Bardock or his own subordinates. How fortunate you all are to have so many companions to accompany you to your demise. Frieza laughed heartily, watching the energy orb draw ever closer to planet Vegeta. At last, the immense energy sphere collided with the horizon, creating a colossal crater upon impact. As time elapsed, terrifying fissures began to radiate from the crater, even visible from the depths of space, 5 minutes away from planet Vegeta. The cracks multiplied, sprawling in an erratic pattern until they enveloped the entire planet, erupting with intense red light that pierced through the atmosphere, illuminating Frieza's face. How exquisite! Frieza exclaimed in genuine admiration. The red glow intensified, ultimately shrouding the entire planet. Beneath this crimson veil, the planet began to twist violently, as if an unseen giant hand were relentlessly pulling at it, morphing it like dough. The planet contorted into bizarre shapes, at times oval, at times warped, at times flattened. The convulsions grew more violent and erratic, culminating in an extreme strain that the planet could no longer withstand. With a thunderous explosion, it shattered, unleashing a series of fierce ripples, an overwhelming energy creating concentric waves that battered Frieza and his companions. Except for Frieza, even his allies like Zarbon found themselves akin to a solitary boat adrift at sea, unable to steer clear of the onslaught, merely enduring the crashing waves against their bodies. The Saiyans fighting on the periphery had been discreetly dealt with, and with the total annihilation of planet Vegeta, it was indeed a complete eradication of their race. Frieza cackled triumphantly, reveling in the thrill of obliterating a planet, a sensation he had never anticipated would be so exhilarating. Far from Frieza and his entourage, three cold gazes were fixated upon the explosion. Blood-red irises betrayed their fury. The leading man gritted his teeth, itching to rush back. Frieza, I shall return. Chapter 26, The Wanderer's Counterattack. A young boy sat atop the massive carcass of a beast, moving languidly despite the urgent beeping of his communicator. Occasionally, he extracted some peculiar meat from the creature's remains, nibbling on a piece or two. Only when the incessant beeping grew irksome did he finally respond. It's that Bardock. What is it? Dar's voice was cold and detached. Ever since receiving news of Frieza's subordinates after the incident on planet Vegeta, Dar had not smiled, though he seldom did so even prior. Indeed, just now, Lord Frieza conveyed the news that our home planet, planet Vegeta, has been inadvertently obliterated by an asteroid, as succinctly articulated by Naba. Oh, and what then? Dal's voice remained as indifferent as ever. Aside from us few, it appears that no Saiyan has survived. Even your father, King Vegeta, has perished. Naba's tone was tinged with anxiety, uncertain of how to broach this with Dal, yet he relayed the grim truth directly. Oh, and then? There is nothing more, which left Naba perplexed by Dal's current demeanor, yet he dared not inquire further. Well, from this point onward, I shall assume the title of King Vegeta. Henceforth, remember to address me as Vegeta. Yes, Dal, no, Vegeta. Safet, accompanied by two others, halted their swift flight, suspending their vessel in the vast cosmos, silently witnessing the gradual demise of planet Vegeta. Their fists clenched, even the sensation of their fingers digging into their flesh went unnoticed. Cursed Frieza, my home, my long-standing sanctuary, reduced to mere cosmic dust. 53,000, is it? Grant me 10 years, and I shall surpass you. I shall return. Frieza, mark my words. Safet glared at the figure of 31,524 captured on the scanner, delivering a fierce slap to his own face. Such pitiful combat prowess, yet still reveling in arrogance. The humiliation, the pain, and the suffering inflicted upon me by Frieza, I shall repay each and every ounce in due time. Safet's fury was palpable, and in his volatile state, neither Ella nor Praveti dared to voice their thoughts. We must first vacate Frieza's territory, Safet decided, as he gazed into the increasingly desolate expanse of the universe. The beautiful red star of planet Vegeta had vanished, reduced to cosmic remnants. At this moment, only Safet spoke, leaving no room for the others to interject. As team members, they could only silently adhere to their leader's directives. Moreover, they found themselves unable to conceive a better course of action, and their captain's judgment appeared sound. Captain, it seems our energy reserves are dwindling. If we intend to depart Frieza's domain in this direction, it may take nearly a year, and we have already expended a significant amount of energy. Yet he marked, recalling their considerable energy consumption during their time on Namek, compounded by their rapid return, which had further depleted their reserves. Now, they could only muster enough energy for perhaps 7 or 8 months. No matter, as long as we encounter 1 or 2 planets along our route that can provide energy, we shall seize what we need. After all, with our current combat strength, only Frieza poses a genuine threat to us. Even his 2 minions, Dodoria and Zarbon, would not be my equals. Safet's face twisted into a cruel smirk. Encountering those two would be fortuitous indeed, a chance to collect some interest, for they too had a hand in the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld. Ella paused, perhaps still grappling with the shift in mindset. Previously, they had always considered energy procurement to be a matter of financial exchange. Suddenly, this transformation felt difficult to adapt to. It resembled the methods of cosmic pirates rather closely. As cosmic pirates, we have no qualms about raiding the planets under Frieza's dominion. Praveti possesses a rather simplistic mindset. Initially, he harbored no ill will towards Frieza. However, as Safet subtly influenced him, he has developed a profound resentment towards Frieza. Although his memories of his home planet are rather faint, the deep-seated affection he feels for it resonates strongly within him. This idea is rather splendid. Let's form a trio of pirates, with the objective of sowing chaos within Frieza's territory. The moment Frieza arrives, we shall make our swift escape. Safet suddenly perceives the necessity of this plan. Having destroyed my home planet, does Frieza expect to enjoy peace? Such tranquility is not easily attained. Thus, it is decided, although we cannot currently utilize the ship's identification device for searching, we can have someone replace the onboard apparatus. This way, even if we scour Frieza's significant bases, we will not attract attention. As a girl, Ella is far more meticulous in her thoughts. Very well, let all such plans be entrusted to Ella. The final decisions shall rest with me. After all, having lived for so many years, Safet possesses better judgment than these two youngsters. And what about me? Providite interjected, feeling sidelined as he noticed the clear division of labor between the others. Ella's response was direct. She simply ignored him. Observing this, Safet could only offer consolation. Your strength lies in battle. When the time comes, you shall be responsible for eliminating those who disrupt our endeavors. Thus commenced their frenzied plundering. A month later, after anonymously replacing their ships with 3 new vessels, the trio grew ever more audacious. Even more alarming was their exceptional combat prowess. Most guardians of those planets possessed strengths of merely 7 or 8,000, rendering them utterly powerless against Safet and his companions. They dispatched the guardians with ease, vanishing without a trace, their objectives never singular, leaving no one aware of their next target. Safet and his comrades were remarkably astute, not confining themselves to wealthy planets, their selections seemingly based on whim. They flew their ships throughout Frieza's territory, indiscriminately choosing planets to assault. The utter unpredictability of their actions rendered them nearly impossible to apprehend, and as a result, they wreaked havoc for 3 months, leaving Frieza's subordinates in utter disarray. Naturally, they dared not report to Frieza. A report of such trivial matters could provoke his wrath, leading to their swift demise. For 3 months, the trio operated unchecked, gaining notoriety. However, as they had never exerted their full strength and had deliberately concealed their identities, the world merely recognized them as 3 exceptionally powerful individuals, never suspecting they were the children of Saiyans. This was particularly significant given the recent confirmation that planet Vegeta had been obliterated by a meteor. What the lead? This battle was exhilarating, Providite exclaimed, crushing the last defiant skull on the planet. He laughed boisterously, reveling in the current state of affairs, which he found far more gratifying than his past training and missions, freedom to act as he pleased. Indeed, we have reaped considerable rewards, Ella remarked, gazing at the assets in her possession, thoroughly pleased. For several months, we have refrained from directly confronting the true core base of Frieza, recognizing the formidable strength that lies within. I feared that we might not be able to handle the situation effectively. However, this time, I resolved to launch an assault on one of the core bases. Similarly, Ella devised a plan, and I chose to direct my attention towards Safet, gazing at this battered planet, devoid of any desire for its destruction. A cold smirk graced my face as Safet placed his finger upon a particular planet. Frieza, my vengeance is at hand. Chapter 27. Unexpected strong foe. If my inquiries are accurate, the guardian of this planet possesses considerable strength, estimated to exceed 15,000, yet not surpassing 20,000, as beings with power over 10,000 are a rarity in the cosmos. Ella held the military defense forces of the target planet in her grasp, but the data was rather simplistic, merely enumerating a few formidable powers without delving into other aspects. After all, while weapons like laser cannons are powerful, their operators cannot match the speed of the 3 of us, rendering them virtually useless. Oh, how surprising indeed. Frieza's subordinates with power exceeding 10,000 number no more than 20 or 30 at most. It seems that this time, we may catch a significant prize. A cruel smile appeared on Safet's face. Ever since the destruction of our home planet, both Ella and Providite have sensed a transformation within Safet. He appears to have shed the carefree, reckless demeanor of his past, now imbued with contemplation and restraint, even a touch of coldness and cruelty. Previously, Safet would swiftly eliminate those from other planets, resolving issues with rapid efficiency. Now, however, he has taken to brutally torturing the extraterrestrial minions of Frieza. Those Saiyans inevitably take countless lives throughout their existence. They seldom engage in acts of torture. At times, Safet's actions instill a sense of dread in both Ella and Providite. Yet, neither has voiced any grievances. Although their attachment to their home planet is not profound, the hatred they harbor has long been buried deep within their hearts. Thus, while they perceive Safet's behavior as somewhat excessive, they find no fault in his actions. Let us proceed with the standard entry protocol, and then we shall indulge in our favorite slaughter. Ella, prioritizing caution, opted for the traditional approach, aware that if the spacecraft were to be destroyed by an energy blast, Time would be wasted in seeking a replacement. She understood that the captain loathed such complications. In the past, Ella had always managed these matters, and neither of the two expressed any dissent. Finally completing the landing, the three slender figures emerged from the spacecraft, cloaked in garments to conceal their identities. "Welcome to Planet Cambella," the reception staff greeted politely. Cambella is a vital commercial base under Frieza's command, frequented by numerous merchants and powerful beings. Typically, merchants arrive in large fleets, while only the strong traversing the cosmos utilize such small spacecraft for travel, leading the reception staff to categorize us among the latter. The environment here is indeed pleasant. It is no wonder Frieza has invested heavily in its development. With such advanced industry and fresh air, it is regrettable that this place is destined to descend into hell. Safet effortlessly dispatched several of these worthless beings, not even causing a ripple in his attire. "Captain, we have located the palace of the supreme commander of this planet. What shall we do? Should we proceed with an assault?" Ella glanced at the prompt on the computer and reminded it's not far from here, just over 100 kilometers. Safet nodded, confident in his ability to manage the battle once it commenced. This was the hallmark of a true warrior. A swift resolution seemed prudent, as this planet held significant importance for Frieza, and reinforcements would likely arrive promptly. If they were to become entangled with numerous foes, it would be difficult to escape before Frieza's arrival. They activated their flight, and the trio sped towards the towering palace in the distance. In mere minutes, they beheld the majestic structure standing tall before them. "Halt, outsiders. Are you unaware that this is a no-fly zone? Given your status as newcomers, come with us. After paying the fine, you may leave," declared three figures clad in enforcement attire, approaching the trio at high speed. Such encounters were not uncommon here. Some were truly oblivious to the regulations, while others were overconfident in their abilities. Although it posed a nuisance, most complied with the hefty fines imposed under Lord Shioi's oppressive rule. Observing yet another unsuspecting target, the enforcers felt a sense of pride. "Hey, is that so? I happen to possess some valuable items for you, but I fear you may not be able to handle them," Safet remarked, his eyes flashing ominously as he casually tossed several severed heads into their midst. "Wait, why does my vision seem so peculiar?" One enforcer began to panic, only to realize he was holding his own head in his hands. As the three corpses plummeted to the ground, Safet sneered, "I told you you couldn't handle it. Do you believe me now?" Moments later, a deafening alarm erupted from the palace, accompanied by ominous red lights flashing incessantly and a piercing siren blaring. As the clamor began, Safet and his companions halted mid-flight, waiting in silence. A throng of extraterrestrial beings, clad in battle gear, surged forth in great numbers. A dark mass that Safet estimated to exceed 1,000. To their surprise, this group merely encircled them without launching an attack, seemingly awaiting further developments. Just as impatience began to swell among Safet and his comrades, a purple-skinned alien emerged from the crowd, stifling a yawn before casting a glance at the trio. "I hear it is you ruffians causing commotion? Very well. Each of you may leave for a payment of 100 million cosmic coins. You are the guardian of this planet? You seem rather foolish and boastful, but I wonder if you possess the means to back up your arrogance," Safet retorted, uninterested in the lesser beings. Their purpose here was to obliterate Frieza's elite forces. "Why bother? Just pay the fee. It would save me the trouble of dealing with you." Some individuals seem to relish the opportunity to endure a bit of hardship, so consider it a warm-up exercise. The purple alien's voice was shrill, and his words ignited a spark of fury. "I have not encountered you before. It appears you are not a figure of significance under Frieza's command." Safet indeed has no recollection of the individual before him, suggesting that one cannot remain by Frieza's side unless their combat prowess is not as formidable as one might presume. "Fool, what do you understand? I am Lord Chiou-E, the foremost general under King Frieza. Apologize to me at once, and perhaps I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise is most gruesome." Chiou-E exclaimed, clearly irked by Safet's disdain. "Never mind. You truly are an unknown entity. Is it not enough that Frieza's subordinates include only Zabo and Dodoria? When did another named Chiou-E emerge?" Safet shrugged nonchalantly. "It is of no consequence. You two should handle the insignificant ones, while I shall take care of this fellow. It has been quite some time since I engaged in any exercise." Upon witnessing the derision directed at him, and realizing that Safet even knew Dodoria, yet remained oblivious to his own renown, Chiou-E was consumed by rage and unleashed his full power, charging at Safet. "Pitiful wretch, to think you dare challenge the captain with a mere combat power of 19,200. You truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation. It seems the captain is merely toying with you. Should he unleash his full might, you would likely meet your end in an instant. Elena, testing the opponent's strength, found it disappointingly comparable to her own and even inferior to Pravetti. Oh, is this truly your level? How utterly disappointing. It seems you are indeed worthless. I lack any interest in playing with you further. Prepare to perish. Initially, Safed had been standing with his arms crossed, intending to engage with merely his feet. However, upon receiving Elena's directive for a swift resolution, he lost any desire to toy with his opponent. He spread his arms wide and surged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at the adversary's abdomen. Boom! With a forceful strike, he incapacitated his opponent momentarily, and as he began to gather energy for a decisive blow to obliterate this worthless foe, Safed suddenly sensed an impending threat from his side. With urgency, he evaded, narrowly avoiding an energy ball that grazed his body and even tore through the robe clinging to him. Who dares? Safed's gaze sharpened as he glared at the source of the energy projectile. Chapter 28. The Great Battle with Jis. It is none other than the newly renowned Cosmic 3 Pirates. I never expected to encounter you, Lord Jis. In that case, you shall remain. The newcomer, clad in standard battle attire, extended his right hand towards Safed, clearly having just unleashed the energy ball and yet to withdraw it. Before Safed stood a human with crimson skin, strikingly similar to Earthlings, save for his distinctive white hair, making him nearly indistinguishable from a terrestrial being. Sensing the energy ball that had barely missed him, Safed recognized its considerable power. Having never heard of such an individual under Frieza's command, he harbored a degree of disdain. Indeed, since you are aware of the 3 pirates' renown, what emboldens you to appear here? Safed clearly regarded his opponent with contempt. Reflecting on how close he had come to landing a blow previously, attributing it to his own carelessness, he surmised that the enemy's power was likely comparable to that of Chio-E, if not even lesser, as he held great trust in the data provided by Elena. My lord Jis, that fellow is quite formidable. I beseech you to take action against him. In less than a minute of battling Safed, Chio-E sustained light injuries, a result that can be attributed to Safed's playful demeanor. Had he been earnest from the onset, Chio-E would have likely been dispatched long ago. It seems you possess considerable strength. That imbecile has great confidence in you. Safed turned his face towards Chio-E, causing the latter to retreat in fear. Jis shook his head, declaring, I am no such fool. You would do well to exercise caution. With a subtle flick of his finger, Safed, brimming with self-assurance, felt that aside from Frieza, he need not fear anyone. He provocatively challenged his opponent, compelling him to strike first. Suddenly, Jis adopted a posture that suggested he was preparing to launch himself forward. Although Safed could not comprehend his intentions, he found the sight utterly ludicrous. Without reservation, Safed burst into laughter, leaving no room for doubt. Is that so? It appears one's stance can indeed be lacking in perfection. Jis remained oblivious to this flaw, instead engaging in self-reflection. Regardless, he resolved to eliminate the immediate threat before him. With a sigh, Jis swiftly assumed a standard combat position. Sensing that his opponent might be stalling for reinforcements, Safed chose not to wait any longer and attacked first. With a concentrated gesture, a surge of energy erupted forth, sending a yellow shockwave hurtling towards Jis. He leapt nimbly to evade, looking up to the spot where Safed had been, only to discover that he had vanished. A voice from above suddenly filled Jis with foreboding, but it was too late for him to dodge. With a resounding impact, Safed struck down upon Jis with both fists, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, dust billowing in all directions. Safed, with hands in constant motion, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly targeting Jis. After unleashing dozens of energy waves, Safed paused to assess the aftermath. As the dust settled, he was astonished to find that Jis's protective suit had sustained some damage, yet he appeared unscathed. I truly underestimated you, Safed remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. The earlier assault, even Chio-E would have found painful, yet here stood Jis, completely unharmed. Indeed, it seems I too have underestimated you. However, the next phase shall not be so easily navigated. Jis brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze fixed intently upon Safed. As he began to channel his true power, both adversaries scrutinized each other's every move, seeking a flaw to exploit, a breakthrough to gain the upper hand. Yet, in that instant, Safed sensed a surge of energy approaching from behind. He leapt, not in a straightforward ascent, but veered to the right, yet in that fleeting moment, Jis had already anticipated his motion. In a moment of opportunity, GIs executed a swift maneuver, and even the tremendous explosion caused by the energy orb could not hinder him. Safet sensed someone approaching from behind. Instinctively, he raised his arm to defend, but found nothing there. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen, causing him to falter and his body to become rigid. Infuriatingly, it was a kick that had caught him off guard. Safet realized he was losing control over his body. A troubling omen. If it weren't for that damned little pest, Chio-E, meddling, he would never have been so easily attacked. He blamed his overconfidence for allowing Ella and Provitai to deal with the lesser foes, believing this area to be a high-level battlefield where no one dared to approach. Though he was not subjected to further blows, the sense of impending danger within Safet intensified. Oh no, it's the energy orb, he thought, just as he felt a tremendous force strike him from behind. The energy impact enveloped Safet's body, propelling him towards the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, creating visible ripples, and the earth was left with a massive crater hundreds of meters wide from the assault. Having successfully landed a hit, GIs refrained from pursuing, as the thick dust cloud obscured visibility and hindered his own strength, making him susceptible to ambush. Safet gradually rose, fixing his gaze upon GIs with an impassive expression. Although he had sustained some injuries to his back, they were minor and did not significantly impair his combat abilities. Nevertheless, he sensed a slight decrease in agility in his right arm. Having suffered a minor setback, Safet remained wary of Chio-E, who lurked nearby, seemingly poised for another sneak attack. With a huff, Safet refused to be outdone, launching himself directly at GIs. He was at a slight disadvantage and knew that if he did not seize the initiative, he would be overwhelmed. Thus, he opted for a powerful assault, engaging in close combat, a style in which he excelled. GIs, undeterred, also charged at Safet, and the two engaged in a fierce back-and-forth battle, neither gaining the upper hand, even as Ella and Provitai returned. Both fighters bore significant injuries from the encounter. Safet gasped for breath, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable opponent possessed such combat prowess. Initially, he had dismissed Frieza's minions as a collection of inept warriors, but now he felt a surge of caution. Realizing that prolonging the fight bore little purpose, GIs contemplated finishing the battle with a decisive move. He felt his stamina waning. As a member of Frieza's elite squad, he had never anticipated that a pirate would possess such formidable strength. He was nearing his limit and knew he could not afford to continue this way. The consequence of defeat was certain death. Though Safet still had energy, he found himself reluctant to dismiss Guy's proposal. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the communicator. "Captain, we have detected numerous powerful fleets approaching this planet. They are likely reinforcements for the enemy. We must leave quickly and not be caught." As Safet gathered his energy, he had to pause and consider. Although reluctant, he ultimately decided to abandon the fight. "We're leaving," declared Safet, suddenly leaping into the air and accelerating away at great speed. Safet's performance initially startled JIS, who later realized that the former was attempting to flee. However, after careful consideration, JIS decided against pursuing them, fully aware that his stamina had reached its limits. Should he forcefully detain them, he risked being killed instead. "Damn it, don't think you can escape." Chio-E suddenly charged from the ruins, but upon noticing Jis still standing in place, he halted his pursuit. "My lord, is dismissive," let out a cold snort before slowly turning to fly back towards the palace. Chapter 29, New Territories. His expression was grave, as the outcome of this operation had completely taken him by surprise. Initially, he intended to inflict a significant blow to Frieza's empire and eliminate some of his key combatants. However, the unexpected failure left him feeling frustrated. "It seems our intelligence is woefully inadequate. We know nothing about GIS. Frieza possesses such formidable warriors, yet we remain oblivious. Their combat power has surpassed 40,000. If more adversaries of this caliber emerge, our plans to strike Frieza's critical planets will be thwarted." Safet analyzed meticulously, having assumed that Sabo and Dodoria constituted Frieza's strongest forces, only to be confronted by this new contender. "I apologize, Captain. It is my failure to gather adequate information that led to this predicament," Era expressed, feeling remorseful as she gazed at the battle-scarred Safet, instinctively taking on the responsibility. "No, it is not your fault. Although we did not gain much from this encounter, it has served as a wake-up call. Our ultimate objective is to eradicate Frieza, yet we have squandered time here. While we have eliminated many of his subordinates, it is moot. As long as Frieza survives, his influence will persist." After a moment of contemplation, Safet articulated, "Then we must not waste any more time on his planets. With sufficient resources at hand, we should escape Frieza's domain. Once we acquire greater strength, we can return to vanquish him. That is the course of action I must take. That makes sense, he agreed. Although he acknowledged his status as a strong member of their race, he realized their power was still far inferior to the most formidable warrior races in the universe. Many extraterrestrials surpassed them in strength, leaving him perplexed. Yet, there was no cause for concern. They were still young. By enhancing their training and awaiting the explosive growth of their powers during adolescence, they would surely be capable of contending with Frieza. It was indeed rare for Protagonist to articulate such sentiments, leaving both of them somewhat taken aback. Indeed, if my power were to amplify tenfold, I would possess combat strength exceeding 400,000. Frieza's power stands at 530,000. As long as I elevate my strength above 60,000 before turning 10, I will have a guaranteed chance of victory. Sapphire brimmed with confidence, aware that the tenfold increase in power during adolescence was a well-known fact among all Saiyans. Though his current strength was lacking, 3 to 4 years remained, which was ample time. Indeed, Captain, we shall expeditiously enhance our combat prowess. Now that we are aware of the formidable hidden strength lurking beside Frieza, it is inevitable that other powerful beings exist as well. At that juncture, both Protagonist and I will exert ourselves to create an opportunity for you to confront Frieza alone. Ella has calculated that it will be quite challenging for her to partake in the impending clash between you and Frieza, as her current lack of strength is glaringly apparent. I am resolute in my conviction that I can vanquish Frieza. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, Saiyan has felt the weight of every burden resting squarely upon his shoulders, the vengeance for his father and the retribution for his home planet. He will inevitably settle the score with Frieza. Accelerate our journey. This situation is incomplete. Following this mission, I anticipate that Frieza will orchestrate a large-scale assault against us. Ella's instincts are astutely accurate. Upon learning that his wealth star had been attacked, Frieza erupted in fury. Had it not been for the lack of significant losses, it is likely that the incompetent Shoei would have faced execution. Even if he were ultimately spared, it would be due to Jesus' intervention. After nearly a year of prolonged travel, the trio has refrained from any delays aside from essential resource replenishment, maintaining a swift course. In truth, they had departed from Frieza's territory 3 months prior, yet the surrounding planets remained targets of Frieza's conquests, rendering those areas perilous. Although their combined strength could handle the threats, they preferred to avoid complications and thus continued their journey for several months until they reached a new region. This planet is developing at a pace that rivals that of planet Cambella. Although its emphasis is not on economics, the abundance of powerful beings is truly astonishing. Ella activated the detectors, observing the figures passing by, their strengths materializing before her eyes. Here, the standard combat power exceeds 1,000, with numerous formidable warriors boasting strengths surpassing 10,000. While such power may seem trivial to the trio, beings with combat capabilities exceeding 10,000 are exceedingly rare. Just moments ago, 3 or 4 individuals with such power had passed, one of whom possessed an astounding combat strength nearing 15,000, which certainly explains Ella's sentiments. The level of advancement here is remarkable, undoubtedly possessing the allure to attract strong beings. Given that we are now sufficiently distanced from Frieza, it would be prudent to temporarily settle on this planet. After such extensive travel, our bodies have begun to feel the effects of rust. It is high time we engaged in battle again. For the past year, aside from the initial months, Protagonist, the battle enthusiast, has longed to pause for combat, yet has repeatedly been thwarted by Saiyan, who has enforced his will. Protagonist's dissatisfaction has been mounting, though he dares not defy Saiyan's commands. Settle down? Saiyan can only express his lament. Indeed, prolonged travel has left his body somewhat unaccustomed. What is this reaction? The captain must understand that I am a developing Saiyan. My combat strength has not only stagnated over the past 2 months, but has actually diminished. You must take responsibility for this. Protagonist speaks the truth. Over the past few months, aside from Saiyan's gradual increase in strength, both Protagonist and Ella have experienced a decline in their combat capabilities, much to Protagonist's discontent. Indeed, Saiyan was acutely aware that over the past few months, his muscles had begun to weaken due to prolonged inactivity, causing a decline in his physical prowess. Were it not for his considerable innate talent, his combat abilities would have diminished at a rate akin to that of Ella and the others. The Saiyans, being a warrior race, found that neglecting their training would only lead to further weakness. Eventually, Sapphire nodded in agreement and casually removed the robe draped over him, revealing his pale visage as he looked up at the sun, savoring the long-awaited warmth. Observing their leader's initiative, the other two also discarded their disguises, feeling stifled after being confined for so long. "Let us venture forth and uncover the source of this allure that attracts the strong," he declared. Sapphire had also stored a substantial amount of supplies within his capsule device, the majority of which were acquired from Frieza's territory. Finding a secluded corner, they donned their protective suits, and once again assumed the combat stance reminiscent of their trio. Although Ella's scanner failed to connect to the local network, it did not hinder their assessment of significant areas. Before them stood a magnificent palace-like structure, bustling with a constant stream of visitors, and Sapphire recognized it as the destination they sought. Chapter 30. Cosmic Mercenaries. A grand staircase greeted them, flanked by sturdy stone sculptures, with the summit adorned by the likeness of two peculiar creatures, exuding an imposing aura and a sense of high-end sophistication. Ascending the staircase, step by step, they encountered a spacious platform at its center, guarded by several sentinels. These guards appeared robust and formidable, capable of instilling fear in the nefarious, even if Sapphire and his companions found them lacking. Upon reaching the final step, they stood before the grand door of the palace. Crafted from gleaming golden metal and embellished with intricate carvings and bizarre murals that adorned the columns supporting the hall, captivating them momentarily. Lacking any artistic appreciation, Sapphire and his companions merely indulged in a fleeting admiration of the surroundings, devoid of any profound sentiments. Just as they were poised to enter the hall, they were abruptly intercepted by two guards stationed at the entrance. "This is not a playground for children. Be gone," bellowed a burly guard clad in silver armor, his outstretched hand larger than Sapphire's chest. "Begone," he sneered dismissively, and Sapphire chose not to engage. "What audacity!" the silver-armored guard retorted angrily. The duty of these guards was to expel beggars, children, or those evidently unfit to enter, and though Sapphire was indeed a child, he had inadvertently encountered an immovable obstacle this time. Sapphire had no intention of causing trouble, but faced with provocation, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, instantly sending the silver-armored giant flying, crashing into one of the circular columns within the hall. The resounding crash not only dented the column, but also summoned all the guards, encircling the trio. As the guards closed in, the other individuals within the hall cast curious glances, intrigued by the audacity of those who dared to create such a disturbance. "Heh, I have long felt the urge to unleash myself upon you, inept beings." Provitai fears not the clamor of a brawl, having faced countless such encounters since childhood. He is well-versed in the art of combat, and has been itching for a fight after nearly a year of restraint. With a single punch, he sent one of the guards, who had drawn a great sword from his side, flying. Just as Provitai prepared to continue, he was halted by Sapphire. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Sapphire's voice resonated throughout the vast hall, audible across thousands of square meters. Upon hearing such words, the guards ceased their advance. Within a minute, they parted to reveal a middle-aged man with a white beard and two horns, who stepped forward. "I am a steward here. Our mercenary hall has its own customs. While we welcome guests, we do not tolerate troublemakers," the middle-aged man stated coldly. "Is that so?" Sapphire surveyed the surroundings, his gaze not resting on the man before him, before finally turning to inquire. "However, this is our first visit, and we are unfamiliar with the local customs." "First time, you say? That is understandable. However, having injured our guard, you must provide some form of compensation. Only then shall I allow your departure," the steward replied, seeming rather accommodating. He preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. "Oh, and what if I refuse to pay?" Sapphire said, his pockets quite full. Yet the notion of submission was out of the question. "Refusal requires a certain capability," the steward retorted, extending his hand. An attendant immediately offered a detector, which he donned and pointed at the three of them. "That one on the left, 18,000. The one on the right, 21,000. And the middle one, what?" "Boom." The steward gazed at the readings in disbelief. The device, capable of measuring up to 30,000 combat power, had unexpectedly exploded when focused on the leading child. Despite being the steward of the Cosmic Mercenary Hall on this planet, he possessed a mere 25,000 combat power. Anyone exceeding 30,000 was beyond his reach. Realizing the formidable nature of the trio before him, the steward's demeanor shifted instantly. He waved away the guards and bowed, saying, "My sincerest apologies, esteemed sir. The earlier incident was surely a misunderstanding. May I inquire where you have traveled from? How may I assist you?" Anticipating this change in attitude, Safit remained unfazed and effortlessly grasped the function and purpose of the hall. The three of them smoothly obtained their mercenary identities. Within the hall, many observed the steward's detector malfunction and sensed impending trouble. Even the most rudimentary low-end detectors had a limit of 22,000. It was evident that the steward did not possess the lowest grade of equipment. Naturally, it was wise to befriend such terrifying forces, regardless of their youthful appearance. After declining an invitation to the 8th Wave family's banquet, Safit reclined in the VIP room, while Pravaitai ventured out in search of suitable tasks. He felt no desire to fret over the matter and decided to rest instead. Ella set out to gather further information about the planet, as acquiring useful intelligence was of paramount importance. Suddenly, Safit found himself idly waiting alone. The luxurious lounge was well-equipped, clearly designed for indulgence. Thus his intention to engage in some exercise had to be postponed. As Safit gazed around in boredom, Ella's capable silhouette cast a shadow as she entered through the door. "Captain, I have investigated. The residents here lead relatively stable lives, and there have been no disturbances. It seems a commendable cosmic sovereign oversees this realm. However, due to the sovereign's exceedingly discreet nature, not much information has been obtained. Yet, from what is available, it is evident that this ruler is not Frieza." Ella reported while flipping through the data in her hands. "Is that so? Then we shall reside here temporarily. I have just asked Pravaitai to find some more challenging tasks for us, ideally ones that can enhance our combat abilities. If our strength does not improve now, we shall remain hopeless when facing Frieza in the future," Safit declared, intending to seek out planets of considerable intensity. He resolved that a life of comfort was unacceptable. It was either death or the augmentation of their power. The two exchanged nods, signaling their unanimous agreement on the decision. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Pravaitai. Bruised and battered. "What happened? Did that middle-aged man cause you trouble?" Safit inquired, observing Pravaitai's swollen visage, his anger flaring. But he felt relieved upon noticing that there were not too many serious injuries. "Captain, someone is looking for us. That individual is formidable. He easily reduced me to this state without breaking sweat. He specifically requested to meet you." Pravaitai's words were slightly slurred, and it took Safit a few moments to grasp the meaning. Chapter 31. Threat or Recruitment. At that moment, Safit felt not only anger, but also a tinge of apprehension. The fact that the adversary could effortlessly manage their strength to leave Pravaitai in such a state, yet without inflicting severe harm, was telling. Although Safit could also easily defeat Pravaitai, it did not imply he could toy with him in such a manner. Narrowing his eyes, Safit sensed the whiff of a conspiracy. Suspecting that this individual might be targeting him specifically, despite having immense trust in Ella's reconnaissance skills and information-gathering capabilities, Safit contemplated whether this could be a subordinate of Frieza. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. If it were indeed Frieza's minion, they would have barged in directly rather than adopting this approach. "Let us go see who dares to be so audacious," Safit remarked, his expression darkening. Encountering such trouble shortly after arriving on this planet was irksome. While he was not afraid, an abundance of complications could become bothersome. "Captain, be cautious. The opponent's power is indeed formidable," Pravaitai warned, his demeanor serious. His recent experience had made him acutely aware that despite his seemingly careless nature, he was far from foolish. Safit nodded. Although he recognized that the adversary's strength might surpass his own, he would never shy away from confrontation. This was the Saiyan way. Evasion was not an option for him. Stepping out of the VIP lounge, the hall was devoid of people, save for a middle-aged man who stood with utmost reverence behind an individual bearing a striking resemblance to a human. His lips incessantly moved, evidently reporting a situation. "Umph. This must be the reinforcements summoned by that fellow." Safit felt a twinge of regret. Had he known that the other party would stabilize themselves before calling for assistance, he would have swiftly eliminated that individual. "Oh, our esteemed guest has arrived," quipped the human-like figure. "I never anticipated that you would possess such a narrow-minded disposition. So, you're the 80 summoned? One must possess some skill to step forth on another's behalf." From the very first glance, Safit sensed that this individual was far from an easy opponent. An overwhelming power seemed poised to erupt from them, causing every inch of Safit's skin to tense, a sensation he had never experienced before. Reinforcements? Perhaps. However, I am not here to trouble you. Rather, I bear a proposition that may interest you. If you are inclined to accept it, the tone was light, leaving it uncertain whether they cared about Safit and his companions, or if they genuinely had no intention of causing trouble. "Oh, indeed. I harbor no significant grievances against you. Pray, enlighten me, and perhaps I shall acquiesce. Though Sapphire harbored skepticism regarding the promised good fortune, he resolved to listen. On one hand, it was a gesture of courtesy. On the other, in his estimation, the two companions who had arrived with the figure possessed formidable strength. Earlier, while the opportunity presented itself, Sapphire attempted to use a detector. Yet no data emerged, indicating that the other party had deployed a superior device to mask their battle capabilities. The most advanced detector in Sapphire's possession could gauge up to 100,000 in power level. But the one wielded by the other party was evidently of a higher caliber, suggesting a status of no ordinary nature. Against those three individuals, Sapphire felt his chances of victory were slim. How rare this is. From the outset, I was somewhat displeased to hear disturbances in the mercenary hall. However, Sedwin informed me that it involved a few youngsters, and that his power was inferior to one of them, which piqued my interest. I must say, it is quite astonishing for a Saiyan child to possess over 40,000 in battle power at such a young age. The other party spoke with ease, but Sapphire's heart sank. They were aware of their Saiyan heritage and even knew his battle power, displaying an unsettling composure. Sapphire's muscles tightened, prepared for an immediate breakout. No need to be so tense. The purpose of my visit is quite simple. My esteemed master regards you as a talent worth pursuing. Would you consider following my master? Our treatment is quite generous, provided you commit wholeheartedly to the work. Sapphire lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence, as he contemplated the reliability of this proposition. Despite the precarious situation, he did not believe that serving the other party was a prudent decision. And what if I refuse? Sapphire's tone turned frosty. Refusal is of little consequence. However, my master typically employs a singular method for dealing with uncontrollable power. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Eradication at the root, is it? This answer did not catch Sapphire off guard. Instead, he pressed further. And I have yet to learn your name? Donnie, why don't you accompany me for a visit first? We can then assess the benefits before making a decision. A smile graced Donnie's face. He understood that the matter was essentially settled. With a combination of coercion and temptation, anyone not completely deranged would likely acquiesce. Sapphire exchanged glances with the other two, and ultimately, he nodded in agreement to Donnie's invitation. To initiate a conflict was certainly not a prudent choice, and given that the other party valued the combat prowess of the trio, it seemed wise to find temporary shelter before devising further plans. In accordance with Donnie's intentions, the three followed him aboard a spacecraft, which soared through the cosmos for several minutes, eventually arriving at a nearby planet. Before us lies the palace of my esteemed lord. Quite magnificent, isn't it? Donnie appeared to hold a deep admiration for the figure he referred to as my lord. This piqued Sapphire's curiosity. Donnie's combat abilities were evident, exceedingly surpassing his own. Yet such an individual would exhibit such reverence for that lord, which was indeed intriguing to Sapphire. Who exactly is this lord you speak of? I wouldn't want to appear discourteous upon my arrival. I certainly do not wish for others to regard us Saiyans as uncouth. My lord is named Kveler, a formidable cosmic sovereign. You may not be familiar with him, but his brother is a name you should recognize. Your Saiyan territory likely lies within his domain. You must have heard of him. His name is Frieza. As Donnie spoke, he carefully observed Sapphire's expression. Indeed, upon hearing the name Frieza, the trio's demeanor shifted, and they were poised to act, only to be interrupted by Donnie's next words. However, my lord's relationship with his brother Frieza is far from amicable. One might even say it is quite hostile. Thus, my lord would be more than willing to welcome the Saiyans, whom Frieza has long sought to eradicate. Donnie addressed Sapphire directly. Although a hint of wariness lingered on Sapphire's face, he was beginning to trust the situation. There is no need for deception from someone in such a position of power. Very well, we agree to join, but you must ensure that our training remains undisturbed. With Sapphire's response, Donnie turned, revealing a satisfied smile. Indeed, my lord's assessment is accurate. These young ones possess remarkable talent. They will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to Frieza, and witnessing that would be quite an enjoyable spectacle. Chapter 32. Audience with Kveler. Donnie, why are you lingering outside with our dear little friends? Come in, do hurry. A neutral male voice resonated from within the palace, contrasting sharply with Frieza's sharp tone, eliciting no sense of distaste. Upon hearing the voice, Donnie ceased his exchange with Sapphire, turning to push open the palace doors and step inside. Sapphire and the others followed closely behind. It was their first visit, and they required an introduction. Entering the grand hall, it was not the opulence that Sapphire had envisioned. Rather, it was sparsely adorned, lacking the ostentation typically associated with grandeur. Instead, It exuded an air of magnificence, albeit somewhat empty. After advancing nearly 100 meters, several individuals halted their steps as they approached the staircase. Upon the steps sat a magnificent throne, occupied by a serious-looking figure marked by 2 crimson blotches on his face. Though his physique was not particularly imposing, Sapphire could sense an intense aura of dominance emanating from him. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of the throne, and his smooth, muscular form lacked distinct contours. A tail swayed gently behind him, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Had it not been for his distinct attire, Sapphire might have felt as though he had encountered Frieza himself. It seemed that this individual was indeed Frieza's elder brother, the sovereign of this realm, Cooler. What is the matter? Do you find me similar to Frieza? Are you so astonished that words escape you? Cooler remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, straightening his previously slouched posture. Your Majesty Cooler, I have successfully brought these 3 Saiyan children before you, said Donnie, bowing respectfully. Cooler waved his hand dismissively, granting him permission to depart. It appears you are indeed Cooler, the one who seeks to recruit us. We have no lofty aspirations. As long as the terms are favorable and there is the prospect of battle, I believe we would not decline, Sapphire replied, intending to temporarily align himself under this individual. The prospect of enhancing his own worth was merely a means to an end. As Frieza's brother, Cooler was likely stronger than Frieza himself, and should he one day surpass him in power, he could exact his revenge. Additionally, the apparent discord between the brothers alleviated any concerns about being handed over to Frieza. Indeed, I have heard whispers of your impressive battle power at such a young age, over 10,000, if the rumors are to be believed. This is something I have never witnessed before. The former King Vegeta could not have been as formidable as you are now, Cooler responded lazily, his demeanor unchanged. Yet his inquiry tacitly acknowledged Sapphire's words. Sapphire hesitated, aware that disclosing the truth about their soaring power levels was unwise. Very well, I shan't inquire further. However, I expect diligence in your work under my command. Donnie will inform you of the other conditions. For now, you will hold a position beneath my Mecha Legion, granting you access to numerous resources. I understand your penchant for combat, and I believe these resources will prove beneficial for you. Cooler cared little for specifics. As long as he was present, these young ones would be thoroughly subdued without concern for other stipulations. All conditions could be dictated by him. Oh, and by the way, Donnie is one of the members of my Mecha Legion, Cooler added, perhaps sensing that Sapphire and his companions might struggle to comprehend. Kneeling on one knee, Sapphire and his companions pledged their allegiance to Cooler. Very well, you may leave. You're already familiar with Donnie. Let him guide you on what you need to do, Cooler said, his impatience evident as he waved his hand, signaling for Sapphire and his companions to withdraw. As the 3 little imps gradually receded into the distance, a figure emerged slowly behind Quila. This individual bore a blue visage, adorned in a snug pink suit, layered beneath a combat uniform. His name was Frieza, and he had been standing at Quila's back, unnoticed by Sapphire and his companions. My lord, I am aware of your disdain for King Crud. However, following his decree to exterminate the Saiyans, even his most favored son, Frieza, has complied without question. Are you certain about harboring these Saiyan youngsters? Frieza inquired with a hint of concern etched on his face. Fear not, though the Saiyans are hailed as the mightiest warriors in the universe, their combat prowess is rather mediocre. While their average strength may be commendable, their arrogance in claiming to be the strongest is utterly unfounded. It is no wonder that our race, the true strongest in the cosmos, feels discontent, nor that Crud has issued the command for their annihilation. These 3 little rascals may possess decent strength for now, but they pose no threat to us. Let them be. They might serve as useful tools, Quila replied. If King Crud inquires, let it be. Most Saiyans have already been dealt with by Frieza, and besides, does he not still have 3 little imps under his command? What harm is there in my taking a few? Rest assured, Crud would not turn against me over such trivial matters. If necessary, I could relinquish a few planets to him. As long as those 3 imps can subdue a few more planets as compensation, it will suffice. Arrange for them to have slightly more demanding tasks, Quila instructed, observing his loyal warrior. Although Frieza was indeed steadfast, he sometimes worried excessively. Understood. Do not fret, my lord. Frieza nodded. He merely intended to offer a reminder. As long as Quila was aware, there was no need for further discourse. With a slight bow, Frieza turned to depart. Though his daily tasks were few, he still needed to attend to them and could not linger indefinitely, knowing Quila would prefer solitude for contemplation. I fail to comprehend why my father worries about such nebulous legends. The Saiyans are merely an inferior race. Even if their strength were to surge 100-fold, they would still pose no threat to our kind. Crud is overly timid, allowing himself to be frightened by ancestral tales of so-called Super Saiyans. If I were to encounter one, I would crush them without hesitation. After much reflection, Quila could not understand his father's trepidation, though he did not enjoy Crud's favor. His strength was formidable enough. While he may not yet surpass Crud, he was far from being an easily defeated adversary. However, he still needed to tread carefully around Crud. Finding warriors with tens of thousands of battle power was no simple task. Locating such subordinates was challenging. Nevertheless, reports from Frieza indicated that this group of Saiyans worked diligently and exhibited remarkable loyalty. Thus, Quila resolved to nurture these three little imps. It would indeed be a delightful endeavor to instigate some trouble for Frieza. He was well aware of the deep-seated hatred the Saiyans harbored for Frieza, the very one who had obliterated their home planet. The thought of cultivating a few warriors with power exceeding 100,000, sending them to wreak havoc in Frieza's territory, filled Quila with immense satisfaction. It matters not. When the time comes, I shall simply inform Frieza that these little brats have betrayed me, which will have no effect on me whatsoever. Ha ha, Frieza, I eagerly anticipate your expression at that moment. Chapter 33. The Soul of Vengeance. In the northern region of the Western Galaxy, there exist several planets inhabited by formidable beings. While they do not pose a threat to us, these unruly individuals have significantly undermined King Kuvra's reign. Time and again, emboldened by their remoteness, they have openly defied the king's orders. Our current objective is to eliminate the leading powerful factions among these planets, thereby instilling fear in those who dare to oppose us. Frieza pointed at the star map, marking several planets with red crosses, and meticulously pointed them out to Safed, while also detailing the combat capabilities of the various factions. This marks your inaugural mission. It is imperative that you execute it excellently, lest you be looked down upon by King Kuvra. Speaking of which, from this point onward, we shall be comrades in arms. However, for future assignments, you will need to seek information from the intelligence department yourself. I am merely assisting you in understanding the process this first time. Frieza was courteous, fully aware that these Saiyans were merely pawns of Kuvra, yet he understood the necessity of nurturing them properly. Otherwise, they would be of no help in executing the king's final directives. Safed nodded, finding Frieza's explanations thorough and his demeanor pleasant. Although he felt a tinge of confusion regarding Frieza's attitude, upon reflection, he discovered nothing amiss. Soon, he paid it little mind. As he scrutinized the intelligence reports, Safed realized that the initial task posed a certain level of difficulty, with over 10 targets boasting combat powers exceeding 10,000. He had not anticipated being assigned such a challenging mission upon his arrival. Nonetheless, Safed relished the challenge, possessing great confidence in his abilities. The foes with powers just over 10,000 posed no threat to him, although they would indeed test his two teammates. Just as Safed was about to inquire further about the combat habits and techniques of the targets, a soldier burst in, panting heavily, and exclaimed loudly, "Lord Frieza!" Those two Saiyans, upon noticing Safed standing beside Frieza, the soldier abruptly halted, fully aware that these three young warriors were extraordinarily powerful and newly enlisted under the king. Not someone of his stature to provoke. He lowered his voice and murmured, "Those two Saiyans do not seem particularly friendly." "What?" Frieza replied, visibly taken aback. Observing the soldier's sweaty countenance and his inability to articulate, Frieza seemed to comprehend the situation and commanded, "Lead me to see what is happening." The soldier, relieved, turned to guide them, while Safed, upon hearing the sensitive mention of the Saiyans, followed without hesitation. "Humph, you Saiyans are nothing but stray dogs? What audacity! How dare you claim to be strong? Do you even deserve to be the second strongest team under the king? If you have any guts, let's have a match." A distant voice echoed, belonging to a red-skinned alien with a frog-like head, his face contorted in disdain. He possessed a battle power of 22,000, which, while not particularly remarkable, positioned him as a notable figure under Quira's command. It was rumored that the king had formed a new team, comprised of a group of youngsters, elevating their status to just below that of Quira's mech battalion. His displeasure grew upon learning that these newcomers were a few Saiyan youths. And even more absurdly, the boy and girl before him had not yet surpassed his own strength. This ignited a sense of disdain within him, his dissatisfaction evident. "You, Era," and Praveti were not particularly eloquent, and Praveti's temper was notoriously volatile. Had it not been for Era's restraint, urging him to refrain from impulsive actions, Praveti would have already confronted the newcomers. "What are you doing?" Safed inquired, turning slightly, arms crossed, his expression serious. Praveti, upon recognizing his captain, exclaimed, "Captain, this scoundrel dares to slander us. We must teach him a lesson." Aira remained silent, yet her indignant expression conveyed her agreement. "Shut up and come back," Safed commanded, furrowing his brow. He was aware of Praveti's impulsive nature, yet he was not one to instigate trouble. Contemplating the situation, he issued a direct order. "Captain?" Praveti responded, astonished. "Did you not hear what I said?" Safed glared, and although Praveti was dissatisfied, he complied and stepped back behind Safed. "Huh, see, your captain is wise," jeered the frog-headed individual. Praveti turned his head in humiliation, while Safed ignored the taunt, instead offering a slight nod to Frieza. "I apologize for the trouble." He then led the two towards their designated quarters. "Safed, stop. Why didn't you properly teach that guy a lesson?" Praveti, still seething, abandoned any pretense of respect and directly called out his name. He was right, Safed sighed. Praveti, taken aback, retorted, What I mean is he spoke the truth. Before we avenge Frieza and rebuild our planet Vegeta, we are nothing but stray dogs," Safed articulated, each word deliberate and heavy. "I too wish to eliminate that individual. Yet the reality is that we must endure." Safed expressed his own simmering anger, fully aware of their limitations. "In any case, we must avoid causing trouble here. Regardless of how they provoke us, we must remain restrained. Now, let me inform you of our first task." Panting heavily, Praveti struggled against his injuries, casting another energy sphere to eliminate an enemy nearby. Though he bore no fatal wounds, the multitude of minor injuries had drained much of his strength, and he felt on the brink of collapse. A glance at Aira revealed she was no better off, and as she looked up at Safed, she found him standing impassively, arms crossed, observing their plight with indifference. With gritted teeth, Praveti charged forth once more. "Persevere. Those individuals below offer me no assistance in my ascent. Such trials may become more frequent in the future, so I must strive for improvement. Let us not forget our ultimate goal, the defeat of Frieza." Safed mused quietly, observing the two individuals marred by injuries, yet he could only restrain himself from intervening, allowing events to unfold. "How exhilarating it is. I never anticipated my endurance would persist. I once believed I had reached my limits, yet an inexhaustible source of strength continues to surge within me." Within the recuperation chamber, Praveti remained restless, flailing about in disquiet. "Must you not settle down? Your exuberance is admirable, yet Ella requires rest. This mission has consumed over 2 months, yielding a mere 3,000 in battle power. Such progress is rather sluggish. This pace is unsustainable. We must seek out more formidable challenges to truly elevate ourselves." Safed, expressing his dissatisfaction, muttered a curse, though he understood that voicing his frustration would yield no change. "Captain, I have pondered this. Our team requires a resounding name. Otherwise, should we achieve great renown, it would be unwise to let our enemies name us." "A team name, you say?" Safed paused before smiling and declaring, "Let us be known as the Souls of Vengeance. The vengeance against Frieza has perpetually been our objective, and the spirit of the Saiyans shall remain eternal." Chapter 34, 20 years hence. Missions, battles, injuries, recuperation, a ceaseless cycle. The Souls of Vengeance squad, since their inception under Quila's command, have traversed time in this manner, undertaking tasks of varying lengths, yet each exceedingly arduous. From being initially scorned by Quila's subordinates to earning their respect. From being ridiculed as a stray dog to attaining fame throughout the galaxy. This monumental transformation encapsulates the 20 years of effort from Safed and his companions. Indomitable spirit, tenacious will, and fervent combat. Each of these elements has been driven by a singular belief, to vanquish Frieza. "Captain, have we surpassed our limits?" This question has been posed for the 10th time over the past 3 years. Each time, Praveti felt a swell of hope within him, only to be met with disappointing answers that often led to despair. However, this time, he was met with a glimmer of hope. Safed nodded gently. The marks of 20 years had only left a scar upon his visage, a deliberate reminder from a lapse in vigilance during battle. Each time he glimpsed this scar, it served as a reminder to remain ever vigilant against any foe. "At last, we have surpassed it. 560,000. How long I have awaited this day." Safed has transformed from a mere 6-year-old child into a robust figure exceeding 6 feet tall, brimming with explosive strength, forming a perfect silhouette. From an obscure youth to one of the most formidable titans, he scarcely comprehends the journey he has undertaken. He only remembers his singular goal. In this moment, he whispers Frieza's name, a sentiment that transcends verbal expression. Finally, I am confident to go. My combat power has surpassed 200,000. However, Captain, you instructed us to conceal most of our strength, so our current display remains just over 80,000. But surely, that is no longer necessary? Although Safed had previously provided a simple explanation regarding this matter, Pravaitai, being somewhat simple-minded, fails to grasp his meaning. Despite his lack of understanding, he has never defied Safed's wishes. You fool, you are well aware that Quila is Frieza's brother, though their relationship has deteriorated over the years. As long as they harbor animosity towards outsiders, once Quila learns of the captain's power, he will undoubtedly inform Frieza. When that happens, if Frieza goes into hiding, whom will you seek for revenge? Before Safed could speak, Ella scolded loudly. Over the past 2 decades, Ella has transformed into a stunning beauty, radiating wild spirit. Unfortunately, having grown up alongside her, Safed has no such romantic inclinations, and Pravaitai, being a battle fanatic, has never considered it. Thus, their bond as comrades has remained unchanged. In contrast to the other two, one has become a handsome man and the other a beautiful woman. Pravaitai's transformation is far simpler. Towering above Safed, he stands at an impressive height of over 2 meters and 50 centimeters, his body robust and muscular. His arms alone surpass Ella's legs in girth. After Ella's remarks, Pravaitai could only nod in agreement. Though Ella's combat power slightly eclipses his, she wields significant resources within the team. If Pravaitai were to dare speak back or oppose her, he might find himself deprived of meat for the next meal. When he initially spoke, Safed appeared somewhat lost in thought. His responses were accurate, yet his expression revealed little. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he declared, "Upon our return, we shall undertake one final mission, directing our efforts toward Frieza's territory. Under the guise of a task, we shall engage in a decisive battle with Frieza." Upon hearing Safed's words, Ella did not respond with her usual eagerness. Instead, she bowed her head in silence for a moment before saying, "Understood, Captain. I will ensure everything is arranged. You can rest easy and recuperate to face Frieza in peak condition. This battle, we shall undoubtedly win," Pravaitai asserted, clenching his fists with confidence. The captain has never been defeated. No matter the adversary, he will prevail. The three lay in a lounge, unaware of how long they had slept, until a few extraterrestrials entered. Noticing the adults still resting, they dared not disturb them and quietly stood by, waiting. Before long, Safed was the first to awaken, gently rousing the other two. "We must go. We should be nearing our destination," Safed said, leading the way out of the lounge. Upon exiting, he observed other extraterrestrials bustling about within the cabin, but paid them no heed, directly opening the hatch and stepping out of the large spacecraft. After the age of 10, having made sufficient contributions, the three individuals grew weary of long periods of rest in their small spacecraft. They directly requested a larger ship from Shavia. Over the years, they had become accustomed to residing in a larger vessel and thus did not revert to the smaller spacecraft. Upon exiting the hatch, they were greeted by a row of guard soldiers lined up to welcome their return, with the leader being the very individual who had previously provoked them, the one with the frog-like head. Initially, he had been defiant, but as tensions escalated, Safed had dealt him a severe lesson. Since Safed and his companions still needed to work under Quila, they refrained from taking his life. However, as the trio's combat prowess grew and far surpassed his own, he no longer dared to act out. "Welcome back, the Avenging Souls team, and greetings to Lord Safed, Lady Ella, and Lord Pravaitai. On behalf of all members of the Liton planet, I extend my sincerest regards." The frog-headed individual bowed deeply, followed by the 2 rows of soldiers who also bowed respectfully. "Now, we would appreciate your assistance with the ship's maintenance. We shall handle other matters ourselves." The ship's repairs were a routine procedure, and Safed and his companions needed to head to the mission hall to seek a task directed towards the Frieza domain. "Your orders will be followed," the frog-headed individual responded, leading the other staff to their duties, while Safed and his companions swiftly made their way to the mission hall. All extraterrestrials working under Quila were aware that the Avenging Souls team was the hardest working among all squads, completing their tasks and returning the same day, resting at most for a day before embarking on their next mission, never indulging in prolonged breaks. This time was no exception. That very evening, the Avenging Souls team set off on their ship. Although some expressed admiration for Safed and his companions' diligence, no one ever doubted their commitment. Frieza, wait for me. I'm coming." Safed gazed at the dazzling starry sky ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it was not a smile. It was a cold, cruel smirk. Chapter 35. Target, Supergravity Planet. The ship sped along for over 6 months without altering its course. Originally, the mission was directed towards a medium-sized planet on the western edge of the galaxy. Although quite isolated and lacking support from other races, the task was described as exceedingly challenging, with reports of beings possessing combat power exceeding 100,000. Fortunately, despite the consistent trajectory, Sapphire and his companions had no intention of attending to this task. They were solely focused on journeying to the northern galaxy in search of Frieza. Is this the target planet mentioned in our mission? It appears rather gloomy. The environment must be extremely harsh. No wonder powerful beings are born here. Sapphire mused as their ship glided past a dark gray planet, gazing at it with awe. Suddenly, a flicker of aurora captured Sapphire's attention, though minuscule. It radiated an intense brilliance. As time passed, the light grew increasingly vibrant, abruptly transforming into a powerful shockwave that materialized before Sapphire's eyes. Quick dodge, Sapphire bellowed. With a keen gaze, Sapphire was certain that if this continued, they would undoubtedly be struck by the impending shockwave, prompting him to urgently alert the startled spaceship pilot. However, the velocity of a shockwave was exceedingly swift, and by the time the spaceship attempted to veer away, it was already too late. A resounding roar accompanied the violent tremors of the entire vessel as it was pierced by the shockwave. Even Sapphire had to exert considerable effort to maintain control amidst the chaos. Quickly assess the extent of the damage to the spaceship and determine if it will hinder our flight. Although he had never encountered such a situation before, years of experience had instilled in him a composure that remained unaffected by the current crisis. Sapphire issued commands with remarkable calmness. Under the steady leadership of their stalwart commander, the crew gradually regained their composure, returning to their respective stations to conduct comprehensive examinations of the ship. Half an hour later, as Sapphire reviewed the damage report before him, his expression darkened considerably. Since the shockwave had struck, the spaceship had gradually ceased its forward motion. Initially, he had assumed there was merely a minor issue that could be swiftly resolved. Yet, upon examining the report, Sapphire discovered that the power compartment had sustained severe damage, necessitating an emergency landing to commence repairs. Otherwise, they would be unable to proceed. Damn it, Sapphire seethed, slamming his fist onto the command console, obliterating the steel structure. Captain! Ella and Protagonist rushed into the command room from outside. The trio had been taking turns overseeing operations, but the recent violent tremors had rendered it impossible for them to continue their slumber. Upon realizing the situation, they hastily made their way to the command center. I had no intention of exterminating the life forms on this planet, but it seems they are unwilling to relent, Sapphire remarked. His tone, though seemingly light-hearted, was laced with palpable frustration. Ha, Captain, my hands are itching for action. The thought of a long flight back to the northern galaxy makes it hard for me to contain myself. Protagonist's fighting spirit surged within him, ever eager for battle. Sapphire had always made the decisions regarding combat orders, but now, the prospect of engaging in some prelude to the decisive confrontation with Frieza was indeed enticing. Very well, though it may prolong our return, a lack of combat would surely lead to stagnation, Ella conceded. Although not as battle-crazed as Protagonist, she too was a Saiyan, and the thrill of combat was undeniably invigorating. Let it be decided then. Let these worthless beings seek their demise. I shall reluctantly bestow upon them their end. After a prolonged period of rest, Sapphire himself felt a sense of lethargy creeping in as he directed the pilots to prepare for landing. Sapphire and his companions donned their battlesuits, ready to embrace the impending skirmish. Despite their dismissive words regarding their adversaries, the trio had long cultivated the habit of never underestimating their foes. The spaceship descended gradually, soon encountering the atmospheric turbulence that caused it to shudder incessantly. Amidst the trembling, the vessel carved a brilliant arc of fire through the sky, slicing through the dimness above. This planet orbits without a sun, relying solely on starlight for visibility from the outset. However, as the spacecraft delved deeper, Sapphire and his companions discovered that visibility continued to diminish. When the ship finally touched down on the surface, a sigh of relief escaped them. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the celestial glow provided a modicum of clarity. Make sure to repair the ship properly. We shall venture out to survey this planet, Sapphire briefly instructed before allowing his team members to disembark, equipping themselves with scanners. To their dismay, they found that life on this planet was scarce, consisting of merely over 30 formidable beings, according to the data displayed on their devices. None of these entities possessed a combat power lower than 10,000. Having pinpointed their first target, The trio promptly set forth towards their destination. Captain, do you sense that the gravity on this planet seems significantly stronger than on others? By standard measures, it must be around 4 to 5 times greater, noted Ella. Her intuition proving correct. This planet boasted a gravity 50 times that of their home world, far surpassing any previous mission planets, which meant that only the elite could survive here. Nevertheless, the trio's combat prowess was sufficiently high. Even with the increased gravity, it posed little threat to them. Gravity? Safet, upon arrival, felt an initial oppressive weight, attributing it to the planet's murky atmosphere. Only after Ella's mention did he recognize the gravitational difference. Indeed, the force here was substantial. On their home planet, it was merely tenfold, which explained why Saiyans who spent extended periods there exhibited greater strength than those on other planets. Provet, though not raised on their home world, possessed some understanding of this phenomenon, which contributed to his disdain for the nobility, whom he deemed merely fortunate. Gravity, huh? Safet mused, lightly tapping his forehead as a forgotten memory began to resurface. Suddenly, he envisioned an individual clad in a red training suit, sweating profusely in a room filled with crimson air, performing push-ups. The gravity chamber. If what Provet said holds true, then perhaps if we linger here longer or train on this planet, our results would surpass those achieved elsewhere. Safet's insight momentarily stunned his companions. But as they contemplated his words, they too discerned the underlying implications. So, if we leave this planet in the future, we could request scientists to simulate a similar gravitational environment to aid in our training? Ella's eyes sparkled with realization. They had always focused on combat, neglecting this method to enhance their strength. Excellent, Ella, take note. However, we are nearing our target area, and our current mission is to eliminate the scum of this planet. Safet's fury was palpable as he suddenly accelerated towards the first target. Chapter 36. The Arrival of a Powerful Adversary. Spare me. The feeble voice pleaded incessantly. Yet Safet's response was straightforward. He lifted his foot, aiming it squarely at the head, and brought it down with force. Blood splattered everywhere. Reflecting on his initial encounter with this individual, who had exuded an air of superiority, Safet had no intention of allowing him to survive. This marked the 9th kill. With a casual strike, Safet obliterated the corpse, although he had not previously harbored such a habit. After the third creature had feigned death despite having its skull pierced by an energy blast, though it had not ultimately suffered, he had begun to remain vigilant from that moment onward. Indeed, the creatures on this planet possessed some abilities, yet their combat power generally fell below 100,000. Eliminating them posed no challenge whatsoever. Throughout the earlier skirmish, Providite had stood by, adopting a warm-up mindset. Thus, the 3 of them took turns engaging, while the other 2 maintained their positions. It should be my turn next, Ella remarked, flexing her hands. The previous opponents had been woefully weak, their bodies as fragile as tofu. They had been vanquished before she could truly warm up. Only the target chosen by the captain had proved somewhat worthy. Suddenly, Providite's detector emitted a signal, indicating a presence behind the trio. Captain, someone is approaching us. Should we wait here? Let us observe what confidence this individual possesses in coming here. Safet mused, sensing an unusual feeling. Could there be defenders of this planet? In less than 2 minutes, an unfamiliar extraterrestrial appeared before them, accompanied by 2 beings resembling those that had already perished. Was their combat power? Turning to Providite. 8,007 and 9,004. The one in the middle seems to be the leader, but how could that be? Only 2,003? Providite was taken aback by the data displayed before him. Logically, the leader should possess the highest combat power. Why do you attack our planet? The leader of the aliens asked. He was enveloped in a black and white patterned scale armor, with an unusually elongated head and a flat, wide face. Safet found himself at a loss for words in describing him. Nothing much, just someone has paid for your heads. Is that a problem? Safet replied nonchalantly, despite finding the alien's demeanor peculiar. Under Safet's gaze, the leader's expression darkened. If I recall correctly, this area, while under the management of Kvila, should not concern Frieza or Kvila with this remote location. Moreover, I have an agreement with Kvila that we will not be attacked as long as we remain on this planet. Whose subordinate are you? The alien scrutinized Safet closely, suddenly recalling something. I remember your appearance. You must be a Saiyan. Then? So you serve Frieza? I wonder if I have offended him in any way. Please clarify. I am no one's subordinate. As for why I am attacking you, it is because you dared to damage my spacecraft, forcing us to land on this planet, which not only delayed our journey, but also caused us to incur significant losses. Safet was merely fabricating excuses, Yet the mention of Frieza and Kvila, along with the lack of respect in the alien's tone, indicated that they were not easily dealt with. Thus, Safit decided to seek a peaceful resolution. I sincerely apologize for inadvertently damaging your spacecraft. However, you have also eliminated several of my subordinates, so I believe we are even. Are we not? The flat-headed man regarded Safit with uncertainty, lacking confidence in his ability to defeat him. Thus, both parties entertained the notion of reaching an amicable resolution. Just as they were about to shake hands in reconciliation, Safit's detector suddenly activated, transmitting urgent news. Lord Safit, our ship is under attack. The piercing screams from the emergency communication pierced Safit's eardrums, igniting a tempest of fury within his chest. You dare to deceive me? You have the audacity to orchestrate an assault on my vessel? Safit seethed with rage. This individual, who professed a desire for peace, had clandestinely sabotaged his own ship and slaughtered his own men. Many aboard that ship were loyal employees who had served for years. While the bonds may not have been profound, their utility as subordinates was undeniable, and now they had been mercilessly annihilated. Safit raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. But it appeared the adversary was already prepared for battle, leaping away as three figures fled in unison from three different directions. The ground trembled under the force of the explosion, leaving a deep scar upon the earth. Those two imbeciles are yours to handle. I shall confront Safit, he commanded to Ella and Provitai, seizing what should have been Ella's prey. Yet it was not theft. Safit could distinctly sense that this flat-headed man was unlike the others, undoubtedly formidable. As Safit attempted to assess the power levels through his detector, he noted an incessant rise in the opponent's combat strength since the onset of the confrontation. The readings on the detector were nearing its limit of 300,000. Bang! As anticipated, the detector registered an energy surge that exceeded its threshold, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, and it seemed the adversary had yet to fully consolidate their power. This indicated that their strength undoubtedly surpassed 300,000, perhaps even more. It appeared to be a rather troublesome situation. However, instead of frowning, Safit felt exhilarated. The Saiyan blood within him surged. It had been a long time since he encountered a worthy opponent against whom he could unleash his full potential. Previous skirmishes with the Kvila Mech Battalion had only allowed him to showcase a mere third of his abilities, which was far from satisfying. The method of controlling his combat strength was a benefit he had gained from a prior mission, which he subsequently shared with the other two. Yet today, there was no need for concealment. Safit summoned his aura, adjusting his state to its optimum. Come on, bring it! Safit roared, charging towards the flat-headed man. His right fist aimed at the opponent's ribs. The adversary, quick on his feet, slightly shifted his body to evade the blow and raised his left hand, forming into a knife-like shape, striking down fiercely. Safit lifted his left arm to block the incoming attack, causing the opponent to momentarily freeze, revealing a slight opening. What an opportunity! Safit bellowed, his movements unyielding as he seized the opponent's arm and hurled him skyward. Vanish! Safit concentrated his energy, seizing the moment when his adversary was caught in rigidity, unleashing a sudden explosion of power. The cannon, a formidable technique of Safit, was raised with both hands, aimed at the target, unleashing a surge of energy thicker than his own body. In Chapter 37, the battle unfolds. The cannon's power is extraordinary. Even Safit himself would suffer grievously from such a blow. The colossal energy beam engulfed his opponent. Safit's keen gaze detected no sign of retreat from the adversary, and, coupled with the sensation of resistance felt at the moment of impact, it was evident that he had inflicted severe damage. There was no massive explosion. The energy beam consumed its target entirely, suggesting a complete annihilation. Known for their ruthless combat style since childhood, Safit and his companions relished the thrill of battle with a clear objective: to strike decisively, without mercy, when the opportunity arose. A confident smile graced Safit's lips as he anticipated a fierce struggle, only to be surprised by the opponent's carelessness. However, as the smoke dissipated, the figure of the adversary remained steadfast, transforming Safit's smile into a grave expression. Could the opponent truly withstand his ultimate technique so effortlessly? As the smoke cleared, the opponent seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, their scaly armor coalescing into a massive shield that effectively blocked Safit's energy assault. This added an intriguing layer to the encounter. If the adversary could be vanquished so easily, the thrill of the battle would vanish. Recognizing the prowess of the shield, Safit's tension eased slightly, understanding that evading it would suffice given its formidable defense. The transformation of the scaly armor revealed the smooth, pink skin of the flat-headed man, with clearly visible blood vessels coursing beneath the surface. Amused by the astonished expression on his opponent's face, the flat-headed man chuckled, knowing that his armor possessed more than just defensive capabilities. With a swift change in motion, the shield-like scales reconfigured into a sharp sword, as he sought to regain his footing after nearly facing defeat. In that fleeting moment, while the flat-headed man was transitioning his weapon, Safit cast a glance at Ella and Providity, only to discover that their situation was less favorable than anticipated. The two adversaries, whose combat strength was initially assessed at under 100,000, had concealed their true power, now exhibiting a prowess that exceeded 150,000. Although Ella and Providity held a slight advantage, overcoming their foes proved challenging. It appeared that everyone would gain considerable experience from this encounter. From the outset, Safit had never entertained thoughts of defeat. He glanced upward, only to see the flat-headed man charging forth with his sword raised. As the blade descended, a sharp energy surged toward Safit's forehead, alerting him to the sword's deadly edge. He realized he could not block it with his hands and would have to evade instead. Safit perceived the approaching sword's speed, making avoidance feasible. With every scenario already anticipated in his mind, the sword unexpectedly accelerated toward him, catching Safit off guard. He tightened his body and hastened to evade, but in that instant, he inadvertently left himself exposed in other areas. A remarkable opportunity arose as the flat-headed man, akin to Safit, bellowed loudly, launching his fists towards Safit's chest. With the release of his hands, the sword formed from scales instantaneously disintegrated, rapidly enveloping the flat-headed man's entire body. Aware of the incoming fists, Safit understood all too well that evasion was futile, even if he managed to dodge at an angle. He would undoubtedly be struck by the subsequent attack. Comprehending the crux of the situation, Safit resolutely opted for the most straightforward yet safest approach. He braced himself. Safit clenched his fists, crossing his arms over his chest. With a thunderous impact, immense force surged from his arms throughout his body, overwhelming him with the sheer intensity of the blow. Unable to maintain his flight, Safit was propelled back upon contact, crashing violently into the ground and creating a deep crater, sending dust soaring into the air. The cloud of dust obscured visibility, prompting the flat-headed man to wisely refrain from pursuing further. Come fort. I know such feeble attacks cannot defeat you, the flat-headed man observed Safit's stance, realizing he had successfully defended. As the dust settled, Safit stood firm, brushing off the debris from his body and gazing up at his opponent with approval. Your combat style is indeed diverse and unpredictable, truly impressive. However, it is of no consequence to me. The flat-headed man's expression darkened. From their earlier encounter, he recognized the surprising strength of this Saiyan. Although he had never encountered a Saiyan before, he possessed a general understanding of their capabilities, recalling that their combat prowess was not typically formidable. Yet this one was different. Come again, let me witness your prowess, Safit beckoned with a taunting gesture. The flat-headed man's scales reverted to their original form, enveloping his body solely for protection. Ceasing to transform, both warriors, their combat spirits ignited, charged at one another, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle. Meanwhile, in the throes of battle on the other front lines, the conflict had reached an intense climax. After several rounds of probing, both sides unleashed their full might. Yet the two subordinates accompanying the flat-headed man possessed a combat power barely exceeding 160,000, still a considerable distance from the limits of Ella and Providity. Providity was the first to achieve victory, deliberately exposing a minor flaw in his defense, and, as the opponent attacked, he absorbed the damage, unleashing his most potent energy wave directly upon his adversary, obliterating him into mere dust. Ella, on the other hand, displayed sheer brutality. From the outset, she maximized her speed, and amidst her rapid assaults, she finally forced her opponent into a misstep. Following a relentless barrage of blows, her opponent's control over his body dwindled to nearly nothing, and his defenses plummeted. Without hesitation, Ella delivered a punch that pierced through his heart. Having dispatched their respective foes, the two made their way to the vicinity of Safit's battlefield. Observing the distant surge of energy, it was evident that they had no intention of intervening. For at that moment, Safit and the flat-headed man were still locked in a fierce struggle, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Your two subordinates are truly feeble. They were defeated in no time, which is quite disappointing. Safit spat blood, having just taken a punch, feeling a profound discomfort that he had been suppressing. How infuriating! The arrival of Ella and Providity indeed caught him off guard. Even though they did not engage in battle, The pressure in his heart significantly escalated. He had brought these two along, hoping they would lend him some assistance, but he never anticipated their utter inadequacy. Well then, you have vented your anger. If you leave now, I can pretend I saw nothing. The bald-headed man paused for a moment, then unexpectedly shifted his tone. Oh, what if I refuse? Although Safed had calmed down, he had no intention of letting this fellow off so easily. It was a rare opportunity to confront someone formidable. He would not let it slip away. The bald-headed man's expression changed dramatically as he lowered his head, muttering incessantly, "You force my hand. You force my hand. Curse be these fools. It is all you're doing. You will perish, each and every one of you." Suddenly, the bald-headed man roared, and with his furious shout, the scales covering his body fell to the ground. Fit's expression shifted. He feared the opponent might have another trick up his sleeve, and he quickly heightened his vigilance. Chapter 38. Transformation. The bald-headed man began to gather his strength, his muscles swelling dramatically. The scales that had once enveloped his body now trembled violently, producing a metallic clanging sound. His aura surged, and out of caution, Safed dared not advance recklessly, choosing instead to wait for the transformation to complete. Suddenly, the scales aligned themselves, standing upright on his skin, motionless, as though his body had been besieged by hidden weapons, yet no blood flowed. Safed's expression tightened. The opponent's momentum had ceased to rise. Could this be the so-called state of inevitable doom? Just as Safed prepared to strike, the adversary suddenly wore a cold smile. The man let out a piercing scream of agony, and his scales slowly sank into his body, while his form began to expand. Starting from a mere height of around 1.5 meters, he continuously grew, and by Safed's estimation, he had undoubtedly surpassed 5 meters, with no sign of stopping. The previously stagnant aura erupted once more, surging forward and overwhelming Safed, instilling a sense of immense pressure that momentarily quelled his will to resist. This is bad. Curse be this fellow. How could his energy escalate to such an extent? Yet, I find it exhilarating. To think that such a terrifying being exists in this world. How delightful. Although I may lose, a Saiyan will never retreat. Safed's fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights, and even under the oppressive weight of his opponent, he adjusted his mindset and raised his fist, aiming it at the adversary. In just a minute, the bald-headed man underwent a transformation. Not only did his head take on a more human-like appearance, but he also soared to a height of 6 meters, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, clearly indicating he was no ordinary foe. The scales that once adorned his body had been consumed, absorbed into his very being. His once pink form had transformed into a deep obsidian hue, glistening with a metallic sheen. Even in the absence of sunlight, the scattered starlight rendered him remarkably radiant. Indeed, he was an extraordinary creature. Safed gazed intently at his opponent, astonished to find that as the figure grew larger, it became even more flawless, with not a single weakness discernible upon its form. Safed found himself momentarily at a loss for how to mount an attack. As he stood there, paralyzed by indecision, his adversary had long since lost patience. Confident in his newfound power, the transformed being recalled how Kvelra had once sought to annihilate him. Upon witnessing this metamorphosis, Kvelra had abandoned any thoughts of a direct assault. Had it not been for the uncertainty surrounding his own strength post-transformation, perhaps the Cosmic Emperor would not have existed at all. How do you find me? Perfect, is it not? Soon, however, you shall no longer feel pain. Allow me to escort you to the depths of hell, declared the stout figure, exuding a haughty demeanor as he regarded Safed. Safed remained silent, the magnitude of his opponent's transformation rendering him momentarily speechless. Yet, he did not relinquish his resolve to fight. Rather than engage in futile banter, he resolved to await the moment his adversary would strike, knowing that a flaw would inevitably reveal itself. His opportunity lay in that moment. Are you waiting for me to make the first move? A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Safed turned to see the figure still standing 100 meters away, surprise coursing through him. However, his reflexes were sharp. Sensing something amiss, he instinctively swept his hand backward. Too slow. The voice dripped with familiar mockery as a powerful arm seized his sweeping limb, an overwhelming force gripping him like a vice. In an instant, Safed felt an immense pressure coursing through his arm, rendering it immobile. Before he could react, a colossal force slammed into his back, the sheer power piercing through his muscles and distorting them. The impact propelled him across the ground for hundreds of meters, sending up a cloud of dust in the distance. Struggling to regain his footing, Safit found himself unable to contain the flood of blood that spewed from his mouth, some even escaping from his nostrils. Damn it! Such formidable strength! How has he grown so powerful? Just as he sought to gather himself, an acute sense of danger surged before him. Instinctively, he pushed forward with his hands, leaping away from his original position. With a thunderous crash, a massive fist struck the ground where he had just stood, sending debris flying in every direction. The missed attack prompted his opponent to pivot and pursue him once more. Safit looked up to see the figure lunging at him, his mind racing to devise a strategy for evasion. But suddenly a shadow flickered before him, and he felt as though the very reality of the moment had shifted. Oh no! The thought barely formed when another wave of peril surged from behind him. In a moment of urgency, Safit pressed his hands downward, unleashing a wave of energy that rebounded and allowed him to narrowly evade a sweeping strike. Whipping around, he fixed his gaze upon his opponent, only to see another shadow darting from his right. Safit, having caught sight of that shadowy figure, despite not fully discerning his movements, possessed ample time to contemplate how his adversary might attack and how he could evade such an onslaught. Indeed, a colossal fist descended from above, prompting Safit to urgently evade. Though he narrowly escaped, it was sufficient to indicate that a battle was inevitable. Suddenly, just as confidence had begun to rekindle within him, Safit felt a crushing blow to his abdomen. The immense fist struck at his waist, creating a profound indentation, its power undeniable. With an impact so fierce that Safit was forcefully slammed to the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. From a distance, Ella and Providity sensed the dire situation and hurried over, intent on aiding Safit. Stay back. You are no match for him and cannot assist me. Leave this place at once, Safit commanded, his confidence in overcoming the monstrous foe waning. If it came to it, he would have to hold the creature at bay, allowing the two of them to escape in their small spacecraft. Damn it, can I truly not prevail? A deep despair enveloped Safit as he sensed the adversary's strength and speed. Captain, look here, shouted Providity. Concentrating, he gathered a unique orb of light in his right hand and hurled it into the air, where it erupted in a dazzling explosion, casting a gentle glow in the darkness, akin to a full moon. This radiance sent a jolt through Safit, igniting his blood and rendering his gaze unfocused. As his body began to swell, what is this? The man was equally astonished by Safit's transformation, yet no one could provide an answer. Do not presume that you're the only one capable of transformation. Allow me to demonstrate the power of our Saiyan lineage. Providity laughed heartily, his form beginning to undergo a dramatic metamorphosis. Roaring upon this shadowy planet, 3 colossal apes stood tall. Chapter 39, The Severed Tail. Their ferocious roars reverberated across the land as the 3 titanic apes raised their arms to the heavens, vowing their might. Each of them, endowed with exceptional Saiyan talent, found that even in their transformed state, the overwhelming emotions of rage affected them for merely a few seconds before their rationality was restored. Given that Safit had not consented to Ella and Providity's involvement in the battle, the two remained as observers after their transformations. At this moment, Safit's energy surged dramatically, surpassing any prior state he had ever experienced. He sensed that this energy had transcended his own limits. The tumultuous emotions flooded his mind, amplifying his destructive tendencies, making even self-control a formidable challenge. In stark contrast, his opponent, once a towering and robust alien, now appeared to be no taller than Safit's knee, resembling the disparity between an adult and an infant. Did you not anticipate this? It seems you have forgotten that we Saiyans possess this transformation ability. Know this, after transforming, our energy multiplies tenfold. Without further ado, my battle power undoubtedly exceeds 1,000,000. Are you afraid? Safit laughed triumphantly, his current state reeking of arrogance, perhaps a consequence of the transformation's effect on his reason. In truth, Safit is not inclined to undergo such a transformation, and even to this day, he has not attempted it. Not even in past moments of crisis has he considered it. His mind is filled with visions of destruction and slaughter, yet he harbors a profound aversion to such feelings. However, faced with the specter of life and death, he finds himself compelled to utilize this method to vanquish his foes. The opponent, brimming with confidence in Safit's transformation, dismisses his words as mere hubris, sneering as he prepares to launch another attack. His massive form becomes a glaring vulnerability. The adversary's silhouette flickers, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Yet this time, Safit perceives the opponent's movements with utmost clarity. To his right, Safet's fangs twitch slightly as he utters 2 words. The assailant, startled, senses a fierce gale rushing from behind, the sound of slicing air piercing his eardrums, followed swiftly by the impact of a long whip striking his back. Boom! The earth trembles, and the crater formed by this strike is even more immense than the one created by Safet previously. Too slow, Safet remarks with an air of arrogance. Ever since his transformation, he has felt in total command of the situation. The opponent, battered, emerges from the pit, landing beside it, a trace of blood marking his forehead, indicating he has sustained some injury. Ah, quite impressive, you can still stand. This time, I shall crush you with my fist, Safet declares. His movements unwavering as his right fist descends with great force, even dismissively holding back his full strength. The opponent raises his right arm and manages to deflect Safet's blow. Yet the immense force causes the ground to yield beneath him. Even as he blocks the attack, his body sinks into the earth. Very good, you can withstand my punch. How about another? Safet retracts his right fist and brings his left fist down vertically. This time, he unleashes his full might. Though the adversary seems to recognize the extraordinary nature of this strike, bracing both arms to endure the heavy impact. Haha, I relish your spirit. Safet exclaims as he sees the opponent sinking into the earth, immobilized. With both fists blazing with power, he unleashes a barrage akin to cannon fire, accompanied by his wild laughter and the opponent's incessant cries of anguish. Get up, rise for another round. Safet taunts, exacting revenge for his previous injuries. Each punch landing with visceral force, sending dust swirling into the air. Seemingly tiring of this relentless assault, Safet places his foot upon the opponent's abdomen. The pressure not overwhelming but sufficient to inflict considerable pain. After a thorough beating, the adversary appears to have lost the will to resist. Lying bloodied and battered on the ground, covered in dirt, which has been stained crimson. Gently, Safet coils his tail around the opponent's neck, lifting him with ease. To be honest, you are the strongest adversary I have encountered. To honor my respect for you, please state your name. I shall remember it always. Safet lightly taps the opponent's head with his finger, observing that he still breathes and retains consciousness, not having succumbed to unconsciousness. What's the matter? Are you still unwilling to speak? If I don't speak now, there will be no opportunity left, Safet thought, his fingers pinching the other's arm, inflicting immense pain in an attempt to rouse him from his stupor. Alas, it seems you have run out of chances. After waiting a few seconds, Safet noted that his adversary remained in a state of lethargy, causing him to lose interest in the game. If that is the case, then perish. Safet concentrated an energy surge in his fingers and directed it towards the opponent. At that very moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The other suddenly opened his eyes wide, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him as he delivered a fierce hand strike aimed at Safet's tail. Caught unawares, Safet failed to react in time, and his tail was severed. In an instant, he seemed to glimpse a triumphant smile on his opponent's face. Damn my tail! With the loss of his tail, Safet could no longer harness sufficient energy to maintain his transformation, and his colossal form gradually shrank back into his original Saiyan appearance. How could this happen? Was I too complacent? Gasping for breath, Safet realized that the transformation had drained much of his energy. From that last strike, he understood that his opponent was still capable of fighting, albeit gravely injured. Yet Safet's circumstances were equally dire. Watching the massive figure rise again from 100 meters away, struggling to support its battered body, Safet was suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Haha, did you ever expect this? Initially, I truly underestimated you Saiyans. But how dare you leave me in such a wretched state? I will ensure your demise. The transformed figure of the flat-headed man had not diminished, still towering at 5 to 6 meters, and Safet felt the pressure mounting once more. Indeed, your source of power originates from that object in the sky, does it not? Safet gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. It must be eliminated. A wave of energy surged towards the artificial moon. When the two forces collided, rather than resulting in a tremendous explosion, they mutually dissipated. With the artificial moon's disappearance, Ella and Pravisha, who were observing from afar, reverted to their human forms. Even though I'm gravely injured, I can still muster nearly half of my strength. If you were in perfect condition, I might have truly hesitated to engage you again. But in your current state? Ha! The flat-headed man chuckled manically, reveling in his perceived triumph. The ultimate victor was he. The humiliation inflicted by that Saiyan would be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 40 concludes. So what? Even in my current state, I can still bring you, you filthy insect, to your knees. Despite his defiant words, Safit was acutely aware of his physical condition. Should a fight ensue, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. As soon as the words left his lips, Safit felt a punch land against his cheek. What is the matter? Feeling rather frustrated. Are we? Your eyes can keep up with my speed, yet your body cannot move at such velocity anymore. You are fatigued and injured. Do you still possess the strength to fight? Ha ha ha. Hearing the taunts, Safit felt a sense of helplessness. The truth was indeed as his opponent had stated, yet surrender was not an option for Saiyan. Come at me. Safit, despite his exhaustion, gathered his remaining strength and charged at his foe. Bang, bang, bang. Enduring countless blows, Safit finally seized an opportunity, channeling his strength into a precise strike aimed at his opponent's abdomen. The impact on that vulnerable spot rendered his adversary momentarily rigid, and without hesitation, Safit followed up with a knee strike. The powerful collision lifted the opponent's massive head, plunging him back into a state of immobility. In an instant, Safit brought his hands together, a glimmer of light radiating forth, enveloping him completely. Boom! Do not underestimate me. Safit gasped, his breath heavy, his stamina reaching its limits. Even the power he had just gathered was likely minimal, uncertain if it had any tangible effect. Indeed, the Saiyan was formidable. I must admit my admiration. However, no matter how hard one strives, it remains futile. Though this force has inflicted some damage, it will not significantly affect me. Witnessing the meager results of his assault, Safit felt a wave of despondency, yet he soon rekindled a fiercer fighting spirit. Come again. Suddenly lunging forward, Safit engaged in bare-fisted combat once more, each strike landing with ferocity. In that moment, the battlefield lacked the spectacle of flashy energy, yet the fervor of combat was palpable. Ella and Providity remained at their post, observing intently. They noted the robust man landing 3 punches and an elbow on Safit, while Safit managed to retaliate with only a single blow, leaving their brows furrowed in concern. Captain might lose, Providity remarked gravely. Although Safit was significantly injured, there was no immediate threat to his life, and both held a measure of confidence in his resilience. Providity's assessment was astute. From the outset, the intensity of their duel had captivated them. Had it not been established from the beginning that the quarry belonged to Safit, they might have succumbed to the urge to intervene. Should we assist him? Iya, evidently more anxious than Providity, had attempted to rush to his aid a few times, only to be restrained by Providity's firm grip. No, he insisted. You know the captain. His dignity surpasses even his life. If you rush in now, you might become a target for his wrath. Throughout his life, he has only ever faced defeat once. At the hands of Prince Darl and the now-deceased Vegeta, he has never truly lost, not even against the formidable Kvila mech squad. Providity paused. While I have great faith in him, I cannot foresee the magnitude of despair this defeat may bring. After speaking, he cast a glance at Ella. Noticing that her aura was intensifying, her latent powers surging, yet restrained by Providity's words. In a fleeting moment, Safit appeared to have succumbed to his opponent's grip, his neck ensnared, while relentless fists rained down upon him, eliciting only anguished cries. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Let him go. Ella's energy erupted forth, unable to bear witnessing Safit's torment any longer. With a powerful push, she surged towards the battlefield. That fool, Providity muttered under his breath, instinctively following her lead. Huh, aren't you supposed to be tough? Stand up and show your bravery. Stand up and throw a punch. Safit's lips incessantly oozed blood, and his left arm had contorted into an unusual angle, clearly indicating that the bone had been shattered. Countless wounds marred his body, yet he still trembled, attempting to raise his right fist once more. Just moments ago, you inquired about my name. Allow me to make it abundantly clear. I am the sovereign of the night. Kilks, rest assured, to have driven me to this extent, you are indeed the first. I shall erect a tombstone in your honor upon this planet to showcase my might. Ha ha, the robust man. No, Kilks, equally arrogant, spoke words that incited his wrath, yet he could summon no strength. His body seemed to have rebelled against his commands. No matter how he ordered it, his right fist felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, utterly immovable, with only a faint tremor in his fingers. Damn it. I will not concede. I am Safit. I cannot be defeated. I will surely prevail. After this frail declaration, it felt as though strength returned to him, and he regained control of his right fist, poised to strike once more when suddenly, a slender thigh crashed down upon his adversary's face. Thud. Undoubtedly, Kilks was sent flying several meters by that fierce kick, and the power Safit had just gathered dissipated with this unexpected turn. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Safit felt no joy. What are you doing here? Do you think I cannot handle this brute? Remember, I am your captain. I am Safit. This minor setback cannot deter me. Remarkably, he still found the strength to bellow this declaration. Shut up. Ella's expression was a mixture of sorrow and anger. After uttering those two words, Safit suddenly froze. For the first time, his teammates had defied his orders, and he wondered why. Do not be stubborn. Have you forgotten that we have yet to confront Frieza? We have not restored the glory of the Saiyans. There remains much work to be done. Do you truly wish to fall here? Your dignity is important. But if you perish, who will carry on the legacy of the Saiyans? This speech rendered Safit speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally collapsed to the ground, softly murmuring, "Then I entrust this to you. You must defeat this foe. We must revive the glory of the Saiyans. We cannot afford to lose." For the glory. With a smile, Ella turned her head and charged at Kilks. 3 days later, Ella and Providity managed to drag Safit back to their spaceship, only to discover that not only had all their subordinates perished, but the ship was in ruins, with even the desperately needed medical pods utterly destroyed. Damn it, Ella muttered under her breath, reluctantly pulling out a capsule to activate the small spaceship originally stored on the others. It was something they had presumed would never be needed again, yet here they found themselves. After securing Safit, they had no choice but to activate life support systems for all three to survive. The small vessel lacked sufficient supplies for medical care, so they could only set a destination and pilot towards that familiar planet in their memories. Chapter 41, Medical Care and Decisions. Where are we? Safit abruptly opened his eyes, recalling his fierce battle with Kirkus. Later, Era and Provitai arrived to assist him. However, upon examining his body, he noticed that his injuries had entirely healed. The familiar solution and scent left no room for doubt. He was indeed within a recuperation chamber. Could it be that the two of them emerged victorious? Such an outcome was truly remarkable. Even in that dire state, despite the enemy's severe injuries, Safit had been uncertain whether Era and Provitai could triumph. As the opponent's combat prowess had certainly exceeded 300,000, he never anticipated that they would prevail. Well done. Noticing the surrounding recuperation chambers were all empty and the liquid had receded, it was clear that the treatment had concluded and the two had already departed. Given the severity of his injuries, he felt fortunate to have their support. Otherwise, the situation could have been perilous. It was hard to fathom the extent of the adversary's strength. Had it not been for the severe blow he dealt after transforming, it was likely that they would have all perished. In the vastness of the universe, countless formidable beings existed. It seemed that the Saiyans' claim of being the universe's strongest warrior race was indeed overly audacious. As Safit indulged in his musings, several individuals entered, among them Era and Provitai. Beep beep. It appeared the treatment was over. Provitai, observing the slowly descending liquid, produced the clothing he had prepared and handed it over. How do you feel? Safit, having just emerged from the chamber and clad only in his skin, found Era unperturbed. I feel splendid. Everything has returned to normal, Safit replied as he clenched his fists. Assessing his strength, I seem to be even more powerful now. I am confident I could defeat Kirkus at his peak, and that is without transforming. Indeed, I now stand before the captain, yet the sensation is markedly different. Although I cannot articulate it, the mere presence of the captain sends shivers throughout my being, Provitai acknowledged, feeling a profound change in his body since their entry. I share that sentiment, and it is astonishing that we experienced such a surge in power, Era concurred, waving her hand to signal the others to withdraw. Where are we now? We are on Bloodjade Star, a planet at the edge of the Quila Leadership Galaxy. We visited here when we were 12. Do you recall? Era inquired. Safit nodded, and once the others had exited, leaving only the three of them, he spoke again. Have your combat powers increased significantly? 430,000. 370,000. The former figure undoubtedly belonged to Provitai, while Era's power was commendably high as well. Safit inhaled sharply, perplexed by the magnitude of the transformation. How could it have increased so dramatically? I am unsure. However, after the onset of battle, all three of us were on the brink of death. Captain, you fell into a coma. Had it not been for the life-saving devices of the small spacecraft, we would likely have perished. Era succinctly recounted the events, though she too was unclear about the specific reasons behind their substantial increase in power. Indeed, it is quite thrilling. It seems that Kirkus has not perished. He must be concerned that continuing to fight may exacerbate his injuries, rendering him incapable of leading his companions any further. Safit appears to have grasped this notion. No wonder he managed to restrain himself in the face of provocation from Safit and others during his initial state. By the way, You all took care to keep the information confidential during the combat power assessment, did you not? Safet fears that their true capabilities might be discovered by Kfila, and should Frieza learn of it, the subsequent plans would become difficult to execute. Rest assured, Captain, you need not worry about my capabilities. Within the base, I have severed the remote connections and monitoring of a large-scale surveyor. Safet nodded. That puts my mind at ease. Speaking of which, Captain, would you like assistance in testing your power? No need. If I recall correctly, the combat power assessment of this base is capped at 1 million. Is it not? Beyond that, the sensors in the base would undoubtedly falter. Furthermore, I am now confident that my power exceeds 1 million, rendering any further testing unnecessary. Combat prowess is but one aspect. The actual performance ultimately determines the outcome. After all, you too, with your combat power hovering around 200,000, managed to hold your own against Kirkus, did you not? Upon hearing Safet's assertion of surpassing 1 million in combat power, Ella and Providity widened their eyes in astonishment. They had initially presumed that reaching 70 or 80,000 would be quite formidable, only to discover this astonishing revelation. Is that so? How terrifying! Providity had prepared herself for this, contemplating the immense rewards she would reap from this battle, not to mention the Captain's prowess. Thus, eliminating Frieza would undoubtedly be within their grasp. Ella smiled, and Providity, alongside Safet, shared in this sentiment, their confidence soaring. In the modest hall, on an incongruous lavish seat, Kvila appeared lethargic, evidently having just awakened and not yet entirely alert. Ah, Saviza, have those monkeys set off? Below in the hall, after exchanging pleasantries, Saviza reported the movements of Safet and his companions to Kvila. Indeed, Great King Kvila, just as you anticipated, this group of monkeys clearly aims to confront Frieza. However, it seems they feigned a visit to the target planet, but alas, all three returned gravely injured and on the brink of death. That is to be expected. The one who calls himself the Dark Overlord, while not particularly impressive in his transformation, does possess some degree of combat power. Yet for those monkeys, it was still too much to handle. Their escape can be deemed fortunate, Kvila remarked, having previously visited that location and being well acquainted with the individual at the target. Those fools believe they have learned to conceal their combat power, thinking they could deceive us. But they are merely a troop of buffoons, hardly worth consideration, Saviza scoffed dismissively. One should not underestimate them. Safet's power exceeds that of your two companions, boasting over 500,000. Do not dismiss them lightly. Such matters are inconsequential before you. They are but ants, are they not? Ha ha ha. Shaviza, you truly possess the gift of eloquence. Quickly return and gather the necessary information. I am eager to witness Frieza's folly. I wonder how much chaos these 3 wild monkeys will unleash upon Frieza's domain. I await this spectacle with great anticipation. I shall take my leave now. Please await my good news. After bowing once more, Shaviza turned and departed. A month has passed, and I have indeed rejuvenated. Our first destination is the target planet, followed by a reunion with our old acquaintance. Frieza, prepare yourself. This time, your demise is inevitable. Chapter 42, The Conquest of Planet Cambella. At last, we are nearing our destination. Strangely, the closer I draw to this goal, the more anxious I become. Even though I've long been prepared, this sensation lingers. Sapphire reclined in the lounge, not sleeping, but merely resting. Just moments ago, I received word from my subordinates that Sapphire's spacecraft has approached Planet Cambella. This planet, once etched in Sapphire's memory, has been chosen as the battleground for our final confrontation. During this journey, Sapphire made a detour to Kilk's planet. Disappointingly, although that individual has recovered from all injuries, he is unable to transform once again. Surprisingly, Sapphire chose not to eliminate him, perhaps out of disdain or gratitude for the assistance in enhancing his own combat prowess. Regardless, Sapphire has never elaborated on this matter, and they both felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Ultimately, it matters little. The true objective of this expedition was never that individual. As we journeyed towards Frieza's territory, the trio of Sapphire encountered no significant obstacles or formidable foes. Instead, we sought out several subordinates along the way, most of whom bore grievances against Frieza, yet lacked the courage to confront him. Of course, a few were individuals whose talents or combat abilities Sapphire recognized, acquired through a show of force. Our travels were conducted aboard a small spacecraft for merely 3 months, and we transitioned from the outer regions to a vessel comparable to the original large ship, ensuring a comfortable journey. However, the 2 years spent along the way have left Provitai quite dissatisfied. This war enthusiast is incapable of resting, his thirst for battle surpassing even that of Sapphire and Ella. Fear not. It is likely merely the excitement before avenging a great grievance. Haha, who would have thought the captain could exhibit such a lack of composure? It is indeed a rare sight. Protagonist sat upon his bed, savoring fine delicacies while enjoying a moment of leisure. What troubles you, Ella? Why do you remain so silent? While Sapphire and Protagonist engaged in lively conversation, Ella sat quietly, lost in her thoughts, prompting Sapphire's curiosity. I cannot shake this ominous premonition regarding our reckoning with Frieza. It is an unexplainable feeling that has plagued me for months, yet I have kept it to myself. Rest assured, the worst possible outcome would merely be that Frieza receives word of our plans and retreats or hides in fear, which indeed could be deemed the most unfavorable result. Can it possibly get any worse than this? Pravati chuckled, patting Ella on the shoulder, attempting to ease her tension. At that moment, a series of beeps echoed from outside the door. Upon glancing up, they saw a subordinate awaiting entry. Come in, commanded King Sapphire. We are nearing the secure perimeter of planet Campella. Shall we launch a full-scale assault or land before commencing our attack? It would be a shame to obliterate such a magnificent planet, Sapphire mused. However, it would be an even greater loss in the hands of Frieza. Relay my orders to the other escort fleets. Instruct them to engage in a full-on assault. I intend to annihilate Frieza's coffers. With a grand gesture, Sapphire issued his command. Having cultivated an air of imperial authority over the years. My dear brothers, prepare for battle. By the way, Ella, have you gathered the information I requested last time? Ella sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I've had it for ages. You simply never showed any interest. The individual we battled on planet Campella last time was named Jisoo, a member of Frieza's Ginyu Force. Though they claim to be on par with the Kefira Mecha Corps, reliable intelligence indicates that their strongest captain, Ginyu, possesses a combat power of merely 120,000. A worthless adversary, hardly deserving of concern. Ella paused before continuing. I deemed this information of little consequence, hence my silence. I see. It appears our true adversary is solely Frieza, Sapphire acknowledged, dismissing the matter. Boom! 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 The thunder of cannon fire resonated outside as Sapphire and his companions occupied the command center of the flagship, standing amidst the cosmos, awaiting their fleet's execution of the assault. Although planet Campella held great significance, the intensity of the counterfire suggested it lacked the military might of other heavily fortified planets. In a mere 3 hours, planet Campella had succumbed entirely to their siege. Sapphire, alongside Ella and Pravati, sat in the grand hall where a figure knelt below, though it was not Shio-E, who seemed to have been reassigned following their last encounter, a fact that left Sapphire somewhat regretful. After several rounds of interrogation, this individual, with a combat power of 11,000, had divulged all necessary information, and it seemed Sapphire had no intention of pressing further. After all that, I can tell you must be weary. Allow me to present you with an opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty. Although our forces have destroyed numerous facilities, I trust you can find a way to contact Frieza. Make that connection for me. To Sapphire, his smile bore the sinister quality of a devil's grin, leaving the man before him utterly perplexed regarding Sapphire's intentions. And he found himself at a loss. My lord, he stammered, I cannot comprehend the implications, and would not dare take action. Listen closely. I require you to establish a communication link with Frieza. If you fail, you will be deemed worthless, and I believe you understand what becomes of the worthless. At last, the man's gaze faltered momentarily, but he steeled his resolve. He retrieved a communication device from a concealed compartment beside the hall and initiated the connection. King Frieza, I am Sim, the guardian of planet Campella. I now have an urgent matter to report to you. Sim cast a glance at Sapphire, noticing that his words elicited no reaction from the trio, which eased his heart considerably. Oh, 2 hours ago, you reported to Zabo that there was an invasion of planet Campella and requested assistance. Now you're able to communicate with me, which clearly indicates that the enemy has been repelled, doesn't it? The sharp voice of Frieza resonated through the communicator, yet the trio remained out of sight behind Sim. Forgive me, King Frieza, but planet Campella has indeed been breached. Sim's uncertainty was palpable as he exchanged a bewildered glance with Sapphire. What? Breached? Then how is it that you can still converse with me? Have you forgotten your role? Frieza bellowed. Because of me, Sapphire repositioned the communicator to face Frieza directly. I would like to extend a warm invitation for you to visit planet Campella. Do you recall the souls of the Saiyans from 20 years ago? They are now seeking vengeance upon you. Chapter 43. Frieza's personal visit. Oh, so It is merely the remnants of those wild monkeys. Quite impressive. However, if I were in your position, I would certainly seek refuge on a remote planet. Frieza taunted, his laughter testing Saphite's patience. Despite the provocation, Saphite maintained his composure, determined to infuriate Frieza and lure him to the planet before he arrived. Your arrogance remains unshaken. Frieza, did you not anticipate that I would see your grotesque visage? Had I not returned to the planet 3 hours late, you would have surely faced annihilation. Yet, fate seems reluctant to allow my demise so easily. Frieza's expression darkened. He believed his actions were flawless, yet here stood a survivor mocking him directly. I have glimpsed the fate that awaits you, Frieza. You shall undoubtedly be vanquished by us Saiyans. Do not revel too soon. You cannot escape the grasp of destiny. Do not presume that breaching my commercial star will have any significant impact on me. It is merely one of my many playthings. If you truly possess courage, come to Planet Mraz and seek me out. I shall offer my former subordinates a most generous proposition. Alas, the Saiyans are all but a bunch of cowards, lacking the audacity to do so. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Saphite remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied. I expected King Frieza to offer some worthwhile counsel, but I am thoroughly disappointed. I had thought that as one of the cosmic sovereigns, you would rise to the occasion when your significant planet was under siege. Instead, I find a coward cowering within the confines of his most fortified military base. How utterly ridiculous. As he spoke, Saphite shook his head repeatedly, feigning disappointment. Frieza's countenance was decidedly grim, yet he refrained from erupting in anger, instead feigning a gentlemanly demeanor. Then do anticipate my arrival at the banquet. I hope this Scion's final flicker of hope does not wane at the last moment. A smile graced the face of Saphite, who, having achieved his objective, chose not to engage Frieza further and crushed the communicator with a single punch. Prepare yourselves. We are on the brink of our final battle. Frieza's darkened visage betrayed his profound displeasure. With a slight tightening of his fingers, a powerful shockwave erupted from his fingertips, piercing through the large communicator before him. Damnable Scions! Those barbaric apes have utterly ravaged my city of hope. He seethed, contemplating the remnants of that Scion scourge. The term City of Hope was a moniker used by Frieza's inner circle to refer to planet Cambella, underscoring its significance in his eyes. His earlier remarks had merely served to project his composure. Without the familiar, comforting voices of Dodoria and Zarbon echoing in his ears, Frieza sighed in resignation. Were it not for the recent intensification of uprisings among the lower races in the vicinity, he would not have had to dispatch these 2 personal guards for assistance. Moreover, the tempest of hope brought forth by Saphite, alongside his frequent incursions into Frieza's territory, had incited many discontented planets to wager everything on the impending confrontation between Saphite and Frieza. Prepare my ship immediately, and summon the entire 3rd Combat Battalion. I shall personally eradicate the remnants of those rebels. Merely 2 hours later, Frieza's expeditionary force departed from Planet Mraz, heading straight for Planet Cambella. Having purged the resistance from the entire planet, Saphite gestured for his troops to withdraw from Cambella, which was soon to become the battlefield between him and Frieza. The soldiers remaining could provide no assistance and would only be caught in the crossfire, thus they were ordered to retreat. Only 3 members of the Vengeful Soul Squad remained on planet Cambella. Are you afraid? Saphite inquired, already aware of the answer. As expected, the 2 shook their heads. I tremble all over. It has been 20 years, 20 long years. Throughout this time, I have relentlessly urged myself to train diligently, constantly reminding myself of the vengeance that remains unfulfilled. I could not afford a moment's respite. At last, that day has arrived. My home planet, my kin, my parents, today, I beseech you for the courage and strength I need. I shall surely prevail. Standing atop the palace, Saphite let out a howl towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up fury, hatred, and resentment that had long been festering within him. You must calm yourself. The great battle is at hand, and it is best to avoid excessive emotional turmoil. Ella gently pressed her hand upon Saphite's shoulder, offering solace. Saphite nodded in acknowledgement. Following his earlier outburst, the discomfort within his chest had dissipated, and he was now in peak condition. All that remained was to await Frieza's arrival. Standing atop a lofty perch, Saphite reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze against his visage, relishing the profound comfort it brought. Meanwhile, he remained in a state of contemplative repose, his body quaking with anticipation, each cell within him pulsating with the awareness of an impending clash. At long last, the passage of time became indiscernible, and Saphite abruptly opened his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, as he discerned the approach of Praveti. The formidable aura of Frieza had begun to emanate from the abyss of space, instilling a sense of gravity in Savith's demeanor. Gradually, the pressure intensified as Frieza's iconic spacecraft materialized on the horizon, growing larger with each passing moment. Savith and his companions widened their eyes, fixated on the vessel as it drew nearer. With its approach, Savith even caught sight of the familiar figure of Frieza, standing at the forefront of the command room. His purple skin unmistakable, their gazes locked, igniting an insatiable battle spirit within Savith, as the power within him surged in response to his will, akin to a fierce tempest crashing upon the approaching ship. As the spacecraft descended, Frieza's eyes met Savith's, and in a fleeting moment, he bestowed a smile. Savith, however, never interpreted it as a gesture of goodwill. Those familiar with Frieza knew that such a smile heralded lethal intent. The hatch opened, and a regiment of soldiers emerged, each wielding laser weaponry, forming impeccable lines with unwavering precision. Savith regarded the ship with a slight elevation of his chin, surveying the scene before him. Finally, under the expectant gazes of the soldiers, Frieza's diminutive figure gracefully exited the vessel and locked eyes with Savith, a smirk playing on his lips. So it is you three who have thwarted my endeavors? At this juncture, Frieza was accompanied solely by his most loyal subordinates, requiring no pretense. And thus his inquiries were forthright. Had he been addressing others, there might have been some trivial banter. Yet, he faced the more straightforward Savith. Eliminate Frieza's subordinates. Savith instructed his companions before descending from the platform to stand resolutely before Frieza. I believe you would prefer not to desecrate this palace. Let us select another arena for our conflict. He gestured nonchalantly behind him. Ah, how intriguing, Frieza mused, momentarily surprised by the precise data displayed on the scanner. Yet, his astonishment was fleeting. Since you have chosen your own grave, I shall not object. I am a magnanimous individual, fully capable of granting you this courtesy. With a cold chuckle, Savith suppressed his combat prowess deliberately, aiming to lower Frieza's defenses. His mind was already resolute in its strategy, and he deemed further words unnecessary. Taking flight towards a distant location. Observing the combat metrics of the other two hover around 10,000, Frieza smiled faintly and addressed his tactical unit. Extend the utmost hospitality to our guests. Do not let them feel slighted, lest they accuse me, Frieza, of being stingy. Understood? Yes, sir. Subsequently, Frieza ascended, following Savith into the distance, driven by both trust in the scanner and confidence in his own abilities. As for the mission of his combat squad, he need not worry, for there were merely 2 warriors with combat powers exceeding 10,000. Although individually they may fall short, his squad was numerous. After flying for several dozen kilometers from his previous location, Savith finally came to a halt, aware that the opponent possessed a detector. He was not concerned that Frieza would fail to find him. As expected, within mere seconds, Frieza descended right behind him. The environment here was quite pleasant, making it an ideal resting place. A cold smile lingered on Savith's lips, which only served to irritate Frieza further. Did you truly believe that with a combat power of 100,000, I would trouble you, Frieza? You underestimate me, and you underestimate the Saiyans. Open your eyes wide and behold. I shall make you live in terror. At last, Savith spoke, but his words startled Frieza. Upon activating the detector once more, the data still indicated merely 100,000. Frieza chuckled, what a show. With a tight grip on his fists, elbows drawn to his abdomen, and legs slightly bent, Savith adopted a horse stance, beginning to cultivate his energy, unleashing the true power that lay hidden within. Veins bulged on his forehead as an opposing flow of energy surged around him, creating a tremendous hissing sound as it scraped against the air. 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. Boom! The detector before Frieza erupted in a thunderous explosion, his incredulous expression transforming into one of astonishment, quickly followed by a cold smirk. Indeed, come forth. Frieza beckoned with a flick of his finger. Even if it exceeded 300,000, in his eyes, it was still insufficient. Merely a slightly sturdier ant that could be crushed with ease. Savith did not rush to attack. From the very beginning, he had intended to unleash his full might, continuing to build up his energy, undeterred by Frieza's provocations. Finally, feeling that his body had coalesced into its most powerful state, he thrust his hands upward, the overwhelming force sending dust swirling around him like a tempest. Thank you for your patience, Savith said with a sneer, before vanishing from Frieza's sight. Boom! In an instant, he charged forward with incredible speed, delivering a straight punch to Frieza's face, leaving a massive dent that sent Frieza flying. Following up with a powerful kick, he seized one of Frieza's feet, wrapping it around himself several times before hurling him into the sky. In a flash, Safat leaped into the air, hands clasped together, and descended with undeniable authority. Suspended in midair, Safat extended his right hand towards the plummeting Frieza, rapidly conjuring a crimson energy sphere that erupted forth with ferocity. As Frieza descended to the earth, a colossal explosion ensued, creating a visible hemispherical shockwave that rippled across the planet. Having completed his assault, Safat refrained from pursuing further, patiently awaiting the dissipating smoke to reveal Frieza's reemergence. He understood well that Frieza was not so easily vanquished. This was merely the beginning. The power he had just unleashed would likely inflict some minor injuries, but nothing severe. After a considerable duration, Frieza emerged from the haze, his appearance now quite disheveled. He was not only covered in dirt, but his once formidable protective suit had become tattered and torn, devoid of the menacing aura it once possessed. Safat's expression sharpened. Despite Frieza's disarray, he appeared entirely unscathed, a result that took Safat by surprise. However, he soon contemplated a possibility. Transform, Frieza, Safat stated with unwavering certainty. Catching Frieza off guard. "Oh, you are aware of the transformation? I did not recall mentioning it," Frieza inquired, intrigued as to how his adversary knew of his ability to transform. Was it whispered by one of his subordinates? Safat smiled, realizing this was merely speculation. If Frieza truly possessed a power level of merely 530,000, he would have been visibly shaken upon witnessing Safat's astounding combat prowess. Yet, Frieza remained composed, indicating that something was amiss. The most plausible explanation was that he had a formidable trump card yet to be revealed, given the profound impression left by Kirkus's transformation. Safat had tentatively posed the question, only to discover he was correct. What I heard from Kirkus may not be entirely accurate, but it suffices as an answer. Kirkus? So it is that fellow. No wonder, Frieza pondered, finally recalling who Kirkus was, and he nodded. He had indeed transformed in front of Kirkus, which made sense. Since you are aware of my ability to transform, it seems pointless to conceal it any longer. However, unlike those others who transform to gain greater power, I do so to conceal unnecessary energy, Frieza explained with a wave of his finger. Safat smiled, having been prepared for this moment. He had confidence in his ability to contend with the transformed Kirkus, believing that even in his transformed state, Frieza would not surpass Kirkus's strength by much. Thus, he remained confident, allowing Frieza to proceed undisturbed, quietly awaiting the completion of Frieza's transformation. Chapter 45, The Battle Commences. Frieza, observing Safat's lack of action, felt all anxiety dissipate. Initially, he had worried that Safat might seize this opportunity to launch a sudden attack, disrupting his transformation. Although such concerns were not unfounded, he was unaware that Safat's original plan was to have Frieza defeated in his most powerful state, allowing him to experience the taste of despair. This had been Safat's intention all along, stemming from his confidence in his own strength. With a resounding explosion, Frieza shattered his protective suit. Sensory awareness allowed Safat to perceive the surge in Frieza's energy, the oppressive pressure fluctuating as his momentum escalated, compelling Safat to focus intently. Frieza bellowed, suddenly contorting his face in extreme anguish, as if beset by immense suffering. Suddenly, Frieza's arms swelled dramatically, his muscles becoming dense and well-defined, a stark contrast to his previously slender appearance. Subsequently, his chest expanded, and his head began to grow larger. As Frieza twisted his neck slightly, the two horns atop his head seemed reluctant to cooperate, stubbornly remaining upright at an awkward angle. His hands, tail, and thighs all surged in size, becoming powerful and robust. While an overwhelming sense of energy filled the air, sweeping away the surrounding ruins and leaving a vast, empty expanse in its wake. "Welcome to your demise. I shall make you experience the most excruciating despair," Frieza declared, his confidence soaring post-transformation. Despite having been easily overpowered by Safat earlier, he now felt no fear. Safat sensed the opponent's newfound strength and carefully assessed the situation, a smile creeping onto his face. "Indeed, this is more like the formidable cosmic being I anticipated. It has been worth the wait. Truly, Frieza, the legendary cosmic emperor, possesses extraordinary power. Let us conclude this." Transformed, Frieza stood 3 meters tall, his imposing figure dominating the battlefield. Yet the faint smile on Safit's lips continued to provoke Frieza's nerves. I shall ensure that your insufferable smile fades away. Frieza's voice, once sharp, transformed into a deep, resonant tone akin to the metamorphosis from boyhood to middle age, surprising Safit greatly. With a flick of his finger, Safit taunted Frieza, testing the limits of his patience. Frieza's face contorted with anger, but the emotion faded within moments, replaced by a chilling smirk. In an instant, Safit saw a shadow dart past him, a massive head colliding forcefully with his forehead. The speed was so overwhelming that Safit could barely react, and he was sent sprawling backward. Once more, the shadow raced past, delivering a powerful blow to the muscles in Safit's back, as Frieza's enormous knee struck his waist, nearly folding him in half. Then a colossal fist made intimate contact with Safit's cheek, sending him tumbling through the air like a puppet, rolling dozens of times before crashing to the ground and creating a large crater where he lay motionless. Ha! Frieza laughed triumphantly. Although Safit had displayed remarkable prowess moments ago, his confidence in his own strength led him to anticipate such an outcome. Slowly, Safit rose to his feet, casually wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, and in a subdued tone, he remarked, "Indeed, this level of power is impressive. You have managed to injure me. What do you mean by that?" Frieza's smile vanished as he charged forward once again. Closing in rapidly, Safit remained rooted in place, unflinching. Frieza unleashed a right hook, his left fist primed for a follow-up, awaiting Safit's serious counterattack. Bang! Frieza felt his fist make solid contact with Safit's face. How could this be? Without hesitation, Frieza's left fist struck out once more. Bang! 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 Frieza's fists fell upon Safit like a torrential downpour, reshaping his form with each blow. Amidst this onslaught, Frieza taunted, "Haha, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Come on, why do my punches leave you utterly defenseless? Show me what you've got." Safit remained silent, seemingly rendered incapable of retaliation. Suddenly, Frieza felt his right fist connect with nothing but air, followed by a powerful grip seizing his wrist, rendering him immobile. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, the sound of their exertion echoing around them. They were locked in a stalemate, both parties exerting their strength, yet unable to vanquish the other. Frieza, unwilling to remain stagnant, unleashed another strike with his left fist. Bang! Safit simultaneously extended his palm to grasp Frieza's fist, and thus commenced another battle of strength, an overwhelming aura emanating from their bodies. In an instant, Safit released the force in his arm and swiftly retreated, disregarding his own fall to the ground. The inertia propelled Frieza forward, and Safit delivered a fierce kick that landed squarely in Frieza's abdomen. Ugh! Frieza felt as though his stomach might rupture, expelling a bitter fluid. The intense pain and the force of the kick sent him soaring into the air. Hey, Sky Cannon! Safit concentrated his energy, his fists clenched as he aimed at Frieza. A massive surge of white energy erupted from his upper body, racing toward Frieza in an instant. Agony flooded Frieza's mind as the immense power constricted his form. Just as he prepared to deliver a memorable counterstrike, he suddenly noticed a flash of white light at his feet. The colossal energy in the air resembled a harbinger of death, repeatedly blooming and condensing. As Safit and Frieza departed, the battle ignited anew. Waves of energy projectiles hurtled towards them, yet each one was deflected before reaching their vicinity. "Shall I go, or will you?" Ila inquired of Providity, having merely concentrated energy as a shield against the onslaught. "Let us join forces for a warm-up and hasten to the captain. I can hardly wait to witness the despair on Frieza's face." Fueled by years of animosity towards Frieza, Safit's hatred also ignited Providity's loathing for him, both eager to see him eradicated. With a series of thunderous explosions, the two extended their hands, unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts akin to a machine gun, triggering a cacophony of detonations. Though these were minor projectiles, the might of Ila and Providity rendered them unstoppable, annihilating all in their path. As they beheld the obliteration of Frieza's forces below, Ila's face lit up with a smug smile. "Let us go and check on the captain's progress." Chapter 46. A terrifying revelation. A colossal explosion emitted a blinding light, illuminating the sky as if a second sun had emerged. Following the intensity, energy rapidly dispersed to the sides, creating long ripples that vibrated through the air. As the central haze dissipated, Frieza remained steadfastly in a defensive stance. At this moment, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, his body beyond his control, still holding on to the defensive posture, with muscles aching unbearably, trembling slightly in an attempt to regain lost sensation. The pervasive numbness was bearable. However, Frieza no longer exuded that initial air of invincibility, resembling instead a defeated stray dog, his fractured arm slowly drooping. Though he still retained some feeling, he could no longer move with adeptness. Countless wounds marred his body, blood oozing forth, trickling down the grooves of his muscles. His elongated tail had suffered as well, with the fragile bone at its tip shattered, leaving behind a severed tail that bled profusely. Damn it, those wretched lower beings. Frieza seethed, laughing bitterly. Suddenly, he bellowed at Sapphite. You damn Saiyan, I vow to ensure you find no rest in death. Sapphite responded with a derisive smile. Mocking Frieza's bravado, anyone can boast, but Frieza, your performance truly disappoints me. If this is all you have, then tomorrow, this universe shall be rid of you. Perhaps you might seek aid from your brother. Maybe your brother cooler could provide me with a challenge. Fool, do you truly believe this is my only strength? Frieza retorted, slowly descending to a position 10 meters away from Sapphite, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Sapphite appeared intrigued by Frieza's potential seriousness. Maintaining his smile as he stood still, arms crossed, awaiting Frieza to gather his energy. Do you know why no one has ever been able to shake my position? Frieza asked enigmatically. In truth, I have encountered several beings with power exceeding 1,000,000, even those stronger than you. Yet do you know why I remain the sole survivor, while they have all vanished? Another question from Frieza stirred a sense of foreboding within Sapphite. I am a member of the most powerful race in the universe, the Frost Demons. Frieza proclaimed proudly. Observing Sapphite's lack of reaction, he chuckled resignedly. Of course. How could you Saiyans, a lesser race, possibly comprehend the Frost Demons? Clenching his fist, Frieza roared at Sapphite. Listen closely. We, the Frost Demons, possess an innate ability to compress our transformations. The more times we compress, the stronger we become. As time accumulates, our energy continuously amplifies, ensuring that as time progresses, our capabilities grow exponentially. Together, these factors forge the strongest race in the universe. Though our numbers are few, our strength is formidable. And now, I possess the ability for 3 transformations. Are you terrified, you inferior beings? As he concluded, Frieza suddenly began to concentrate his energy. Sapphite's gaze sharpened, instantly recognizing that this method was reminiscent of his initial transformation. An ominous thought crossed his mind. This could spell trouble. In an instant, a beam of energy shot forth, striking Frieza's head, yet was effortlessly deflected. It was already too late. By the time I transformed, my defenses had reached their zenith. And Frieza's triumphant laughter echoed in the air. Upon completing his transformation, his head elongated, sharp bone spikes protruded from his back, and his head took on a round, yet flattened appearance, suddenly reminiscent of Kilk's. This is impossible, Sapphite exclaimed. From the onset of the transformation, he had maintained control over the rhythm of the battle. But with Frieza's second transformation, Sapphite realized the situation had spiraled beyond his grasp. Sensing Frieza Isoha, which was not at all inferior to his own, Sapphite felt a twinge of anxiety. It appeared he was in for a fierce struggle. Deep down, he understood that should Frieza show any signs of defeat, he would undoubtedly resort to a third transformation. Did this mean he had no chance of victory? Sapphite was acutely aware that he had underestimated the true extent of Frieza's terrifying power, which far exceeded his expectations. Conquering him seemed utterly impossible. Although Frieza had yet to initiate his third transformation, Sapphite could no longer dismiss his opponent's capabilities as mere bluster. No, there's still hope. The only recourse now was to seize the moment while Frieza appeared to underestimate him, before he activated his third transformation. With every effort, Sapphite aimed to inflict significant damage on Frieza's body in the briefest moment possible. If he could severely injure Frieza, even if the latter transformed again, he would lack the physical vitality to exert much strength. With a keen eye, Sapphite observed Frieza's severed tail, which remained the same, but was now stunted, no longer oozing blood, while many of the various wounds on his body had noticeably diminished. Could it be that transformation possessed some form of healing property? Sapphite silently noted this information, his mind racing with strategies to deliver a devastating blow to Frieza in an instant. The previous technique, the Sky Cannon, had only resulted in such minor injuries. Although Sapphite had not exerted his full strength, it was evident from the outcome that Frieza's defensive capabilities were formidable. So be it. As he contemplated his strategy, Frieza appeared to grow increasingly impatient. Sapphire extended his arms forward, bringing his palms together to coalesce a surge of energy within them. With a forceful compression, he shaped the energy into a sharp-tipped, robust, rounded projectile, akin to a Dowie cone. Frieza's expression shifted, recognizing the unusual nature of the attack. Sapphire flicked his right hand, and the conical energy projectile shot forth like a beam of light, hurtling towards Frieza. Did he believe this was something extraordinary? Surely, he wouldn't be able to withstand it directly. However, if he could evade it with utmost speed, it would pose no threat. Frieza effortlessly leaped into the air. Sapphire traced a circle in the air with his fingers, unleashing an immense aura as he charged towards the airborne Frieza. Approaching rapidly, Sapphire engaged Frieza in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike landing with palpable impact. Now, the time was nigh. Suddenly, Sapphire feigned a vulnerability, allowing Frieza's fist to land forcefully against his abdomen. Intense agony pierced through Sapphire's mind, yet he found himself preoccupied with a singular thought. I've been deceived. With a sweeping kick, he aimed at Frieza, only to have his strike intercepted by Frieza's right arm. Nevertheless, the tremendous force propelled Frieza towards the ground. Cursing as he choked on dust, Frieza rose, prepared to charge at his adversary once more. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his back, an instinctive alertness taking hold of him. Frieza swiftly pivoted to the right, narrowly evading a rapid energy projectile that grazed his ribs. Before he could feel relief, another ominous presence behind him sent shivers down his spine. Damn it, how fortunate! Sapphire observed as the conical energy blast whizzed past Frieza without achieving its intended effect. Without hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered behind Frieza. Maximum power cannon. Sapphire brought his hands together, pressing them against Frieza's back, instantly draining his own strength to unleash a torrent of energy. Chapter 47. Despair's Final Transformation. A cataclysmic explosion engulfed a significant portion of the planet. The destructive force of Sapphire's attack was immense. Although it struck Frieza directly, Sapphire understood that this surprise assault was likely to falter. Having witnessed the energy blast narrowly miss its target, he had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Sapphire's plan had been meticulous. The initial energy blast was intended to breach Frieza's formidable defenses, followed by a devastating explosion to deliver the final blow. Regrettably, the first blast merely skimmed past, failing to compromise Frieza's defenses. Therefore, despite expending nearly half of his energy, Sapphire could not guarantee that he would inflict significant damage upon Frieza. The overwhelming power radiated outward, and even with ample preparation, Sapphire was blasted back hundreds of meters from the epicenter of the explosion. The shockwave buffeted his body, causing him minor injuries. Yet he deemed it a worthy sacrifice. If Sapphire felt such effects, he could only imagine the extent of Frieza's suffering as a result of the direct hit. Just moments prior, an external force had struck Frieza's neck. The energy felt familiar. Though not particularly strong, it was sufficient to capture Frieza's attention, allowing Sapphire to execute his plan with relative ease. A quick glance confirmed that Ella and Praveti were watching from a distance. Praveti had even retained the posture from her earlier attack, her arm still raised. With just a fleeting glance, Sapphire redirected his focus. The tremendous explosion had leveled much of the ground, leaving only a few resilient rock formations, while a massive crater had filled with water from the nearby river. Consequently, Frieza's figure had vanished from sight, compelling Sapphire to rely on his senses and observations to locate him. Despite his confidence in the recent assault, Sapphire was acutely aware that this strike could not possibly eliminate Frieza. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Whirling around, he discovered it was his comrades, who seemed to believe that Sapphire had emerged victorious, prompting their approach. At long last, Captain, the time for retribution has arrived. You have finally fulfilled our long-cherished wish, a pursuit we have tirelessly sought. Let us soon find a more suitable planet to celebrate in grand style. Ella's tone brimmed with joy. Over the decades, they had been acutely aware of Sapphire's unwavering dedication to this matter, and now, to see it come to fruition was nothing short of extraordinary. However, the battle is not yet won. Though Frieza has been struck by my attack, he is far from defeated, and he has concealed his true power. This assault has certainly taken him by surprise. Had he been given time to react, I might not have triumphed. Please assist me by utilizing the scanner to locate him. I must eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Sapphire's energy is nearly depleted, no longer at its peak. Should Frieza undergo his third transformation, even at merely 1/10 of his full strength, it would be a formidable challenge to overcome. Thus, we must act swiftly to eliminate him before he regains his composure. We had intended to assist, but considering Frieza's immense energy, the scanner, with its limit of 100,000 power units, would surely not withstand strain. No matter. Even if it were to explode, as long as we ascertain the general direction, it will suffice. The two nodded in agreement, and Provitai activated the scanner to commence the search. Safit ascended into the air, the sea below having submerged much of the surroundings, rendering it impossible to remain there any longer. From above, he could observe a broader expanse, making it easier to spot Frieza. Ella and her companion followed closely, and as Safit hovered in midair, Ella exclaimed in delight, "I found it." To the southwest, approximately 10 kilometers away, his power levels are extremely unstable, fluctuating constantly. With this vital information at hand, Safit wasted no time and charged in that direction. After his second transformation, Frieza had begun to underestimate Safit's capabilities, failing to consider that he could still be vanquished outright, leading to his current perilous predicament. As Safit unleashed his most powerful attack, Frieza's immediate reaction was one of regret. From a moment he was struck during his initial transformation, he recognized the might of this strike, and now, as it reached its maximum intensity, he hurriedly assumed a defensive posture. It was too late. The energy wave struck Frieza with such force that he felt as if his entire being was being torn apart, trapped at the center of a tempest. Utterly unable to control his body, his wounds multiplied, and as the explosion erupted, his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. The sea surged over his battered form. Frieza was engulfed in excruciating pain, his right arm and foot severely damaged. Countless other injuries rendered him a shadow of his former self. His expression was one of terrifying darkness. "You are the first to force me into such a state," Frieza muttered to himself as the waves consumed him. Indifferent to his plight and showing no inclination to surface, Safit moved with astonishing speed, traversing 10 kilometers in mere seconds. However, as he scanned the vicinity, he found no trace of Frieza. Beneath him lay a vast expanse of sea, occasionally disturbed by small waves, yet the surface remained eerily calm. "Come out, Frieza! Don't think I believe you're dead. Show yourself!" Safit shouted from above, straining his voice to penetrate the water's depths. After waiting for several long moments, the ocean continued its placid demeanor. Suddenly, a loud cry from Ella reached his ears. "Captain, Frieza is hiding underwater, and his power level has surged dramatically. The detector has just exploded." It seemed that this fiend had undergone his third transformation. Safit pondered that diving into the water now would be futile. In a fit of rage, he unleashed torrents of energy towards the depths, causing explosive bursts beneath the surface that sent waves soaring dozens of meters high. Yet Frieza remained elusive. Watching the white shock waves descend, Frieza smirked, "Fool, only now do you react? It's too late." With his energy seemingly at its zenith, Frieza's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. From the resulting bubbles emerged a diminutive figure. "Heh, do you still recognize me in this form? But that matters not. I shall ensure you experience the most brutal of hells." Frieza's slender figure surfaced, eliciting a look of astonishment from Safit as he slowly approached. Chapter 48, A Mysterious Counterattack. As Frieza drew near, Safit felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered him immobile, trembling in place. It wasn't that he wished to remain still. Rather, he realized he had lost control of his body, the immense force suffusing him. Frieza advanced step by step, while Safit could do nothing but gaze at him, instinctively retreating a step. "Impossible. A Saiyan cannot be a coward." Safit roared, summoning his will to resist the crushing weight and moving a step forward, narrowing the distance between them. At that moment, Frieza halted just 2 meters away. "You possess some courage. To withstand 50% of my power without flinching is quite remarkable. What a pity. Originally, I had intentions of recruiting you. A talent like yours is rare in the universe, and it would be a shame to eliminate you. I had plans for you after defeating you, but now." Even if Frieza extended an offer, Safit would never bow to him, especially considering their deep-seated enmity. Thus, it was merely Frieza's delusion. "That blow you just delivered was painful, wasn't it?" Suffering injuries yet still trying to appear formidable, Safit scoffed. Based on his earlier assessment, even with Frieza's third transformation, considering the degrees of change and injury recovery from the previous transformations, Frieza's power would not exceed 30%, leaving Safit with a glimmer of hope for victory. Safit glanced back, where Ella and Praviti were situated. Although he had never allowed others to interfere with his prey, he now understood that this was no longer merely a matter of honor. He must seek vengeance, even at the cost of everything he held dear. "Oh, is that so? Then why do you not come and attack? You must know, My regenerative abilities are quite formidable. The longer this drags on, the better my wounds may heal. Sapphire raised his right hand to cover his lips, emitting a repugnant chuckle. Despite his calculated confidence, the oppressive aura emanating from Frieza was too overwhelming, leaving Sapphire reluctant to make a rash move. It seems there will be no opportunity for you to strike first. Allow me to initiate. Frieza narrowed his eyes, aligning his focus, then suddenly opened them slightly. Sapphire felt a gale force wind rush towards him, followed immediately by a hard bone striking his face. Crack! The sharp sound resonated clearly for both of them. Frieza's elbow sent Sapphire hurtling away, forcing him to exert all his strength to perform several somersaults in the air to regain control. Ugh! Sapphire lightly covered his face with his hand, fully aware that his nose had collapsed. How could the speed be so swift? And such overwhelming force? What a pity! I've lost interest in continuing this game. I didn't expect that with only 50% of my power, you would already be at your limit, whether to undermine Sapphire's confidence or for some other reason. Frieza's tone was remarkably indifferent, compelling Sapphire to accept this as reality. Impossible. Even with your injuries, there's no way you could recover to this extent. Blood poured from Sapphire's nose. While Saiyans were physically robust, their regenerative capabilities were indeed inferior to Frieza's. What a shame. I forgot to mention that during my third transformation, my energy surges the most, and since I must restore my true form, all previous injuries, barring penetrating wounds to the chest or head, will not affect me. In other words, you're facing Frieza at his absolute peak, correct? Sapphire managed a bitter smile, finally grasping the reason behind the immense pressure. Even more terrifying was the realization that the increase in power far exceeded his expectations. Frieza pondered for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. That should be about right. So, how does it feel to encounter the might of the Cosmic Emperor? Taking a deep breath, Sapphire, despite comprehending Frieza's terrifying power, charged forward once more without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. Their fists clashed, yet nearly all of Sapphire's strikes landed in vain. Even the rare few that connected with Frieza were inconsequential. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of relentless assaults, his injuries compounding until he could no longer throw a punch. The bones in my face are completely shattered, as are those in my arms and thighs. It seems a few ribs in my chest remain intact. Quite resilient, aren't you? Oh, what is your foot doing? Do you still wish to kick me? Then let us break it together. Frieza grasped Sapphire's neck, and having lost all strength to resist, Sapphire could only endure Frieza's torment. Yet, Frieza was careful not to apply excessive force. Instead, he relished in methodically shattering Sapphire's bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Sapphire's feet slowly fell, rendering him immobile. Flee, flee. Frieza continued to hold him, meticulously turning him to examine Sapphire, his expression shifting as if he were regarding a once fascinating toy, casually discarding Sapphire onto the scant rocks jutting from the sea's surface. How utterly tiresome, Frieza mused, shaking his head. A concentrated flick of his finger sent a swift wave of energy piercing through Sapphire's abdomen. Sapphire let out a horrific scream. Despite his indomitable will, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Ella muttered, as if ensnared in a trance. Since Sapphire had fallen into peril, she had yearned to rush to his aid, but was obstructed by Providity. Now, both could no longer tolerate Sapphire's humiliation at Frieza's hands. As they witnessed Sapphire descending from Frieza's grasp, Providity could no longer contain himself and charged towards Sapphire's landing point, while Ella instinctively gathered energy, directing it towards Frieza. A yellow shockwave collided forcefully against Frieza's head. While it caused no physical harm, it was sufficient to capture Frieza's attention. Turning his head slowly, Frieza observed the two figures rushing towards him, momentarily taken aback before relaxing. Ah, it seems that useless lot failed to dispose of these two nuisances. How disappointing. But I suppose it grants me a little more amusement. After successfully landing her blow, Ella did not pursue further, but turned to inquire, Providity, how is the captain? Providity cradled Sapphire's body and checked for a pulse at his neck. Alas, there is no heartbeat, he exclaimed. Captain, Providity shook Sapphire's form vigorously, calling out for him in desperate hope of a response, oblivious to the crimson tears streaming down his face. Ella, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by thunder. Suspended in the air, unable to comprehend the reality. Sapphire, you have left me? Why did you abandon me? How could you leave me? She murmured, even as Frieza approached. Unnoticed. Is he truly gone? Who did this? It was Frieza. Frieza killed him. I want you dead. I demand your death. Ella screamed, consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Driven to madness, as Frieza's figure loomed closer in her vision, Ella struck out without hesitation, only to have her blow effortlessly caught. Huh, what a laughable insect. Power. I need power. Ella cried, continuously gathering her energy, an overwhelming force radiating from her, causing the air around her to ripple. Grant me strength to vanquish him. As her rationality diminished, a faint golden light began to glow above her head. Begone, insect, Frieza declared, focusing his energy, preparing the very attack that had pierced Sapphire. The energy surged through Ella's body with great intensity, yet there was no splatter of blood. Instead, as time progressed, her shadow grew increasingly faint until it vanished entirely. D. Came a voice from behind Frieza, reminiscent of a soul-snatching specter from the depths of hell. Even as he turned briefly, Frieza could only perceive a fleeting silhouette before feeling his own body hurled away by an immense force, crashing into the ocean, lost to the depths. Iya, the captain still has a faint breath. Hurry, let us take the captain and leave. Praviti shouted from below. This cry jolted Ella, who had been teetering on the brink of insanity, back to her senses. Really? Then let us hurry back to the spaceship, Ella exclaimed with delight. She swiftly flew back, supporting Sapphire with one arm, and the two soared at their utmost speed toward the vessel. Once we reach the ship, we can heal the captain. Hurry. Even as they approached the limits of their velocity, in an instant, a white figure appeared before them. Frieza and Praviti gritted their teeth, fully aware that neither of them stood a chance against Ella. Yet, they had no choice but to confront her. Ella, you take the captain and go ahead. I'll hold off Praviti, Ella declared, adopting a combat stance. None of you shall escape. Frieza crossed his arms, his expression icy. Ella nadie, instantly grasping Safite, ready to flee. However, her pull was futile. It was not Frieza's interference. Sapphire seemed to have regained consciousness, standing silently with his head bowed, offering no words, merely remaining still. Sapphire? Ella called tentatively. There was no response. Sapphire stood there, enveloped in silence. Frieza and Praviti also sensed the anomaly, their gazes fixated on Sapphire. Gradually, Sapphire lifted his arm, shattered bones and all, extending a finger toward Frieza. In a swift motion, a technique identical to Frieza's ultimate move pierced through Frieza's chest. In the astonished gaze of Frieza, his body slowly descended, collapsing onto the ground, devoid of life. One strike had felled Frieza. Chapter 49, The Mighty Youth. Salt. A transformation from despair to astonishment. Initially, with Frieza's sudden appearance, Ella and Praviti had plunged into profound despair, with Praviti even prepared for a fight to the death. Yet, unexpectedly, the tides of battle shifted. The once arrogant and invincible Cosmic Emperor had been struck down by a mere finger from his own captain, although the reasons eluded them. This was undoubtedly monumental news for the three members of the Vengeful Souls team. Captain, you did it. You defeated Frieza. Praviti exclaimed in exhilaration, glancing back towards Sapphire, only to find him suddenly weaken and plummet from the air, now unable to maintain his flight. Sapphire, Ella cried out, darting down swiftly to catch Sapphire's falling form. The situation with the captain is dire and requires immediate medical attention. We must swiftly return to the ship to treat him. Upon touching Sapphire's body, Ella sensed something was amiss. As a Saiyan, his muscles should be robust and well-defined, yet he felt unusually soft all over. Had he fainted again? Surely, the captain's newly developed technique had taken a toll on him. It was astonishing that he had concealed such a formidable skill from us. Once he regains consciousness, I shall demand clarification. Upon hearing this, Praviti took on the burden of Sapphire, maintaining a steady speed as they flew back. After the three departed, a gentle breeze swept across the desolate landscape, leaving behind only barrenness and emptiness. The body of the once mighty Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, lay quietly there, crimson blood pooling around him. Suddenly, Frieza's dilated pupils sharpened with focus. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood before finally managing to rise to his feet. Frieza was not dead. Coughing again, he muttered, "You insolent fools, I heard every word. So, you possess such a powerful technique, do you? Next time, I shall swiftly eliminate you, leaving you no opportunity to unleash such an attack. Curse Saiyan monkeys, this is not over." Wiping the blood from his mouth, he trudged forward, his steps heavy. Once he felt a semblance of strength returning, he slowly ascended into the air, heading towards his spaceship. Throughout the journey, Frieza remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that those three would reappear. He was acutely aware of his weakened state, knowing that even a moderately strong opponent could easily defeat him. After stealthily making his way, he finally approached his spacecraft. After surveying the area and finding no trace of Sapphire and the others, he entered the ship and rushed to the medical bay to treat his injuries. 2 hours later, Frieza emerged from the medical ward, his wounds nearly healed. Fortunately, since Ella and Provitai had dispatched all of Frieza's subordinates earlier, no one witnessed his disheveled state. As he activated the ship's return, Frieza sat alone, cold and brooding in the command room. Even with the hatch wide open, the vastness of space held little significance for him. Beep. The image of Kveler appeared on the screen. Frieza's face twisted with rage and disdain, but he reined in his emotions before pressing the button to connect. My dear brother, I trust you wouldn't come seeking me unless it were urgent? Speak quickly, for I am quite busy. Is that so? I have heard that the 3 Saiyans I adopted have betrayed me and ventured into your territory. I wonder if they have caused you any trouble? If you happen to encounter them, kindly dispose of them for me. Traitors have no place in this world. By the way, why is there blood on your chest? Kveler inquired, feigning concern upon noticing the still visible stains on Frieza's chest. I apologize for the inconvenience. I've already taken care of those nuisances you mentioned. You shall not encounter them again. Satisfied? Frieza retorted with irritation, concealing the fact that he had narrowly escaped death, as he could not afford to lose face or allow his brother to discover this. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be met with ridicule. Oh, how delightful! If I have caused you any loss, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall surely compensate you, came the response. No need. Thank you for your kind offer. Frieza curtly severed the communication, fearing that continued discourse might provoke his fury. A Shaviza! Did you not witness it? Frieza transformed thrice during our last communication. Transforming thrice is no small feat. It seems this fellow was genuinely incensed otherwise. He would not have resorted to fighting in his true form. Truly remarkable. Observing his expression, I can only conclude that those 3 Saiyans have been exceptionally well trained. It is simply delightful, Kveler exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably as he shared his amusement with his most trusted subordinate. A day later, upon returning to his military stronghold, Frieza refrained from mentioning the events that had transpired, and no one dared to inquire. However, he felt considerably uplifted by the return of Dodoria and Zabo from the front lines. Lord Frieza, there is an important message regarding Vegeta. Would you like to review it? A fish-like alien reported as he entered. Vegeta? Place it there, Zabo, and read it to me, Frieza commanded, waving his hand for his subordinates to withdraw. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of that dazzling flash of light that had penetrated him before he had the chance to evade. Each time he reflected upon it, his countenance darkened. Zabo picked up the report, glanced over it, and chuckled softly. The report mentions that Vegeta has learned of a mystical object known as the Dragon Ball on a remote planet, which purportedly grants wishes, any wish at all, even the resurrection of the deceased. How absurd! Do those beneath us lack any semblance of intellect? Does this report truly warrant your attention? Any wish can be granted? Frieza murmured, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a fierce light. As a member of the Frost Demon Clan, our strength derives from the passage of time, allowing us to increase the number of transformations we can achieve. Therefore, if I were to attain immortality, I could grow infinitely stronger. However, if my brother were to discover this, he would surely extinguish this threat. Thus, a wish for eternal life would suffice. Yes, eternal life. Zabo, let us prepare to depart for Earth. Surely not, Lord Frieza. You truly believe this ludicrous tale? Zabo questioned incredulously, yet he dared not voice outright opposition, despite the trust Frieza placed in him. Enough of your prattle. Do as I command. Lord Frieza, I fear I must disappoint you. The information also states that Vegeta seems to have killed the creator of the Dragon Balls, and it is said that if the creator dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish. Zabo remarked, casting a resigned smile as he perused the subsequent details. What? Frieza bellowed in fury. Upon witnessing Frieza's wrath, Zabo instinctively recoiled, only to catch sight of something intriguing. Do not be alarmed. The news is quite detailed. It appears that the creator of the Dragon Balls is a Namekian. Through discussions with Vegeta and the others, they have resolved to journey to the Namek homeworld in search of superior Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Oh, at last, Frieza has received gratifying news, he remarked with a smile. Vegeta has indeed delivered a favorable tidbit. Under these circumstances, I might spare his life. Initially, Frieza was incensed by the matter concerning Safit and had intended to exact punishment upon Vegeta and his allies. However, the prospect of his own desires being realized rendered Vegeta's fate insignificant. He could remain alive as a mere hound. Meanwhile, Earth was engulfed in a dire crisis. As the universe's most formidable warrior race was faced with the arrival of two Saiyans, intent on eliminating the traitor Kakarot. 3 hours. We shall wait for just 3 hours. Over 2 hours have already elapsed, and it seems Kakarot is merely a coward, lacking the courage to show himself. I fear your hopes may be in vain. A diminutive Saiyan remarked, arms crossed and smirking. This individual was none other than Vegeta, who had been biding his time beneath Frieza's command. In the recovery room, Safet lay motionless on the bed, having remained in this state for several weeks. At last, a soft sound escaped his lips, and he awakened from his slumber. His injuries had been treated upon his return to the spacecraft over a week prior, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. According to the assessments of other doctors, it was determined that all of Lord Safet's bones were undergoing regeneration, and his body was in a state of self-preservation to avoid any disruption during this growth process. Though this nonsensical explanation was unacceptable to Ella and Praviti, they eventually relented after repeated assurances that Safet's condition was stable and that he could awaken. The recent conflict on planet Cambella, bolstered by the return of the trio, had established their renown throughout the galaxy. In a swift turn of events, numerous planets under Frieza's command were counterattacked, and an increasing number of extraterrestrials joined Safet's organization, allowing him to gain control over a substantial portion of the northern galaxy. Captain, you have awakened, Ella exclaimed in surprise upon entering and seeing Safet sitting up, his head cradled in his hands. Due to Safet's prolonged unconsciousness, the recovery room had been restricted to only Ella, Praviti, and a select few trusted subordinates. Typically, it was Ella who remained by his side. Oh, yeah, I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. I never anticipated that I would have the chance to see you both again. I thought I had perished at Frieza's hands. Safet's recovery was progressing well, yet he was not fully healed and would have to wait. Please, tell me what has transpired. I recall that, after Frieza's transformation was completed, I could no longer muster the strength to resist. Safet, do you truly not remember what occurred afterward? Yet, you were the one who defeated Frieza, Ella responded, astonished. Surely not. How is it possible? Frieza's transformation into his third form is exceedingly formidable. At that moment, my power was insufficient to defeat such a being. Safet shook his head, unable to accept Ella's assertion. After a thorough recounting, Safet finally grasped the entirety of the situation, interjecting with several inquiries regarding specific details. You claimed that you believed I was dead and were filled with rage, subsequently delivering a punch that sent Frieza flying? Indeed, but I suspect Frieza was caught off guard. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded so effortlessly, Ella elucidated. No, it is not that simple. Regardless of how distracted Frieza may have been with your strength, it is impossible for you to have overpowered him, Safet asserted with unwavering certainty. He now understood that Ella must have been in a unique state. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable to vanquish Frieza so easily. From afar, the distinctive voice of Praviti reached Safet's ears as he swiftly dove into the recovery room. This action elicited Ella's displeasure. You, of all people, cannot exercise a modicum of caution? Do you not realize the captain is recuperating? Come, let us take a stroll. But your health? Ella expressed her concern. Haha, I am Safet, he declared, rendering any further argument between them futile. The trio ambled slowly, allowing Safet to recuperate at a comfortable pace. Gradually, he was able to adapt to all movements, and his condition improved significantly. Upon witnessing their battle-hardened savior, the crew of the spacecraft erupted in cheers. Lord Safet, you have recovered. Lord Safet, you are finally well. We have been waiting for you to lead us to our next glory. Various voices called out, and Safet waved his hand in resignation, unable to respond to each one individually. Lord Safet, Lady Ella, Lord Praviti, there is breaking news. Praviti took the message and, upon reading it, was genuinely astonished. How could this be? Wasn't Frieza already slain? What is going on? Ella inquired, perplexed. Praviti inhaled sharply and responded. There are reports indicating that Frieza has recently taken his own spacecraft and ventured to an unknown location. However, he indeed made a public appearance. Now, numerous clan leaders are inquiring about the situation, as we disseminated the news of Frieza's demise 10 days ago. Those clans were initially in a state of watchful waiting, anticipating confirmation of Frieza's defeat following the battle between him and the trio. Only then would they dare to rise in rebellion. But now, with Frieza resurfacing, how could they not be terrified? I see. Then respond to those cowardly individuals. Tell them that even if Frieza still lives, so what? I, Safet, have the capability to eliminate him once, and I can do so again. Even if I failed to eradicate him completely last time, This time, I shall undoubtedly bring an end to that wretch. Safet smiled with confidence, feeling his strength undeniably enhanced after narrowly escaping death. He was now certain that even against Frieza's third transformation, he would not falter. Is it truly acceptable to disregard this? However, we still lack confidence regarding Frieza. Ella frowned, not wishing her group to be despised by all factions. No, it's all right. At this moment, should I face Frieza once more, I'm certain I will not be defeated. Moreover, I have discovered a new source of power. Well then, let us proceed as the captain suggests. New power? What kind of power? Originally disinterested, Pravidity's curiosity was piqued at the mention of power. He had not experienced a significant enhancement in quite some time, and the captain's words intrigued him. I am uncertain, but further research is necessary, Ella replied. Pravidity, join me in the training room, and bring along the footage of my battle with Frieza on planet Cambella. With everything prepared, both Ella and Pravidity eagerly anticipated the revelation of the heart's power described by Safet. Ella, replay this segment continuously, immersing yourself completely. Do not mind us, Safet instructed, pointing out a specific portion of the video for Ella to scrutinize. Isn't this the moment when Frieza severely attacked you? Ella queried, puzzled, yet obediently followed Safet's guidance. It's fine, just watch, Safet remarked, offering no further explanation, leaving Pravidity in confusion. Safet gently guided Pravidity to stand behind Ella, allowing her space to focus on the viewing, while the two remained silent, refraining from interruption. Damn that Frieza! Return my Safet. Ella, who had initially been quietly watching, began to mutter incessantly. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, unleashing an astonishing aura. Her hair began to sway, as if a fierce wind emanated from her feet, a golden energy enveloping her. Her dark hair stood upright and transformed into a brilliant golden hue, lifted by the swirling energy. Such a terrifying presence and remarkable transformation left Pravidity, who stood behind her, speechless, while Safet, observing from the side, seemed to anticipate this change, merely intrigued by the phenomenon. Golden hair? A golden body? Green eyes? This is unmistakably the legendary Super Saiyan. Ella, well-versed in lore, finally recalled the age-old tales. Super Saiyan? Is this truly the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe, said to appear only once every 1,000 years? Pravidity exclaimed in delight, his admiration and yearning for power ignited, as he witnessed the birth of the universe's mightiest warrior. Safet furrowed his brow, clutching his head in deep contemplation. Super Saiyan? Why does it seem so familiar yet elusive? I have encountered no such information during my studies on planet Vegeta, yet this term feels strangely known to me. What's wrong, Safet? Are you all right? Ella turned to him, noticing his peculiar demeanor, her concern swiftly replacing her earlier fervor as the golden aura surrounding her dissipated. Sapphire clutched his head, his face contorted in agony, and sighed helplessly. I can't remember, damn it. What did you say? The words were too faint for Ella to comprehend. Super Saiyan? Where's the Super Saiyan? Pravati suddenly grasped Ella's arm, shaking her vigorously, his expression bordering on madness. Ella struggled to break free, attempting several times without success, exclaiming in frustration, damn it. How should I know? Let go and see how Sapphire is doing. Upon mentioning Sapphire, Pravati's demeanor calmed significantly. He turned to see Sapphire painfully leaning against the wall, supporting himself with one hand, and hurried over to assist him. Sapphire, if you have a headache, stop trying to think. It's all right if you can't remember. I have some information about the Super Saiyan. Let us discuss it in the conference room. Ella understood that after her successful transformation, the previously non-existent Super Saiyan had indeed manifested. Thus, such information must be classified at the highest level of secrecy. Sapphire ceased his attempts at recollection and immediately felt some relief from his headache. The three of them swiftly entered the conference room to conduct a thorough analysis of the incident. Dharm commanded the fleet to descend. Following the awakening of the universe's mightiest, Lord Sapphire, the other two lords had vanished, presumably to accompany him, leaving the command duties to Dharm. 12 years prior, he had followed the three lords, originally a prodigy from the Kalmana tribe. Had it not been for the assault by a rival faction that led to his tribe's downfall and his subsequent capture, he would never have met Lord Sapphire. He cherished the grace of the lords and had diligently managed various matters for Lord Sapphire without delay. Now that Lord Sapphire had awakened, his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. According to the original plan laid out by Lady Ella, he directed the fleet to land on a nearby technologically advanced planet. Based on gathered intelligence, this planet posed no formidable military threat, It had only recently pledged allegiance to Lord Sapphire 3 months prior. Though its loyalty was questionable, it sufficed as a safe haven. As the fleet smoothly breached the atmosphere and began to descend, the absence of any welcoming signals from the planet heightened Darm's vigilance. Could it be that Frieza's forces had once again invaded? The fleet descended steadily, but upon landing, they were met with a scene of desolation, starkly contrasting the cautious reports. This was not the work of Frieza's forces. Even if they conquered a planet, they would never engage in such widespread destruction. What could it be? Locating a relatively flat area, the fleet landed smoothly. Deploy a search team and ascertain what has transpired on this planet. Report any findings immediately. If faced with insurmountable enemies, notify me at once. Darm possessed a combat power of 27,000, which, while not matching that of the Lords, still deemed him a formidable force within the universe. Thus, he confidently made this assertion. Such a small planet could not possibly harbor foes with power exceeding 10,000. Suddenly, the fleet on the flanks was struck by an energy blast, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the entire spacecraft. Darm's expression darkened as he swiftly shot out. Is that so? It seems such a transformation truly embodies a Super Saiyan. According to the captain's speculation, anger is the wellspring of this power. However, if one succumbs solely to rage, might they lose their sanity and become unmanageable? I have no desire to harm my friends. After much deliberation, although Protagonist felt a surge of anticipation, he was still somewhat apprehensive. The extremity of fury could compel one to commit unspeakable acts, and whether that would lead to a massacre was uncertain. Furthermore, once he successfully transformed, it would be challenging for Ella to restrain him. Nevertheless, if the captain were to descend into madness, no one would be able to contain him. This indeed presents a dilemma. However, possessing such power is an opportunity we cannot afford to overlook. We must first enable your transformation, as long as we find a deserted planet. Even destruction would bear minimal consequence. Once the two of you achieve your transformations, should I fall into madness, I trust you both will be able to restrain me. Safit pondered this carefully. It seemed the only viable option for the moment. The three fell into contemplation, striving to devise a superior solution. A resounding explosion reverberated in their ears. Even with the commendable soundproofing of the conference room, the noise was unmistakable. What was happening? As the conference room doors swung open, Safit exuded an air of authority, addressing the guard station nearby. Yes, Lord Safit. Commander Darm has just sent word that he has captured one of your kin and hopes you will come to see, the guard promptly replied. Kin? A Saiyan? But weren't the Saiyans supposed to have been exterminated by Frieza? Safit murmured to himself, yet he quickly made his way outside, trusting Darm would not deceive him. The sudden appearance of a Saiyan was indeed perplexing. Protagonist and Ella hurried to follow, equally intrigued by the prospect of a surviving Saiyan. The remnants shall surely avenge us. We Saiyans will reclaim our glory. Cursed Frieza, you shall not escape justice. One day, we shall restore our former splendor. Despite being injured and captured, the long-faced Saiyan before them continued to rant, inciting Darm's ire. However, recognizing this tailed individual likely belonged to the esteemed trio, he refrained from taking any action against him. Apologies for the interruption, Lord Safit, Lady Ella, and Lord Protagonist, but this individual may indeed be your kin, necessitating your confirmation, Darm explained with a slight bow. This individual, according to the data from the scanner, appears to be around 20 years old, with a battle power of 6,004 and average combat skills. Upon seeing the three before him, the Saiyan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a joyous shriek. King Closa! It truly is King Closa! You have finally returned. Chapter 52, The Lost Clan. What? What did you say? Safit exclaimed in astonishment. Closa, a name once so familiar, now a mere relic of memory, suddenly evoked a whirlwind of emotions, leaving Safit momentarily speechless. No, wait. You're not King Closa. Who exactly are you? Even as a prisoner, the Saiyan exuded a remarkable resilience. His arrival did not astonish Safit. Rather, it was he who found himself in a state of profound surprise. Although Safit recognized a certain resemblance to his father in his memory, the distinction was clear, perhaps owing to the lengthy and intimate time they had spent together. Who am I? My name is Safit. The two beside me are Ella and Protagonist. You may not be familiar with our names, but our Vengeful Spirit Squad has garnered some renown in the Northern Galaxy. I trust you have heard of us. As you can see, we are all Saiyans. Now, may I inquire, who are you and from whence do you hail? Safit, though filled with excitement, maintained a calm demeanor during their exchange. The name of Closa, the towering figure indelibly etched in his memory, resurfaced after many years, evoking a tumult of emotions within Sapphit. He had often claimed his motivations were for his people, yet the truth lay in his desire for vengeance against Frieza to avenge his father. The Saiyan before him evidently chose to trust Sapphit. This was Frieza's territory, and although Frieza had not openly declared war on the Saiyans, many had perished at his hands. A discerning mind would easily recognize this. Yet Frieza's formidable power rendered anyone hesitant to challenge him, leaving the Saiyans without advocates. The plight of the Saiyans had reached a point where they were universally condemned across the northern galaxy. Numerous factions and planets remained silent on matter. From him, Sapphit learned of the preparations made by King Vegeta for their people. Though this young one was born after the flight, it did not diminish the ancestral admiration for King Vegeta's decisions. Born in the second year of their exile, Closa led the tribe to a remote planet for a brief period of seclusion, striving to amass strength and expand their numbers before seeking vengeance against Frieza. However, due to their diminished population, Closa cherished every newborn, ensuring even those without exceptional talents receive the finest nurturing. To evade other factions seeking to exploit the Saiyans, only a select few seasoned elders ventured out for procurement, striving to alleviate the scarcity of resources. For a time, peace reigned, but 14 years prior, an unforeseen incident revealed their location. Unsurprisingly, they were soon besieged by several planets allied with Frieza, intent on slaughtering the Saiyan kin to gain favor. Fortunately, despite their numbers, the enemy lacked formidable strength, and under Closa's leadership they were repelled. However, it was evident that their position had been compromised, and they could no longer remain. In haste, Closa led most of the tribe aboard their ship, while a few remained disconnected from the group due to their endeavors or procurement, scattering across various locales. The Saiyan named Pufei before me is indeed the one who lost contact with his kin during that time. Over the past 5 years, I have fled across 13 planets, each time discovered and forced to hastily escape in my ship. The incessant battles during this period have significantly enhanced my combat prowess. However, my small spacecraft is nearing its end due to repeated use, and I now dare not take it into space. Initially, I believed you were also subordinates of Frieza, sent here to assess the situation, and contemplated seizing a ship to leave. To my surprise, I was subdued by your subordinates in mere moments, as Pufei pointed towards Darm. Could it be that Closa is still alive? Perhaps he is hiding on some obscure planet in the cosmos? Sapphite inquired, harboring hope in his heart that his father Closa yet lived. Although you're also a Saiyan, it would be wise to show respect towards King Closa. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall ensure you taste suffering. Pufei expressed his dissatisfaction with Sapphite's demeanor, holding King Closa in the highest regard as the most exceptional leader of their kin, a beacon of hope. I believe you're unaware that the King Closa you speak of is, in fact, the father of our captain, Provedity. He laughed heartily. Upon receiving news of their kin from Pufei, they felt an immense burden lifted. As long as there were others, the Saiyans had ample reason for hope. What? Pufei exclaimed in astonishment, finally understanding the resemblance between this individual and the king. Aside from slight differences in aura, it was no wonder he had instinctively called Sapphite King Closa upon their first meeting. He promptly lowered himself in reverence, offering a respectful bow. Prince, enough for now, Darm. Please take him, freshen up, and enjoy a hearty meal. We have much to attend to. Sapphite declared after processing the entire situation in his mind and crafting new plans. At that moment, Era approached. So, Sapphite, does the plan require alteration? Indeed it does. Once we resolve matters with Frieza, we shall begin the search for my father's whereabouts. With numerous kin, I believe the revival of Saiyan glory will be significantly more attainable. Sapphite affirmed, to which Era nodded in agreement with his decision. I'll return. We shall head to planet Kazakh, which will serve as our new home. We will establish it as our most vital base. He instructed Darm, set course for planet Kazakh at full speed. 2 days later, within the conference room of the flagship, the Revenge Squad gathered once more. Provedity, I regret that you cannot accompany us in this battle. If you do not swiftly master the transformation into a Super Saiyan, your combat power may struggle to keep pace with the forthcoming conflict. Era and I are bound for planet Namek to settle matters with Frieza. Over the past few days, Sapphite had gathered intelligence regarding Frieza's movements through various channels, and this time, it was not solely to conclude matters with Frieza, but also to repay the gratitude owed to the Grand Elder from years past. I understand, lamented Provedity with a sense of resignation. As a Saiyan, it was profoundly disappointing for him to be unable to partake in such a grand conflict. Yet, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Ella, not to mention the captain, Safit. Rest assured, this journey is likely to span a month or two. If you act swiftly, you may still catch up. I have documented some insights from my transformations in the archive room. Do peruse them, as they may prove beneficial. I hope you do not let malevolent thoughts cloud your judgment, for we are eagerly anticipating the assembly of our entire team. Ella encouraged him, observing Pravity's decline with a heavy heart, yet feeling powerless to alter it. Now, let us depart for our destination, the planet Mech. Chapter 53. Peculiar droplets. Ella and Safit were aboard a small spacecraft, not the single-pilot vessels once utilized by the Saiyans, but significantly more compact than other warships. However, it was replete with an array of facilities. Safit had long harbored thoughts he wished to express, but had yet to find the opportunity. Is something troubling you? While residing in the lounge, the two were aware that their journey through the cosmos would be lengthy, yet they had acclimated to it, resting well to conserve energy for the impending battle. As Ella hesitated, the words caught in her throat, her hand brushed against an object in her pocket. Take a look at these, she said, producing an item and offering it to Safit, swallowing back her intended words. In her hand was a small blue vial, within which floated several droplets of liquid. How extraordinary! These droplets remained suspended without any external force acting upon them. Safit exclaimed in astonishment, though it was merely a fleeting surprise. I am curious as to why you chose to show me this. I am hardly a researcher. If you find this intriguing, you should inform Darm and have his subordinates investigate it. Safit brought the vial closer to his eyes for a more meticulous examination, but before he could proceed, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The droplets began to collide against the vial's interior, striving to approach Safit. Startled, he leaned back, yet discovered that the droplets were still restrained by the vial. Meanwhile, Ella, seated calmly beside him, exhibited no surprise at the droplets' behavior, maintaining her silence. Where did you acquire this curious substance? Safit inquired, recognizing that Ella must have her reasons and feeling no inclination to speculate. These droplets were discovered when we returned you after your battle with Frieza. They hovered around your body, neither straying nor drawing closer. They merely lingered there, Ella explained, gesturing with her palm. As we traveled, the droplets followed us, which piqued our interest. Pravity seemed indifferent to them, but I felt they might hold some significance, so I contained them in this vial. It has only now occurred to me to present them to you, given that they accompany you. Perhaps you can uncover the secrets they hold. Ella elaborated as they journeyed to Namek. A sense of foreboding settled within her. Her instincts had proven accurate time and again, prompting her to seek methods to enhance Safit's combat prowess. Although Safit claimed that he had regained tremendous strength after transforming, the chasm between his current state and his former self was daunting. She found it difficult to trust that Safit, who had yet to achieve Super Saiyan status, could face Frieza once more. To this day, she vividly recalled the tragic scene of Safit being assaulted by Frieza. Safit shook the vial, yet the few drops within remained unaffected, steadfastly retaining their proximity to him. After scratching his head in contemplation, he ultimately unscrewed the cap. The droplets swiftly detached from the bottle, hovering beside him at a distance of mere centimeters, refusing to close the gap. As Safit cautiously extended his finger, the droplets made no attempt to evade him, allowing themselves to be manipulated until he gently made contact. To his astonishment, upon touching the liquid, it was absorbed into his body as if it were a sponge. In an instant, a piercing scream escaped Safit's lips as he clutched his head, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Ella, frantic, called out his name repeatedly, unsure of how to assist him. Fragments of memories surged through Safit's mind, an overwhelming flood of information he could not control, forcing him to relive those recollections, each jumbled thought striking him with merciless agony. The names of Kakarot, Piccolo, Majin Buu, Vegeta, and Frieza echoed like a century-long film in his mind, vividly resurrecting countless memories. Has the situation escalated to this extent? Safit murmured, as a cascade of memories flooded back, encompassing everything from Goku's childhood to the events depicted in the Dragon Ball manga, each detail crystallizing in clarity. From Dragon Ball to Piccolo, from Raditz to Vegeta, from Namek to Frieza. Why? He pondered. Why are there no memories following the battle on Namek? Attempting to recall further, a sudden jolt of pain surged through his head. Alas, these revelations held little significance for him now. Yet, as long as these memories remained, He believed he could foresee future events. However, with an abundance of recollections, Sapphit had already developed his own character and approach to situations. This additional memory would hardly sway him. Ella, sensing Sapphit's lingering discomfort, realized it was best not to dwell on it. Huh? She gasped, momentarily taken aback by Sapphit's peculiar behavior. Had it not been for his call, she might have remained in a daze. Are there any more of those droplets? She inquired, despite knowing the answer. All those droplets are contained within the vial. You've absorbed them all, Sapphit. Are you feeling all right? Ella replied cautiously. I'm perfectly fine, better than I've ever been, Sapphit said with a slight smile, exuding confidence. But there is still a little something left. Would you care to take a look? Safi nodded, filled with anticipation, wondering what surprises Ella could still present to him. Ella retrieved a stack of papers from her spatial wristband and handed them to Safi. He glanced over them and quickly discerned their contents. Human modification technology? Or perhaps mechanization? Safi shook his head. While temporary enhancements might dramatically increase strength, they could not sustain growth. How could it possibly compare to the strength achieved through personal training? Moreover, the documents clearly stated that this technology was far from perfected and likely carried adverse side effects, rendering it impractical. However, it could potentially cultivate some as guardians of strength. Safi saw through the significant flaws in this modification technology, which were insurmountable. Never mind, I'll hold on to this for now. We can discuss it once our journey on Namek concludes. Speaking of which, it has been many years since we last visited Namek. I truly wish to meet that benevolent elder once more. Over 2 decades ago, he had uttered many prophecies, most of which seemed to have come to fruition. It is time to pay him another visit. Chapter 54. The True Combat Power of Safi. On the planet Namek, 5 small single-pilot spaceships descended, simultaneously signaling the futile hopes of Vegeta's wish. Yet, few noticed that following these 5 vessels, a slightly larger spaceship landed shortly thereafter. You all stay with the ship and await our return, Safi instructed after arranging for the other crew members aboard the ship, then departed with Ella. Shall we go directly to seek Frieza? Ella inquired, having already detected Frieza's location with her scanner. At their current speed, they would arrive shortly. 538,000. It appears Frieza has reverted to that striped little imp again, Safi chuckled, displaying disdain for his so-called method of energy compression, which was a mere manifestation of his inability to control his power. No, let us first visit the Elder. Remember to activate the protective shield and suppress our energy signature. We mustn't allow anyone on this planet to notice us. Furthermore, that King Kai fellow might be using his authority to spy on us. While he is likely preoccupied with Vegeta and the others, we should take precautions. I have no desire to be monitored. As soon as Safi finished speaking, Ella promptly activated the protective shield, and they both simultaneously suppressed their energy. Their abundant power, combined with the non-combat nature of the energy shield, consumed little stamina. Captain, before we see the Elder, I believe there is one more matter to address, Ella suddenly stated, catching Safi off guard. Oh, what is it? I don't recall any unresolved issues. It is to ascertain whether you possess the capability to withstand Frieza, Ella said, her tone devoid of jest. And Safi's amused expression faded. Why? For no particular reason, merely that I still harbor a sense of unease. Safi, based on my calculations, Frieza is no match for me. If you can withstand 80% of my strength, then you will undoubtedly prevail in a confrontation with Frieza, allowing me to rest easy knowing you can confront him. Ella now showed no fear of Safi's commanding presence. She could not allow him to act recklessly. Is that so? As your captain, I must express that your understanding of my power is woefully inadequate, Sapphite remarked, nodding in agreement. Indeed, during this period, my strength has indeed swelled alarmingly. Let us engage in a demonstration. With a resounding thud, Ella instantaneously transformed, radiating a golden aura that shimmered brilliantly in the air. Even the presence of 3 suns on Namek could not eclipse this brilliance. Sapphite, be cautious. I shall initially exert 60% of my power, Ella declared, observing the confident smirk at the corner of Sapphite's mouth, indicating that he was already prepared. Without hesitation, she unleashed a punch. With a dazzling golden light, Ella's fist sliced through the air with an audible whoosh. Sapphite met her attack without a moment's pause, and their fists collided with a force that produced a thunderous explosion in the atmosphere. Ella unleashed a flurry of punches, yet each was deftly countered by Sapphite. You could afford to exert a bit more strength. I am still holding back, Sapphite teased, his tone remarkably relaxed. At that moment, Ella gained a profound understanding of Sapphite's power. Although she had exerted 60% of her strength, Sapphite's demeanor remained so carefree that it suggested he was wielding at least 80% of his own might. This realization meant that even at her utmost capacity, she could only inflict minimal damage. Sapphite, be on guard this time. I intend to unleash the full extent of my Super Saiyan strength. Egarov, gathering her power once more to strike. With a resounding crash, Sapphite's expression turned serious as he met her ultimate punch with his right hand. The sheer force of the impact shattered the surrounding air with a deep, resounding boom. To her disbelief, Sapphite had actually withstood her attack. Ella could hardly believe her eyes. She had anticipated that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, even Sapphite, no matter how formidable, would be outmatched. Yet, it was unfathomable that even in his base form, he possessed strength that surpassed her own. Sapphite's current power was terrifying beyond measure. There is no need for astonishment. I am merely concealing a portion of my strength. The latent power within me seems to have been unearthed. I can feel an endless reservoir of might, seemingly unfathomable. I cannot even fathom the extent of my capabilities. Throughout this exchange, Sapphite maintained a calm demeanor, ultimately earning Ella's respect. Damn it, is there truly no hope left? Vegeta thought, despairing. Kakarote's son can hardly endure for long. If not for his playful intent, that boy would have perished long ago. How infuriating. I never imagined I would struggle against a mere member of the Ginyu Force. How can I possibly confront Frieza in my current state? My body is rebelling against me. I must await the opportune moment to inflict critical damage on Goku. Vegeta clutched his wounded left arm, his body battered and bruised, rendered nearly immobile. He could only hope that those two youngsters would create an opportunity for him. Damn it, I'm a son of Son Goku. I will never concede. Gohan cried out in desperate determination, mustering his strength to charge forward. With a crack, the sound of bones snapping echoed as Gohan's neck twisted grotesquely. His eyes glazing over as he collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. A splendid sound resonated through the air. Hold on, Vegeta, your turn is next, exclaimed a triumphant Kakarote. Just then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a spacecraft descended from the distant sky, its rounded, elliptical shape reminiscent of the architecture of Namek. Goku, you finally arrived, Krillin exclaimed, clutching a handful of soil, brimming with excitement. This Goku always appeared at the most critical moments. The hatch slowly descended, revealing a man clad in a crimson GI, adorned with light blue wristbands, the words King Kai emblazoned conspicuously upon his back. This man was none other than Son Goku, the beacon of hope for Krillin and the others. Furrowing his brow, Goku sensed the atmosphere around him and realized that Krillin and the others exuded a remarkably faint energy. Even Gohan's presence had dwindled to a mere whisper, as though it could vanish in the next instant. The situation appeared dire. Even Vegeta, typically brimming with confidence, seemed utterly defeated. This adversary must be formidable. Could it be Frieza? Prior to his arrival, Goku had gathered insights regarding the developments on Namek from King Kai. Despite possessing confidence in his recent training, a twinge of apprehension lingered. They're nearby. With a slight focus, Goku discovered that Gohan and the others were not far from him. Grasping the bag of Senza beans, he hurriedly rushed towards them. Chapter 55, Nero's Final Encounter. Unbeknownst to us, we had returned to this place, the site of our most profound transformation. Sapphite and Ella advanced slowly, unhurried, having sensed that this planet bore no energy surpassing Frieza's second transformation, alleviating their concerns of avenging against him. Ella nodded. Had they not found their way here years ago, their destinies might have remained unchanged, perhaps still battling on some distant planet, or worse, obliterated by Frieza's grasp. Although the growth in combat power here was not the most pronounced, it was a crucial trial nonetheless. I wonder how the Elder is faring. He is such a wise man. No worries, we shall arrive soon. As they stepped into the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over them, reminiscing about their experiences on Namek as they gradually approached the Elder's dwelling. Speaking of the last time, had you not held back, I dare say the three of us would have been laid low. Indeed, it was your two rascals who allowed that foolish Nero to take the front, while you both launched energy blasts from behind. They chuckled. True, but Ella was about to continue when her gaze fell upon the Elder's residence. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of Namekians, scattered haphazardly, their faces frozen in terror, clearly having suffered immense fright before their demise. Many buildings have been ravaged, with flames still flickering in some areas, billowing thick smoke into the air. Damn it, Frieza has already reached here. With a swift dive, Ella plunged downwards, hastening towards the Elder's abode, which was easily identifiable among the more than 10 rooms, the tallest being the elder's residence. Safet followed closely behind, casting a careful glance around, his expression grave, undoubtedly troubled by the safety of the elder. Frustrated by the inability to locate Ella, he struck a fist against the wall, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash, debris scattering in all directions. There was no time to waste. Safet scrutinized the largest room, where an elderly Namekian lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, and his expression revealed a profound astonishment at the moment of his demise. The elder had likely been moved in advance, though the means by which they acquired this information remained a mystery. It was clear that this individual was now in charge of the village. Safet was convinced that the elder was safe, for if harm had befallen him, his body would surely have been visible. Remembering correctly, the elder possessed a final protective talisman, the Dragon Balls. Perhaps the elder had foreseen this. His extraordinary abilities were indeed remarkable, though many were exclusive to the Namekians, unattainable by outsiders. Additionally, with allies like Nero at his side, while they may not be able to defeat Frieza, escaping before Frieza intervened should pose no problem. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Ella had not taken the time to contemplate seriously, but upon Safet's warning, she too sensed the anomaly. Safet nodded in agreement, lamenting the chaotic energies enveloping the planet, with multiple powerful forces at odds. The elder's presence was faint otherwise. They would have detected him by now with their scouters or through energy sensing. We should relocate. We must act swiftly to prevent unforeseen occurrences. It is imperative that we reach the elder as soon as possible. I had promised to resolve the issues plaguing Namek, and I cannot go back on my word today. Safet ascended into the air, casting one last glance at the village, inwardly cursing, Frieza, you've just given me another reason to kill you. Let us go, Ella exclaimed, resorting to the scouter once more. Instantly, two precise readings emerged from the south, one at 42,000 and the other at 538,000. Damn it, 42,000 is Nero. He is battling Frieza. Upon realizing the 538,000 power level, Safet recalled that it was indeed Frieza. Recalling a past memory, it was Nero who had engaged Frieza to buy time. Damn it, we must go to Nero immediately. We cannot allow Frieza to kill him. The trio had lived and fought alongside Nero for a year, their bond undeniably strong. Although Safet knew Nero was not in immediate danger, he felt an anxious urgency to see him one last time. The two sped through the air, racing toward their destination with all haste. Truly, Frieza is formidable. But even if I were to whisper the secret to you, it would be futile. I imagine Dandy has already located those Earthlings. Soon they will fulfill their wishes. Give up, Frieza, your chances have run out. Severely injured, Nero lay on the ground, unable to move, his only weapon left being his biting words. Damn it, you have been wasting my time all along. Frieza, seething with rage, extended his palm, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, he quickly retracted his hand, sneering, Do not think you can waste my time any further with your worthless life. Soaring into the sky, with no time to transform, I immediately set forth at the swiftest speed towards my spaceship. Farewell, Earthlings. Nero peacefully closed his eyes, aware that his current physical condition could not withstand for long. Just a minute after Frieza departed, two figures descended from the heavens. They landed steadily, gazing at their friend whose fate hung in the balance. At a loss for words to describe such a scene. Nero, are you not going to open your eyes and greet your old friends? Safet observed the injured Nero, feeling helpless. He had just inquired with Ella. Both of them were equipped with medical devices, and this mission was supposed to be a certainty, never anticipated needing those tools. Straining to open his eyes, Nero beheld two robust Saiyans, a man and a woman, standing beside him, yet he had no recollection of them. I am Safet, and this is Ella. Do you remember us? However, it is indeed understandable since we haven't seen each other in over 20 years. Safet nodded in understanding, lifting Nero to rest against his leg. Oh, it's you. I can hardly believe it. You now possess such formidable power. Nero's voice was faint, lacking the strength to speak further. Although Safet and Ella did not unleash their full might, concealing much of it, it was sufficient to astonish Nero. Come, can you hold on? We'll carry you to my spaceship for treatment. It won't take long, probably less than half an hour. Ella gently grasped Nero, attempting to lift him. No, it's unnecessary. I know my body. There is no time left. Please, just set me down, Nero replied, preferring to speak more comfortably. He understood that he could last at most another 10 minutes, and without immediate effective treatment, hope was lost. Silently, they placed Nero down, standing beside him. unsure of what to say to their old friend. Haha, I'm still glad you could come. Now Namek faces its greatest crisis. I hope you can protect the elder. He's just in the nearby house. Safet, I know you are strong, but do not challenge Frieza. You cannot defeat him. I have fought him and felt the terror of his power, Nero warned. Nodding, Safet agreed. You must hurry. I, a dying man, wish to remain alone for a while, to savor the last remnants of my homeland. Please take care of the elder. With that, Nero closed his eyes, utterly devoid of strength, his body in ruins. Unable to utter more, the two exchanged a deep gaze with him, then slowly ascended, flying towards the direction Nero had indicated. Chapter 56, The Elder's Grief. Without lingering, the two hastened towards the elder's residence. Given Nero's recent misfortune, they rushed to the elder's side to fulfill Nero's final wish. As they flew swiftly this time, no further mishaps occurred, and they quickly arrived at their destination. Ahead, just in front, they were nearing their destination. Safet focused his gaze and spotted a grand structure at the summit of a distant peak, unmistakably a Namekian edifice, and indeed more colossal than the typical abodes of their kind. Oh no, he exclaimed, noticing Ella gesturing animatedly. Indeed, a gaping hole marred the roof, evidently the result of an energy blast. Accelerating once more, both felt an urgency. Should anything happen to the elder, their gains would be significantly diminished. Their expedition to planet Namek was initially motivated by the intent to eliminate Frieza, yet more importantly, they sought the elder's wisdom and guidance. Although their powers had transcended those of ordinary beings, Safet, upon regaining his memories, recognized that despite their formidable strength, it remained insufficient. The information from his memories concluded with the journey on Namek, yet he understood that the saga of the Dragon Balls was far from over, and future adversaries would likely rival Frieza's might. If their strength were merely a slight enhancement over Frieza's, they would undoubtedly face doom in the later stages. However, Safet found himself at a loss for ways to augment his abilities. He began to sense the limits of his potential. Even with rigorous training, the increments in strength felt minimal, which filled him with trepidation. Moreover, he was eager to discern a crucial question. Who had come this time? Were they Saiyans? I presume you are the reinforcements those Earthlings mentioned, he mused, a chuckle escaping him. Indeed, you possess a formidable power. Are you the Saiyans destined to rescue planet Namek? Who might you be? The elder squinted, perceiving the surging power concealed within the two before him, akin to an unending tide. Safet remained composed, understanding that Krillin and the others had likely informed the elder of Goku's impending arrival, so he was not surprised. Ella, initially taken aback, soon recalled the elder's extraordinary abilities and found solace in that realization. Regarding the Saiyan destined to save Namek, she reflected on her and Safet's powers in comparison to the rampaging Frieza, allowing herself a smile. It appears not only Nero, but the elder cannot discern our identities. She thought. The elder pondered for a moment before sensing again, and then exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, it is you. To see you again after all these years is truly remarkable. Those younglings have grown to this extent. It is incredible. You are Safet, correct? And you are Ella. Oh, I recall a lad named Pravidi. Did he not accompany you? Upon mentioning Pravidi, the elder noticed the absence of sorrow on their faces, prompting his subsequent inquiry. He lacks the requisite strength to partake in this battle. Elder, you should now sense that our powers have surpassed Frieza's. If you require assistance, we can swiftly eliminate him, Safet declared with utmost confidence. Though Frieza's might was formidable, he had seldom engaged with opponents of equal caliber in terms of skill. He was no match for warriors like Safet, who had honed their abilities through continuous combat. Even with comparable strength, they could undoubtedly defeat him, especially given that their powers had far exceeded his. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, slowly shaking his head, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke again. From the moment Frieza arrived at Namek, I sensed an overwhelming dread. Initially, I believed it was solely Frieza's doing, but I later realized that it was not him at all. A terrifying shadow loomed over Namek, and just over half an hour ago, I felt it drawing ever closer. Such a magnitude of fear could not possibly originate from a mere Frieza. It was an anguish far more profound. The Grand Elder paused, inhaling sharply before articulating his final conclusion. The entire galaxy, perhaps even the universe, faces absolute annihilation, a terror never before witnessed. Half an hour ago, ISNT, that around the time we arrived? Safet pondered, contemplating whether some malevolent force might be lurking aboard their spacecraft, or if an unnoticed vessel had also entered Namek. Confident in his own perceptions, Safet could not dismiss the Grand Elder's words, which held a weight that suggested truth and a lack of deceit. The Grand Elder shook his head, a gesture of resignation. Suddenly, the sky darkened, enveloping them in an icy gloom akin to the depths of night, a phenomenon incongruous with Namek's three sons. This abrupt transformation startled Ella, who swiftly assumed a combat stance, her gaze darting around in search of the anomaly's source. There is no need for alarm. This is merely a manifestation of the Earthlings summoning the dragon. They must be nearing the fulfillment of their wishes. If that is the case, the ensuing battles should proceed smoothly, the Grand Elder elucidated. Ella relaxed her tense demeanor and continued conversing with the Grand Elder. My time remaining is scant. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I shall not exceed an hour. However, I am eager to learn more. May I examine your memories? Perhaps I might uncover something of significance. Now, both fell silent, each harboring private matters they wished to keep concealed. Rest assured, I shall merely observe, without divulging anything. I believe you are both keen to understand the nature of this formidable threat, the Grand Elder reassured them. Taking a step forward in compliance, Ella approached. The Grand Elder gently placed his hand atop her head. Unlike the previous enhancement, this time it was a mere stillness. Ah, within you lies an astonishing power, yet unrevealed. Indeed, there is more to you than meets the eye. Seize this opportunity, and you shall surely succeed. The Grand Elder's exploration of memories unfolded in Ella's mind like a cinematic reel. The first revelation was undeniably the secret of the Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Ella cast a sidelong glance at Sapphire, who stood with his arms crossed, observing her intently, causing her cheeks to flush. Regrettably, there was little to be gleaned. Sapphire, could you come here? As Sapphire fretted over the possibility of being discovered by the Grand Elder for knowing the secrets of the Dragon Ball world. The Grand Elder's voice reached his ears. With trepidation, Sapphire approached, feeling that it mattered little. If discovered, he would have to negotiate with the Grand Elder about safeguarding his secret. Placing his hand atop his own head, Sapphire felt a lingering unease. A chilling aura enveloped Sapphire as an expression of astonishment reminiscent of an extraterrestrial flickered through his mind, repeatedly echoing the numeral 50,000. The moment the Elder spoke, it left Ayla in a state of disbelief. As the Elder began to speak, Sapphire felt a tightening in his chest. Why is it that there are numerous aspects of your memory I cannot access? Sapphire, were you once protected by a wise being who safeguarded your memories? The Elder merely posed this question before continuing his investigation, determined to uncover the truth himself. As he sifted through the fragments of Sapphire's recollections, the Elder found no indication of any entity possessing such capabilities to aid Sapphire, yet he soon stumbled upon something that altered his expression dramatically. The previously placid gaze of the Elder suddenly radiated an unusual brilliance. In a sudden fit, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing back into his seat. Murmuring to himself, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. Both the Elder and Sapphire exclaimed simultaneously. Sapphire, I sense your query regarding your inability to transform into a Super Saiyan. I, too, am uncertain of the answer. However, within you lies a power akin to that of a Super Saiyan, immense, even terrifying in its magnitude. I implore you to wield it wisely, for it far surpasses any force I have encountered in my centuries of existence. I hope you refrain from indiscriminate violence. Upon finishing his words, the Elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling Sapphire to refrain from further inquiries. I understand your mind is rife with questions, yet these answers must be sought by you alone. The events concerning Namek cannot be undone, so do not burden yourself with them. Others will take care of Frieza. The Elder's gaze became unfocused, as if he sensed his time was running out. Indeed, I have exhausted the last remnants of my life force in probing your memories. I can endure but a minute longer. If it is within your power, please look after the other inhabitants of Namek. Thank you. With these final words, the Elder gradually closed his eyes, his life force extinguished. The sky above began to brighten, and, as the sunlight cascaded down, a heavy cloud seemed to settle upon Sapphire's heart. Chapter 57, Earth. The Elder's death, sudden and unexpected, left a profound impact. Yet he chose not to disclose the truths he yearned to uncover. However, it was indeed better to seek answers independently, as the Elder had suggested. Now, Sapphire and Ayla had no intention of confronting Frieza. That fiend was not their match and could be dealt with at any time. Conversely, the terrifying entity the Elder mentioned piqued Sapphire's interest. Perhaps it would lead to a grand confrontation, or perhaps it would be in vain, but either outcome held no significance. Though uncertain whether the Namekians held burial rites, Sapphire took it upon himself to dig a grave for the Elder's remains. If not for the knowledge that Nero would merge with Piccolo, he might have undertaken the same for the Elder. This shall be my final tribute to the Elder. Safat sighed with regret. In truth, the Elder's assistance had been limited to enhancing his battle prowess during his childhood. Beyond that, there was little else to recall. In truth, every encounter between Safat and the Grand Elder yields profound insights. More precisely, the Grand Elder plays an indispensable role in Safat's journey of growth. After performing the Saiyan salutation, Safat gradually distanced himself from Ella. Once again, they erected a protective shield, not only to deter prying eyes, but also to facilitate their search for the so-called terrifying presence. Should the adversary detect them, even if victory were assured, the likelihood of evasion due to the potential complications would be high. Thus, it sufficed to diminish their energy to remain undetected, while Safat busied himself with the search. A fierce battle raged nearby. Upon learning of Frieza's transformation abilities from Sabo, Vegeta's confidence prompted him to challenge Frieza. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Frieza likely relished the opportunity to toy with his opponent. Had Safat been present, he would undoubtedly have mocked Frieza for his obstinate nature. During their first encounter with Frieza, had Frieza not indulged in his penchant for amusement, the vengeful souls would not have returned to the realm of the living, nearly leading to his own demise. Currently, emboldened by his remaining 2 transformations, Frieza engaged in a prolonged battle against Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta in his first form. Yet the clash yielded no decisive result. Nonetheless, it was evident that Frieza held the upper hand. Subsequently, with the fulfillment of the Dragon Ball's wishes, Piccolo arrived to confront Frieza in his second transformation, followed by Vegeta's demise and Goku's arrival, unfolding precisely as Safat recalled. As Frieza transformed, Ella's detector instantaneously shattered, while Safat's remained intact, as he had not surveyed that particular energy. However, his search for energy signatures yielded no discoveries. After hours of fruitless searching, although Safat felt no fatigue, the aimless pursuit was indeed exasperating. Most areas had been thoroughly examined. If this section was completed, only Frieza's vicinity would remain unexplored. Do you think that fellow might be watching from Frieza's side? Ella suggested. Her impatience palpable after such a lengthy search had yielded no results. Safat pondered for a moment, recognizing the likelihood of this possibility. Initially reluctant to disrupt the ongoing battle, he had not considered that if this individual had come to Namek, he must have a purpose. And with no other living beings in sight, it was entirely plausible he could be hiding there, silently observing Frieza and his comrades in combat. Let us proceed there immediately. Maintain the protective shield to prevent detection. Turning, they soared off, soon arriving at the battlefield. In truth, it would have been far better for me to personally resolve the matter with Frieza. With the existence of the Dragon Balls, I could easily restore my home planet, which had been annihilated. Thus, there would be no need to squabble with this wretched being any further. Safat understood the miraculous nature of the Dragon Balls and was aware that similar orbs existed on Earth. Perhaps it was time to make a visit to Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. As for Frieza, initially steeped in profound enmity, the animosity had diminished considerably after the last encounter nearly resolved their conflict. With the father still alive and the home planet capable of restoration, the resentment no longer held the same intensity. Moreover, had not the Elder proclaimed that the Chosen One would handle the situation? Regardless, Frieza was destined for demise. Should the task prove too daunting, I shall intervene. Ella and Safat descended low, maintaining a significant distance, not to avoid collateral damage, but merely to evade detection. It appeared that the Elder's judgment this time was lacking. Ella gazed into the distance at the figure confronting Frieza, noting the pitiful state of their suffering under his assault, and reflected on the imminent defeat that awaited the adversary. A considerable energy orb loomed in the bright sky, yet Safat, despite the brilliance, discerned the immense power emanating from it. What is that? A remarkably pure energy. Alas, it seemed insufficient to vanquish Frieza, whose defenses remained formidable. Observing the colossal life sphere that descended with tremendous force, Safat calculated and concluded that its power was inadequate. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, akin to a nascent sun illuminating the entire sky. The Earth was bombarded, creating a vast crater, while the planet itself bore deep indentations, with seawater rushing in from all directions. Safat and Ella could only glide close to the ocean's surface to maintain flight. Indeed, as the 4 beings from Earth prepared to return to their ship, a blinding light pierced through Piccolo's form. His aura shifted from its usual calm to a state of agitation. Ella, witnessing the catastrophic explosion of Goku above, sensed the transformation within him. It is fury, Safat affirmed. As anticipated, a golden aura erupted, overshadowing Saphite's own brutal energy. A Super Saiyan. I had thought him merely an Earthling, yet he severed his own tail. While Saphite understood the reasoning behind this, Ella remained unaware, allowing her to marvel at the spectacle. Do not merely observe. Take a moment to feel the peculiar power surrounding us, Saphite urged, never forgetting that his memories ceased after the destruction of planet Namek, leaving him uncertain of any formidable figures that might have emerged thereafter. The battle between Goku and Frieza intensified, the two combatants clashing with cataclysmic force. In a moment of desperation, Frieza unleashed a tremendous energy blast towards the entire planet. The sky darkened abruptly. What could have caused this? Ella was oblivious. But as Saphite turned, he indeed spotted a colossal dragon standing not far away. Alas, if only I understood the Namekian tongue. That which would be mine, Saphite sighed, recalling clearly that the Namekian dragon comprehended only its native language. Suddenly struck by a thought, Saphite extended his hand and shouted, "No." The scene shifted instantaneously, and Ella and Saphite found themselves in a lush, verdant garden, enveloped by dense trees and fragrant blossoms. Chapter 58, Vegeta, do you remember me? How unfortunate to have arrived directly on Earth, while no progress had been made on Namek. Sapphire pondered quietly, suppressing the frustration within. Had he known earlier, he would have directly utilized his will to inhibit the dragon's teleportation. Now that they had arrived on Earth, it was too late to reconsider, and he had to accept this reality. Originally, planet Namek possessed its own spacecraft, so there was no need to worry about suffocating in the vastness of space, and the shockwave from the planet's explosion could not harm them. However, since they had arrived, Sapphire chose to embrace it calmly, for he had already planned to come to Earth. The verdant surroundings and enchanting scenery bore evident signs of human cultivation. What could this mean? Era, unfamiliar with such circumstances, appeared somewhat anxious, yet was somewhat reassured by Sapphire's composed demeanor. This place could not be planet Namek. When the sky darkened, it was likely that the dragon had reappeared, and the wish must have been to transport the inhabitants of that planet here. Come, I have detected numerous individuals ahead. They must be the surviving Namekians. The Elder has entrusted us with their care, so let us first see how we may assist. The detector accurately indicated that there were hundreds of people gathered not far ahead, and since he had promised the Elder, he felt compelled to act. As they emerged from the woods, their peculiar appearance distinctly captured the attention of the crowd. "Who are you? I don't believe we've seen you here before," Bulma inquired. Assuming a commanding tone, Sapphire cast a brief glance at her, choosing to disregard her. He had no desire to engage with this self-important woman. Spotting the Elder, who had once been deceased, now standing before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Dragon Balls. He strode directly toward the Elder, but this prompted a defensive reaction from the other Namekians, who positioned themselves in front of the Elder, demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" These Namekians were not foolish. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation with the Earthlings, it was clear they were unfamiliar faces. "They're Saiyans," Gohan exclaimed, stirring astonishment among the others, especially Vegeta, who had been resting at a distance. Upon hearing this sensitive term, he immediately stood up and gazed in their direction. How could this be? Gohan pointed at their waists. Indeed, the tails adorning the two of them unmistakably revealed their identities. Incredible! Bulma gasped, while Vegeta hurried over. "Hey, what brings you two Saiyans to Earth? If you intend to invade, you might as well give up. We have countless powerful warriors here." TCH, foolish, Sapphire remained silent, while Era expressed her most sincere exasperation at such presumptuousness. "What did you say?" Bulma retorted furiously. At last, the resurrected Elder observed the situation. "Is that you, Sapphire? You have come as well." Upon hearing the Elder call his name, the surrounding Namekians were taken aback, but they quickly parted to create a path. Since the Elder had recognized him without any hint of hostility, it was clear he was not an enemy. Following the cleared path, the two continued to disregard Bulma and moved closer to the Elder. "Esteemed Elder, it is indeed a rare opportunity to encounter you once more. I regret to inform you that planet Namek is likely facing annihilation. However, I shall assist your kin in locating a new haven and will ensure the utmost protection. You may rest assured. Is that so? That is truly splendid." The Elder smiled faintly, but soon the sound of heavy objects crashing down echoed from behind him. Thud, thud, thud. "I am nearing my end. Sapphire, could you step aside for a moment? There are still matters I must convey to my kin. Although the Dragon Balls of Earth have granted me resurrection, my remaining time is limited." Sapphire nodded in understanding and discreetly moved aside. "Hey, you lot, Vegeta, having endured much, could no longer restrain himself. He recalled distinctly that aside from himself, Nappa, and Raditz, the only other Saiyan he knew on Earth was Kakarot. Otherwise, there was only that boy named Gohan. Vegeta was taken aback and filled with curiosity. He needed to comprehend this and uncover the truth. Oh, is it our dear prince? Darl? No, I suppose I should now address you as Vegeta, Sapphire remarked, using the term prince with a tone devoid of any respect. Who exactly are you? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that not only was the other party a Saiyan, but they were also familiar with him. Sapphire smiled slightly and beckoned Vegeta with a finger, soaring away into the distance. He believed the ensuing matters were internal Saiyan affairs and need not involve others. If possible, he deemed it sufficient for only Vegeta to comprehend. Infuriated, Vegeta swiftly followed suit. What do you think, Uncle Piccolo? Should we go after them? Gohan inquired, clutching Piccolo's arm. You stay here and look after my kin. I shall follow, Piccolo replied, sensing that the two individuals exuded an extreme danger, akin to facing Frieza. His concerns did not lie with Vegeta's well-being, but rather in preventing any ill intentions these two might harbor towards Earth. As Sapphire surveyed the terrain beneath him, he discovered a vast expanse of desolate desert. Devoid of life, an ideal locale for conversation. He descended and awaited Vegeta atop a rocky outcrop. You had better provide a satisfactory explanation, or you shall regret it. Vegeta warned ominously, having discerned Sapphire's intentions. Yet, bolstered by his confidence in his own strength, he felt no fear. Long time no see. I never anticipated you could endure under Frieza's command for such an extended period. You have my admiration, Sapphire began, but Vegeta could hardly contain his ire. That time spent under Frieza's rule was the most humiliating of his life, and the mere mention of it by Sapphire ignited his fury. If your invitation was merely to discuss this, then you can perish, Vegeta retorted. Wait, do you not wish to know who we are? Sapphire observed Vegeta's eagerness to engage in combat and instantly lost interest in playful banter. I need not inquire. Once I reduce you to a state of disarray, you shall reveal everything, Vegeta declared confidently, sensing that while the opponent's power was formidable, it was still not sufficient to compare with his own. It seems you have truly forgotten me, so allow me to offer you a hint. Do you recall the esteemed academy on planet Vegeta? I am the one who challenged you the very next day. As soon as the words left my lips, Vegeta fell into contemplation, only to abruptly awaken to the realization. You are that boy. Disappointing. It appears that a person of my insignificance has not made a lasting impression on you. Listen closely, I am Sapphire. As for the reason I have sought you out today, it is because Sapphire momentarily faltered, then with a swift motion of his right hand, unleashed a shockwave directed at the stone mill to Vegeta's right. Damn it, come out. Chapter 59, For the Sake of Fury. The Namekian, Sapphire, glared fiercely. This Namekian is Piccolo. Though having never encountered him before, he could not directly utter his name. You're courting death, even in the face of such peril. Sapphire remained unfazed. His power now far surpassed that of Piccolo, and dispatching this foe would be akin to child's play. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Sapphire, yet he refrained from charging forward, sensing a familiar presence. Piccolo, sensing the impending danger, was suddenly confronted by shadow. Without needing to look, Sapphire felt someone behind him, slightly ducked to evade a knife-hand strike, and retaliated with a ferocious punch. The sound echoed, a thud. Vegeta clasped his abdomen with both hands, his face contorted in agony, gradually collapsing to the ground. What is your purpose for coming to Earth? Upon witnessing Vegeta's swift downfall, Piccolo's heart quaked, yet that did not signify his retreat. Sapphire cast a sidelong glance at him, planting his foot atop Vegeta's head and twisting it gently. Scram, before my patience wears thin. Do not provoke me. I have no interest in Earth, merely some matters to settle with Vegeta. Had it not been for Nello's regard, I could have dealt with you when you were spying. Sapphire held no interest in Piccolo, who was now far beneath him in terms of combat ability. Ignoring the gritting teeth of Piccolo, Era dutifully positioned herself before Sapphire, obstructing Piccolo's line of sight. You should leave, Era spoke softly, yet Piccolo felt the underlying fury. Should he fail to withdraw, a fierce onslaught awaited him. Not daring to delay, he cast a glance at Vegeta before swiftly taking flight. Sapphire crouched down, grasping Vegeta's hair to lift him up. Truly a pitiable sight. Once a proud prince, how have you fallen to this state? It seems you have never found success under Frieza's command, and now in your challenge against Goku. Sapphire mercilessly picked at Vegeta's wounds, and upon hearing Kakarot's name, Vegeta appeared to momentarily forget his pain, slowly opening his eyes. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth. Yet the immense agony rendered him unable to control his body. Had he not rested for a while, he would have been unable to utter a single word. With no hesitation, Sapphite delivered a resounding slap across Vegeta's face. The series of blows left deep crimson imprints on Vegeta's visage, while Sapphite's hands moved rhythmically, akin to a fan. Humiliation. This was the most authentic form of disgrace. How does it feel? The genius of yesteryears, that prince who loomed over me, now lies in my grasp, transformed into this pitiful state, a far cry from your former demeanor. What a farce this has become. I, Sapphite, have always been true to my word. Rest assured, I would indeed spare you if I could. My voice rang with a triumphant tone, my face adorned with a smug expression, akin to a petty victor. I shall kill you. It appears you remain oblivious to the reality of your situation. Another round of slaps echoed through the air, leaving Vegeta's face swollen and bruised, yet his lips remained sealed in stubborn silence. A true tough guy. It's precisely this resilience that I admire. Sapphite's laughter pierced Vegeta's ears, a cacophony that grated on his nerves, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. With a thunderous impact, two fierce punches struck Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. Is this where you accept your fate? Your body cannot be so frail. Why do you not resist? Sapphite barked, having restrained his full strength in the earlier assault, anticipating a counterattack for Vegeta at this juncture. Vegeta coughed, a strange chuckle escaping his lips. What is so amusing? Sapphite scoffed. Regardless, it matters not to me. If this is all you are capable of, then I shall simply end your life. With an indifferent expression, Sapphite began to conjure an energy sphere in his palm. Go ahead, kill me. Is it not your desire to avenge the humiliation of the past? Come forth. Vegeta responded, his eyes barely open, exuding an air of resignation. Ah, so you think this way? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Lest you bring shame to your father. Your father, King Vegeta, was indeed a figure of heroism, but what a pity, Sapphite remarked, dismissing Vegeta with a casual toss, while occasionally glancing back, oblivious to any signs of resistance from him. Curse that irresponsible wretch. Do not speak of him. Vegeta's fury seemed to awaken something within him. As he slowly rose to his feet, his muscles swelling, veins protruding like giant worms. Sapphite smiled subtly. This was the reaction he had sought. Is that so? I had thought him a towering figure in your eyes, yet it appears he is but a disappointment. Alas, his son is unworthy of being compared to him, Sapphite mused, gazing skyward, lost in thought, while completely ignoring Vegeta's seething rage. Damned fool! Do not utter his name again. Vegeta charged forward, hands clasped, unleashing a powerful thrust toward Sapphite, his palms shooting forth energy blasts like a barrage of lasers. With relentless ferocity, Vegeta continued to release waves of energy, each explosion shrouding the arena in billowing smoke, rendering the scene chaotic and tumultuous. Finally, after a series of intense strikes, Vegeta felt the weariness set in, halting his onslaught, his gaze fixated on the swirling smoke. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the haze, launching a fierce punch that connected squarely with Vegeta's face. With hands crossed and raised, he swung down. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was slammed into the ground, leaving behind a long, deep trench. As he lay there, engulfed in excruciating pain, it was not the physical agony that troubled him most, but the turmoil within his heart. Was there truly no hope left? Indeed, I cannot prevail. Ha! Perhaps it is time to relinquish this fight and let things be. What has become of your glory? What your prowess? You have lost even the ambition to rise again and challenge me. You no longer deserve the title of a warrior. In a flash, Sapphite soared towards Vegeta, placing a foot upon his head. A profound sense of humiliation flooded Vegeta's heart, eclipsing all his suffering. The aspirations of strength could not be vanquished. I am Vegeta, the mightiest Saiyan. No, I am the strongest. Boom! A golden light blazed in Sapphite's eyes. Observing the fury etched upon Vegeta's face, Sapphite smiled faintly, having finally achieved his goal. Chapter 60. The Cosmic Conquest Plan. The surge of power felt boundless. An exhilarating sensation beyond compare. Vegeta, captivated by the radiant golden aura, found himself at a loss. What is this? Sapphite clapped his hands, signaling congratulations. How does the power of a Super Saiyan feel, Vegeta? As Vegeta surveyed his limbs, the return of strength rekindled his confidence in an instant. His gaze fixed intently upon Sapphite, brimming with fierce determination. He sought retribution for the earlier torment, wishing to return the pain tenfold. Sapphite, understanding his intent, chuckled. It seems you have regained some semblance of your former self. However, I would advise against challenging me. Otherwise, your newly found confidence will shatter in an instant. Bang! Alara, who had been allowing Safit to execute his plans without interference, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Vegeta's newfound power and his audacity. With a mere thought, her internal strength erupted, and in an instant, she transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. What is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the woman beside Safit was merely a Saiyan with some combat ability, never anticipating that she too could ascend to the form of Super Saiyan. Stand down, Alara. Do not presume that your transformation into a Super Saiyan makes you formidable. At present, I am not even Safit's match. Solidify your Super Saiyan strength before challenging me again. Do not think this is your limit. There is room for further growth. Next time, do not let me witness your weakness while attempting to confront Safit, or I shall impart a profound lesson upon you. Alara retracted her overwhelming aura, returning to her normal state, confident that Vegeta would now refrain from further combat. Indeed, Vegeta begrudgingly withdrew his own energy, yet maintained his Super Saiyan form, desperately needing to comprehend this state to adapt to the transformation. Safit, will you remain on Earth? Vegeta inquired, hoping these two powerful beings would stay. Otherwise, he would be left to train alone, which would slow his progress significantly. Moreover, they evidently possessed a deeper understanding of Super Saiyans. Perhaps he could glean some wisdom from them. Regarding the recent humiliation, he comprehended that it was also a means for his own advancement. Albeit he remained unaware of the motivations behind the other's actions. He would likely remain on Earth for some time, presumably not departing within a year. Yet judging by your demeanor, it seems you intend to establish a permanent presence here? Vegeta pondered for a moment before nodding. How splendid. Thus, both objectives have been accomplished. Allow me to share with you a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? It was a jest of modest consequence, Safit remarked. What? Vegeta's relationship with Safit had only recently thawed, and he appeared unaccustomed to such banter. The good news is that there are still many lost Saiyans scattered throughout the universe, and I assure you, your father was indeed a hero, not a mere fabrication. Safit succinctly recounted the decisions made by King Vegeta in those bygone days. So, it turns out that was the case. Damn it. I had always believed that man had sacrificed his entire race in pursuit of power. Vegeta sighed deeply as the knots in his heart began to unravel. For years, he had harbored the notion that his father had sought to dominate the universe, challenging Frieza, only to fail, leading to their annihilation. You have shared the good news. Now, please convey the bad news as well, Vegeta said, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The bad news is that King Vegeta entrusted the throne to another. Thus you are no longer the prince of the Saiyans. Ahaha. Vegeta laughed heartily. What? Is that amusing? Vegeta shook his head, speaking lightly. I thought it was something truly dreadful. It turns out to be this. Not being a prince is a blessing, as I am freed from the weight of princely responsibilities and can devote myself wholeheartedly to pursuing even greater strength. Thank you for bringing me these two pieces of good news. That is even better. However, I must take my leave as I have matters to attend to with Ella. Safit concluded. With everything laid bare, not only did Vegeta feel relaxed, but Safit also felt a considerable weight lifted. For if Vegeta were to contend for the title of prince, it could indeed incite chaos. Vegeta nodded and soared towards the West capital. Having no place to call home, he decided to investigate there first. Watching Vegeta depart, Ella approached and inquired, Safit, where are we headed? Aren't we to seek the Dragon Balls? Surely, it would be easier to procure them by visiting the homes of those Earthlings, considering they have also once acquired the Dragon Balls. Safit slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this matter. Shaking his head in resignation, he mused that had he known, he would have simply followed Vegeta and introduced himself later. Never mind. Let us follow in Vegeta's wake. With a leap, the two ascended and trailed behind Vegeta. They did not accelerate, but instead flew slowly, attuned to Vegeta's direction. Safit still had some essential matters to strategize, many of which required Ella's consent. As for the plan to dominate the galaxy, let's put that on hold for now. Although Frieza has been dealt with, there are still formidable adversaries, such as that fellow, Kefla, who is Frieza's brother, and judging by his treatment of Frieza, his power is undoubtedly superior to that of Frieza. Ella nodded in agreement, yet a hint of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, Safit, do you recall the words Frieza spoke during our first decisive battle? She wasn't certain if he remembered, but she retained a vague impression. What? Frieza has uttered countless words, He cannot be certain which one Ella is referring to. Frieza had mentioned that he was of the Frost Demon race. Given that he belonged to a race, even if it consisted of a small number of individuals, there would still be at least a dozen or even several dozen. Even if Frieza was a remarkable specimen among them, it was plausible that there existed others of considerable strength, such as Frieza's father. Ella's speculation indeed took Sap by surprise. Although he had no recollection of any information regarding Frieza's race, logically, it was certainly a possibility worth considering. Indeed, we must contemplate this thoroughly. Should a rare formidable opponent manage to hinder us, our subordinates would likely be incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the rest of the Frost Demons, Sap reflected, aware that his team bore significant vulnerabilities. Among them, only the 3 Saiyans possessed considerable combat power. Following them was Damu, whose fighting capability barely exceeded 20,000, rendering him inconsequential in the grand scheme. Just as Sap intended to conclude their conversation, a sudden and violent explosion erupted beneath them. Boom! Chapter 61, Galo. The explosion stirred a thick cloud of dust, though its force was not particularly overwhelming, as Sap could easily replicate such an effect with a mere flick of his hand. Adopting a defensive stance, the tension in their bodies gradually eased with the dissipating dust, leaving only heaps of rubble behind. It seemed less like an energy attack and more akin to a technological bomb detonation. Ella surveyed the debris, quickly discerning the truth. If it had been an energy blast, such large fragments would not have remained. It would have left only tiny remnants. Yes, it appears to have stabilized. Let us descend and investigate, Sap remarked, sensing no further fluctuations in energy that might indicate another explosion. Even if his judgment were slightly flawed, it mattered little. Such a degree of force could not harm them. Gently descending, the two did not land directly upon the rubble, but hovered 10 meters above, observing the scene below. Suddenly, a metallic arm emerged from the pile of debris, sweeping away the stones that had settled atop it and slowly pulling itself out. It turned out to be a robot. The hatch opened gradually, revealing an elderly man who appeared unaware of the 2 observers above. He muttered in dissatisfaction, "How frustrating. Android number 12 has failed again. Is it truly impossible to create such a powerful robot, or is my approach misguided?" Beep, beep, beep. An orange alert? The elderly man, sporting a pair of sunglasses, was startled by the sudden beeping. It seemed he was a scientist. Sap chuckled to himself, recognizing the need for talent in the realm of technology. He pondered whether this individual possessed any skills worth harnessing. If so, he could certainly be of service to Sap. However, it appeared that Earth's technological advancements were not particularly advanced. Ella harbored concerns regarding the capabilities of the individual below, believing that, based on Earth's technology, he could not possibly measure up to the advanced standards found within the cosmos. "Let us descend and investigate," she suggested. The 2 began to gently descend. While the elderly man sensed their arrival and hastily leapt into his robotic contraption, his expression grave as he regarded them. "Who are you?" he inquired. Sap, intrigued, gazed at him without uttering a word, prompting the old man to speak first. "Did you construct these devices alone?" Sap gestured toward the robot, recognizing that although it lacked formidable power, it was capable enough to contend with beings of considerable strength. When it came to discussing technology, the old man's demeanor swelled with pride. "Indeed, but you have yet to answer my question. I am the future ruler of the universe. My name is Sap. Beside me is my teammate, Ella. I would like to enlist your services. I can offer you invaluable technology, knowledge, and substantial financial support. What do you say?" Sap emphasized the phrase ruler of the universe, wanting to convey the weight of his potential. The old man scoffed, dismissing him entirely. He held no faith in Sap's claims, despite sensing the formidable energy radiating from him. "If you have come merely to boast, you may leave." With a series of loud thuds, Sap refrained from responding verbally. Instead, he extended his hand, unleashing 3 bursts of energy from his fingertips, obliterating an invisible object in midair. The old man was taken aback. "Do not try to deceive me with such trivial tricks. Do you think I cannot sense the extraction of blood from me by these mechanical insects?" He paused, considering Sap's potential. "I will spare you for now. I hope you take my warning seriously. Consider this as a gift and be prepared to provide a satisfactory response upon my next visit. Those who take from me without fulfilling their obligations rarely meet favorable outcomes." Sap produced a collection of technological data gathered from the Frieza planet and offered it to the old man. A carrot-and-stick approach is the most effective strategy. However, the old man was fully aware of the implications. He understood that the energy detected by his robot far exceeded its bearing capacity. suggesting that Safit could easily dismantle his creation. Remaining silent, the old man, accustomed to his independence, had little desire to join Safit's ranks. Yet, Safit possessed ample confidence and patience. He was pressed for time in his quest for the Dragon Balls and could not linger. I trust you will make the wisest decision. When I return, do not disappoint me, for I will be displeased, Safit declared as he ascended, preparing to depart. By the way, old man, what is your name? He suddenly inquired from above. After a moment of silence, the old man simply uttered 2 words, Gallo. As he watched Safit and Ella depart, Dr. Gallo retracted his gaze, feeling conflicted about how to respond upon their next encounter. Shifting his focus to the blueprints Safit had handed him, he gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible to achieve such a form of human enhancement? The energy conversion devices. Oh my, what a magnificent gift that fellow has bestowed upon me. I am certain I can create the most formidable artificial beings in the entire universe. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gallo succumbed to an unprecedented frenzy, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. As a scientist, he profoundly understood the immense enhancement these materials would bring to his technological prowess. That fool clearly underestimated the worth of these blueprints. Otherwise, how could he so casually present them to me? Gallo's mind raced, piecing together the extraordinary actions he had just witnessed from Safit. As for Safit, he believed that one's innate strength outweighed the benefits of extensive modification. Even if enhancements rendered one powerful, they would undoubtedly stifle personal growth, a trade-off not worth making. Moreover, by handing these blueprints to Gallo, he thought that Gallo would eventually become his subordinate. Whether he received them sooner or later mattered little, as the most he would face would be the inconvenience of eliminating this ungrateful doctor. Unbeknownst to Safit, his actions would unleash a catastrophic calamity upon Earth, nearly leading to its annihilation. Meanwhile, realizing that he had fallen behind due to his earlier delay, Safit hastened his pace and soon spotted Vegeta ahead. Vegeta, aware of their pursuit, merely cast a glance over his shoulder before dismissing them entirely. Being a fellow Saiyan and having significantly mellowed in temperament, he bore no ill will towards the 2 who had assisted him in achieving his transformation. Initially despondent upon hearing that Kakarot had become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta had doubted himself and lost the heart of a warrior. However, the arrival of these 2 had transformed his outlook. Now, with renewed confidence from learning that Kakarot had also successfully attained the Super Saiyan form, Vegeta longed for a fierce battle with him. Yet, he recognized that Kakarot would not return for some time, and from the woman named Ella, he learned that Super Saiyans could wield varying levels of power, depending on their proficiency. Thus, he resolved to train rigorously in anticipation of Kakarot's return, determined to emerge victorious. Just wait, Kakarot, he chuckled. Chapter 62, The Pitfall of the Dragon. What? You're searching for the Dragon Balls? Boomed Bulma, entirely lacking the demeanor of a refined lady. Opposite her stood Safit, who had initially followed Vegeta, but soon realized that Vegeta had become preoccupied on a deserted island, attempting once more to transform into a Super Saiyan. With no other recourse, he resorted to using a scouter to locate a few individuals with significant battle power. Not long after Safit and his companion departed, Gohan and the others were still at Bulma's residence. Safit arrived without difficulty, but when he sought to inquire about the Dragon Balls, the situation took an unexpected turn. Don't play coy with me. Do you think I am unaware that you possess a device for locating the Dragon Balls? Hand it over for our use, and I assure you, it will be returned. Do not test my patience. Safit regarded Bulma with disdain, viewing her beauty as a mere facade for arrogance. In his eyes, she was inconsequential. Stepping forward, Safit's repressed aura began to unfurl slowly. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and Shaolin and the others sensed the impending crisis, instinctively positioning themselves in front of Bulma. What? Do you fools dare to challenge me? Safite scoffed. If it were Kakarot, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope, but you? Do not make me laugh. As he subtly revealed his imposing presence, Shaolin and the others felt the weight of pressure intensify. After a brief pause, Safite, who had no intention of escalating the situation, merely sought to utilize the Dragon Balls, something he initially deemed straightforward. Lend us your Dragon Radar. It's merely a wish. Do not compel me to resort to force. I believe you are aware that you cannot withstand me. However, should any troubles arise, feel free to send someone to find me in the cosmos. If I recall correctly, this territory also belongs to Frieza, but now that I have taken control, I trust you have the leisure to explore the universe. I shall ensure you the finest arrangements. How does that sound? Safite was uncertain whether Goku or himself was the true protagonist of this world, and hastily escalating enmity with a potential main character was evidently unwise. It was better to handle matters amicably if possible. Very well, then, we shall lend it to you. But do enlighten us. What wish do you intend to make? Shaolin, understanding the underlying principle, noticed that their adversary did not seem inclined to invade or attack. It merely appeared that he was having a bad day, much like that Vegeta, which was hardly alarming. What? Is that your concern as well? Ella remarked with dissatisfaction. No. It's just that making a wish with the Dragon Balls requires a secret phrase. If you do not disclose your wish, we cannot assist you. Shaolin fabricated a lie, while discreetly signaling to those behind him. Upon hearing this, Sapphire recognized the ruse but chose not to expose it, as the wish was nothing shameful. He spoke up. We wish to restore our home planet that was destroyed by Frieza. Is that wish unreasonable? Shaolin and the others exchanged glances and accepted this rationale. Seeing the others in agreement, Bulma's solitary dissent was inconsequential. She huffily retrieved the dragon radar from the room and handed it over to Sapphire, elegantly turning away and storming into her bedroom. After departing from West City, Ella and Sapphire successfully acquired the Dragon Balls, encountering a few minor obstacles along the way. Yet for the two, these were hardly troublesome. A mere display of strength quickly quelled all resistance, compelling the adversaries to obediently surrender the Dragon Balls. Completing the theatrical performance, upon gathering all the Dragon Balls, the duo returned to West City, following Shaolin's instructions regarding the secret phrase needed to summon the dragon. Staring blankly, Shaolin found himself reluctantly standing before the Dragon Balls, hesitating for an extended moment as he muttered incantations, before finally shouting, "Come forth, dragon." This commotion caused Sapphire and the others behind him to stifle their laughter for quite some time. Ultimately, after the fervent shout, the dragon graciously obliged. The 7 Dragon Balls, unevenly distributed, began to shimmer simultaneously. The sky darkened, reminiscent of the scene on Namek. Subsequently, a blinding beam of light shot forth, encircled by golden arcs of electricity. As the golden energy meandered through the sky, pulsating and accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. The scene was truly magnificent, although it differed from the dragon of Namek. It bore a semblance of grandeur. This was the first time Sapphire had witnessed a dragon's emergence, and he could not help but express his astonishment. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? I remember being taken aback the first time I laid eyes on the dragon, Kobayashi remarked, speaking with familiarity to Sapphire. Yet, the latter merely nodded, which was entirely unexpected for Kobayashi. Gather Dragon Ball collectors. Articulate your desires. I can fulfill any wish, but only one. The dragon's commanding voice resonated through the air. Sapphire stepped forward, standing before the dragon, and declared loudly, "Dragon, restore planet Vegeta, which was obliterated by Frieza over 20 years ago, to its former glory." There was no need for Kobayashi and the others to relay his wish. He could voice it himself. As for his wish, it was certainly not a deceitful request like immortality, which Sapphire regarded with disdain. Please wait. The dragon's crimson eyes emitted a piercing brilliance, which persisted for several seconds before it exhaled slowly and continued. Planet Vegeta has been restored. However, the lives upon it cannot be revived, as most souls have been reincarnated and cannot be summoned back. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With lightning speed, the dragon uttered these words and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, swiftly retreated into the Dragon Balls. The collected orbs converged, transforming into a luminous sphere that ascended into the sky, dispersing into 7 radiant beams of light. Only Sapphire remained in disarray amidst the wind. What is the meaning of this? What use is a desolate planet to me? This wretched dragon, Sapphire exclaimed in fury. A planet devoid of science could hardly be called Planet Vegeta, even if the environment was identical. Although he currently occupied merely 1/3 of Frieza's domain, the vastness of planets offered ample opportunity to discover worlds reminiscent of his home planet. Damn it. I truly believed that dragon's claim of granting any wish. With his objective unfulfilled, Sapphire soared into the air in anger, since the dragon could not fulfill his desire. Attempting again would yield the same results. What, then, was the purpose of his presence on Earth? Consumed by rage, Sapphire chose not to unleash his fury here. Instead, he retrieved a small spacecraft from his spatial wrist, boarded it immediately, and activated it. Ella, we are departing. With that, he launched into space with decisive swiftness. Ella shook her head helplessly, accustomed to Sapphire's capricious behavior, and followed suit by retrieving her spacecraft to pursue him. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals on Earth stood speechless in the wind. Is he really leaving just like that? They thought to themselves. Finally, he is gone, which was what they truly wished to express. The pressure exerted by Sapphire and Ella was overwhelming. Only Bulma, being an ordinary person, remained unaffected by their formidable presence, oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on Kobayashi and the others' brows. Chapter 63. Return. Are you still angry about your wish? Ella inquired, observing Sapphire in silence through the video feed in the vastness of space. Sapphire responded abruptly, yet his tone betrayed an unmistakable agitation. It seemed futile to deny the evident distress etched upon his visage. How could one possibly believe in the existence of a wish-granting entity capable of fulfilling all desires? It appeared that even the dragon's wishes were bound by limitations, a notion that Ella conveyed, albeit with a hint of derision towards the Dragon Balls. So be it. They would return and seize Frieza's territory, subsequently devising a strategy for galactic domination. This task fell squarely upon his shoulders, and he ought not to fret over the Dragon Balls any longer. Sapphire understood Ella's sentiments well. Initially, he too felt a surge of anger, perhaps stemming from a life of untroubled ease, having never faced such vexing circumstances. In hindsight, he mused, it might have been wiser to inquire about the whereabouts of the remaining Saiyans, allowing them to be retrieved. Upon reflection, Sapphire deemed this wish to be more plausible, yet soon realized that as his power expanded, he could readily employ his subordinates to seek them out, eliminating the need for a journey to Earth. Ella nodded in agreement, expressing her own frustration regarding the bizarre outcomes wrought by the Earth Dragon's wishes. However, she had not anticipated such unforeseen results, and the dragon's swiftness left little room for reaction. Upon their return, arrangements would be made. Concerning their kin, a mere bounty posted on their territory would suffice. There were many willing to pledge their allegiance, particularly following their victory over Frieza. Ella's strategy was astute. By offering rewards for the discovery of Saiyans, they could ensure that any reports of their location would be met with compensation. Moreover, to avert any mishaps, it would be prudent to stipulate that no harm should come to them during such endeavors. Time was of the essence. Thus, Sapphire and Ella returned to their base, where they were warmly greeted by Praveti. Shortly thereafter, Sapphire learned that since their departure for Namek, Dharm had commenced the acquisition of Frieza's domain, encountering minimal resistance along the way. Any opposition faced was swiftly quelled, and even formidable adversaries posed little challenge with Praveti at their side. Have you been aiding Dharm in his expansion without dedicating yourself to training? Sapphire questioned Praveti with a skeptical gaze, fully intending to administer a thorough reprimand should the answer be affirmative. While Sapphire aspired to supremacy, it did not imply that such ambitions would eclipse the paramount importance of training. Not quite. I have merely grown somewhat lax. My progress in training has not been as rapid during your absence. However, I did encounter a new ally while consolidating Frieza's territory, another Saiyan. Praveti replied with an awkward smile, acutely aware of the severe repercussions that awaited those who neglected their training under their captain's watch. Huh? Have you discovered yet another Saiyan? This is indeed splendid news. Did you inquire whether he possesses any knowledge of our fellow kin? Sapphire expressed his delight. For the restoration of Saiyan glory could not rest upon the shoulders of just one or two individuals. Every Saiyan represented a vital asset in their collective endeavor. The friend is named Darius, a formidable warrior indeed. To our surprise, there exists another powerful Saiyan, Praveti, who speaks of Darius with great enthusiasm, evidently having engaged in numerous battles with him. Oh, is that so? Darius? Then perhaps we should pay him a visit shortly, said Sapphire, seemingly recalling the name, though struggling to recall the identity of the individual. Nevertheless, Praveti assured him that Darius is a commendable Saiyan, prompting Sapphire to agree that it would be prudent to investigate further. If he indeed possesses considerable strength, it would not be amiss to consider him for their ranks. Descending from a spacecraft, Sapphire deemed it unnecessary to attend to the vessel, instead proceeding with Praveti into the inner sanctum of the palace, leaving such trivialities to their subordinates. What of Dharm? Is he not at the base? Sapphire inquired, as they ventured deeper, seeking updates on the base's development from Praveti. Dharm has gone to deal with some minor rebel factions, as well as a few subservient races that appear somewhat unruly. I instructed him to apply some pressure, and Darius accompanied him, so there should be no issues. However, according to our original plan, they should already be on their way back, arriving in roughly 10 hours. Praveti explained. Although he typically refrained from such matters, having observed Era's multiple arrangements, he had gained some understanding. With those two absent, he would have to manage affairs himself. Sapphire nodded thoughtfully, pleased by the information he received from Provitai regarding Darius' combat prowess, which far surpassed that of Dharm, making him more than a match for Provitai himself. He was content with the capabilities of this new Saiyan, and as everything progressed according to plan, despite minor issues, the overall execution remained smooth. After a brief exploration, Safit found no cause for concern. In the afternoon, he retreated to the training room, seeking to hone his skills after having neglected his training during his absence. With his pinky supporting his weight, he began to count, perspiration forming as he engaged in physical exertion. Such a level of training merely served to warm him up, yielding minimal enhancement to his physique. Yet, to maintain the exhilarating state of readiness for battle, this exercise was indispensable. The training room was expansive, akin to a vast arena on Earth, designed to facilitate their exercises with ample space. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Although the sound was faint, Safit's combat instincts were highly attuned. He instinctively unleashed a burst of energy. A pale golden arc surged toward the entrance, poised to strike the newcomer. With an effortless wave, the figure deflected the energy as if greeting an old friend. Safit, slowly descending from the air, expressed his admiration for the impressive reflexes of the visitor. The robust figure revealed himself as Provitai. "Captain, shall we assess the results of my recent training?" Provitai inquired, his aura coalescing, issuing a challenge. "If you allow your training to wane, I shall not hold back." Safit is currently in a heightened state of excitement, and it would indeed be a pity if he had no worthy opponent. As night falls, this pillow is graciously offered to him. However, it is not so certain. You have been away with Ella for quite some time, and given your return, you have likely neglected your training for several months. Do not be surprised if you find yourself vanquished by me. I shall graciously accept the captain's position. Safit leaped back to provide Praveti with some space, allowing him room to maneuver. "It seems you have long coveted the captain's position. Today, I shall dispel that notion." Safit, understanding the jest, played along. "This shall be the last time I address you as captain. Next time, it will be your turn to call me that. Come forth and witness my newfound strength as a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Then I must indeed see for myself. Your courage has grown significantly. I wonder if your combat prowess has improved as well." Chapter 64. Journey to the Mother Planet. The fierce battle raged on, shaking the very heavens. Fortunately, the personnel within the base had already been informed. Otherwise, they might have believed the planet was under siege. Ella patiently awaited outside, refraining from intruding, merely observing their clash through the window. Soon, the two combatants reached their final decisive move, and after a violent exchange, they both fell simultaneously. Emerging from the training room, they were battered and bruised, covered in countless wounds, yet miraculously lacking any fatal injuries. It was evident that they had fought with great enthusiasm, supporting each other as they exited the chamber. Who emerged victorious? Ella approached to assist them and inquired. Looking at Safit, he managed a strained smile, but remained silent, saying nothing. Turning her gaze to Praveti, he hesitated, casting a glance at Safit before subtly shaking his head. Ella seemed to have anticipated this outcome and displayed no surprise. When Safit had previously asserted on Namek that his strength surpassed his own, Ella had not doubted him. Now it was indeed clear, even as Super Saiyans, she could sense that she was slightly weaker than Praveti, as female Saiyans often lagged in combat prowess. Unless there was a significant disparity in realms, it was nearly impossible for Ella to defeat Praveti or Safit at the same level. Initially, she believed that Praveti, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, would be able to best Safit, yet that was not the case. Nonetheless, it was apparent that Safit's victory was hard-fought. Had Praveti been more adept in the Super Saiyan form or made even a minor breakthrough, Safit might have faced defeat. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that Safit has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. He surpassed both himself and Praveti in their Super Saiyan forms while remaining in his ordinary state. Ella, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, understood all too well the vast chasm between those who can and cannot transform. Ella gazed at Safit, feeling a sense of bewilderment. When did he surpass them by such a margin? Although the growing strength of Safit is advantageous for them, it does not imply that Ayla or Provident are not eager to engage him in battle or even surpass him. Each member of the team possesses a fierce ambition. And regardless of the circumstances, even while adhering to Safit's directives, they have never relinquished their aspiration to surpass him. The greater Safit's prowess, the more they feel compelled to intensify their training to enhance their own abilities. "Are you two going to leave me all alone?" Provident exclaimed furiously. shattering the opulent crystal conference table with his hands and spitting vitriol at the individual standing before him. Are you too addicted to wandering off? Do you consider me, the great Provident, your babysitter? This is intolerable. Even in the face of Provident's wrath, Safet remained remarkably composed. He did not wipe the saliva splattered on his face. Internally acknowledging, I knew this fellow would be displeased. This time, we are merely returning to our home planet to survey the situation. If all goes well, we must prepare to relocate our primary base of operations there, Safet calmly elucidated. Shut up, Safet. I absolutely refuse to remain at the base. This is sheer torment. Do you understand? The furious Provident disregarded notions of respect and deference, seizing Safet by the collar. All right, we are not far from the home planet. If we accelerate the ship, we shall return in less than a month. Ayla attempted to mediate, but her words evidently had the opposite effect, further stoking the flames of anger. You speak so lightly. Do you have any idea what I have endured these past 3 months? Do you think I sought out Safet for a grand battle upon his return, for no reason? Provident unleashed another punch, obliterating the already cracked crystal slab. Ayla cast a glance at Safet, her expression one of resignation, her eyes conveying the message that she was out of options and it was up to him to handle the situation. Very well, the three of us shall go together. After all, there are no significant hostile forces at present, so there should be no issues. Ayla, please instruct Sista to oversee the base's affairs during our absence. When Dam returns, or we do, he can resume his duties. Safit, ikvali exasperatid, aknovliyid Sistas invavering loyalty. Though he questioned whether Sista possessed the capability to manage the entirety of the planet's affairs. However, this concern was no longer within Safet's realm of contemplation. As long as no major upheaval occurred, matters could be addressed upon Dams or their return. That's more like it. Surely, I cannot be excluded from all the good fortune. After finalizing the base's essential arrangements for the following month, the trio boarded the large spacecraft. While the smaller vessels were convenient, their speed was limited, necessitating the use of the larger ship for a swift round trip. Initially, it was anticipated that Dam would return soon, yet Sista did not receive any signals of Dam's return that night, leaving him perplexed and somewhat anxious. He hoped that there would not be issues arising just as he assumed his new position. He desired to manage the base with impeccable order, hoping to impress his superiors. By the time noon arrived on the following day, there was still no communication from Darm. Sista, unable to contain his anxiety, sent several messages in quick succession, yet received no response, which sent a jolt of unease through him. Could his luck be so unfortunate? Initially intending to report the situation to Lord Ella immediately, he reconsidered. Would that not reflect his incompetence? To trouble the Lord so soon after her departure would surely diminish her confidence in him. Sista reassured himself. Perhaps there were merely delays on the road or issues with the communicator. Our fleet is formidable. Surely, nothing could be amiss. 3 days later, after enduring a restless anxiety, Sista finally received a response from Darm's fleet, confirming that all was well. They had merely taken additional time to suppress a minor faction, and the communicator's issue had only just been identified. He was assured not to worry and was inquired about the whereabouts of several lords. With a sigh of relief, Sista's tension began to dissipate. He hastily organized a welcoming party, determined to greet them with utmost formality. Although he was merely a regional supervisor and Darm his superior, the reception could not afford to be lackluster. The reception area was vast, distinctly separate from the landing site for small spacecraft. It resembled a grand plaza, lined with warships that had not yet embarked on missions. Gazing skyward, he observed the fleet, initially the size of sesame seeds, gradually enlarging until they appeared as small spheres, then ultimately resembling the bottom of a pot. As the vessels approached, their landing gear began to unfold in preparation for descent. The cabin doors slowly opened, and the first figure to emerge was not Darm at all. Sista was taken aback, but quickly commanded, "Attention, salute." The reception team bowed deeply, placing their right hands over their hearts in a gesture of respect. Following the initial figure, another emerged, Darm himself, his expression grim as he stood quietly behind a robust individual whose darkened visage bore a prominent scar, unmistakably identifying him as Dale's. In Chapter 65, the discovery of the home planet, Provitii, having recuperated for an extended period, could no longer restrain his restlessness. He clamored for a duel against Safet aboard the ship, evidently having gained much from their previous encounter. Soon enough, he sought out Safet once more. Despite this, Safet found himself at a loss to contend with the impetuous youth and could only agree to pause on a desolate planet to settle their dispute. The ship, fragile to both of them, rendered the idea of a battle in the training room implausible. It seemed to awaken Ella's combative instincts. What was initially agreed as a duel between two became a chaotic brawl involving three. The outcome was, however, quite predictable. Could Safit really emerge victorious? Absolutely not. Safit was only marginally stronger than Provitii, and with Ella, the second Super Saiyan, joining the fray, the inevitable result was that all three found themselves defeated. Whenever Safit gained the upper hand, the other two would unite against him, and when Ella held the advantage, Safit and Provitii would ruthlessly collaborate to bring her down. Fortunately, after the three of them collapsed simultaneously, the crew aboard the spaceship promptly transported them to the recovery chamber. Before long, the trio revived with renewed vigor. Following an exhilarating battle, they felt significantly rejuvenated, realizing that prolonged periods without combat left the Saiyans feeling unfulfilled. Treating their time in the cosmos as a leisurely retreat, they meandered through the universe, engaging in bouts of fierce combat whenever the urge struck them, oblivious to the countless planets they obliterated along the way. Thankfully, this region fell under the jurisdiction of Safit, rendering any external opinions irrelevant. Even if there were dissenters, would Safit heed their concerns? A mere energy sphere would suffice to silence them. As they traversed one planet after another, the universe remained as resplendent as ever, adorned with vibrant constellations. The mysterious depths of dark cosmic voids and radiant shooting stars, each spectacle captivating enough to warrant admiration for its richness and splendor. However, after years of wandering through the cosmos, Safit and his companions had encountered such breathtaking sights innumerable times. Occasional glimpses would merely elicit fleeting awe without lingering reverence. After more than 20 days had elapsed, the trio arrived at their home planet, which appeared as enchanting as ever, its crimson sky perpetually mesmerizing. They descended directly onto the capital's landing platform of planet Vegeta, quickly disembarking from their ship. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, a torrent of emotions surged within them. Although Ella was aware of Safit's desire to return to their home planet, she also understood that he must have pressing matters to attend to, as he was not one to squander time on mere nostalgia. Nevertheless, even with this understanding, Ella refrained from inquiring further, while the likes of Provitii remained oblivious. Assuming Safit's visit was merely a sentimental journey, where to first? Ella inquired, secretly wishing to return home herself, yet concerned that Safit might require her assistance, prompting her question. Provitii had no home in the capital. He was unaware of his parents' whereabouts, having been exiled to a distant small planet during his childhood. Upon returning, he discovered that planet Vegeta had been destroyed not long afterward, and he had only glimpsed his parents once in his memories. Typically, he resided within the academy. Safit did not respond, gently running his hand along the wall of the landing platform in contemplative silence, knowing he had tasks to complete. "You may go wherever you wish. I need some time alone," he finally said. Ella perceived Safit's preoccupation, yet respected his desire for solitude and would not press him further. "Very well. If you need anything, just amplify your energy or use a detector to reach me," she said, detaining Provitii momentarily and inviting him to her home. Safit stood silently, observing as the two took flight, not uttering a word. Once they disappeared from his sight, he slowly ascended into the air, heading towards a familiar destination, the esteemed academy where he once studied. Safit did not linger, but instead soared directly into the library, where the once formidable guards had vanished, leaving behind an empty room within a bustling metropolis that now felt like a desolate star, devoid of any semblance of life. Everything remained unchanged, as if Safit had just arrived at this place for the very first time. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, catching Safit off guard. Turning around, he beheld a cage containing a feeble creature, gazing at him with longing eyes. He reached out, pouring some food from a nearby table into the cage, prompting the pet to hurriedly approach and snatch the morsels. Could there truly be life here? It seemed that apart from humans, perhaps all other beings had been revived. When I sought to restore planet Vegeta, I hadn't anticipated that even these small creatures would return. Safit felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for the cycle of reincarnation, his old friends or acquaintances might have been resurrected. Disregarding the incessant cries of the pet, Safit ventured deeper into the library, uncertain if he would find what he sought. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stood tall, and while he had previously relied on electronic devices to peruse these texts, the act of searching through them one by one now felt akin to a treasure hunt. However, after an extensive search, he made no significant discoveries. Much of the material was either already familiar or simply irrelevant to his needs. Ascending into the air, Safit scoured each level of the library, having nearly turned the place upside down, yet the outcome was disappointing. During his search, he stumbled upon records of ancient Saiyan achievements and some extraordinary talents among the Saiyan race, all of which were chronicled here. Suddenly, in a corner of the uppermost level, he spotted a small, thin volume with the words Super scrawled haphazardly across its cover. The mere sight of these two words piqued Safet's curiosity. He grasped the volume, brushed off the dust, and slowly opened it, the crooked handwriting prompting a frown. It appeared to be a personal diary. They say I am a genius, an unparalleled prodigy born once in a millennium. This seemed to be a record from when the writer was around 10 years old. The notes spanned a considerable time frame, yet the content astonished Safet. 3 million. I have achieved a battle power of 3 million while within my kin. Not a single one exceeds a battle power of 100,000. Yet, why am I not permitted to engage in combat? Are you afraid I might threaten your position, my king? At 30, the sudden transformation leaves me somewhat disoriented. I do not comprehend this change, yet I feel as though I am on the verge of explosion. As he reached the final page, the handwriting was exceedingly messy, and Safet strained to decipher the words. After a prolonged silence, Safet finally exhaled deeply. He had grasped the essence of that message. Chapter 66, The Fearsome Power of Darls. In less than half an hour, Safet unexpectedly summoned the two back, and, with an expression of grave seriousness, conveyed his heavy mindset through a simple command: return. In such a state, neither Praviti nor Ella dared to approach him. She was acutely aware that even if she did inquire, he would undoubtedly remain reticent, and the response would likely be a tirade of invective. Without daring to ask further, the trio promptly boarded the spacecraft that had brought them and hastened towards the base. For over 10 days, Dharm had quietly endured the torment inflicted by the new master of the base, patiently awaiting the return of his true sovereign. Similarly, Sista, who stood nearby, felt the same way. Although this new master treated him somewhat better than before, he understood fully that the current circumstances were merely ephemeral. If he were to take the words of this individual to heart, he could hardly fathom the consequences that might ensue. As an elder who had followed Safet for many years, he had witnessed at least 10 formidable warriors surpassing the man before him, all of whom had been decisively vanquished by Safet. Many of these encounters dated back several years, and now, the power of his own master had surged to an incomprehensible level. Thus, it was implausible that they would be swayed by this man. It was merely a fade, a pretense of compliance, as they awaited Safet's return to deliver a most painful retribution. They harbored no fears of Safet's wrath, for he had previously stated with remarkable openness that if anyone were to defeat him, surrender would be preferable to facing demise alongside him. Yet the truth remained. They had never felt that anyone could conquer Safet. In their minds, he was an indomitable figure. Ever since this interloper had taken control of the base, he had remained ensconced in the palace, indulging in sumptuous feasts and servitude, neglecting all matters of governance. This prompted sardonic smiles from Dharm and Sista, especially upon receiving news that Lord Safet was returning to the base planet, urging them to prepare for his arrival. Dales was indulging in the delectable cuisine presented by his subordinates. It must be said that after wandering through the cosmos for so long, he had not relished such exquisite food in ages. Given the Scion's prodigious appetite, he consumed vast quantities each day. As for the affairs of his subordinates, they were their own concern. He needed only to fulfill his role as king. After all, these individuals were not particularly formidable. Even the strongest among them could not withstand the force of a single finger, even if that most robust Scion were to return. He was confident of his ability to subdue him and make him his subordinate. During their previous sparring match, he had only exerted 50% of his strength. As for any discord between him and his subordinates, he was indifferent. As long as they did not court death, they would naturally heed his commands. Therefore, he resolved to simply enjoy life. Suddenly, as Dales was savoring a piece of leg meat, the door was kicked open, inciting a surge of irritation within him. Who dares to disturb my meal? Are they seeking death? However, he quickly surmised that it must be the burly Scion returning. What was his name? Praviti, perhaps? It was no easy feat for a Scion to establish this territory, but now it belonged to him. While he held some conclusions in his mind, his words were merciless. Dharm, do you dare to kick open my door? Have you prepared for death? The one who forcefully kicked open the door was Damdam, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He chose not to respond to Darius's words. Instead, bowing slightly and gesturing forward with his hands, inviting the first to enter. It was indeed the robust Scion. Darius let out a chilling smile. Based on his knowledge of Praviti, he surmised that the latter could only match him at about 70% of his strength. Yet even this was a remarkable feat. given that he had consumed numerous life fruits. However, two relatively smaller Scions soon appeared behind Praviti, one male and one female. A female Scion? Darius was taken aback. Though he had heard whispers of 3 Scions being present, he had dismissed it as mere rumor, never anticipating that they would all materialize today. Ah, all Scions, how delightful! Fear not, for as a member of the royal lineage, I shall extend to you the utmost privileges. Come, serve under me as formidable warriors, he proclaimed. Darius had wandered since childhood, lacking any familiarity with the concept of ki and thus unable to perceive the terrifying pressure emanating from Safit. Unbeknownst to him, Safit was seething with anger. His own troubles were already overwhelming, and now there were audacious fools daring to prattle on. Safit had never claimed to possess an exceptionally good temper. He would not tolerate being bullied without retaliation. He raised a hand to halt Praviti and Ella, who were poised to strike, and stepped forward to inquire, "Are you Scions who departed with your kin? Or are you the ones dispatched from your home planet to eliminate those minor worlds before its destruction?" Safit had long sought news of his father, and for this information, he could endure a moment longer. Yet, Darius's response clearly disappointed him. "Kin? Does such a thing even exist anymore? I have roamed the cosmos for many years, encountering only the 3 of you. I have merely heard tales of a few other Scions under Frieza's command. Where is this kinship you speak of?" Darius, too, was curious, confident that with his current battle prowess, he could return to his kin and rightfully claim the title of king, one acknowledged by all, far superior to the self-proclaimed title he bore. Safit stepped forward once more, and Darius's instincts screamed danger, prompting him to adopt a combat stance. "What? Do you intend to ambush me? I advise you not to resist. While I have no intention of killing you, why invite needless suffering?" It seemed Darius was already faltering. What greeted Darius was a smiling face that had suddenly appeared mere meters away. In an instant, he lost all sense of his body. A powerful punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. Safit expertly controlled his strength, not intending to kill. However, it was evident from behind that Safit's fist had left a deep indentation, an arm's length into his gut. Without needing further explanation, Darius's spine was surely shattered. Silently retracting his fist, Safit turned to leave, addressing Damdam beside him. "See to his recovery. When he is healed, summon me. I wish to have a thorough discussion with him." Darius remained doubled over, clutching his abdomen, blood spilling from his lips, his throat convulsing in disbelief. "No, it's impossible." Before the words could be fully expressed, the body succumbed and collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant, clearly having fallen into a state of unconsciousness. The number of Scions was dwindling. If possible, it was best not to kill. Although Darius was somewhat arrogant, he could still serve as a valuable lesson. At least his combat prowess was commendable, filling the gap in their mid-tier strength. With a single strike, his confidence and power were shattered. In Chapter 67, Darius quickly recovered under treatment. After regaining his strength, he did not cause any further disturbances. Instead, he humbly knelt before Safit. This was not a sign of weakness from Darius, but rather a reflection of the deeply ingrained belief among Scions that strength commands respect. To be defeated by a formidable adversary is deserving of reverence. Safit appeared to accept his loyalty with equanimity, promising that if Darius could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would be allowed to join his team, albeit as a provisional member for now. "Isla, you should have comprehended everything I have conveyed. Within the entire galaxy, the only powerful beings we are interested in are those we have recently learned about, Frieza's father and our former acquaintance, Kavira. Outside of them, there are a few others who might barely claim dominance, such as Vistobrand and a formidable Namekian. According to reliable information, their combat power approaches 1 million. And it seems that this Namekian has existed alongside the Grand Elder and is combat-oriented, likely possessing considerable strength. Thus, according to our plan, within 2 months, I require you to simultaneously eliminate all other universe leaders, excluding the Frozen Clan. Once this is accomplished, proceed directly to the Galactic Center, where Crud's base resides. There, we will encircle the final stronghold to fulfill our goal of unifying the galaxy." Safit spoke eloquently, detailing a series of arrangements for the plan's execution. "Safit, I recall the data clearly stated that the strength assessment indicates Crud's battle power surpasses that of Kavira. Should we not confront Kavira first? Wouldn't it be too reckless to face Crud directly?" Isla voiced her concerns, aware that both Crud and Kavira were more powerful than Frieza, and that even ordinary Super Scions were only marginally stronger than Frieza. Underestimating this could lead to a catastrophic defeat against Crud. "Do not worry, my plan will not fail. Even if we cannot defeat Crud, we will ensure our safe retreat," Safit reassured Isla, concealing his true intentions. Yet he was acutely aware, standing aboard the spaceship, that the sensations of Crud's and Kavira's powers were distinctly different. He sensed that Kavira posed a greater threat. In contrast, while Crud felt powerful and imposing, he was confident in his ability to vanquish him. Very well, Isla conceded her doubts, observing that Safed had already devised a strategy, and thus refrained from further discourse. With the plan set, she proceeded to relay all necessary instructions, and soon a vast empire began to mobilize, while Dam and others prepared the military for the impending expedition. In the recent meeting, Darius was present. However, as a mere newcomer, he had no voice in the discussions. Lacking the intricacies of thought, he quietly engaged with Praveti in a discourse on combat techniques. Both of these individuals shared a similar disposition, indifferent to the surrounding matters, as their focus lay solely on the necessity of battle when it arose. 3 days later, all preparations were complete. The fleet had been divided into 4 segments, each led by one of 4 commanders. Except for Safet's contingent, which had set its sights on the galactic core, the other 3 teams were engaged in swift maneuvers aimed at eradicating second-rate powers, ensuring that they would not be disturbed by external forces when facing the Crude. Safet held great confidence in Praveti and Ella, as both could transform into Super Saiyans, alleviating any concerns. Yet, regarding Darius, Safet prudently selected the weakest opponent for him, knowing that Darius's combat prowess was commendable. Moreover, following recent discussions with Praveti, his combat techniques had significantly improved. Despite his unorthodox background, he was still at a disadvantage compared to the trio who had undergone systematic training. Safet recalled vividly that Son Goku could achieve a battle power of 8,000 without utilizing the Kaioken technique. Yet to contend with a foe like Vegeta, who possessed 18,000, he needed to employ a tripled Kaioken to subdue him. The tripled Kaioken effectively equated to quadrupled strength in a normal state. While twofold Kaioken was comparable in terms of power, Vegeta's combat skills surpassed Goku's in their initial encounters. Thus, combat power merely reflects an energy measure and does not wholly encapsulate one's capabilities. With enhanced techniques, Darius should be capable of overcoming his opponent. And from the flicker in Darius's eyes, it seemed he harbored additional intentions. Nevertheless, Safet felt no concern for him. The disparity between them was too immense. Even if Darius were to ascend to Super Saiyan status now, it would be of little consequence. With the 4 armies ready, Safet led the other 3 out of the palace and onto the watchtower, where he gazed down at the troops with a smile. You are the elite of Safet. Today, we shall embark on an unprecedented endeavor. We are about to set forth to achieve the unification of the entire galaxy. This glory belongs to you. To every valiant warrior in our ranks. Observing his subordinates, he noted their solemn expressions, a palpable aura of determination permeating the air, and he nodded in satisfaction. We are the overlords of the universe, formidable beings who shall not be desecrated. Remember, I stand with you. With me, we are invincible. 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 With a grand gesture, Safet signaled for the troops to board their spaceships, preparing for the journey ahead to conquer the cosmos. Casting a glance back at the 3 companions, they exchanged knowing looks before taking flight towards their respective command centers. As they boarded their vessels, the entire fleet ascended into the cosmos, seamlessly dividing into 4 distinct groups, each heading in a different direction. Safet entered the command chamber, occupying the throne while the true navigation was executed by his high-ranking subordinates. Despite his formidable combat abilities, he lacked expertise in commanding a fleet, thus relegating his role to that of spiritual leader. In addition to Ella, who can participate in a bit of command, the other 2 are the same. I hope everything goes smoothly for you, and we shall reconvene at the Galactic Center in 3 months. Safet, along with the other 3, has initiated video communication to maintain contact and facilitate timely reporting of circumstances. However, Safet relinquished authority, allowing his subordinates to manage matters, as he did not wish to squander time here. 3 months is ample time to accomplish many things, and he is determined not to waste it. After issuing the necessary orders, Safet retreated to the ship's training chamber, as he needed to focus on his physical conditioning. 3 months. Let this period serve as proof of my conjectures, as I feel the restless energy within me continuously surging. With a furrowed brow, Safet immersed himself in the training room. Chapter 68, Arrival. Departure time, 1 month and 6 days. The fleet led by Praveti sent a brief message stating that the attempt to persuade the Namekians to surrender had failed, resulting in their slaughter, and the fleet was redirecting towards the heart of the galaxy. 4 days later, news arrived from the fleet under Ella's command. reporting that King Visto of the Star Sea had been slain within his own palace. The ship had now altered its course towards the heart of the galaxy. The momentum was unstoppable. Just as Safed had anticipated, this level of adversary lacked the capacity to transform, with the only concern being the faction of Dales. 20 days later, nearing the 2-month mark, the vessel belonging to Dales finally transmitted a message. Dales had engaged in numerous fierce battles with Brant, but had not succeeded in killing him until recently, when he achieved a breakthrough and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan during combat, ultimately slaying Brant. These fragments of news trickled in sporadically over the course of a month, allowing Safed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After nearly 2 months of voyage, his fleet had already entered the territory of Crud 10 days prior. Encountering no resistance along the way, it seemed Crud understood Safed's intentions, even without formal discussion, displaying an unspoken accord. With 1 month remaining in their journey, Safed remained troubled, his brow furrowed for reasons unknown. Ella and Pravaitai were absent from his side, leaving him without a confidant to share his burdens, which he kept locked within. In a magnificent palace, a frog-headed extraterrestrial hurriedly made his way inside, flanked by numerous guards who did not attempt to stop him. Clearly aware of the urgency of the situation that demanded no delay, breathless, the frog-headed figure hastily opened a door, and before it was fully ajar, he rasped, it's bad, your majesty." Draped in a white cloak and with a complexion reflecting a faint lavender hue, Crud was attentively observing matters before him. Upon the sudden intrusion, he turned sharply, his eyes narrowing with intent to unleash an energy wave to eliminate the intruder. Fortunately, Crud recognized this individual as a trusted subordinate and dispelled the energy in his gaze. In a subdued tone, Crud asked, "What is it? Is it necessary to be in such a frantic state? Are you not aware that I am engaged in something of great importance?" The toad's head was startled by the glimmering light in Crud's eyes, and he quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing Crud's inquiry, he hastily rose to his feet and declared, "My lord, for formidable fleets have unexpectedly appeared within our territory, all targeting the heart of the galaxy and approaching swiftly. Humph! A mere bunch of miscreants. They do not warrant our concern. Let them come. It presents an opportunity for me to eliminate them in one fell swoop, sparing me the trouble of hunting them down like rodents. Their gathering simplifies matters." Crud responded dismissively, turning away to continue observing the unfolding events. "Is it truly of no consequence, my lord? According to intelligence, these adversaries are the newcomers who have seized Frieza's territory, led by several Saiyans." With a certain Safed at the helm, the toad's head inquired, having viewed the footage transmitted from the front lines. This power was undeniably formidable. While he held great confidence in his lord, it did not quell his trepidation. "Science?" Suddenly, the entity before Crud spoke. Not merely an entity, but a man. One who harbored a deep-seated loathing for Saiyans. He was Frieza, the remnant of destruction following the explosion of Namek. Now, rescued by his father, he had been undergoing extensive modification and treatment, evident as most of his body had been mechanized. Frieza's fist struck the surgical table with a resounding thud. His throat convulsed as he emitted a horrific roar. "Frieza, you have just completed your modifications. You need to rest and refrain from moving excessively. Some details of your transformation remain unfinished, requiring recuperation. Do not exert your strength recklessly," Crud admonished, observing the dented surgical table with dissatisfaction. "Father, that Safed is not to be feared. Although his power is peculiar, it suffices to be wary of his ultimate move. The real threat lies with the Super Saiyan named Son Goku. He is our true target," Frieza insisted, still unwilling to acknowledge his defeat at Safed's hands. He firmly believed that Safed had nearly vanquished him solely due to an unusual technique, not reflective of his actual combat prowess. The undeniable truth that Goku had bested him fair and square was an affront Frieza could not accept. "Very well, I understand. Rest assured, since you deem them mere buffoons, I shall trust your judgment. However, it is imperative you recover fully. Once you are restored, I shall accompany you to Earth to exact vengeance," Crud reassured him. Despite Frieza's unfortunate state, self-inflicted though it was, he believed the wild monkeys should not flaunt their might over his kin. "Dispatch orders for full mobilization. I demand the heads of those Saiyans as playthings for my son." Frieza, Crud commanded, determined to proclaim his dominion over the galaxy to all. To my astonishment, the legend of the Super Saiyan is indeed true. It appears that the tales passed down within the clan are authentic, and it is imperative that this Saiyan does not continue to grow. As I observed the frog-headed figure departing, a shiver ran down my spine. I had previously dismissed the rumors of the Super Saiyan, but the sight of Frieza in his current state compelled me to remain vigilant. A sharp voice interrupted my reverie, and I turned to find a scientist who was engaged in the repair of Frieza. Retracting my murderous gaze, I inquired solemnly, "What is it?" The avian-headed alien retracted his neck and slowly replied, "King Krud, it seems that Lord Frieza's body is experiencing some complications. Please take a look." He then extended the report in his hand. "What?" I exclaimed in anger, scanning the document halfway through. "What do you mean he cannot continue to evolve?" "I regret to inform you that Lord Frieza's body has sustained severe damage from that Super Saiyan. While he has gained considerable power through mechanical enhancements, he has lost the ability to further develop. In other words, Frieza is forever limited to his current form, and his abilities are now fixed." My expression darkened, yet I felt utterly powerless. "Damn that Super Saiyan, I shall slay you." 24 days later, Sapphire gazed upon the pristine and resplendent planet before him, resembling a freshly cracked egg, pure and flawless. However, from a distance, he could discern a fleet arranged in the outer atmosphere, seemingly prepared and awaiting his arrival. It appears Krud has been preparing for quite some time. This journey has not been in vain. Contact the opposing side and demand that Krud come out. Provitai bellowed to the operator of the ship ahead, instructing him to connect the communication. 3 days prior, 4 teams had converged near the heart of the galaxy, and, subsequently, Ayla Providi and Delis entered the command room of Sapphire's vessel. After a brief wait, the ship established communication with the opposing side, and a large screen revealed an image resembling a non-transformed Frieza. "Are you Krud?" Sapphire stepped forward. It was evident that Krud recognized their team was led by Sapphire, as he cast a haughty glance before responding slowly, "I am Krud, the ruler of the universe. I never expected a Saiyan to possess the audacity to defy me. Such courage is commendable, but it will soon be extinguished from the cosmos. Spare me your empty words. I have come today to personally slay you, the so-called ruler of the universe. The universe belongs to me, Sapphire, and others have no right to it." Ha ha ha, such arrogance. But you can only indulge in it for now. The heart of the galaxy is not suitable for battle. Let us proceed to the nearby planet, Chime, and make it your grave. I take great pleasure in considering the needs of others. Delighted to oblige, but I fear you are merely digging your own grave. Chapter 69. The battle begins. The planet, designated by Krud, is merely a large ringed satellite surrounding the heart of the galaxy, akin to Earth's moon, yet significantly larger. Above were established some space bases, devoid of any other life forms, making it an ideal setting for battle. As for the minor losses, Krud regarded them with indifference. He maintained a respectful demeanor towards Safit, courteously inviting him to the planet Chime. Aside from Safit, Ella Providi and Dales followed suit, while Krud chose to venture forth alone. Without his elite forces, not far away, Safit and his companions arrived in merely 10 minutes of flight through the cosmos. The atmosphere of the entire planet was thin, with little variation in gravity, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to inhabit. However, for beings of their combat prowess, such environmental factors were negligible. Does the grave you have chosen for yourself seem not as splendid as you had imagined? Would it not be wise to seek a more favorable location? Observing that his adversary remained in an untransformed state, yet exuded power rivaling that of Frieza after 2 transformations, Safit felt a surge of astonishment. Ha ha, this jest is far from amusing. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can vanquish one who stands as a cosmic sovereign? With your combat abilities, you should possess more sense. You must realize that, at our level, tactics of overwhelming numbers are futile. Krud gestured towards the 3 individuals standing behind Safit, shaking his head with a smile, indicating his resignation. "You are gravely mistaken. They are not here to assist me in battle. Their purpose here is merely to witness the emergence of the new cosmic sovereign, and you are but a stepping stone on my path to the throne." The battle spirit within Safit surged, ignited by either the anticipation of the forthcoming confrontation or the joy of soon claiming the title of cosmic sovereign. As his fighting spirit erupted, Safit's aura surged like tempestuous waves in a storm, crashing relentlessly against Krud's form. Even the 3 behind Safit instinctively retreated several paces, raising their arms defensively. Terrifying. This force exceeds that of even a Super Saiyan like myself. The captain did not even exert his full strength during our last encounter. Otherwise, with his current terrifying power, he could have easily defeated me in mere moments. Province, considered the strongest among the trio, felt the overwhelming dread emanating from Safit. "We cannot win," Ayla asserted with certainty. "Even if the 3 of us assaulted him simultaneously, we would struggle to make an impact. His combat prowess far surpasses ours. We are simply not in the same league. Dales, positioned at the back, wore an expression of disbelief, astonishment, and shock etched upon his features. His complexion paled as unease crept into his heart. Damn it, had I known, I would not have acted so recklessly. Amidst the towering waves, although Krud squinted slightly in discomfort, he still applauded gently, acknowledging Safet's remarkable might. Truly extraordinary to possess such formidable strength. No wonder you have the audacity to come here. I now regard you with newfound respect. Enough of this idle chatter. Transform quickly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to slay you, Safet declared. To defeat his opponent, he naturally sought to compel them to unleash their most potent abilities. Otherwise, how could one claim to be the strongest? It appears that you are truly eager, but what awaits you is nothing but despair. Krud clenched his fists, assuming a stance reminiscent of the one Frieza adopted during his initial transformation. A deep purple radiance enveloped Krud's entire being, and in an instant, as if struck by a bomb, his body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, shrouding the area in dense smoke that obscured Safet's vision. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Safet's ability to sense his opponent's position. Krud remained steadfast in his original spot, refraining from any ambush. As the smoke dissipated, Krud completed his transformation, now resembling an enlarged version of Frieza, as seen on Namek. Surprised? Noticing the flicker of confusion in Safet's eyes, Krud inquired, "There is no need for astonishment. I am not Frieza. His transformations are still unrefined. I possess the ability to complete 3 transformations simultaneously." As understanding washed over Safet's expression, Krud continued, "The moment of despair has commenced. I aim to make you comprehend the foolishness of challenging me." With a thunderous roar, Krud unleashed a surge of malevolence that spread like a cataclysmic hurricane, the air slicing through Safet's body like razor-sharp blades, inflicting minor wounds. However, as Safet focused intently, he managed to deflect the air blades with his formidable aura. Yet, it was evident to the astute observer that even Safet's terrifying presence was being suppressed by Krud. Just how formidable must Krud be? Safet pondered, seemingly taken aback. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Krud seized the opportunity, bellowing, "What a chance!" He propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, delivering a fierce hook to Safet's face. Caught off guard, Safet was sent hurtling through the air. Krud, seasoned in combat, swiftly followed up, taking advantage of Safet's momentary rigidity to strike with his fists. With a resounding impact, Safet's body was sent crashing toward the ground like a projectile. How terrifying to barely catch a glimpse of a faint shadow. Providity was no stranger to astonishment today. The strength of the captain and Krud far exceeded his expectations. They were utterly unequipped to counter this force, while the captain might possess the ability to engage. They knew that even transforming into Super Saiyans would not suffice to provide support. Rather, they would become a burden. "Safet, do not falter," Ayla urged, her brow furrowed. As Krud transformed, the 3 of them also ascended to Super Saiyan forms to monitor the battle's progression. Yet the outcome was beyond their comprehension. Why? Wasn't the Super Saiyan supposed to be the strongest in the universe? Providity found it incomprehensible. The tales passed down through generations had firmly instilled the notion of Super Saiyans as invincible in their minds, making the current reality difficult to accept. While they could come to terms with the captain's prowess, why was Krud equally powerful? In contrast to these concerns, Ayla's thoughts were more pragmatic. Safet, do not lose. Chapter 70. The Formidable Krud. Spitting out the foul, viscous liquid from his mouth, a trickle of blood still emerged from the corner of Safet's lips. He seemed oblivious to the pain, casually wiping it away while maintaining a grave expression, gazing upwards at Krud. After landing 2 successful strikes, Krud chose not to pursue, and the ease with which he had struck left him somewhat doubtful. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. Safet mused inwardly, though he was not shocked by it. This would force him to unleash his final surge. If successful, all would be well, but if not, while the plan involved several of them escaping without fail, it did not preclude unforeseen circumstances. Krud's terrifying combat prowess clearly surpassed his expectations, making their escape uncertain. Nevertheless, it was now a matter of fighting to the death. After a brief moment of silence, Safet erupted once more, directing a brilliant shockwave at Krud. The blinding light surged towards Krud in an instant, leaving him no choice but to raise his hand in anticipation, preparing to endure the impact. The moment the shockwave was unleashed, Krud noticed Safet's figure vanishing from his initial position, and, combined with the shockwave, it was merely a ruse to expose any flaw in his defense for a successful attack. With his extensive combat experience, Crud saw through this minor trickery immediately. Although such tactics were challenging to counter, standing firm in place was undoubtedly the best course of action at this moment. The shockwave was instantaneous, and its energy should not be overwhelming. Bracing himself would likely incur minimal damage. Crud raised his arms to shield his body, bracing for the energy. A loud thud resonated, far less violent than anticipated. In fact, the impact dissipated almost immediately. This situation, Crud sensed impending trouble. "Fool!" Safit shouted, launching a long concentrated energy orb. Crud's defense had been commendable, nearly flawless in the front, yet the singular flaw lay in exposing his back. A thunderous rumble echoed as powerful ripples cascaded from behind Crud. This meticulously prepared energy attack had not inflicted significant harm on his opponent, but now Crud, struck by the energy's force, contorted into a bow shape, revealing numerous vulnerabilities, precisely the outcome Safit desired. Diving swiftly, Safit arrived before Crud in an instant, unleashing a flurry of punches to Crud's abdomen. The body of the Frost Demon was notably resilient. Safit had concluded this from his encounters with Frieza. In this renewed confrontation, he would naturally avoid striking the areas of greatest strength. The Frost Demon's sole weak points lay at the waist and the tail. However, the tail would not inflict substantial damage, leaving only the waist as the target. With a relentless barrage of punches, Crud found himself gasping and retreating, and Safit pressed on, determined to teach him a lesson. Following the flurry of strikes, sensing the diminishing impact of his blows, Safit closed in once more, his hands gathering energy, and an invisible golden sphere materialized in his palm. He declared, delivering a close-range explosive energy blast directly into Crud's waist, propelling him forcefully towards the ground. Upon striking the ground, a remarkable explosion ensued, causing a fragment of the entire planet to be obliterated. Following a relentless sequence of assaults, Safit showed no intention of retreating. Instead, energy orbs continued to erupt from his hands, aimed at the site where Crud had fallen. "Have you noticed something peculiar about the captain's demeanor?" Ella inquired. Her brow furrowed as she observed Safit's unbridled fury. Provitai, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. "It appears the captain is rather impatient." Logically, if he had taken a moment to regroup, the subsequent battle would yield far greater results. Why squander energy in such a manner when the impact of his attacks is minimal? Provitai's analysis was undoubtedly astute, and Ella concurred wholeheartedly. As her captain, Safit possessed immense battle experience. Yet his inexplicable behavior left them both perplexed. Safit must have been aware of the stakes. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he instructed, "You and Dales must engage Crud while I attempt to rescue him." Dales and Provitai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while victory over Crud was uncertain, a 2-on-1 confrontation would likely ensure their survival. Let us observe. The captain may yet prevail. Meanwhile, Safit, amidst the continuous bombardment, found himself engulfed in turmoil. "Press me harder. Give me more pressure," he thought, exerting himself to the utmost without regard for the consequences. He deliberately crafted a scenario where failure equated to death. But despite his fervent efforts, he perceived no tangible change. After a relentless barrage, Safit stood panting in midair, oblivious to the billowing smoke below, yet internally seething with frustration. "Damn it, this is futile." Cursing under his breath, he redirected his attention to the battle, scanning the smoke in search of Crud's emergence. "Captain, behind you," Ella shouted, prompting Safit to freeze momentarily. Oh no! Reacting swiftly, Safit swung his fist backward, only to have it firmly grasped by a massive hand. His subsequent sidekick was similarly thwarted. Having failed to land a blow, Safit found himself in a precarious position, his unusual stance leaving him utterly defenseless. "Ha! Die Zafit." Crud laughed maniacally as he seized Safit's body, propelling him downward with great velocity. Like a toppled tree, Safit's head was driven into the earth, the lack of defense causing a shockwave that reverberated through his very core. Lying on the ground, Safit struggled to rise, the injury to his head inducing dizziness and a blurring of his vision. In stark contrast, Crud, though riddled with numerous superficial wounds, suffered no significant injuries, all of which were merely surface level and posed no hindrance to his movements. How is Crud so resilient? I have expended nearly a third of my energy, and he has sustained nothing more than minor injuries. What is this? Am I already out of strength? Frieza remarked. What formidable technique do you possess? Show it to me. Deep down, Safit had ceased to believe that Crud could stir up any significant turmoil. Based on his exploratory assessments, It was evident that the opponent was indeed several tiers superior to Frieza. However, he still retained at least 70% of his strength, which explained why Frieza was no match for him. Is it truly impossible to achieve victory? He pondered. It was truly disheartening. His plans had faltered, and defeat loomed on the horizon. Safet was acutely aware of his physical condition. Given his current state, he could muster no more than 60% of his energy, and his combat prowess paled in comparison to Crud's, who still possessed at least 90% of his strength. Chapter 71, Defeat. In an instant, Safet found himself engulfed in a profound crisis. The blow he had received was grievous, making victory seem increasingly elusive. Should we strike together? Praveti inquired, sensing a sudden decline in Safet's aura, stirring unease within him. Do not, Ella replied, shaking her head. Although Safet was typically unrestrained, he embodied the quintessential Saiyan when it came to battle. He would never allow any interference in his duels, lest he respond with aggression. We must wait until Safet is defeated. Then we can strike together and drive Crud back before retreating. Safet disregarded Crud's provocations, understanding that maintaining a calm heart was crucial in battle. He recognized that, despite his disadvantage, opportunities still existed. Often, it was only the composed individual who could seize fleeting openings for decisive strikes. Upon careful contemplation, it became clear that Crud's defensive capabilities remained exceptionally high. Even his ultimate move, the Sky Cannon, would likely inflict minimal damage and fail to grant him a substantial advantage. Conversely, the exertion of such immense energy would only deplete Safet's strength further, rendering him vulnerable after the attack. Moreover, Safet could not guarantee that the Sky Cannon would even hit its target. Such a grand energy strike lacked the speed necessary for success. Without sufficient time to incapacitate his opponent, striking was futile. Cursed be his thoughts, Safet ultimately realized that he was utterly powerless against Crud. Continuing the struggle would only lead to his own detriment, and engaging in a war of attrition would likewise prove disadvantageous. Was there truly no alternative? Safet was in deep distress, yet Crud would not afford him the luxury of contemplation. Crud charged forward with straightforward intent, sheer consumption of his energy. He noted with clarity that his opponent was no longer as vigorous as before. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed, and despite Safet's awareness of Crud's intentions, he fearlessly engaged in direct confrontation. At least until he devised a better strategy, he could not afford to appear weak in spirit. With a series of resounding clashes, the two combatants were propelled apart once more. They had lost count of how many times they had clashed. Although Safet's stamina was waning, his performance exhibited a remarkable composure, showcasing his full combat potential. After the collision, Safet bore several deep wounds that revealed bone, while Crud had fractured multiple bones as well. Both had suffered considerable damage. Both men, panting heavily, stood suspended in the air, momentarily pausing in their fierce struggle. Damn it, this fellow, despite sustaining such severe injuries, remains remarkably resilient. Safet found himself a loss for words to describe his opponent. He was truly a monster, extraordinarily strong, possessing formidable defense, powerful fists, and swift speed, utterly without flaw. Crud shared a similar sentiment. How could this guy fight so fiercely? He was completely different from the beginning, so robust and enduring, having attacked his vitals for so long. Crud was taken aback that Safet's fists remained so powerful. Damn it, he thought he could finish this quickly, but it seemed he would have to exert more effort now. In terms of combat prowess, Crud was evidently superior to Safet, although Safet compensated somewhat with years of battle experience. Yet, he was barely managing to hold on. After such an extended fight, Safet still had not devised a viable strategy. His body had informed him that he had reached his limit, whereas Crud knew that with even a brief respite, he could rise again to continue the fight. Damn it, could my assumptions be wrong? Must I still rely on anger? Safet was at a loss to articulate his current emotions. He had no idea how much longer he could endure, but he was certain he could not withstand as much as Crud could. Let it all hinge on this final strike. With this thought, Safet shouted, Crud, you are the mightiest of all the strong individuals I have encountered. In respect, I have decided to deliver one last blow to determine our fate. Safet could no longer afford to linger. He needed to land a powerful blow to significantly weaken Crud if he hoped for any chance of victory. Meanwhile, Crud was uncertain how much longer the Saiyan could hold out. For a while now, he had sensed that his opponent was nearing his limit, yet that Saiyan had persisted until now, leaving Crud feeling somewhat unsettled. When Safet proposed a decisive strike, he entertained similar thoughts. Very well, let us see your strongest technique. Crud responded loudly, his movements swift as he grasped his right arm with his left hand, positioning his right hand towards Safit, fingers splayed in an eagle claw formation. As he maintained this posture, Crud's aura intensified, causing the surrounding air to form an invisible vortex that concentrated around his right hand. Safit, too, spread his arms wide, extending his fingers, then gradually brought his arms together, aiming at Crud's body, golden sparks of electricity flickering intermittently around him. Heavenly Cannon. Vanish, Annihilation Strike. They both roared in unison, launching their energies towards each other. In the moment of release, Safit abruptly swung his hand to the right. I will attempt to break through with my life on the line. The two energies collided, but just as they were about to meet, Safit's Heavenly Cannon veered at an angle, skimming past the Annihilation Strike and hurtling towards Crud's astonished face with all its might. Boom! Boom! Almost simultaneously, both men were struck. A tremendous energy pulsated like a resilient sphere, expanding and contracting in an endless rhythm. Its brilliance shone as vividly as the sun, illuminating the entire planet. Had it not been for the clash in midair, the world would have surely been reduced to mere dust. The blinding radiance enveloped the onlookers, rendering them unable to see, forcing them to shield their eyes and await the calm that would inevitably follow. Moments later, two objects plummeted from the sky. Without hesitation, Ella and her companions rushed towards the site, but due to the overwhelming force of the impact, the dust lingered, revealing only faint silhouettes. Safith, now unconscious, was supported by Ella, who repeatedly called out his name, yet the comatose Safith offered no response, his formidable presence having vanished entirely. Damn Pravati. Go check if Crud is dead. Don't forget to finish him off, Ella shouted in a fit of rage. Huh, I fear you may be disappointed. I, Crud, am the great cosmic emperor. How could I so easily be defeated? Do you truly believe a mere energy blast could vanquish me? Such naivety. A nightmarish voice emerged from the smoke. Chapter 72, The Assassin Kfera. From beneath the gray haze, the shadow of Crud materialized. The trio formed a protective circle around Safith. Pravati, heeding the call, immediately positioned himself in front of Ella, while she swiftly carried Safith away. Fool, did you think I would allow your escape? Crud aimed a hand at Ella, preparing to strike them down. Daurus, Pravati urgently shouted as he dashed towards Crud. Daurus, in perfect synchrony, charged at Crud as well, and together they began to assault him, granting Safith a moment to flee. It matters not. Your fleet has been obliterated, and there is no hope of escape. You will scurry like rats, and I will eventually hunt you down, Crud remarked, realizing he could not kill Safith and unleashing his formidable power to counter the onslaught of the two Super Saiyans. Fortunately, Safith's previous strike had gravely wounded Crud, significantly diminishing his strength. Otherwise, Daurus and Pravati would have stood no chance against him. After an intense battle, neither side gained the upper hand. Crud sustained further injury, while both Pravati and Daurus were left battered. With an unspoken agreement, they momentarily ceased hostilities, retreating while Crud refrained from pursuing them. Returning to his base, a severely injured Crud's countenance darkened. He had not faced such a setback since ascending to the throne of the cosmos. Alone in his chamber, he contemplated the recent confrontation, preparing to seek medical attention for his wounds when suddenly the door was thrust open. Who dares disturb me? Does one not know that this king is resting? Crud bellowed in fury, but the intruder merely chuckled. Poor fellow, still referring to yourself as this king. Such a sight is hardly befitting of a cosmic emperor. This taunt ignited a fire within Crud, ready to erupt, yet upon seeing the intruder's face, his anger dissipated instantly. What brings you here? Did you not join the others? Crud inquired, unable to muster any disrespect towards this individual, only a look of confusion. Such a useless being. I cannot fathom how my formidable existence has allowed you, this mere clone, to mismanage the galaxy in such a manner. Emerging from the shadows, you bear an uncanny resemblance to Crud. A clone? The very entity that fought fiercely alongside Safit is merely a replica? I am my full Super Saiyan form. Find it astonishing that such a pitiful clone could be bested by a minor Super Saiyan in mid-stage and a few in their initial stages. Had I not returned, I shudder to think of what state you would have left the esteemed galaxy in after just a mere century of my absence. Crud expressed his discontent towards his clone. This clone has utterly disappointed me, failing at even the simplest of tasks. Why is there such a vast disparity between us? However, that Saiyan named Safit is indeed peculiar, capable of exhibiting mid-stage Super Saiyan power in his base form. Should he return to the Saiyan clan, he would undoubtedly become a menace. Thus, I must find a timely opportunity to eliminate him. Since you have proven incapable in my absence, prepare to vanish, authentic Krud. With a swift motion, he unleashed a rapid energy wave towards his clone. No, please. A harrowing cry echoed from within the room, summoning numerous guards who gathered at the door, hesitant to intrude. Merely shouting, King Krud. The clone, gravely injured, was unable to resist and was swiftly obliterated, its remains reduced to ashes. As the door swung open, Krud emerged, bellowing, "What is all this commotion?" "King Krud, your injuries," a guard cautiously inquired. "I am fine now. Return to your duties." Krud waved his hand, striding towards the medical bay, pondering how his son Frieza had fared during his absence of a century. "Ha ha!" Providiti's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the ship, unabashed and unrestrained. "What a delight! That old dog Krud would never suspect that our spatial wristbands harbor numerous small spacecraft, and even a medium-sized one. He naively believed he could confine us to that wretched planet. How foolish!" Providiti stood in the ship's dining area, devouring meat while conversing animatedly with Safit. In contrast, Safit's expression remained grim despite the news. "Damn it," he silently cursed, uncertain of how to proceed. "I have something to share," Safit began, prompting the other three to lean in attentively. "I was on the brink of death, and upon recovery, my combat power has scarcely increased." He paused, observing the strange expressions on their faces. "I cannot explain it, but it seems there must be a limit to this near-death power increase. I fear I have reached that limit." Providiti and Dales exchanged knowing glances, while Ira remained furrowed in thought. "Very well, let us continue our meal. I shall take a stroll," Safit sighed, stepping into the corridor to gaze silently at the starry expanse. Gradually, he sensed the presence of another behind him and knew precisely who it was. "What is it, Ira? You have yet to finish your words," Ella asserted confidently. Gazing into Safit's eyes, Safit smiled faintly, nodded, and after a prolonged silence, uttered a perplexing statement. "If one day I were to attack you, remember not to hold back." In my life, a bitter sorrow lingered in Safit's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. As he turned to leave, Ella suddenly embraced his waist, whispering softly in his ear, "That will never happen, not ever." Safit trembled at her words, then extricated himself from her embrace and continued forward. 3 days later, as Safit prepared to set sail, his fleet had suffered significant losses in the recent battle, leaving less than half of its original strength. Fortunately, after a period of recuperation, Safit intended to return more assuredly to confront Clud. However, shortly after embarking, he witnessed the ship ahead explode into a brilliant burst. What is happening? The captain below called out to the crew of that vessel, but there was no response. Someone must be attacking, Safit surmised. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of energy erupting before vanishing, followed by the ship's explosion. Clearly, it had been struck by an energy projectile. Suddenly, that same energy re-emerged. Startling Safit, it was the unmistakable aura of Quila. "We should investigate," he suggested. "We have no direct conflict with Quila, at least not for now. Yet why would he choose to assault us?" Ella pondered, recalling their past under Quila's command, recognizing him as a man driven solely by profit. Why had he suddenly turned against them? The three of them exited their ship, only to find Quila standing alone at the forefront of the fleet, unaccompanied and bearing no apparent weapons. "Greetings, dear Safit." No. I should refer to you as one of the cosmic emperors now." Quila spoke with a tone reminiscent of Frieza, unsettling to the ear. "What is the meaning of your obstruction of my fleet?" Safit inquired, reluctant to pose the question, aware of the potential manipulation, yet compelled to seek clarity. "Oh, dear Safit, please call me the Reaper Quila," he replied, observing Safit's expression with an oddly twisted smile. "Hey, Dales, aren't you going to make your move? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Quila bellowed at Dales, who stood behind Safit. The effect was immediate. Ella and Providiti swiftly positioned themselves in front of Dales. "Is this truly necessary?" Safit questioned, directing his inquiry at Quila. "With your power, you should not fear Clud. Why then do you obey his orders to thwart us? Do not tell me it is simply because he is your father." Safit was acutely aware that from the very beginning, his trust in Dales was limited. The time Dales had taken to eliminate other factions had already raised Safit's suspicions. He had always believed Dales would not stir much trouble, and as for the power of Super Saiyan, he was well aware of it. Safit would not show deference to someone merely stepping into Super Saiyan might. What perplexes Safit is the conundrum of why Quila, already formidable enough to disregard Krud's orders, still chooses to heed them. Quila shakes his head, clearly disinterested in engaging Safit on this matter. "You speak truly. My presence here is solely for the heads of a few. Thus, in light of the years I've invested in nurturing you, permit me the pleasure of dispatching you swiftly. I have no desire to exert excessive effort. Quila, with an air of arrogance, perceives he has the upper hand over Sapphite and his companions. Unexpectedly, Sapphite remarks, "How juvenile of you, Quila. If you truly wish to eliminate us, let us see the truth of your prowess in battle." Acknowledging the inevitability of conflict, Sapphite resolves to confront him and shatter his confidence. "You remain here. My battle with him is beyond your intervention. Remember, should I fall, do not seek vengeance on my behalf." Sapphite glances back at the two individuals he knows best, offering a wry smile, uncertain whether it conveys resolve or resignation. He finally comprehends why he uttered those words, reminiscent of his father's counsel against seeking retribution against Frieza. With determination, Sapphite launches himself into the cosmos, unrestrained, much like Quila. Although Saiyans possess the strength to endure brief sojourns in space, the toll of battle significantly escalates internal consumption, swiftly diminishing their capacity to linger in that realm. What instills such confidence in Sapphite as he traverses the vastness of space? Quila is at a loss as he observes Sapphite's astonishment. "You must be wondering why I possess abilities akin to your frozen kin, correct?" Sapphite's smile catches Quila off guard. "This shouldn't be. He should sense my energy, which is far superior to his own. Why does he approach with such audacity? If I am not mistaken, you currently reside in your third transformation, with power levels fluctuating between mid to late Super Saiyan stages. You would need to transform again. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me." Sapphite casually articulates Quila's form and strength, leaving Quila wide-eyed in disbelief. How does he know this? Nevertheless, Quila resolves not to retreat, concealing his actual power. He has always remained a step below his father, seeking a comfortable path of development. Yet now, Sapphite has effortlessly seen through his ruse. Since you are aware of my power level, do you still dare to challenge me? I suspect you possess the strength of a late Super Saiyan as well. However, you are likely unaware that our Frozen Clan's final transformation harbors the greatest hidden strength. You probably have no idea how formidable I truly am. Quila, undeterred, recognizes that even if his opponent knows his current power, the disparity between his fourth transformation and his original abilities is monumental. Had he not maintained his third transformation, leading his father to question his lineage's purity, he would not have endured such cold treatment. After all, how could Frieza's might possibly rival his own? Behold the terrifying spectacle of my fourth transformation, as my body is engulfed in flames, my power surging exponentially. Without a moment's hesitation, Quila unleashed his utmost strength. The Super Saiyan absorbed Krud's life essence in full power, unlocking fragments of my memory, yet remained insufficient. If I could absorb this individual's blood once more, I would regain all my memories from before the slur battle. However, can I truly prevail without that power? Sapphite murmured softly, yet his movements were swift, unleashing his might in an instant. Damn it, we can only watch as Pravidity seethes with frustration. Despite his relentless efforts, why does he still lag behind the captain? Always relegated to the role of cleanup? The battle commenced, and in terms of momentum, the captain appeared somewhat weaker. Sapphite spoke a truth. During the confrontation with Krud, the captain showed little improvement. Ella's expression turned grave, ever ready to provide support. As for Dale's, the two observed that Sapphite showed no intention of targeting him, and that fellow, sensing the situation, refrained from striking, thus remaining unbothered for the time being. This is dire. The captain's aura is waning, while Quila's energy remains as formidable as ever, showing no signs of diminishing. Damn it, the captain's presence has vanished. Hurry. In the vast cosmos, the battered Sapphite struggled to maintain his form, his blood thoroughly soaking his garments. In contrast, Quila bore only a few minor wounds. As my former subordinate, I truly wish not to slay you, but I find myself with no choice, Quila continued to boast. A bitter smile graced Sapphite's face. Nevertheless, can you now enlighten me as to why you cannot defy your father? Sapphite's feeble voice resonated directly within Quila's mind. You are correct. I have indeed surpassed my father. Though I have yet to test it, I would never fear him. However, it is the individuals behind him that instill in me a sense of trepidation. Those are the true forces against which I cannot stand. Is this answer satisfactory? Quila concentrated his energy, preparing to deliver the final blow to Sapphite. In truth, I have sensed a flaw within your fourth transformation all along. What flaw? Quila inquired, intrigued, dispersing the energy in his hands, not perceiving this as a mere stalling tactic from Sapphite, for such an approach would be futile. I have detected a slight issue within your psyche, a trace of impurity. All this time, you have sought to expel these impurities, yet why not consider fusion? Such minor impurities should not impede your combat prowess. Safit's words struck Quila like a revelation, plunging him into profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Safit stood idly by, neither attacking nor fleeing. After a considerable pause, Quila finally responded, a broad smile gracing his features as he addressed Safit. I should express my gratitude. Thank you for your insight. Otherwise, I would not have grasped the concept of my fifth transformation so swiftly. Chapter 74, Purple. Safit nodded in acknowledgement, but revealed no trace of fear. Has he resigned himself to fate? From the very beginning, I was aware that my defeat was an impossibility, Safit confidently declared. His pallid visage juxtaposed with a self-assured smile that was truly perplexing. Oh, what a surprise it is to hear of my fifth transformation. I am genuinely eager to witness what grounds you have to utter such words. At this moment, I stand as the strongest in the universe. Clovira suddenly began to constrict his form, gradually reverting to the visage Safit first beheld, his original state. Once more, I shall achieve the fifth transformation. For this time, I shall surely succeed. The current condition of Safit is one of utter disrepair, posing no threat whatsoever. And as for Safit's bravado, Clovira holds it in complete disbelief. Boom, 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 boom. 4 consecutive explosions erupted as Clovira instantaneously underwent 4 transformations. Yet, this fourth form was markedly different from the final forms of Krud and the others. I have completed the fifth transformation at the age of 207. Who among my kin can surpass me now? Ha ha ha! Arise, my ultimate form! Clovira bellowed, his body commencing a violent expansion, muscles swelling and bulging until they enveloped him entirely, only to deflate abruptly like a balloon that had been punctured. Gradually, Clovira's outline became distinct, restoring itself to a golden ratio reminiscent of his original form, appearing little different from his fourth transformation. However, Safit understood well that he could no longer sense his opponent's aura. To be precise, the aura had grown so formidable that it was omnipresent, no longer coalescing at a single point, rendering it undetectable. To express my gratitude, I shall vanquish you in my most powerful form. Clovira found it challenging to articulate his current emotions. Was it exhilaration? Or perhaps excitement? Neither, at this moment. Clovira possessed the audacity to proclaim his absolute power to the entire universe. Swish, swish, swish. With a flurry of punches and rapid kicks, Clovira adapted to his newfound strength. Do you comprehend why I asserted that I had already won from the outset? 3 days ago, upon my successful realization of why I could not transform into a Super Saiyan through sheer anger, I had already secured my victory. Having understood the problem, I naturally found solution. Yet, what I had not anticipated was the overwhelming might of this power, so formidable that I could scarcely control it, instilling within me a sense of trepidation. Despite being gravely injured, Safit's gaze remained clear and resolute, entirely unlike one who had sustained a catastrophic blow. Since my transformation into a Super Saiyan, I have experienced not only joy, but also fear. With your current power, you are utterly no match for me, unless you could transform once more. Safit's assured tone irked Clovira immensely. Then come forth. Clovira possessed the pride and unwavering confidence to back his claims. Should the Super Saiyan not transform, death is certain, and thus, Ilera and the others would face inevitable demise. Transformation presents a genuine dilemma. Although he spoke of it as a difficult choice, the expression on Safit's face clearly indicated that he had reached a conclusion. Do you understand? Cvalera, amidst the Saiyan race, acknowledges the existence of various Super Saiyans like Ira, who upon transformation merely attain the status of a typical Super Saiyan. Should a Saiyan possess a more potent bloodline, they might be born with an astounding battle power in the thousands, elevating them to a higher echelon. Though I have not witnessed this firsthand, I am aware of a being known as Broly, who epitomizes this caliber of Super Saiyan. Such formidable warriors can vanquish several ordinary Super Saiyans single-handedly and possess the capacity for boundless enhancement, as long as their bodies can endure it. Cavalera's smile faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. This type of Super Saiyan shares a trait with your Frozen clan. Aside from innate talent, they continuously grow stronger each day. And upon reaching the age of 30, they inevitably undergo transformation. However, this method carries a drawback. If one's mental fortitude is insufficient, they risk descending into madness, becoming mere tools of slaughter rather than the universe's most powerful beings. Cavalera's expression shifted. Could it be that you are one of those Super Saiyans? Crow-Safit shouted, causing Kvalira to breathe a sigh of relief. If he were indeed one of those Super Saiyans, the outcome would be uncertain. I am a Saiyan of a higher royal caliber than they are. No one knows that upon my birth. I possessed a battle power of 50,000, surpassing everyone on planet Vegeta. However, due to issues with my soul, this power lay dormant until recently, when I resolved my spiritual dilemmas, and that terrifying strength returned to me. And what of it? A latent super talent buried for so many years is still merely talent. Perhaps you can transform into a Super Saiyan, but you are certainly no match for my current self. Although Kvalira felt a twinge of apprehension, it did not equate to fear. His confidence surged. How could he retreat due to a mere exchange of words? Without first-hand experience, how could he ascertain his potential defeat? You foolishly underestimate the terror of a royal-level Super Saiyan. Let me share a secret. 3 days ago was my 30th birthday, and soon you shall experience its significance. Wait. Kvalira interjected as a faint green flame ignited around Crow-Safit, warping the surrounding space. You must control it. Crow-Safit inwardly screamed, having never completed a transformation himself, leaving him uncertain. 3 days prior, he had naturally transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieving a deep green state that surpassed Broly's pale green terror. Gradually, the faint green flames intensified, transforming into a fierce conflagration as the light green shifted to purple. The purple flames coiled around Crow-Safit, igniting his hair, while the flames began to condense and retract into his body, yet the blaze atop his head remained ever potent. Roar! The purple flames seared intensely and in agony. Crow-Safit bellowed, as a spectral ape appeared behind him. Curiously, the ape's tail bore peculiar scales. The momentum surged, and Kvalira, unwilling to allow Crow-Safit to continue his evolution unchecked, unleashed several energy blasts towards him. Boom! Boom! The energy blast had yet to approach Safit when it was repelled by a soft lilac flame. Soon after, the flames above began to gradually fade, revealing deep purple hair. As he opened his eyes, Safit's pupils shimmered with a faint violet hue. A Super Saiyan bathed in purple? Kvalira could scarcely believe his eyes. The pressure emanating from his opponent was incomparably greater than before, akin to the overwhelming force of a cosmic storm. The purple pupils were set against blood-red sclera. Chapter 75, Loss of Reason. Kvalira was filled with astonishment and fury. The worst possible outcome had indeed come to pass. What does it matter if the transformation is complete? The opponent is gravely injured. Even if this purple Super Saiyan is capable of battling me, given his current physical condition, he is certainly no match for me. Kvalira's earlier delight at achieving his 5th transformation had dissipated. The fact that his adversary had the audacity to retain such a contingency indicated absolute confidence. Moreover, judging by the aura, this severely wounded individual exuded a presence that was not at all inferior to his own. Impossible. The lore within our clan states that upon successfully completing 5 transformations, one attains the strength of a mid-level Super Saiyan 2. How could he possibly achieve such power with a single transformation? The pressure Kvalira felt was immense. Beads of sweat unconsciously trickling down his forehead. What was most terrifying? It was the provision of boundless hope, followed by a harsh blow from reality, culminating in despair akin to an executioner's final strike. There is no reason at all for me to lose, Kvalira reassured himself as he prepared for battle. However, Kvalira had miscalculated. The ancient knowledge passed down through the Frost clan indicated that even the weakest among those who completed 5 transformations possessed the strength of a mid-level Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this applied only to those aged over 250. Kvalira, having completed his 5th transformation at a mere age of maturity, was an anomaly that had never before appeared within the clan, leading him to an erroneous conclusion. In truth, Kvalira had undoubtedly attained the initial power of Super Saiyan 2. On the other hand, Safit's purple Super Saiyan transformation represented a kingly echelon of Super Saiyan power. Broly's pale green transformation was already sufficient to vanquish multiple Super Saiyans, such as Vegeta and Goku. Thus, the terror embodied by Safit as a purple Super Saiyan was unimaginable. If he were merely an ordinary Super Saiyan, he would likely be effortlessly crushed. This was why Safit, in his most unassuming state, could rival even a typical Super Saiyan. Kvalira stood poised for battle, yet Safit remained motionless, not making a single move. Kvalira dared not strike first. At this juncture, the advantage was no longer determined by the initial attack. A reckless offense could easily expose vulnerabilities, leading to dire consequences. Suddenly, Safit emitted a beastly roar, thrusting his hands back and howling to the heavens, akin to the primal cry of an ape, even striking his chest with his fists. This? Quiver's eyes widened, and he quickly realized this must be the very flaw he had spoken of. Indeed, such a transformation is exceedingly strenuous, rendering this individual incapable of maintaining control, leading to a loss of reason. Quila chuckled. If he were to face an adversary whose combat prowess surpassed his own, coupled with extensive battle experience, the likelihood of defeat would be considerable. However, if the opponent were to be a beast of immense strength, to toy with and ultimately vanquish, it would pose no challenge whatsoever. Yet, Quila's smile was fleeting. To eliminate a beast, one must first divert its attention, provoking it into reckless attacks, thereby allowing for a stealthy counterstrike. But where were they situated? Indeed, in the vastness of cosmic space. What lay here? Nothingness. Thus, it became evident that the frenzied Safet could only target Quila. With a furious roar, the deranged Safet lunged forward, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. His colossal fist struck out with ferocity, aiming squarely at Quila's face. Despite Quila adopting a defensive stance, he was forcefully pushed back by the sheer might of the blow. In duels, it is customary for combatants to exert 7-part strength, reserving 3 parts to adapt and defend against unexpected maneuvers. But can one fathom a being whose strength eclipses their own, delivering their full force without regard for defense? It was an utterly reckless display, entirely dismissive of defensive tactics, opting instead for an unrelenting assault of raw power. Once more, Safet vanished from sight, reappearing to deliver a sweeping strike that connected with Quila's neck. How could he be so swift? There was barely time for Quila to react as Safet seized one of his arms in his tail, his legs propelling him forward as if in a desperate sprint. Aiming for Quila's midsection, with a cacophony of blows, he unleashed a relentless barrage, indifferent to subsequent maneuvers, driven solely by desire for violent domination. Although the frenzied Safet disregarded the limits of his strength, the physical capacity of his body was finite. After a series of merciless strikes, a brief moment of exhaustion ensued, during which Quila seized the opportunity to break free. Instinctively, he reached to assess the damage inflicted upon his waist. Damn, the pain was excruciating, and the force had likely injured his internal organs. Just as Quila contemplated taking a moment to recuperate and locate Safet, he discovered once again that the foe had vanished. Where the devil had he gone? Quila was taken aback. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing presence above him. Damn, it's above. Realizing too late, Quila found himself unable to evade the impending attack. A thunderous crash resounded as Safet's fist struck down upon Quila's head, the immense force creating a small indentation in his skull. Once more, as Quila had initially seemed capable of contending with Safet, the latter's unpredictable assault completely overwhelmed him, leaving Quila utterly defenseless. This was not the outcome Quila had envisioned. The overwhelming force restricted his movements, and before he could regain his composure, Safet reappeared behind him. With a resounding impact, another powerful punch sent Quila hurtling through the air once again. Once again, with a swift motion, the frenzied Safet disregarded the toll on his stamina. Moving at high speed alongside Quila, with arms outstretched, he began to slowly gather a terrifying energy. Wait a moment. What is this technique? Having once served under Quila, Safet's signature move was certainly not lost on him. Damn it, at such close quarters, this move must be avoided, Quila screamed internally. Yet his body refused to heed his command. The power of this technique would exponentially enhance his combat prowess. Quila, already nursing light injuries, understood that a hit from this attack would undoubtedly result in severe harm. The energy orb was mere moments away from detonation. Safet, are you all right? A voice suddenly echoed in the frenzied Safet's mind, the unexpected sound diverting his attention, causing the energy in his hands to gradually dissipate. Stopping his movements, allowing Quila to escape, Safet turned to gaze behind him, his expression one of confusion. In the distance, small figures gradually emerged. Elapruvit and his companions were hastening towards him. Safet, Ael called out again, successfully capturing his attention. Safet dismissed the falling Quila, turning back to regard the approaching trio with a puzzled look, seemingly lost in thought, before shaking his head and revealing a cruel smile. This was a harbinger of Safet's intent to unleash devastation. Such a smile had only been witnessed before his confrontation with Frieza. Don't get near Safet, Pravaitai shouted, seizing Ael's arm to halt her advance. Having navigated perilous situations since childhood, his instincts regarding danger were far superior to Ael's. What's wrong? Can't you see Safet's injuries? He's at a disadvantage. Ael retorted vehemently. Calm down. Did you not see that Safit was attacking Quila just now? Clearly, he is counterattacking. What can you possibly do by rushing in now? Moreover, do you think Safit would allow you to interfere? Pravaitai replied, observing from the sidelines. We can address any issues once we charge in. Al hesitated slightly, finally regaining her composure. Upon witnessing Safit in such a wretched state, she had instinctively wanted to rush to his aid, abandoning her usual rational judgment. Safit sneered, closing the distance to Al in an instant, his icy gaze fixated upon her, the crimson glow scorching her face, making her feel quite uncomfortable. What's wrong? Al stammered. Taken aback, she failed to comprehend Safit's meaning and tentatively inquired, Do you want us to leave? Boom! Safit suddenly struck, his fist crashing into Al's abdomen, followed swiftly by his right hand gripping the top of her head, delivering a knee strike directly to her face. The unexpected assault left the trio momentarily stunned, prompting Pravaitai to rush forward and seize Safit's arm, shouting, What are you doing? Even if Al has erred, was it necessary to resort to violence? In response, Safit unleashed a left hook, imbued with tremendous force, which connected with Pravaitai's chin. The sound of cracking bones was almost melodious, and, as the noise resonated, a wider grin spread across Safit's face. Darius, who had remained silent for so long, finally came to his senses. This individual had only joined later and possessed little loyalty to Safit. With Safit attacking recklessly, it was inevitable that he would retaliate. He struck fiercely, his fist aimed squarely at Safit's face, while his other fist was already poised, ready for a potential miss. The sound of impact echoed. Had he landed a hit? Darius could hardly believe his eyes. The opponent was so formidable, yet his casual strike had connected. Safit's face, now under the weight of Darius's fist, appeared even more jubilant. With a flurry of punches, Darius, undeterred, unleashed several more blows, astonishingly landing them all. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. After absorbing his punches, Safit showed no sign of pain, but instead wore an even more exaggerated grin. Suddenly, Safit grasped the arm that had struck him, twisting it gently, leaving 5 crimson marks on Darius's wrist. A powerful uppercut then struck Darius squarely in the chest, puncturing through him. Darius felt the air leave his lungs as he staggered, his aura of confidence dissipating, his body now akin to cosmic dust, helplessly drifting with the waning force of his last attack. Have you met your match, Darius? Pravaitai, with a shattered jaw that hindered his speech, managed to support Ella while remaining vigilant of Safit's movements. In a swift motion, Safit delivered a perfectly executed knee strike to Pravaitai's waist, the brutal impact causing Pravaitai's eyes to glaze over before he succumbed to unconsciousness. What has happened to you? Ella gazed into Safit's eyes, aware that she could not resist his overwhelming power. She ceased her struggle, instead trying to glean something from his gaze. However, what met her eyes was a pair filled with brutal malice. Safit's scara had turned blood red, and his violet pupils radiated an icy resolve. Ignoring Ella's words entirely, Safit coldly tightened his grip around her delicate neck, showing no hesitation or mercy. He lifted her high, a terrifying sensation of suffocation flooding Ella's mind. In her final moments of clarity, she called out to him, Safit, yet his strong hands, as unyielding as steel, only tightened further. Gradually, Ella's voice grew weaker, her will fading into obscurity, leaving her at Safit's mercy. Suddenly, she recalled his words, If I turn against you, remember, you must kill me. The thought of killing him was unfathomable. How could she possibly raise a hand against him? Is there truly nothing left in this world that you cherish? Upon hearing the word cherish, Safit unexpectedly eased his grip, as if transported beyond the bounds of time and space, encountering visions from 1 billion light years away. A woman clad in pure white garments stood quietly at the pinnacle of the planet, softly murmuring to the void behind her, Lin Hao is my sole affection. If you possess any semblance of human emotion, I beseech you to carry forth this sentiment. Little dragon, you must protect him at all costs. A thunderous roar reverberated across a vast expanse, as a rugged male voice echoed from the heavens. Lord Lin Hao is my only charge. I vow to defend him with my life. Visions of an indelible scene incessantly drifted before Safit, and suddenly, he was struck motionless, as if struck by lightning, his tightly clenched fists gradually loosening. A cough escaped from his lips, falling to the ground, while Ella looked at him with astonished delight. The crimson hue in Safit's eyes began to fade, revealing the familiar clarity of his usual gaze, his once frigid eyes gradually warming. The purple malevolent aura dissipated, Although he still retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan in violet, Ella could sense that the Safit they knew had returned. "I'm sorry," Safit finally uttered after a prolonged silence, each word weighing heavily like lead. "It's all right as long as you're unharmed," Ella exclaimed joyously, shedding tears for the first time, despite being a female Super Saiyan who rarely wept in the face of adversity. Safit smiled gently, wiping away Ella's tears. "You must not weep. You have no reason to, and neither do I. Do you understand?" Ella nodded fervently, affirming yes. "Forgive our earlier interruption in battle. Let us consider the first round as your victory and the second as mine. Now, we approach the third round, where the true outcome shall be determined. Quella, come forth. Let us conclude our final showdown." Safit abruptly turned, his gaze once again radiating a chilling intensity, directed at Quilla, who stood nearby, observing the unfolding drama. "Congratulations on reclaiming your true self. It is now an established fact," Quilla commended with an air of nonchalance, entirely devoid of the anger from earlier mistreatment. "Your Eyes clan is truly hypocritical. You are clearly enemies, yet you speak with such grandiloquence. Since we are destined for a decisive battle, why engage in superfluous dialogue? Come forth." Safit found their pretentious demeanor particularly loathsome, as they maintained an emperor's poise despite being sworn adversaries. With a slight smile, Quilla noted that Safit's return to rationality had significantly diminished his combat prowess, not to mention the considerable energy he had expended in his earlier frenzy, even before transforming. He had already been battered by Quilla. Had he not acted recklessly in his transformation, disregarding his stamina and unleashing his might without caution, he would not have suffered such a beating previously. Now, while Quilla acknowledged that Safit's combat strength was marginally superior, it was essential to remember that Safit was currently in worse condition, having endured greater physical depletion. Thus, in this comparative assessment, their fighting capabilities were once again leveled. Each possessed their own advantages, yet the outcome hinged on individual performance. After careful consideration, Quilla devised a singular strategy to prolong the battle. It is now an undeniable truth that Safit is not lacking in stamina. On the contrary, he is quite vigorous. The only advantage his opponent possesses is the weight of his punches, making him a formidable challenger in a brief, intense exchange. Both Safit and Quilla are formidable warriors emerging from the tempest of battle, where even the slightest miscalculation could lead to a devastating defeat. Safit's thoughts revolve around delivering a decisive strike, yet he's acutely aware that Quilla is far from being an easy target. At this juncture, it becomes a matter of foresight and the number of hidden cards each possesses. Regrettably, had that last strike landed, Quilla would have surely inflicted severe injury upon Safit. He sighs, lamenting the lost opportunity, for although his rationality has recently returned, the memories of his frenzied state still linger in his mind. In a brief respite, both warriors gaze intently at one another. In a duel of masters, vulnerabilities often manifest in the blink of an eye, leading both to refrain from making the first move, resulting in a stalemate. After several minutes of mutual scrutiny, Quilla suddenly perceives something amiss. Safit's breathing has grown remarkably steady. Upon closer inspection, he notices that Safit's wounds are gradually healing. Quilla distinctly recalls a gash on Safit's face, which is now transformed into mere red marks and a patch of dried blood. How can his regenerative abilities be so extraordinary? Quilla is taken aback, realizing that Safit's recovery is surpassing his own expectations. He had anticipated that a few minutes of waiting would allow him to regain 70% of his combat prowess, thereby enabling him to overpower his adversary. Yet he is astonished by the rapidity of Safit's healing. Moreover, Quilla's keen gaze reveals that although Safit maintains a combat stance, his body appears remarkably relaxed, clearly facilitating a swifter recuperation. Damn it, Quilla finally comprehends that Safit is undoubtedly stalling for time, and he cannot afford to allow his opponent to continue this recovery unimpeded. With a swift motion, Quilla unleashes an energy blast aimed squarely at Safit's face, then vanishes from sight. As Safit turns to face Quilla, having dismissed Ella and the others, he adopts a deliberately relaxed posture, knowing Quilla is a cautious individual who never engages in battles without assurance, thus allowing him ample opportunity for recuperation. Ever since acquiring the essence of the Frozen Clan, his body has undergone a tremendous transformation. His regenerative abilities alone are astonishing. With a cold smirk, Safit prepares himself completely. If Quilla continues to remain in a stalemate, he will undoubtedly gain a significant amount of recovery time, and once fully restored, Quilla will be no match for him. Should Quilla choose to attack, that would be even more advantageous, and Safit is poised for a strong offensive. True to Safit's expectations, within mere minutes, Quila finally discerns an opening and boldly unleashes a wave of energy. There is no evasion. He must confront it directly, even exposing himself to potential vulnerabilities. Ça fait une surprise. Instantly adopting a defensive posture. Yet it seems he is too late, as the force of the energy impact sends him hurtling backward, exposing a vast opening in his defense. Come attack me, Sapphire shouted inwardly. In this era, combat relied not merely on skill, but on the art of performance. It was better to act well than to fight well. Clearly, Sapphire was showcasing his theatrical prowess. Sensing a presence behind him, Sapphire smirked. His right hand, already charged with a sphere of energy, poised and ready for action, awaiting your approach. In an instant, he swung, raising his right hand to strike backward. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the cosmos, rippling waves of energy radiating outward, even propelling Sapphire himself away from the blast. As the aurora created by the energy sphere dissipated in the vastness of space, Sapphire found no trace of Quila's defeated form. What could this mean? Sapphire could scarcely believe it. The sheer power of the recent explosion was indisputable. Yet, why was Quila's body absent from sight? The blast radius was extensive. And while Sapphire was hurled to the periphery, Quila, ensconced at the epicenter, would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury. Sapphire distinctly felt the tangible contact of his energy sphere. Ha ha ha. Did you think I failed to see through your scheme? You underestimate me, Quila. He laughed heartily, yet a wave of relief washed over him. In that fleeting moment, Quila had indeed intended to exploit Sapphire's brief vulnerability for a fierce assault. But during his descent, he suddenly realized that such an attack aligned precisely with Sapphire's intent, prompting him to veer away swiftly and unleash an energy sphere that struck from behind Sapphire. As anticipated, the preemptive scenario unfolded as Quila had predicted. Sapphire's vulnerability was indeed accompanied by contingencies. Quila felt fortunate not to have been struck by that recent blast. Otherwise, he would likely be on the brink of collapse now. Sapphire's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his opponent could so swiftly perceive the near-impeccable nature of his attack and make the most astute judgment in an instant. The depletion of energy further diminished Sapphire's stamina, the decline being palpably evident. Even minor exertions left him breathless and fatigued. With his strategy failing, Sapphire found himself again at a disadvantage. Chapter 78, I am a master of the universe. Rather than merely being at a disadvantage, it could be said that this disadvantage had been magnified, rendering victory even less probable. Sapphire's strength did not lie solely in this aspect. Rather, this unforeseen defeat had sapped his momentum. Fortunately, Sapphire was no ordinary warrior. He quickly recalibrated his state, gathering his strength to charge forward once more. Though Sapphire contemplated pausing to recuperate, recovery demanded focus, a feat difficult to achieve while juggling multiple tasks. With Quila aware of his intentions, he incessantly launched energy spheres at Sapphire, leaving him no respite. While these smaller energy spheres might not inflict substantial harm, they were more than adequate to interrupt Sapphire's recovery, and some could even exacerbate his wounds. Conversely, Quila's energy attacks were negligible in comparison, and he remained unconcerned, possessing an undeniable advantage in stamina. As the impending assault drew near, Kvera's experience in dealing with such situations had become markedly more sophisticated. He refrained from engaging Sapphire in a direct confrontation, often retreating swiftly upon nearing him, never allowing their fists or feet to collide. Occasionally, he would unleash energy blasts, ensnaring Sapphire in an exceedingly precarious predicament. Cursing vehemently, Sapphire exclaimed, Kvera, as the Cosmic Emperor, how can you cower like a turtle? Why do you not dare to face me in battle? Unashamed, Kvera retorted, this is merely strategy. Do you not understand? Only the most foolish brutes would engage in a head-on clash. Sapphire found himself at an impasse. His assaults were futile, and he was swiftly depleting his energy. Retreating would only allow Kvera to persistently drain him from afar. The immense toll of his purple transformation began to weigh heavily on him, and he could sense the fatigue creeping into his body. However, he could not afford to relinquish his Super Saiyan form under the current circumstances. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Kvera unexpectedly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to Sapphire's shoulder. The impact was unmistakable, shattering Sapphire's outer protective gear and sending fragments spiraling into the cosmos, revealing the reddened skin beneath. The force of the blow rendered Sapphire momentarily rigid. He had never anticipated a surprise attack from Kvera, nor did he believe Kvera would dare such an approach. The first hint of vulnerability had been discerned, and the second was swiftly exploited. Kvera was confident in his judgment, convinced that Safed had not intentionally exposed himself. Without continuing his assault, Kvera unleashed an energy wave that struck Safed in the waist. The tremendous pressure bore down on his internal organs, causing his chest to shudder, and he involuntarily spat blood. Having succeeded with his strike, Kvera retreated to a distance, patiently awaiting the next move without pursuing further. Cursing inwardly, Safed recognized Kvera's acute perception. He had realized that Safed had braced himself to counterattack and had stopped his advance. Reluctantly, Safed acknowledged Kvera's impeccable timing in battle, rendering him unable to identify any weaknesses. Quickly regaining his composure, Safed brushed his hand across his back to alleviate the burning sensation. Kvera, I can see that your method of combat may triumph over me. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. A being who shies away from direct confrontation, regardless of their strength, is destined to fail. Just as you surpass your father in power, yet lack the courage to oppose him, you have already lost from the outset. If my estimations are correct, your fourth transformation grants you nearly half again the strength of Krud, yet you still hesitate to resist. I know not what holds you back, but I can assure you, should I perish here today, you too will fall at the hands of another in the future. You must realize that I, Safed, have traversed the universe since my youth, never resorting to underhanded tactics in battle. Even with strategy and evasion, I would never employ your current method of fighting. You are unworthy of being called a warrior, much less an emperor. Safed's bold declarations merely express the repression within his heart. He harbors no illusions about effecting change through such means. Victory should be resplendent, and even defeat must carry with it a sense of honor. Ella and the others should have already departed aboard their spacecraft, leaving him free from lingering concerns. In victory, there is nothing more to say. In defeat, there is only death. Ella, probiti, forwed. Kveler, I shall not cower before coward. At this juncture, Safed has resigned himself to his fate. Should Kveler persist in this manner, Safed's demise is inevitable. Kveler's eyes flicker, lost in contemplation. It must be said, you speak the truth. Although I falter before Krud, I dare not claim that I am afraid of you, Kveler. Today, I shall confront you in a decisive duel. I fear you not, for henceforth, I shall be the new master of the cosmos. Kveler is resolute in battle. Yet the question remains whether Safed possesses the strength to unleash a final move. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his energy, Safed finds the aura around his arm growing faint and tenuous. Ha, Kveler, should I fall, I hope you spare Ella and the others. If you should lose, I too shall assist you in fulfilling your wishes. Let us settle this with a single blow. With arms drawn together, he prepares to execute his most familiar technique. Come forth, my ultimate assault. With a fierce roar, Safed expends every ounce of his strength in a mighty throw. Rest assured, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall feign ignorance. Kveler extends one arm, the other gripping his shoulder tightly, gathering all his energy in kind. Go forth and bring about annihilation. The energies of both combatants surge forth almost simultaneously, colliding with tremendous force. Waves of energy ripple outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. A stalemate? They remain locked in combat, each unwilling to yield, pressing forward toward the epicenter of their energy clash, striving to amplify their output. Gradually they draw nearer, as if their palms are destined to touch upon the sphere of energy. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan, Safed bellows in the final throes of battle. I am the supreme ruler of the universe. Kveler retorts defiantly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Safed lets out a primal roar, culminating in the declaration. I am the true sovereign of the cosmos. Suddenly, the energy line in Safed's grasp thickens dramatically, akin to igniting the fuse of a final explosive. The amassed energy sphere erupts, rending the surrounding space and violently pulling at both combatants' bodies. Witnessing Safed being hurled backward, blood gushing forth, Kveler finally allows a smile to break through. In the end, it is I who triumphs. However, upon seeing Kveler's body fragmented, Safed secretly rejoices. Ultimately, the victor is still I. Chapter 79, Judgment to Hell. A mere 3 hours after the fierce battle, Ella, Daurez, and Provitai return swiftly, intent on mending their injuries. They come to offer assistance, hoping to alter the tide of battle should a stalemate arise, especially if both their captain and Kveler are gravely wounded. The three of them possess the strength to turn the tide. It should be around here. My memory cannot be mistaken. Provetti surveyed the surroundings, finding it exceedingly difficult to discern any figure amidst the vastness of space. Even if they were formidable beings, their keen eyesight would struggle to locate anyone. The darkness enveloped them entirely, save for the faint glimmers of distant starlight, rendering visibility nearly impossible, apart from the scattered debris floating about. Isla wore a troubled expression. She had lost the trace of Safit's presence 2 hours prior, and, similarly, the aura of Kvalira had vanished in an instant. Initially holding onto a flicker of hope, it now seemed increasingly likely that Safit was. Let us disperse and search. Upon finding anything, promptly notify the others via communicator. If any emergencies arise, we must concentrate our energies at once. Isla rubbed her throbbing head, unwilling to concede defeat. Until she located Safit's body, she would not relent. Parting from the direction they had come, the trio ventured into different realms, yet all returned empty-handed. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted from the communicator. "Hurry over here. You must see this." Isla's heart jolted. She swiftly flew towards Dales's location. Upon her arrival, Pravetti stood alongside Dales, both facing away from Isla, fixated on something ahead. "Look," Pravetti pointed. Before them lay a severed lower half. "Is that Kvalira's?" Isla gasped, her joy not stemming from Kvalira's demise, but rather the implication that if Kvalira had fallen, Safit must still be alive. "Splendid. This means the captain is undoubtedly still with us." Pravetti's words echoed Isla's unspoken thoughts. After a brief contemplation, Isla rapidly deduced the most precise course of action and declared, based on the trajectory of Kvalira's body, it is clear they engaged in a final confrontation. Safit must have either pursued Kvalira's path or taken an opposing route. You two should follow the direction of Kvalira's body. I will search in the opposite direction. If all goes well, Safit is likely gravely injured and unconscious. We must locate him swiftly. With that, she wasted no time and sped off in the opposite direction. Pravetti and Dales exchanged a glance before hastily departing as well. Isla was consumed by anxiety. Since she had emerged from the spacecraft, she had relied on her energy to sustain her existence in the cosmos. Despite her immense Super Saiyan energy, it had only lasted for a mere 2 hours, depleting 2 to 3/10 of her strength. Who could say how much energy Safit had left to expend? And if he were indeed unconscious, the circumstances could be dire. After merely half an hour, news arrived from Pravetti's side. They had discovered Kvalira's upper half, but still no sign of Safit. Minutes dragged on, and finally, Isla located Safit. Yet the outcome was utterly incomprehensible. How could this be? You had clearly won. Isla was at a loss for words. For the greatest despair in life is to first be granted hope, only to have it cruelly severed. This was the very sensation consuming her now. Damn, the frozen clan. I shall obliterate you all. Isla's furious resolve echoed throughout the cosmos. At this very moment, Ella remained unaware that on the other side of the universe, a rotund figure was aligning 2 antennas atop his head towards their direction, clapping and laughing incessantly. "Ah, splendid. The universe has been rid of 2 dreadful nuisances." The corpulent man continued to applaud in celebration, his small eyes obscured by tiny sunglasses, yet betraying a comical glint. The enormous character's king of worlds emblazoned across his chest appeared rather awkward. "Your Majesty, what brings you such joy?" inquired a creature with 3 eyes, pausing his previous exercise to address the king. "Ah, I am indeed elated. Just mere hours ago, 2 terrifying entities in the cosmos annihilated each other." The king replied with undeniable satisfaction. "Oh, such an occurrence exists? Were they formidable adversaries?" The 3-eyed being, somewhat skeptical, had made significant progress in his cultivation under the king's tutelage. Without a doubt, these 2 beings were quite fearsome, the king affirmed. Could they possibly rival Frieza? A diminutive child with red circles on his face and a perpetual black hat timidly inquired. Well, in truth, there is no comparison whatsoever. The king's words eased their apprehensions. For they had assumed these foes were of great strength, only to learn they paled in comparison to Frieza. However, the king's subsequent remarks sent shivers down their spines. Before those 2, Frieza would not withstand even 10 of their strikes. The king's voice rang out with remarkable certainty, delivering startling news. "What? That Frieza, whom Goku and his companions struggled to overcome. 10 strikes? To be honest, I'm not entirely familiar with their realm. Yet this is the most conservative estimate, perhaps even more formidable. Therefore, it is no wonder I feel so buoyant. Their demise brings me immense relief." The king hummed a cheerful tune as he pranced back to his chamber, leaving Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi in a state of stunned disbelief. "Did you hear that, Jiaozi? Indeed. Is it possible such powerful beings exist in this world? We must not lag behind." As they strolled slowly down the shaded incline, Sapphire expressed his exasperation. "What a predicament! I have no physical form and must generate one using energy. gazing at the palace in the distance. The clear inscription Yama's Hall above it elicited a sardonic smile from Sapphire. From his memories, he felt no one in this realm could compare to him, even if considerable power were required to maintain a corporeal existence. Without waiting in line, Sapphire entered directly, and due to his physical form, the lesser spirits dared not obstruct him, mistaking him for a person of great significance. Who are you? Which deity do you serve? Yama cast a casual glance over Sapphire's body, casually inquiring. Let me check. Sapphire, Saiyan, naturally composed, no contributions, countless slaughters. Huh? Sapphire? You are that Super Saiyan? Yama exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing the book of life and death, confirming the truth. Indeed, I am Sapphire. What of it? Oof. You wicked scoundrel. I shall condemn you to hell. Yama thundered, seemingly unafraid of him. Subsequently, Sapphire felt a sudden void beneath his feet as an overwhelming gravitational force pulled him in, catching him completely off guard. He plummeted through the air, attempting to utilize his aerial technique to ascend, yet proved utterly ineffective. What was this invisible force? Sapphire sensed himself ensnared by a peculiar power, rendering him incapable of exerting his strength. He traversed through the dense clouds, falling for what seemed like several tens of seconds without reaching the ground. Was he destined for hell? It seemed rather appealing. He surrendered to the fall, his eyes scanning his surroundings to ascertain the situation. The notion of being condemned to hell by the king of Hades did not concern him. He was merely contemplating his next course of action. Ella had accompanied him to Earth, and had heard tales of resurrection from its inhabitants. Given Ella's astuteness, it was implausible that she had not considered using Earth's Dragon Balls to revive herself. It was merely a matter of time. The real question for Sapphire was how to navigate this interim period. Perhaps embarking on a journey through hell would prove to be an intriguing choice. As he broke through the barrier of clouds, Sapphire finally glimpsed the ground. Though he was still hundreds of meters above, he felt his body regain control. Activating his aerial technique, he halted mid-air and assessed his surroundings. The gravity was 1/5 that of his home planet, the air was thin, and the environment was harsh. Was this truly hell? It was hardly terrifying. To Sapphire, aside from his physical abilities being slightly suppressed and the environment being somewhat inhospitable, it bore little distinction from the outside world, merely a rather inferior planet. What left Sapphire bemused was the realization that even in his spiritual state, he could feel the act of breathing. Never mind. It was best to seek some amusement first. Sapphire surveyed the desolation around him, finding no sign of any specters. After soaring for several minutes, he finally spotted a figure amidst the massive, withered trunks of trees below. Descending gracefully, he seized the small spirit and inquired, "Hey, little one, do you know of any powerful beings around here?" The spirit appeared momentarily stunned by Sapphire's sudden appearance, dumbfoundedly pointing a finger at him. Sapphire, speechless, barked again. "Are you jesting with me? Quickly tell me where the overseer of this area resides." At last, the small spirit divulged that the area was governed by two entities known as the Red Ghost and the Blue Ghost. The little one provided a brief description, and Sapphire was confident he could locate them, thus releasing the spirit. 10 minutes later, Sapphire indeed encountered the two beings who exuded a formidable presence, albeit only in comparison to ordinary humans. "Hey, you two," he called out. The Red Ghost, who was in the midst of barbecuing, slowly turned his head and asked, "Are you calling us?" The Red Ghost and the Blue Ghost were the custodians of this region, and due to the harsh conditions of hell, they rarely managed to procure meat. Today, however, fortune smiled upon them as they had successfully captured a wild boar. In high spirits, the two intended to roast it to satiate their appetites when the unexpected visitor arrived. To be precise, he is a Saiyan. However, the two individuals were in high spirits and had no intention of reprimanding the intruder who disturbed their meal. They simply did not have the time to address him. Indeed, were there others present? Sapphire chuckled, as it seemed these two were somewhat oblivious to the situation. The blue demon took a deep breath in front of the roasted pig, and satisfied, stood up. "Saiyan, do you not know that Lord Blue Demon's mealtime must not be interrupted?" Merely a Saiyan, though hailed as a warrior race, was not particularly formidable. It was evident that this individual was a fully grown Saiyan, possessing some battle prowess, but easily manageable, for after all, those from hell cannot be killed. Bang! Bang! Crash! A minute later, the two demons lay on the ground, while Sapphire perched on Blue Demon's back, gripping his head and asking, "Can you now answer my question?" "Please. Just ask," the Blue Demon replied, wincing in pain. 20 years ago, did a large number of Saiyans appear here? Yes, but most have already atoned in hell and have been reincarnated. Currently, there are very few Saiyans in hell. Where are they? How would I know? We are merely administrators, unable to restrain their actions. I have no idea where they have gone. Well then, do you know where a Saiyan named Crosa went? And a female Saiyan named Riri? Crosa? The two demons exchanged glances and shook their heads. We have not heard of Crosa. He must still be alive. However, Riri has indeed reincarnated 4 years ago. Is that so? Sapphire sighed. So, Mother has passed away? We couldn't even meet one last time. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least Sapphire learned that his father, Crosa, was still alive, drifting through the universe, though his whereabouts remained unknown. Alright, one last question. Do you know where a guy named Quila went? His battle power is quite formidable. You should have a vivid impression of him. Sapphire estimated the timing. Quila should have died a few minutes before him, thus arriving in hell earlier. Quila? That fellow never came to hell. The blue demon's response astonished Sapphire. How can that be? I clearly witnessed his death. Sapphire felt perplexed. His memories before Quila's demise were infallible. He distinctly sensed Quila's energy dissipate entirely before he himself took his final breath. A profound confusion settled in Sapphire's mind. He was eager to have Ella revive him. If Quila was not dead, then their peril had escalated. Upon learning of Sapphire's death, Ella had locked herself in her room without food or drink for 10 days. Due to the urgency of the situation, Praveti utilized the spaceship's maximum speed. They would likely return to the base in about 10 days. However, this time, the military had not only suffered a loss of 3/5 of its forces, but the invincible warrior, Sapphire, had also perished, which was undoubtedly a severe blow. Fortunately, the news of Sapphire's demise had not yet spread. Only a few were aware, and the reports to the subordinates merely indicated that Sapphire had new matters to attend to. Fortunately, his subordinates had adapted to Sapphire's prolonged absence, harboring no excessive doubts. Finally, after 10 days, Ella emerged from her chamber, her reddened sclera and darkened circles around her eyes betraying the toll of her ordeal, her frame visibly diminished. Upon her exit, she uttered a singular command to Praveti and Dales. Go to Earth, procure the Dragon Balls to resurrect Sapphire. Yet, acquiring the Dragon Balls was no trivial endeavor. For Earth was home to a formidable Super Saiyan, whose power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, their captain had cautioned against provoking this Super Saiyan, Dales noted. Enough. Do not mention that disgrace of a Saiyan to me. With Sapphire absent, I shall take charge. I will retrieve the Dragon Balls from Earth. Should they refuse, I will seize them by force, and none shall thwart my endeavor to bring back Sapphire. Chapter 81. Let's revive Sapphire. Shortly after the three set forth, Earth was confronted with yet another dire crisis. Vegeta was relentlessly performing one-finger push-ups. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face, vanishing almost instantaneously. As an eerie crimson hue enveloped the room, the very air seeming to compress around him. With a final push, Vegeta completed his set, deftly flipping onto his feet, a smirk gracing his lips. Kakarot, I shall demonstrate that I am the mightiest Saiyan. Since his initial encounter with Sapphire, Vegeta's intense fury had ignited the dormant power of the Super Saiyan within him. Coupled with his rigorous training, he had regained his resolve to fight once more. This time, I will surely best you. I have nearly transcended the initial transformation stage. With but a thought, I can transform, my strength multiplied several-fold. I refuse to believe Kakarot can still rival me. It seemed Vegeta envisioned Kakarot vanquished at his feet, prompting a hearty laugh to escape him. Wait, there are those other Super Saiyans. They may have transformed before me and perhaps grasped greater mastery of the Super Saiyan power. No, I must intensify my efforts. Originally prepared to rest after his training, the pressure once exerted by Sapphire rekindled his determination. What is this aura? Frieza? In an instant, Vegeta bolted from the gravity chamber, hastily donning his attire and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, and others sensed it too. Damn it, this aura. It can only be Frieza. Aboard a spaceship, a tall man led a diminutive, fully mechanized figure as they gazed upon the azure planet. Is this the Earth you spoke of? A rather small planet, easily obliterated with a single strike. No, Father. I believe it would be wiser to exterminate those Earthlings first, then await the return of the Super Saiyan. The petite Frieza, now enhanced through mechanical modification, possessed newfound strength, bolstering his confidence for a rematch against Goku. Especially with his father standing by his side, providing unwavering support. The towering Krud chuckled helplessly. He possessed the ultimate power of Super Saiyan, surpassing even Vegeta's strength after emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber. However, he remained in his base form, concealing the might of 3 transformations. his battle power barely reaching 5 million. Yet, he was confident that no one could swiftly annihilate him before he had the chance to transform. Rest assured, Father, my current strength should equate to that of a 200-year-old warrior, augmented by an additional 50 years of power. I want to be defeated, Frieza declared, attempting to reassure his father, though it was more a means of bolstering his own morale. However, he overlooked a crucial detail when Goku transformed. His body had already reached its limit, possessing less than 1/5 of his capabilities in perfect form. Even in such a state, he could still overpower Frieza, let alone when he was in pristine condition during transformation. Lord Era, ahead lies Earth. However, we have detected a spacecraft marked by Crud. If all goes as expected, they should arrive half an hour earlier than us. Furthermore, a small spacecraft is approaching from behind, identified as part of Frieza's Ginyu Force, led by someone named Riku. What are your orders? Pay them no mind. Our mission is solely to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Let us not complicate matters. Accelerate. We must obtain the Dragon Balls before they do. After all, we have already created our own Dragon Ball detector, rendering Earthlings unnecessary, Era stated. Despite her deep-seated hatred for Crud, she was acutely aware that his combat prowess far exceeded her own and her companions. Only Safet stood a chance. It would be best to resurrect Safet and reconsider their strategy. As various parties converged, they could sense the arrival of two potent and malevolent presences. Vegeta, clad in casual attire, quipped, "To be frank, Earth is doomed." The others shot him a glare, but they all understood that no one stood a chance against Frieza. Vegeta had never disclosed his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan to anyone. That surprise was reserved for Goku. "Here they come," Piccolo growled softly, once again suppressing his energy. As the spacecraft descended, a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Frieza, who had intended to eliminate all Earthlings, was halted by a boy clad in Capsule Corporation attire. "Aha! Geem!" Frieza commanded, pointing at Trunks, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. Meanwhile, Era and her group were progressing smoothly, having already secured the 4th Dragon Ball. Everything was going exceedingly well, and they set off toward the 5th Dragon Ball. In a forest north of West City, an old man stood before his instruments. As the boy's eyes opened, he erupted into manic laughter. "Ha ha ha! I never imagined the technology depicted in this blueprint could be so formidable. Those two extraterrestrials are truly a blessing for me. With androids 17 and 18. Who would I need to serve? This universe is mine." "Old man, your laughter is truly grating," Android 17 remarked, flexing his arms and moving about, delivering a ruthless rebuke to the cackling elder. Simultaneously, the charming girl, number 18, gradually rose to her feet. "Humph, I am the creator of your kind. Logically speaking, even if you do not address me as father, you ought to refer to me as your master. Do you not think? One must remember to show respect to Dr. Gallo, a renowned scientist, and refrain from calling him an old codger. Even if these two beings before me are my most satisfactory creations." "Oh, I shall not comply. What of it?" Number 17 was unimpressed, turning her gaze towards the door and willfully ignoring Dr. Gallo. The girl sighed with relief beside her, exclaiming, "At last, I am free. Do you two dare defy my commands?" Dr. Gallo bellowed, filled with fury. Yet once again he was disregarded. With a firm press of a button, Gallo rendered numbers 17 and 18 utterly rigid, immobilizing them until they slowly collapsed to the ground. How infuriating! They are not sufficiently modified. It seems the master recognition protocol requires revision. Otherwise, I shall be unable to command their obedience. Era gazed in astonishment towards the direction of the 7th Dragon Ball. She sensed it was the gathering point of all the Earth's warriors. The first 6 Dragon Balls had been collected with relative ease, and she hoped the 7th would not present further complications. However, it was imperative that she embark on this journey. "Providida, gather all the Dragon Balls to this location for our rendezvous." The quest for the Dragon Balls was to be undertaken by 3 individuals separately. Era possessed 2. Providida had 3, and Dallas held only 1, leaving the 4-star ball still unclaimed. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks not only dispatched Frieza with remarkable speed, but also eliminated Crud before he could transform. This must surely be regarded as one of the most humiliating defeats for the Frost Demons. Soon after, Goku descended from the sky, and Trunks was fortunate enough to encounter him. After a brief exchange, Goku readily agreed to Trunks' request. "I entrust everything to you, Mr. Goku," Trunks said sincerely, bowing in gratitude. "No need to mention it. I would have acted anyway. Such formidable opponents are truly exhilarating, aren't they?" Goku abruptly turned, fixating intently on the distance, his expression grave. Whoosh. A figure emerged in the sky. Dallas, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "It seems I have arrived a bit early. Is this fellow a Saiyan?" Vegeta's keen eyes instantly noticed the tail coiled around his waist. Upon hearing Vegeta's soft remark, Piccolo furrowed his brow. He had never held a favorable view of Saiyans, including Vegeta. Standing at a distance, Goku observed Dallas' arrival, his brow furrowing once more before he slightly turned his head to gaze into the distance. "Haha, I see I am not the second fastest. Era must be slower." Pravida chuckled heartily as he greeted Dallas, dissipating his Super Saiyan form. "Big guy, who are you referring to?" Era's voice came from behind, causing Pravida to stiffen involuntarily. He hastily smiled and ingratiated himself. "Oh, I did not notice you were here. My lady Era, why did you not announce your arrival? We must attend to business. There is no time for idle chatter." Era dismissed Pravida, once more utilizing her device to search for the location of the Dragon Balls. Ella descended to the ground and gradually approached the crowd. All eyes were upon her as she stepped forward, flanked by Pravita and Dales, the latter still in his Super Saiyan form, instilling great pressure that rendered the onlookers nearly mute. Though Vegeta feigned indifference, he was keen to discern the intentions of this woman, as he vividly recalled Ella's formidable combat prowess. Ella pointed a finger towards Gohan. In an instant, Goku vanished from his spot, a faint shadow interposing itself before Ella's outstretched digit. "Who are you?" Goku asked, having never encountered Ella before. Even on Namek, she and Sapphire had concealed their appearances. "Goku, they are Saiyans. After the battle on Namek, when we were returned by the dragon, they were present as well. They made a wish with the Dragon Balls and departed. Although we are not particularly close, they are not enemies. I recall they had a very good rapport with the Grand Elder of Namek," explained the small bald man, sensing the situation was amiss and hastening to clarify. "Hey, after your last wish, did your home planet recover?" he inquired, stepping forward in an attempt to forge a connection. Ella, her face cold yet retaining some rationality, replied, "Sapphire is dead. I have heard that the Dragon Balls on Earth can revive him. If you wouldn't mind, could we borrow the Dragon Ball containing 4 stars? "What? Sapphire is dead? That man actually perished?" Before Goku could respond, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Though he had little knowledge of Sapphire's strength, Ella's demeanor made it evident how formidable he truly was. In Vegeta's mind, being surpassed by a high-ranking noble was not unfathomable. But being outmatched by a lowly warrior like Goku was the greatest obstacle he faced, prompting his relentless antagonism towards him. However, he could not comprehend the notion of Sapphire's demise. While he felt confident in contending with Ella, he was by no means assured of triumphing over Sapphire. Who is it? Who could possibly slay such a powerful Saiyan? Vegeta pondered. Observing Vegeta's agitated demeanor, Goku felt a twinge of confusion but stepped forward nonetheless, saying, "Vegeta, calm down. Let me question them thoroughly. You want the Dragon Balls? I can provide them, but there's an unsettling aura emanating from you. I do not know why, but I hope you will leave Earth promptly after making your wish." What Goku sensed was merely the overwhelming bloodlust and malevolence exuded by Ella and her companions. Seasoned warriors with years of cosmic combat under their belts naturally bore the stains of battle. For someone as imbued with a sense of justice as Goku, this was deeply discomforting. If I recall correctly, those are members of the Frost Demon race. Frieza and Cooler should have already arrived on Earth. "It is surprising that you have not attempted to thwart them," Ella remarked. "Impossible. That bunch of weaklings? How could they possibly defeat a Super Saiyan?" Trunks, noticing the peculiar situation from a distance, hurried over. "Just a moment ago, I effortlessly dispatched those 2 from the Frost Demon race. If they could kill your Sapphire. It seems his power is not as remarkable as you claim," he stated. "What did you say?" Ella was filled with a mixture of astonishment and indignation. She was astonished that this little imp could defeat Krud and outraged that he would dare to label Sapphic as worthless. Upon scrutinizing him closely, she couldn't help but scoff. "You, a mere child, claim you can vanquish Krud? Spare us your grandiose claims." Ella sensed a latent power within the boy, one that was indeed formidable. Yet how could he, who could barely withstand her, presume to challenge Krud? Meanwhile, Pravita and Dales shared a similar disdainful expression. How could that be possible? "I defeated those 2 with the utmost ease," Tanks boasted proudly. Krud's demise was indeed tragic. His arrogance led to his downfall. Ella laughed heartily, disregarding her image entirely. They had all felt the oppressive force of Krud in the past, and the thought of his humiliating defeat brought them great relief. Vegeta stood nearby, choosing not to interrupt. resolved to inquire personally once Safit was revived. Enough of this nonsense. Lend us the Dragon Balls for a moment, Ella declared, retrieving a Dragon Ball from her pocket and accepting the remaining ones from Provitai. Goku, observing the 6 Dragon Balls in their possession, chuckled wryly. It seems you're thoroughly prepared. As Gohan produced the final Dragon Ball, Ella simultaneously unveiled Safit's body. Come fort, Shenron. A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire sky as the dragon's iconic introduction echoed. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant any desire. Revive Safit. Ella proclamed loudly. Shenron cast a glance, suddenly trembling, and exclaimed, What the hell? You all again? Who do you wish to resurrect? Just as everyone was taken aback, Safit's figure slowly rose. Shenron quickly remarked, Very well, farewell, and seemed to shudder, muttering perhaps it's better not to meet again. Safit, unfazed and unperturbed, did not call for Ella upon rising. Instead, he gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words, Quila. Chapter 82, Departure from Earth. What? Quila is not dead? With Safit's affirmative response, Provitai could not contain his loud exclamation. They had witnessed Quila's body severed into pieces, devoid of any aura, seemingly destined for demise. I don't know why, but I inquired with the red and blue ghosts in the underworld, and they found no trace of Quila's soul descending to hell. Surely, a being like Quila would not be granted entry to paradise? Safit asserted, confident that the red and blue ghosts would not lie. Yet he too was perplexed by the misunderstanding. Could it be that members of the Frost clan perish without souls? Or had Quila employed some extraordinary means to preserve his life? Ella stepped forward, just having slain Frieza and the others. If this were the case, caution was imperative. Is not without possibility. If I recall correctly, during our initial confrontation with Frieza, that fiend was pierced through the chest by the captain's powerful strike, and we all presumed him to be dead. Yet, Frieza appeared once more, did he not? Could it be that the Frost demons possess a resurrection ability unknown to us? The memory of their battle against Frieza, followed by the revelation of his survival, certainly perplexed them. However, if this explanation holds, it resonates with a certain truth. At that moment, their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Hey, Safit. Upon turning, Safit found Vegeta standing directly behind him, intently gazing in his direction. Is there something you need, Vegeta? Safit inquired. May I challenge you to a duel? Although I am aware that I am currently inferior to you, I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Vegeta stated earnestly. He was acutely aware of the monumental yet concealed aura emanating from Safit, and he understood that he still had ground to cover. However, with his extensive training, he yearned to comprehend precisely where he fell short. There's no need, Safit replied, turning away. Presently, Vegeta had only just begun to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan, barely reaching the mid to late stages of the first form, and he had yet to attain full power. How could he possibly contend with Safit's formidable strength? It is important to note that Safit's power was already equivalent to the early stages of a standard Super Saiyan 2, akin to Gohan's initial display of that transformation. What? Are you denying me even this opportunity? Or is it that you haven't fully completed your Super Saiyan transformation, and thus lack the courage to face me? Vegeta recognized the underhandedness of his provocation, yet he felt compelled to employ it. Enough, Vegeta. You stand no chance against Safit. The gap between you is far too vast. If you're unable to maintain your Super Saiyan form without losing control, your chances of victory are non-existent, Ella interjected. While her understanding of Safit's transformed power was still limited, she had already sensed the full might of a Super Saiyan. It was evident during their competitive flights, when several had begun to transform into Super Saiyans. She had felt the brush of that tear. She knew she couldn't surpass Safit, and if Vegeta had not even reached that stage, he would surely fall short, especially against Safit. I refer to that state as the full power Super Saiyan form, where the energy consumption of the transformation is reduced to that of a normal state. Even if you complete the transformation, if you have not attained that condition, you lack the qualification to challenge me. Safit spoke the truth, though it sounded particularly harsh to Vegeta. Suppressing his restless emotions, Vegeta shifted his gaze toward Goku. No need to look at me. This is the first time I've heard of such an extent of power. If it is indeed attainable, then it seems we have discovered a new direction for our advancement, Goku stated plainly. He too sensed that he had reached a plateau, and had it not been for Safit and the others, they would have required additional time to explore this path. This realization would save them considerable time and effort. Sapphire observed keenly. From the aura exuded by Goku, it was evident that he had nearly reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, just a step away from transcending into that realm. Haha. Let me impart a secret. When you have trained to a certain level and suddenly find yourself transforming into a Super Saiyan, with lightning flickering around you, then you may challenge me. I eagerly await the emergence of such an individual. Goku and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized there existed a higher echelon. What formidable strength could that possess? Goku felt a surge of excitement, especially after Trunks had mentioned that the androids were powerful enough to easily overpower a Super Saiyan, giving him a newfound objective to pursue. Is that so? Thank you for sharing this, Sapphire. However, one day, we shall face each other in battle. Await my arrival. Vegeta proclaimed before disregarding the others and launching into the sky. Haha, it seems Vegeta is impatient to enhance his abilities, Goku remarked, watching Vegeta depart. Regardless, we appreciate your Dragon Balls. If trouble arises, simply activate this device. Should you need assistance, we shall hasten to your aid. By the way, among the three of us, two are nearing full Super Saiyan power, while Darius is approaching the latter stages of Super Saiyan 1. As for Sapphire, Ella cast a glance at Sapphire, still uncertain about his prowess. Do not attempt to challenge me unless you have ascended to Super Saiyan 2, Sapphire asserted with confidence. Well then, we must take our leave. There are numerous matters awaiting us in the universe, so we shall not intrude further. Handing a communicator to Goku, Ella retrieved a small spaceship, and the four of them ascended, swiftly departing from Earth. What the heck? They don't even say goodbye. Bulma fumed, having long harbored disdain for the aloof group. Throughout their encounter, they had spoken little more than a few words to Vegeta and Goku. They only show respect to the strong. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, they probably regard no one else as worthy, including that future boy, Piccolo remarked astutely. Really? That boy seems to be a Super Saiyan as well. Is he not deemed worthy? Gohan questioned, puzzled. Indeed, he is a Super Saiyan, but it feels like he falls significantly short compared to Goku, Piccolo replied ambiguously. Oh. Gohan nodded, some understanding. All right, everyone, let's rally our spirits. A great battle awaits us in 3 years. Once we return, we must train diligently, Goku announced, invigorating the group. After exchanging farewells, they dispersed to prepare for the arrival of the androids. Chapter 83, the fifth member of the team. During my absence, has everything proceeded smoothly? While Sapphire trusted their capabilities, he felt compelled to inquire. Everything is normal, aside from a few minor factions that have yet to submit. Kvila's territory has begun to be overtaken. However, although you mentioned that Kvila is not dead, there's been no trace of him up to this point. With the demise of Frieza and Krud on Earth, we can now lay claim to that territory, thereby extending our dominion over a substantial portion of the galaxy. Warfare has always been the domain of Providence, and this war fanatic has adeptly executed numerous conquests. By the way, we have recently encountered several combatants whose power ranges between 200,000 and 500,000. After a few encounters, they have seamlessly integrated into our ranks, thus securing our base of operations. Providence mentioned the names of these individuals. Regrettably, Safit had no recollection of them. However, beings of such caliber are unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Their arrival is indeed timely, as they currently lack mid to high tier combat prowess. Next, we must focus on consolidating the smaller factions. Ella, I implore you to invest your efforts in this matter. I wish to avoid any further complications, Safit commanded, harboring an unresolved issue that urgently required his attention. And what of you? Surely there are no remaining adversaries? Providence suddenly felt a wave of emptiness wash over him, akin to the chill of isolation at great heights. It seemed that apart from Safit, there were no challengers left for him. No, there is indeed a matter I must attend to alone, Ella replied. You should remain on our home planet to manage affairs. Providence suggested, you shall venture to Earth, where ample adversaries await to hone your skills. Safit chuckled. Rest assured, for I eagerly anticipate your strength. We have an unfinished battle ahead of us. Earth? Are there truly adversaries worth our anticipation there? I find it hard to believe that androids can stand shoulder to shoulder with Super Saiyans. Providence had encountered numerous artificial beings, many of whom were modified humans, yet none were particularly formidable. They lacked the terror one might expect. Safit suddenly paused, inquiring. Can you sense it? At that moment, as they traversed the vastness of space, Safit's question caught the attention of the other three. Ella, however, was the quickest to react, momentarily attuning herself before responding. Yes, I sense it, this familiar feeling. Indeed, it is a Super Saiyan, Providence exclaimed in astonishment. To think that the galaxy still harbors Super Saiyans, while we, the soon-to-be rulers, remain oblivious to such news. Let us investigate, Safit declared, promptly halting the ship's automated course and steering towards a desolate planet nearby. On planet Butin, Kakarot, a towering man, stood bare-chested, oblivious to the alien assailants surrounding him, his gaze vacant, clearly having lost his senses. After bellowing Kakarot's name in a furious roar, his rage surged, his muscles swelling once more. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the earth around him erupted in violent explosions, obliterating the nearby attackers and leaving no trace of them behind. Charge! Kill this Saiyan! The surrounding aliens, undeterred by the imminent peril, rushed towards the towering Saiyan, raining down punches upon him, yet he remained indifferent, allowing the blows to land without resistance. Let Kakarot come out, roared the towering figure, as an energy sphere abruptly manifested from his abdomen, steadily expanding until it enveloped his entire being. Disperse at once. With a surge of lethal energy, the imposing man unleashed his full might, obliterating a third of the entire planet in an instant. From an external perspective, the planet had deformed, losing its original shape entirely. What astounding explosive power! Sapphire mused, halting the spacecraft mid-air. Had they descended moments earlier, the vessel would surely have been annihilated in an instant. Retracting the ship, Sapphire flew in the direction indicated by his instincts. The other three, equally shaken by the explosion, quickly stowed their crafts and followed closely behind Sapphire. Ha ha ha! Broly maniacally waved his hands, unleashing energy blasts without a care for his stamina, reveling in the distant explosions and the anguished cries that surrounded him. Not far behind Broly lay a middle-aged Saiyan, who, though struck unconscious by Broly's sudden eruption of power, was spared from death thanks to Broly's restraint. Yet, witnessing his son's descent into madness left Bogas feeling utterly helpless. Despite the legendary power of the Super Saiyan, it was beyond his control. He had contemplated numerous strategies, all in vain. Cease this, Broly. Kakarot is not here. Bogas called out desperately, invoking Kakarot's name, the one that would surely capture Broly's attention. Kakarot? Broly turned his gaze, casting a cold glance at Bogas before shifting his focus elsewhere. Ha ha ha! Kakarot! Broly bellowed in fury, ascending into the skies, his hands raised high as a colossal energy sphere materialized before him. Stop, Broly! You will destroy this planet! Bogas shouted urgently. Broly appeared deaf to Bogas's pleas, his hands descending without hesitation. Stop! A chilling voice echoed in Broly's ear, striking like thunder. A hand landed firmly on Broly's shoulder, halting the descent of his hands. Surprisingly, the previously frenzied Broly began to regain his composure upon hearing the command. His bulging muscles gradually softened, and his once vibrant green hair reverted to its ordinary golden hue. Who are you? Broly inquired softly, regarding the unfamiliar hand resting on his shoulder and the stranger's countenance. I am the most significant benefactor of your life, Sapphire replied with a smile, relishing a newfound sense of triumph and ease. As Sapphire approached his goal, he felt an uncanny connection within his body, akin to the familiar sensation of one's own arm. It was only upon encountering this individual that he recognized who it was. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, I encountered Broly here. Yet, why do I feel such an innate familiarity with him? Sapphire could not comprehend this, but it was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Witnessing Broly's impending reckless actions, Sapphire swiftly darted behind him, extending his hand to restrain Broly. To his astonishment, Broly, who typically disregarded everyone, actually heeded Sapphire's command and ceased his movements. What was even more remarkable was that the normally volatile Broly, who would only regain his composure after exhausting himself, gradually calmed down, reclaiming his rationality and becoming exceedingly tranquil. This was inconceivable. Bogas was filled with rage, for he had long desired to dominate Broly. He understood that if he could easily manipulate Broly's emotions, coupled with his own identity, he would possess the unparalleled power of the Super Saiyan. The man before him ignited a glimmer of hope for controlling Broly. He must have employed some extraordinary method. Bogas roared silently within, envisioning himself reigning supreme over the universe. Who are you? Bogas struggled to maintain his composure, attempting to appear more rational. Sapphire dismissed him entirely. A man of such feeble combat prowess yet rife with ambition was destined for demise, and he had no desire to engage with such triviality. Broly, with a gaze filled with confusion yet tinged with hope, his once dazed eyes regained their brilliance as he inquired, "Can you assist me?" Indeed, Sapphire felt a surge within him, as though he had acquired something profoundly significant, an ineffable sensation akin to the return of a severed limb. Broly evoked within him a feeling of kinship, as if he were his own right hand. Are you willing to follow me and lend me your strength? Unbeknownst to Safet, his eyes shimmered with a faint violet hue, casting a soft glow upon Broly as they swept across his entire form. Broly was evidently taken aback by Safet's direct address, pausing momentarily before a smile graced his lips as he softly replied, "All right." Thus, the two exchanged peculiar words. Not only did Bogas fail to decipher their conversation, but even Ella and Providence were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the nature of the agreement formed between them. They exchanged glances and shared a smile, leaving those around them utterly bewildered. However, out of trust in Safet, Ella and the others refrained from further inquiries, knowing that if Safet wished to disclose anything, he would do so in due time. Otherwise, even their questions would elicit no response from him. Yet, there was one who differed. "Who are you? And what do you intend to do with my son?" Though Bogas lacked formidable strength, he was acutely aware that his sole reliance lay in his son Broly, and he could not allow Safet to take him away so easily. Safet's response was succinct. He gathered a surge of energy in his hand. Just as he was about to act, he noticed Broly furrowing his brow and shaking his head. "Do you still harbor feelings for him?" Safet inquired with a hint of perplexity, for in his recollections, Broly harbored little affection for his father. Yet now, he was unexpectedly willing to act for Bogas. Broly remained silent, resolutely shaking his head. As was consistent with his memories, Broly exhibited a wild and audacious demeanor in moments of fury. He was remarkably introverted in calmer times. "Very well." Safet dispersed the energy in his hands and turned to address the three individuals behind him. "Let us depart." At that moment, Bogas was already overwhelmed by the aura that Safet had unleashed, watching in silence as the five departed, too intimidated to utter a word. Upon returning to the base, Ella busied herself with various affairs within the establishment, seemingly unable to pause for even a moment. Meanwhile, Praviti engaged in rigorous training at the base, prepared to journey to Earth in 2 years' time, eager to witness the prowess of the androids. Rumored by that young trickster Trunks to be capable of defeating even a Super Saiyan, Safet guided Dales and Broly back to their home planet, where a few individuals had already begun to arrive, attempting to prevent their entire world from becoming a lifeless husk. He had only dispatched a portion of his subordinates to maintain the planet's operations. He also sought to glean useful information from the planet's library regarding his extraordinary Super Saiyan transformation, a subject not even mentioned in the Dragon Ball comics of his memories. However, to his dismay, he found no significant discoveries. Although his searches over the past few months yielded some legends and records about special Super Saiyans, they were evidently dissimilar to his own, with the most detailed description merely resembling a figure akin to Broly, a pure green transformation Super Saiyan. The three spent considerable time combing through the entire library, and had it not been for the matter's gravity, Safet would have preferred to delegate the search for information to his subordinates. Nevertheless, in recent days, a piece of information caught Safet's attention. It was something discovered within the royal palace, tucked away in a very secretive location, which Safet stumbled upon during a moment of distraction. The content was minimal, consisting of only a few simple sentences. "Upon learning of your departure, Kasser was filled with fury. However, his power cannot extend to your friends. Take your kin far away, as far as possible, and never return. Rest assured, I will take care of your other friends." Although merely a handful of sentences, the fact that it was stored in such a concealed place clearly indicated its significance. While Safet did not fully comprehend its meaning at the moment, he began to harbor some conjectures. A month later, Safet returned to the base accompanied by 2 new members. "This time, I have important matters to attend to, and it is unlikely I will return in the near future," Safet stated while seated in the conference hall, maintaining his composure in the face of Ella's inquiries. "Understood. We will accompany you. We can leave the base in the hands of the others," Ella replied. "No, you need not accompany me. The base requires your oversight. I am uneasy without those I trust in command," Safet countered. Just as Ella opened her mouth to respond, Safet raised his hand to interrupt her once more. "Without further ado, this time you cannot go. I hope that upon your return, a unified galaxy will be visible." Without allowing Aladdin to speak, Safet directly exited the conference hall, accompanied by Dales and Broly, and immediately departed aboard their spaceship. Aladdin gazed at the ship as it ascended into the sky, her brow furrowed and unable to relax until Safet vanished from sight. Only then did she turn to her companion, Praveti, and inquire, "Have you noticed that Safet has changed?" Praveti stepped forward and nodded. "Indeed, he has changed, but he remains our Safet, ever watchful over us." "Yes, at least he is still the Safet we once knew." Chapter 85. The Target, the Fairy Nebula. After several days of travel aboard the spaceship, Safit and his companions had distanced themselves from their base and were now resting within the vessel. As he gazed at the resplendent, starry sky, Safit seemed to be transported back to the days when he led Alara and Praveti into battle, experiencing the exhilarating freedom of traversing the cosmos, a sensation now lost to him. Although he was once again guiding two individuals through the universe, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding their destination. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind, prompting him to shake his head and dispel this unwelcome feeling. Turning his attention to several sheets of paper, one plain white sheet contained information derived from a letter. Summarizing the key points, Safit extracted a few vital words: the Fairy Nebula, an independent galaxy larger than the Milky Way. Over the past few months, Safit had not been idle at the base. Rather, he had scoured the various life planets within the galaxy and issued commands on numerous major planets, designating all Saiyans as honored guests. Even so, he had only encountered a scant few returning Saiyans, with no signs of any substantial Saiyan communities emerging. Ultimately, Safit arrived at a conclusion he could not ignore. His father was no longer within the Milky Way. As for his whereabouts, he remained uncertain. Yet the newly emerged galaxy intrigued him. Regarding Earth, based on his memories of the Dragon Balls, he recalled that Goku perished after defeating Slug, and his reluctance to be resurrected suggested that the Dragon Balls should have served their purpose, indicating that no formidable foes would arise henceforth. Praveti was nearing full power as a Super Saiyan, and a breakthrough was imminent. Alongside Goku and others, they should easily handle Slug, who was incapable of reaching even the midpoint of Super Saiyan 2, especially with Gohan, a formidable asset, in the mix. Safit smiled. While he and Praveti would undoubtedly engage in a formidable clash, he was more eager to witness Gohan's growth. As for the Milky Way, it was evident that no adversaries stirred his interest. Why not explore the outer realms? After a moment of reflection, Safit outlined several objectives for this expedition. Firstly, to search for his father's whereabouts. Even if he was not in the Fairy Nebula, it was essential to map the nearby star systems to facilitate further searches. Secondly, he sought battles with formidable opponents, acutely aware that his Super Saiyan transformation had yet to reach its zenith. He required the expertise of skilled warriors to solidify this realm. Thirdly, he found himself intrigued by the individual who had written to him. If all went as anticipated, this person was likely a Saiyan, suggesting the emergence of a significantly larger Saiyan lineage, with the evident presence of Super Saiyans among them. Fourthly, closely tied to the third point, should this Saiyan lineage materialize, it might provide a profound elucidation for his unique transformation, allowing him to comprehend his current state of being. Safit tilted his head towards the spaceship on his right. With a perpetually furrowed brow belonged to Broly. Even under Safit's companionship, Broly had not altered his introverted demeanor. Only when alone with Safit did he appear considerably more at ease. Perhaps, in Broly's eyes, they both represented anomalies within the Saiyan race. Yet Safit understood distinctly that Broly was a born Super Saiyan, destined to achieve his transformation by the age of 30, fully matured, just as Safit himself would. This might elucidate the inexplicable bond between them, which perhaps accounted for Broly, a typically indecisive individual, being so amenable to Safit's guidance. At that moment, Broly had transformed into a razor-sharp sword in Safit's hands, moving solely at his behest. Gradually, Safit began to anticipate the journey to the Fairy Nebula. Were it not for the multitude of uncertainties, he would have wished to bring along Ella and Praveti. Yet, he felt compelled to exert his authority to ensure their stay. As for Darius and Broly, Darius was evidently not the most loyal of companions, but Safit was keenly aware that should Darius witness his demise firsthand, he would be unlikely to betray him easily. Regarding Broly, if an adversary encountered him, Safit felt his concerns lay elsewhere. Time progressed, and months swiftly passed. Safit and his companions finally approached the galaxy's edge. If all goes well, in 10 minutes, we shall transcend the gravitational bounds of the Milky Way, Darius explained, peering at the ship's map. Such matters were familiar to Darius, who had traversed the cosmos. Broly, evidently unversed in the intricacies of the spacecraft, had been prohibited by his father from engaging with such knowledge during his previous conquests. It takes this long just to exit the Milky Way. I cannot fathom how much longer it will be until we reach our destination, Safit mused. He was aware that this journey would be extensive, yet uncertainty loomed in his heart. Although Saiyan adolescence spanned a lengthy period, it only lasted up to a century, and their lifespan barely exceeded 100 years. A stark contrast to the 500-plus years of the Frost Demons. As the spaceship neared the edge, Sapphire and his companions were astounded to discover that the galaxy's perimeter was enveloped in a delicate silver membrane. The spacecraft, unable to decelerate in time, collided headlong into it. Like sinking into quicksilver, the ship became ensnared within that energy, its velocity drastically reduced, as if an object were to plunge into quicksand. The point of contact between the spacecraft and the mercury-like membrane began to merge gradually, while the vessel advanced at a visibly slow pace, ever so slightly enlarging the crater it had created, slowly pressing itself inward. At last, the spacecraft surpassed the thickest part of the membrane, akin to a half-peeled egg, and slipped out in an instant. The ship shuddered, causing numerous small items aboard to tumble down. Yet fortunately, the 3 individuals aboard, possessing extraordinary prowess, remained largely unaffected. What transpired? Sapphire steadied himself and glanced back. The moment the spacecraft departed from the membrane, it resumed its journey at an astonishing speed, one that astonishingly exceeded its velocity within the confines of the galaxy. The captain exclaimed in disbelief, noting that their current speed neared 100 times that of the fastest speed recorded within the galaxy. Sapphire furrowed his brow with concern, fearing that the spacecraft might disintegrate in the cosmos, for the material of such a vessel was ill-suited for such extreme velocities. However, it was currently navigating with remarkable smoothness. Gradually, his furrowed brow relaxed, as he felt an uncanny similarity between flying within the galaxy and their current flight, like running through water compared to running on land. The hindrances within the galaxy were indeed far more terrifying. Though the reasons eluded him, he preferred this newfound swiftness, as it would hasten their journey to their destination. Turning his gaze back, he observed that the vast exterior of the galaxy was enveloped in a faintly shimmering mercury-like substance, resembling an elongated duck egg from a great distance. Chapter 86. Frieza? At the pinnacle of the galaxy stood an elegant, tall figure, poised upright amidst colossal clocks, with their second hands ticking away. Above, a small purple dog slumbered, while he remained below, akin to a servant in vigil. The tall figure clasped his hands behind his back, gripping a wand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which radiated a captivating brilliance, appearing both profound and tranquil. Extending his hands forward, he waved his wand casually, conjuring small screens resembling televisions before him. After surveying them, a faint smile graced his lips as he discovered what he sought and casually activated it. The image displayed Sapphire's departing spacecraft. After observing it in silence for a moment, he slowly began to speak to himself. Oh, so it is him. Such a pace should suffice. Watching Sapphire recede into the distance, he waved his hand to close the small video. Glancing up at the sleeping figure above, he shook his head in resignation and murmured as he exited the room, truly carefree, utterly untroubled, and sleeping so soundly. After Sapphire emerged from the galaxy, their speed multiplied 100-fold, and within mere months, they approached the periphery of the Andromeda sector. As the spacecraft entered the Andromeda domain, Sapphire and his companions had braced themselves for violent turbulence, yet were astonished to find themselves gliding in without any obstruction, entirely unlike their passage through the Milky Way. Though Sapphire remained perplexed by the circumstances, the sight of the approaching planet diverted his thoughts from the enigma. They decided to explore a planet, to stretch their limbs and replenish their resources. A dusty yellow sphere, viewed from the cosmos, revealed a surface riddled with numerous craters. It was rather diminutive, several times smaller than the Earth Sapphire had previously visited. As Darius remarked, it was hardly a worthy planet, one that would fetch little profit if conquered. However, their purpose in venturing here was not to invade, but rather to gather fundamental information about the region and seek formidable adversaries. Descend, commanded Sapphire, and the spacecraft gradually lowered itself. Surrounding them was a terrain reminiscent of a desert, devoid of any visible life. Darius, accustomed to operating the scanner, reveled in the efficiency that technology provided, even though he had mastered the art of sensing his surroundings. To the northwest, a congregation of life forms was detected. Let us investigate, Darius suggested, tapping a few buttons to ascertain the distribution of nearby settlements. It was evident that the human presence on this planet was sparse. Let us proceed, Sapphire instructed, retracting the ship as the trio ascended into the air, heading towards the indicated direction. Upon reaching the city's skyline, it became apparent that, as anticipated, the area was exceedingly barren. Even the dwellings were rudimentary, constructed of earth, with no towering edifices in sight. It was clear they had arrived on an indigenous planet. The trio descended gently onto a street within the city. The passers-by, witnessing such an extraordinary sight, exhibited little astonishment. Instead, they scrutinized the newcomers, with a few individuals even bowing in a gesture of goodwill. Well, it seems this planet may not yield the resources we seek, but we might gather some supplies, Darius mused, casually seizing a large red fruit from a nearby stall and taking a bite. He regarded consuming the local fare as an honor to the vendors. Surprisingly, the fruit vendor did not express anger. Instead, he approached with a cheerful demeanor, bowing and inquiring. Esteemed Science, may I ask what brings you to our humble planet? I, Old Wur, am quite familiar with this area and would be honored to assist you. The three were taken aback, and Safit promptly queried, How do you know we are Scions? Old Wur pointed to their tails and chuckled. I have traveled to several planets in my time, albeit long ago, yet the impression you esteemed ones leave is quite indelible. Although this planet lacks direct Scion governance, it remains within your sphere of influence, and thus, I am aware of your presence. There is no need for surprise. I once served on Landon and had considerable interaction with esteemed individuals such as yourselves. If there is any way I can be of assistance during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Old Wur, seemingly oblivious to their astonished expressions, continued with unwavering humility. We require some resources and food, if possible. Please assist us at your earliest convenience. After a brief moment of surprise, Sapphire quickly regained his composure. Realizing his unfamiliarity with the surroundings and pondering how to procure the necessary resources. If only he could find a guide, the task would become significantly simpler. Moreover, Sapphire was reluctant to shatter the illusion of being mistaken for an adult, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. It is my honor to serve you. Old Wall was preparing to lead the trio in search of the resources they needed when chaos erupted ahead. He swiftly seized a fleeing young man nearby and inquired, What is happening? Why such haste? It was evident that Old Wall held considerable influence in the area. As the young man paused to provide an answer, the demon tribe is under attack. I must urgently seek Lord Bobby. Old Wall released the young man, saying, Hurry along. Before long, a figure soared from a two-story building within the city, heading towards the source of the turmoil. There stood Bobby, confidently hovering in the air, when another figure ascended to meet him. Sapphire was once again taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Isn't that Frieza? Dales pointed towards the approaching figure. The resemblance to Frieza was striking, though it appeared to be merely his first form, the one he had not transformed from. How could this be? Sapphire could hardly believe his eyes. Frieza had perished on Earth. How could he reappear here? The two combatants exchanged blows for merely a few seconds before Lord Bobby, who had emerged from the building, plummeted downwards. Dale's S-scanner indicated that the response from Bobby had vanished. What is happening? Old Wall exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, unable to accept that the fallen figure was indeed their city's mightiest warrior, Lord Bobby. Suddenly, while Sapphire and the others continued to gaze at Frieza, Old Wall knelt and implored, Three Scion Lords, please assist us in overcoming this crisis. We will accept any conditions. Please eliminate that demon. Sapphire glanced at Frieza and reassured Old Wall, Do not worry. Even if you do not ask, I will confront Frieza to uncover the truth. Chapter 87. The Frost Clan of Iku. Observing Frieza reveling in the air, Sapphire felt an urge to charge forward but was halted by Dales. Haha, my lord. Allow me to handle this minor matter, Dales eagerly volunteered. After months of flight, his body had grown restless, and such a prime target presenting itself was an opportunity not to be wasted. Moreover, the opponent was likely an old acquaintance, Frieza. Without hesitation, Dales accelerated forward, showing no intent of stealth. As one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he held Frieza in contempt. Furthermore, with Frieza yet to transform, there was no need for his Super Saiyan form. He could easily overpower him in his ordinary state. Although Frieza was filled with pride, he remained exceedingly vigilant. The moment Dales charged forward, Frieza sensed his presence, and he was taken aback by Dales's remarkable speed. He hastily exclaimed, Who goes there? Instantly adopting a defensive stance to confront Dales. Unfazed, Dales surged ahead, his aura radiating without restraint, overwhelming Frieza with immense pressure. In a state of panic, Frieza bellowed, attempting to buy himself a moment's respite. Unfortunately, Dales had no intention of engaging in dialogue. As he closed the distance of mere dozens of meters, he suddenly vanished mid-charge. Vanished? Frieza shrieked in astonishment, unable to perceive any shadow retreating. Had his opponent truly disappeared? How ridiculous. With just a slight increase in speed. You can no longer see me? Dales reappeared behind him, arms crossed, an expression of mild disdain in his eyes. In that brief moment, Dales discerned that the entity before him resembling Frieza to a significant degree, was not Frieza at all. Even in his untransformed state, one's physical reactions and perceptions remain unchanged. The mere elevation of speed had rendered Frieza incapable of detection. The disparity between them was stark. Despite the striking resemblance, it was evident that this was not Frieza. Could he be Frieza's offspring? Dales chuckled to himself. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had intended to toy with this creature by preventing Safit from advancing. Curse you! The figure resembling Frieza bellowed, delivering a powerful punch to Dales' abdomen. It connected, striking against solid muscle. Frieza himself was taken aback. The impetus behind his punch was merely anger, yet given the opponent's terrifying velocity, it should have been easily evaded. But the sensation was amiss. Frieza instinctively sought to retract his fist to avoid Dales' counterattack, only to be met with a sudden, searing pain in his abdomen. Ugh! Frieza could not suppress his injuries, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, the tremendous force having concaved his torso. The intense agony left his eyes bloodshot. Impossible! Frieza roared. How could a Saiyan as formidable as you not remain within your clan and venture to such a remote little planet? Dales chuckled contemplatively before leisurely replying. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Thus, we need not worry. Safit and Broly gradually ascended into the sky, standing not far behind Dales, having clearly overheard Frieza's prior words. We must interrogate him thoroughly. Such information is invaluable, Safit remarked to Dales. Rest assured, Captain Safit, I excel at these matters. Dales confidently snapped his fingers, turning back with a grin. Damn you wild monkeys. Do not underestimate me. Iku, of the Frost clan, am an elite who achieved my first transformation in merely 60 years. This figure, so closely resembling Frieza, was known as Iku. Oh, your first transformation, you say? Darius remained indifferent. He observed as Iku began to harness his power for transformation, allowing him to proceed with the metamorphosis. He yearned to vanquish Iku under the mightiest of powers, so that he could savor the despair reflected in his opponent's eyes. Safit and Broly shared a simultaneous chuckle. The notion of a first transformation? What a triviality. Even Frieza had undergone 3 transformations, yet he was ultimately bested by them. A mere initial transformation, to be candid, was of no concern to the trio. With a thunderous explosion, Iku's body morphed into a form reminiscent of Frieza's 3rd transformation. However, Safit discerned that Iku's physique was noticeably smaller than that of Frieza. Within mere moments, Darius had Iku grasped firmly in his hand, resembling a lifeless canine. Yet, it was evident that Darius was holding back, sparing Iku's life, for they needed to extract vital information from him. Safit approached steadily, gazing at Iku, and stated, Now, I shall pose a question. You will provide an answer. I advise you to cooperate. Iku's throat constricted, and he lifted his head defiantly. Pa! A glob of spit was hurled, but Safit's reflexes were lightning fast, evading the projectile effortlessly. Humph! Regardless of my fate, whether I perish sooner or later, it matters not. Just kill me. I have nothing further to say, Iku retorted, turning his head away with defiance. Clapping his hands lightly, Safit resumed speaking. That may not be the case. If you speak the truth, we shall encounter less trouble, and, consequently, you shall face less. At most, I will deliver a swift blow to end you. However, should you refuse to cooperate, I possess the capability to shatter every bone in your body while ensuring your survival. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to confess. Upon hearing the threat of having his bones crushed, Iku's complexion paled visibly, his lips quivering slightly, yet he remained silent. Safit sighed, expressing his disappointment. Very well, let us proceed. I am curious to see how long this fellow can endure. Iku trembled, then quickly spoke. Wait. I will tell you what you wish to know. Ask away. Very well. If your answers are satisfactory, I shall grant you a swift end. First question. Why have you come to this planet? Safit queried, nodding in acknowledgement. Iku forced a bitter smile, replying, Isn't it due to that Curse Clan mission? Surely you Saiyans must be aware. Every 50 years, we are compelled to fulfill a task assigned by our clan, or face dire consequences. Iku lamented his misfortune. Typically, such tasks bore little difficulty, and individuals of his caliber seldom face peril. This particular mission entailed the conquest of a planet and enslaving its inhabitants to serve the Frost demons. Yet, he never anticipated encountering 3 such formidable Saiyans along the way, leaving him utterly powerless. Had he known, he would never have undertaken what appeared to be a simple task. Regrettably, it was too late for Iku to harbor regrets. Only death awaited him. The enmity between the Saiyans and the Frost demons was well established. he understood that he would not be spared. Chapter 88, Stirring Trouble. Safi nodded thoughtfully, his knowledge of the Frozen clan limited to Frieza and Cooler, with perhaps a vague awareness of Kvila. He harbored his own speculations regarding the well-known Saiyan clan missions, but those remained unverified. At present, he was far too astute to display such ignorance in front of Iku. Nodding in apparent agreement, Safi extended a finger. For my second inquiry, you must be aware of our Saiyan stronghold, correct? Ah, the planet Fostand? Naturally, I am aware. Just ask your question directly, Iku replied. Fostand, you say? Safi silently noted this name before continuing. Do you know how many Super Saiyans exist within our clan? I wish to gauge your understanding of us. Iku's eyes widened in surprise. Such a degree of confidentiality is beyond my knowledge. I am merely a juvenile of less than 120 years. Even as an elite, I cannot be privy to that information. Oh, I had almost forgotten. Safi feigned disinterest. At what age do you Frozen clan members reach maturity? 200 years. We attain adulthood at that age. If one can complete 3 transformations before then, they are considered quite elite, Iku explained, only to suddenly gasp, You are not even Saiyans from the Fostan system. From which fringe region do you hail? Safi smiled. It seems you caught on. Therefore, you may meet your end. In an instant, Dale struck decisively, obliterating Iku's head. Without hesitation, he discarded the lifeless body and remarked, It appears our Saiyans hold considerable power here, having seized an entire star system. Indeed, what surprises me more is that our opponents are merely the dregs of the Frozen clan. Safi was not taken aback. He had long pondered a question. How could only Kvila, Cooler, and Frieza claim to represent the Frozen clan? A clan, no matter how sparse, ought to consist of at least hundreds, he mused. Now, he comprehended that these individuals were merely a branch of the Frozen clan from the Fairy Star domain. Coupled with the scant information he garnered from Old Wall, Safi quickly deduced that the Saiyans of the Milky Way were but a subset of the larger Saiyan race. Otherwise, how could a group with merely tens of thousands of battle power, peaking at no more than 100,000, dare to label themselves the universe's mightiest warriors? At last, he grasped the reality. The true might did not lie with the Saiyans of the Milky Way, but resided within the Fostan system, the very gathering place of all Saiyans. Without needing to think further, Safi confidently surmised that Super Saiyans surely existed there. If not, how could they possibly contend with an entity like Cooler? It was likely that the clan harbored Super Saiyans of profound mastery, perhaps even beyond the full power of Super Saiyans, potentially including Super Saiyan 2. With Iku, the leader, dealt with, the other warriors he had brought swiftly succumbed to the resistance of this planet, vanquished entirely without leaving a single survivor. Regardless, Safit had acquired a wealth of information, rendering any further conversation unnecessary. Upon returning to the side of the venerable wall, the latter immediately knelt before him, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Had it not been for your intervention, my kin would have faced untold suffering. Ah, no need for thanks, Safit replied nonchalantly. It was merely a trivial matter, dispatching a foe whose combat prowess barely reached 500,000. Since your planet falls under our Saiyan dominion, it is our duty to protect you. However, I kindly request that you expedite the delivery of the supplies we require, for we must continue our journey. Safit graciously accepted Wall's homage, seamlessly aligning with his sentiments. Shortly thereafter, Safit procured a rather rudimentary route to the Fostan star system from a local bookseller. While the map was quite crude, it sufficed for Safit and his companions. Wall's efficiency was commendable, perhaps due to the favor earned from vanquishing Iku. All supplies were generously provided free of charge, thus sparing Safit and his comrades the embarrassment of lacking currency. With the supplies secured in their spatial wristbands, Safit swiftly led Dales and Broly away from the planet, heading towards a Fostan planet. In merely 3 days, they reached the outskirts of the Fostan star system. It was not that Safit wished to avoid the Fostan planet. Rather, upon entering the system, they were informed that an inspection was mandatory. Failure to comply would result in being classified as invaders and summarily executed. To circumvent any complications, Safit, anticipating the forthcoming encounter with his true kin, complied willingly with the inspection. Name? The attendant, not of Saiyan descent, nevertheless observed numerous Saiyans traversing the area, most either departing or returning, indicating that this community engaged in similar activities as those on planet Vegeta. Not only Saiyans, but personnel for various other races populated the vicinity, predominantly serving the Saiyans. Much like the frog-faced individual before Safit. Safit, Broly, Dales, he stated, as the frog-faced clerk hastily recorded their names into the computer. HM, The clerk furrowed his brow and inquired, "Strange, there is no record of your identification. From which peripheral Saiyan planet do you hail?" Accustomed to encountering countless Saiyans daily, the clerk was unperturbed by the arrival of those from marginal planets. "Mora planet," Safit casually mentioned, recalling the name imparted to him by Wall. "Mora planet." The clerk searched for its location on his device, muttering to himself, "Are there actually Saiyans residing in such a place? Hey, hurry it up. We don't have time for your dawdling." Dales erupted from behind Safit, his dissatisfaction evident. The clerk's expression shifted, and with a disdainful huff, he proceeded to complete the inspection process. As Safit and his companions turned to depart, he quietly muttered, "What's the big deal? Just a few bumpkins from a peripheral planet acting all high and mighty." Although the sound was barely audible, the prowess of the three was unmistakable. Safite's ears twitched, and his body momentarily halted, choosing not to react. However, someone could no longer contain themselves. The frog-faced individual was abruptly lifted, and a glass, capable of withstanding a strike from a warrior with 10,000 combat power, shattered in an instant as a hand clutched tightly around the frog-faced one's neck. "Do you wish to perish?" Dale smiled enigmatically. Chapter 89, The Flant Family. Time seemed to freeze. The once clamorous hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes drawn to Dale's, some filled with astonishment, others with fear and shock. No one had ever dared to cause a disturbance in such a place, not even if they were Saiyan. Dales and Safite exchanged glances. Safite furrowed his brow, not overly concerned about the potential trouble, but aware that they would need to remain there for quite a while, especially since this was their kin. He did not wish to leave behind any unpleasant memories. Dales turned to Safite, noticing his resolute gaze, and reluctantly released the frog-faced individual, who was not inclined to let the matter rest. A sharp bell rang out from the stage, as the frog-faced one's right hand pressed a red button. A triumphant grin plastered across his face. Safite's furrowed brow relaxed, replaced by a peculiar smile. To him, their restraint had already been a significant concession. What audacity to seek trouble. If someone sought their own demise, they would gladly oblige. Dales called out the frog-faced one's name once more, and this time, a smile graced his features as well. Under the terrified gaze of the frog-faced individual, Dales hoisted him once more. Suddenly, Safite noticed a line of Saiyans emerging from behind, though they lacked the disciplined formation of an army. They were by no means to be underestimated. Clad in similar attire, their approach, though not synchronized, was marked by the scars that adorned their bodies and the fierce aura that radiated from them, palpable even at a distance. The curious crowd, previously gathered nearby, instantly dispersed upon their arrival, eager to avoid any collateral damage. "Well, it seems we're truly terrifying." Dales maintained his nonchalant demeanor, even amidst the throng of Saiyans surrounding him. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan was undoubtedly a source of immense pride. "Let me assess the power levels of those individuals," Dales remarked, tapping his scouter. With a resounding crash, the scouter shattered within a second, and the cause was evident. Dales stared blankly at the remnants of the device, incredulously exclaiming, "I never anticipated it could exceed 500,000. Safite leaned against the wall, chuckling teasingly, "Hey Dales, don't trip over your own feet. These fellows are no pushovers." Broly maintained his characteristic silence, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. "Very well, allow me to entertain you," Dales declared, clenching his fists as the sound of cracking bones echoed, clearly eager for action. Who activated the alarm? Could there be external enemies lurking here? A Saiyan, resembling a captain, stepped forward. Clad in distinctive black armor, he stood in stark contrast to the others adorned in white, his attire appearing more robust and crafted from superior materials. A scar ran ominously from his forehead down to the lower part of his cheek, emanating an aura of menace that suggested he was no ordinary foe. It's me, exclaimed the frog-faced individual, brimming with excitement as he noticed the arrival of the guard squad. The captain of the guard turned his gaze towards the frog-faced man. Having previously scrutinized Broly and Darius, he could sense the extraordinary energy radiating from the two, indicative of remarkable combat prowess, and with their signature tails. It was evident that this matter was intricately linked to these three Saiyans. As for Safit, he felt no particular significance emanating from him. "What is the situation?" the captain inquired, directing his question towards Darius. In his heart, he preferred to trust the words of a Saiyan over those of an alien. "It's nothing. Just this guy annoys me, and I was ready to take him down," Darius replied with his usual arrogance. However, the captain perceived this as a clear act of defiance. Considering the formidable strength the opponent might possess, He resolved to downplay the issue. Such a powerful Saiyan must surely belong to a formidable lineage, and it was unnecessary to offend someone of such stature over a trivial matter. Oh, remember to handle it discreetly. There are many outsiders from other planets here, and I do not wish to hear anyone claim that we Saions are a barbaric race. The captain nodded. The frog-faced man was unfamiliar to him, and his combat abilities seemed weak. His attire did not suggest he belonged to any powerful faction. Such insignificant individuals perish daily, and he had no interest in intervening. Rest assured, Darius initially thought a fight might ensue, but was surprised when the matter concluded with just a few words. He glanced back at Safet, noticing his lack of further intentions, and chose to let the matter rest. Safet, observing the captain's demeanor towards them, swiftly deduced that the Scions held a higher status here than he had anticipated. Just as the captain was about to turn away, the frog-faced man trembled in fear and shouted, "Do you dare to kill me? I am a member of the Frant family." The captain, having already begun to depart, halted abruptly upon hearing the frog-faced man's outcry. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, he turned to Darius and said, "Release him." Darius, poised to strike, was unexpectedly halted. Ignoring the captain's command, he crushed the frog-faced man's incessantly chattering mouth and snapped his neck, silencing him forever. "Oh, what did you say?" Darius clapped his hands and then turned to face the captain. The captain's expression darkened, his gaze shifting restlessly, lost in thought. Suddenly, a piercing light emanated from his eyes as he fixed his stare on Darius, his voice low and thunderous. "You should not have done that." "Ha! Then what should I have done?" Darius replied with a grin, channeling energy into the lifeless body of the frog-faced man, "To kill and dispose of the remains." Upon witnessing the annihilation of the frog-faced corpse, the expression of the captain of the guard grew increasingly grim. "As Scions, you could have easily minimized the situation, but now I am compelled to detain you," he sighed. Indeed, Scions possess certain privileges that allow them to disregard so-called rules. However, when it comes to that family, "Are you really intending to keep us here? Do you have the capability to do so?" Dales retorted. The captain, feeling disrespected by his fellow Scions, replied with irritation, "Do you truly believe that your combat prowess, honed on peripheral planets, is formidable? Dominating a minor region amounts to little. You clearly underestimate the might of the Frant family. Surround them." "Oh, what is so formidable about the Frant family?" Sapphite inquired, now intrigued. "You would do well to cooperate with my duties. By leveraging your identity as Scions, you might navigate this matter without severe repercussions. However, should you resist and escalate the situation, you would likely face suppression from the true hierarchy of our race. I doubt you are aware, but the patriarch of the Frant family wields the ultimate power of Super Saiyan 3 and is among the highest echelons of our kind." The captain spoke, admiration evident in his tone when mentioning the Frant patriarch. "Oh, Super Saiyan 3? Sapphite exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 90. The Status of Super Saions. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3. Thus, it is prudent for you to accompany us willingly. Rest assured, the consequences will be minimal." The captain maintained a conciliatory attitude, believing that resolving the issue amicably was preferable. After all, they were all Scions, and internal matters were typically handled with leniency. Furthermore, he and his comrades lacked the confidence to detain the trio. Given Dale's recent display of formidable energy, the captain recognized that he was at least Dale's equal. Coupled with the equally threatening Broly and the fact that Sapphite demanded respect from Dale's, the captain, along with his 9 teammates, felt uncertain about their chances. With no assurance of success, and considering the strength of the trio, it was wise to maintain a cordial demeanor. They could potentially become allies in the future. Sapphite stepped forward, while Dales chose to remain silent, positioning himself behind Sapphite, awaiting his direct intervention. "I imagine Scions are not overly concerned with material wealth. Thus, I am curious about the nature of your so-called minor penalties." Sapphite inquired casually, fully aware of their combat capabilities, which equated to Frieza's second transformation, roughly 2 to 3 million, far inferior to his own. The captain paused for a moment, then, as if struck by a revelation, explained, "You have just arrived here and may be unaware. When a Scion commits a grave offense, there are typically 2 forms of punishment. One is immediate execution for severe betrayals. But such cases are rare, only occurring among those Scions whose minds have twisted since childhood. The second option is to enter the battlefield and earn sufficient military merit, leading to eventual release." "Oh, a battlefield? Due elaborati." The battlefield, a realm where we Scions engage in relentless warfare against the Frost clan. was observed by the captain of the guard as he gazed into Safit's tranquil eyes, responding with a sense of inevitability. Indeed, it is the Frost Clan. This tale traces back to the cosmos itself, which is divided into 12 star domains. Excluding the galactic domain, where no race dares to intervene, we Saiyans occupy more than 3 star domains, while the Frost Clan claims approximately 3 as well. These two formidable races together dominate nearly half of the universe, thus earning the title of the pinnacle races within the cosmos. Consequently, an unending cycle of conflict has emerged between us, with each viewing the other as a mortal enemy. Yet, the might of the powerful is such that if either side's strongest were to invade the other's homeland, none could halt the massacre. Hence, both races designated a star domain as a war zone. Unless one manages to conquer the entire area, intrusions into the enemy's territory are strictly forbidden. However, as the strengths of both races remain closely matched, neither has managed to gain superiority over the other throughout the years. Thus, the battlefield has become a place for Saiyans to deal with offenders, while many others regard it as a paradise for the pursuit of honor. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Safit and his companions exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. If I recall correctly, members of the Frost Clan are not to be underestimated with their prowess. How could someone of your caliber possibly prevail? As soon as Safit uttered these words, he recalled the Frost Clan warrior, Iku, whom they had recently vanquished, and realized the crux of the matter. He chuckled, noting that the Frost Clan possesses individuals of varying strengths. Many of their young are born on their primitive planet with exceptionally high combat abilities, with even the weakest boasting several tens of thousands. However, it is customary for Frost Clan members to wait until they are at least 50 years old before they are allowed to gain battlefield experience, meaning those encountered are typically warriors with combat powers exceeding 100,000. Yet, the Frost Clan's population is limited, as they rely solely on a single primitive planet to produce their kin, which pales in comparison to our Saiyan numbers. The disparity in combat abilities among Saiyans is notable. Newborns may possess as little as a mere 10 points of power, while others can reach thousands or even approach 10,000. This variance leads to a significant portion of Saiyans being unable to engage in battle. Thus, the battlefield is often referred to as the Saiyans' paradise of honor, albeit one that demands a price of life. The scar upon my face was inflicted by a member of the Frost Clan. Even advanced medical equipment could not erase it. That battle also caused some health issues, prompting my withdrawal from the battlefield to serve as a guardian on this planet. The captain of the guard smiled wryly. For every Saiyan relishes the thrill of combat, and he was no exception. Are there many Saiyans? Safit inquired, puzzled, as he had not encountered many throughout their journey, only noticing a few upon arriving on this planet. Indeed, while the Saiyan population may not rival that of many weaker races, statistical data from various planets reveals nearly 8 trillion individuals, not accounting for many of our kin from smaller planets. Such a vast populace inevitably gives rise to numerous strong warriors, the captain patiently elucidated. Safit nodded, appearing to ponder over the information presented to him. Having said so much, you should understand that while our combat prowess may be considered a backbone within our clan, it pales in comparison to the elite who can transform into Super Saiyans. Therefore, it would be wise for you to accompany us without causing any inconvenience. Safit extended a finger and replied. One last question. Do you have any idea how many Super Saiyans exist within the clan? This information is relatively easy to ascertain. There are approximately over 5,000 Super Saiyans, with nearly 100 reaching the second transformation, while only 3 have attained the third transformation, those being the leaders of our Saiyan clan's elite guard. Safit was somewhat satisfied with the change in attitude from the guard captain, as this would provide insight into the standing of the Flant family. Even a mere outsider, with ties to the families of the 3 Super Saiyan 3s, would command respect. In this context, one could surmise that Super Saiyans hold significant status, with thousands emerging from billions. It takes roughly 1 or 200 million Saiyans to produce a single Super Saiyan, interjected Dales. This assertion is not entirely inaccurate. Now, may we proceed? The guard captain was also stalling for time. Having not reported back for an extended period, it was likely that the other guards sensed something amiss. If all goes as expected, they would soon come to investigate, preparing for any eventuality. Dales hesitated momentarily, but upon observing Safit's slight nod, he gathered his resolve. Boom! Is this what you refer to as a Super Saiyan? Dale's aura surged dramatically, a golden radiance illuminating the entire hall. The guard captain, eyes wide in disbelief, gasped in astonishment. A Super Saiyan?